still tucked underneath. Peeks around the corner, and it's too easy for Tectonic. First contact. That's right.
Good and welcome to Atlanta. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series, and this is your Call of Duty Mobile World Championships. We got some of the best teams in the world in the building today, and we get the pleasure of watching them duke it out. This is a $1 million opportunity, but only one team can answer that knock. We got a hell of a lot of games this weekend, 3 days of action, but I got a hell of a lot of friends to help me cover it. My man I Hold Shift is in the pit right now. He's going to show you a little bit of our house.
Thanks so much, Tom. Yeah, new this year at the World Championships, because we've got so many electric teams from across the world, we have the tournament pit, and there's already a handful of audience members ready to get up close and personal with the other teams that are playing off the main stream. We've got extra streams going on with all the coverage today for the Swiss format. I'll be your man right down in here, giving you guys all the updates throughout the entirety of our opening matches. Lots of upsets, I'm sure, are going to be happening, so I'll be right there with you the entire way through to give you the lowdown on what's happening, who's surprising who, and maybe who a potential MVP may be throughout the first day. Outside of the pit, though, we also have some other things that are going on, whether you're tuning in, you're going to be joining us here later this weekend, or if you're in the venue now, or if you just want to know more about the venue from home. We've got this laser tag arena right over here to my right. I will be taking all chals. I will be going undefeated all day long. And then, of course, behind that, we also, if you want to get your hands on COD Mobile, the Snapdragon setups are also there. And, of course, it wouldn't be a mobile event unless there was a place for you to charge up your phones, get yourself ready to go throughout the entirety of what is going to be a very long day. I know, Tom, you're already getting yourself all jazzed up and ready to go, brother.
Absolutely. Great to see you, my man.
You too, my man.
Well, there's a bunch of stuff that's great to see as well. Here in Atlanta, we're a city of artists, and right here, we are showing a little bit of what we do. 16 teams all represented on this graffiti wall over here. And then the other side, we got the same thing with the other teams, but we also have the local artist that is the man behind all of it. Lurch representing ATL Bench. Talk to people, tell them a little bit of what you've done here today.
Yo, what's happening? Welcome to Atlanta. We're the city of graffiti, street art. You're gonna see it here because we've got these 16 teams represented in these logos, but they're all gonna get crossed out. So that's gonna be fun to watch. As well as we've got a collaborative graffiti wall over here that we're gonna be doing with all the attendees and special invited guests. So I can't wait to check out the magic that we're gonna produce this weekend.
It's sick. We've got our own flavor here in Atlanta, and we are bringing it to the SPS. You can get your customized jerseys as per usual. If you've ever been to one of the DreamHacks, we got it here, and this has ATL all over it. But we got Call of Duty all over it as well. I introduced you to one of my friends already. Here are 3 more. Glitter Explosion, how you doing?
Thank you very much, F-Dot. And I don't know about undefeated on those chals shift, but we are live here from DreamHack Atlanta for our Call of Duty Mobile World Championships, and it's going to be a very exciting weekend. I can't wait to get into all of the action. My name is Glitter Explosion. I'll be your host here all weekend, but I am joined by 2 wonderful men here on the desk to kick things off on day number 1. We've got Proper and Gilmania hanging out. Proper, are you excited?
I am excited. You know, I got to witness last year firsthand, got to watch the entire run. LG versus Tribe last year is definitely stayed in my brain as one of the greatest matchups that I've watched in COD Mobile history. Looking forward to another fantastic weekend.
And Gil, what about you?
It's gonna be tremendous, filled with pure emotion from everybody on the teams, on the pit. It's going to be an absolute blast to see all of these face each other.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about our teams. Let's start talking about how this entire weekend is going to work, starting with which teams are going to be playing here this weekend. Like you mentioned, 16 of the best teams in the world hanging out with us, competing for an insane prize at the end of all of it. Obviously, some returning teams, NA, LATAM, China, lots of faces you should be recognizing, and the real question is, who will be taking home this year's championship, and how are they going to get there, Proper? Explain it.
Oh man, it's going to be a long weekend. Like Doc was talking about there in the introduction, we have 16 teams here across the entire globe going to be playing through what we call a Swiss bracket here in esports. Everybody starts off 0-0. As you progress through the system, you can see where you start to qualify for that championship bracket. Obviously, you lose less series, the less you have to play on today. But the more you lose, the less likelihood it is that you have to be there at 2-2, so that way you can maybe get one of those last 3 spots from the single elimination bracket in top 8 to boot.
And of course, it obviously all culminates in the championship fight, and this is what they are fighting for, Gil. There's an insane amount of money on the line.
That's right, 7,000 for the 13 towards the 16, then 12 for 9 to 12, 20,000 for 5 through 8. Third and fourth take home 80K. Second place, runners-up is going to be with 170. And the grand champions takes home $400,000, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, you know, that they got so far in the competition already, top 16 in the world. We had to send them home with a little bit of cash in their pockets, but these teams are absolutely going to be fighting tooth and nail for that first place $400,000 prize, which is why this competition is going to be so epic to close out the year. But we need to give a little bit of historical background as well before we really start diving into some of these storylines. Let's go back a couple years and look at the timeline of our victors so far, because there's a little bit of a trend here, Proper.
Yeah, by definition, there's about 4 axes that are on the screen right now from 2021 to 2022. Tribe by brand have been at the top of everybody's hit list when it comes down to what they have been able to accomplish, even going through last year. Some of the highlights that we had throughout 2022 and last year's stage that went down in Raleigh. This is some of the grand finals. That is what Tribe Gaming looked like just last year, and what they were able to do to Luminosity, to everybody else along the way. Gave a lot of people some scares when they ended up dropping maps and even a series to come back to the lower bracket. But let me tell you, when they got to grand finals, they got the job done, no questions asked.
Absolutely, and like you mentioned, they dropped one match, if I'm not mistaken, that was against Wolves, and ended up on the loser side of the bracket. But fortunately enough for them, they stepped it up. They went against everybody else once more and redeemed themselves in a great fashion, defeating at the very end Luminosity that you have banned, just waving at them last year. It was just tremendous to see them overcome their mistakes, and well, overall, just not care about losing that one up, and you see them just pure happiness when they finally ended up winning last year.
Well, we're talking about previous champions, obviously Tribe Gaming on everybody's minds, but we need to explain what has now happened since then when it comes to some of these rosters. Okay, we can't talk about Tribe without talking about LG, obviously one of the favorites, but explain to me what went on with the rosters and those shakeups here, Proper.
Well, in between the last calendar year, last year's World Championships, and what we just had transpire even last season of SBS, you almost have to feel like that LG and Tribe, as far as players are concerned, looked at each other just like, hey, you want to mess around and create a super team? Because that's exactly what transpired when you take the best of the best of what grand finals looked like last season, specifically for LG. They are on the top of the list. And here are some of the highlights that we had from Seattle the last time that we saw these teams on land, specifically for North America of SBS Season 4. They were able to beat Team Mayhem 4-2, and they looked pretty damn good along the way. Let me tell you something, when you have Tectonic Band, Envy, Vague, Washi, and Marshy all on the same roster, you feel like not a lot can go wrong.
Yeah, and that was the winning moment there in Seattle for LG as they raised that trophy above their heads. And at the end of that, we actually did get a chance to talk with LG's coach, Hippo, and he had a really good quote that applies this weekend, so let's check it out.
This is everything for us because we know that NA has a target on its back, and being #1 in NA means we have the biggest target on our back.
Now, Gil, I want to get your thought on that. Do you agree? Do you think NA has a big target on their back this weekend?
I absolutely do, I gotta be honest. After what has happened last year, how they were able to not only take the first but also second spot, LG and Tribe just dominated above everybody else. It only makes sense for all of these regions, all of these teams to have something in mind, which is try to defeat NA.
We'll have to see what our teams can manage here this weekend. Suffice to say, it's going to be absolutely jam-packed. And if you're at home, you're not going to want to miss a single second of the action. If you're local in the area, I don't know why you're not here. Make sure you're coming here watching it live. But if you are at home, follow us on social media, okay? You've got X, Insta, and Facebook, where you can keep yourselves up to date with everything that's going on with the Snapdragon Pro Series here at the Call of Duty World Championship all weekend long. And if you want even more than that, you can head on over to discord.gg/Snapdragon Pro Series and join our community. Hang out, play some Call of Duty Mobile, follow along with what we've got going on here at DreamHack Atlanta. Just do it. It's a cool place to be, and you won't miss anything that we have in store for you. So that is what's most important. But now that we've got the lay of the land, everybody knows how the tournament works, you understand some of these storylines heading into the weekend, let's start talking about what we have on the docket. First match of the day. We started with the storylines, but then we might as well start the match with them. Our first match, LG versus Inco. Proper, talk to me about LG.
Biggest target on their back. They are first at this tournament. Favorites, no questions asked. This roster was built off of nothing but standout players from the 2022 World Championships. They are meant to win this event. They did, of course, end up going map 5 versus Tribe and Mayhem just in Seattle. But everybody keeps asking, what's the roster are we going to get for this team here for 2023 World Championships? And without further ado, here are your 5 starting players for Luminosity, Ban, Envy, Tectonic, Vague, and Washi. These are some of the most winningest players of all time since Call of Duty Mobile's inception. To say they have a target on their back is putting it light.
Yeah, and that's just one half of what we got going on here for match number 1 of the day as we take a look at LG getting themselves set up here on the stage, comfortable at their stations, ready to go, making sure all of their tech is complete. And look at the pillow setup we've got going on here. That's a double pillow setup, okay?
Yeah.
Comfort Gill.
Absolutely, they have to be comfortable. They have to be on their A game, and I'm sure they will be, but they're not going to be alone on stage. Of course, on the other side, we will have players over from Inco. That's right. We're moving now onto the LATAM roster that will be facing up Luminosity Gaming. We can see them all there on the ball, just getting ready for the fight, getting ready for the action. Last year, they ended up 3rd, but on this year, I'm sure they're aiming for more. They'll try to climb up that ladder. They'll try to knock down what last year ended up 2nd, but like you two have mentioned, they fused, they merged, and now with this super team, they are the ones with the target from North America, but specifically the ones to defeat here tonight. As we take a look onto the roster, you're gonna have, of course, Lucasine, one of the best players in this team, alongside with that, Leocera, Lims, and Dermic. Those are gonna be the 5 fighting against the monster team of LG.
Take a look here at the Inco squad as they're up on stage as well. I'm not gonna lie, Dad might be one of my favorite names ever in all of gaming. It's just so simple.
Like the whole set.
The whole vibe.
Yeah.
I'm here for it, all right? They look like they are locked in, getting themselves ready for match number 1 of the day. And this one should be interesting as they have faced off before in the past. But if I'm not mistaken, I think production was able to actually find something pretty cool on social media, and I kind of want to get your opinions on this as well. There was a tweet, okay? Who's the best player in this picture? According to X, Lucasine won this, but I want to get your thoughts on this one here, Gil.
I mean, it's complicated. Of course, these two players have shown so much historically, have been the faces in a way of their own teams, wherever that might be. There you have it, Lucasine, Tech completely set in mind. I don't know if the difference is as high as 69-31, if I'm being honest with you, but the fight's there. The fight's there. These two are absolute monsters.
And now, I mentioned this just a moment ago, but Proper, I want to talk to you a little bit about LG versus Inco specifically, because this was a matchup that we saw in Worlds 2022, so they have faced off on this type of a stage before, and you got to cast in it.
Yeah.
I want to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, this is a completely different Luminosity roster. It's a completely different Inco roster than what we had in 2022. Obviously, some returning players, specifically both that and Lucasine for Inco. And there's one player that jumps off the immediate page when it comes down to Latin America, as Gil already talked about, Lucasine. As the Twitter Post was already talked about as well. I mean, that guy is just ridiculous. The SKS was at an all-time high last year in Raleigh, and they were able to at least take LG to a map number 4. The respawns weren't necessarily close. They lost the Summit Control, I believe, even 3-1. But the S&D, that is where Latin America can always remain on top. Can they bring that same fiery heat that we saw last year in 2022 with a new formed roster going up against the stacked powerhouse that is now LG?
And what are your thoughts on this matchup here, Gil?
It's going to be interesting because last year it was the best of 5 on this day. It's going to be a best of 3, so that's going to be way more interesting to me because each map individually weights more. A single loss is way more impactful on the final result, so it's going to be important for both of them to make sure they do their best. As we take a look onto the stats, we're actually going to have a little surprise which points out a slightly higher stat ratio in favor of Inco here.
Do you think that these stats are accurate for how you think this could potentially play out in your mind, Proper? Do you think this could weigh in Inco's favor?
No, I don't. There's way too many deaths for Inco's side. I mean, realistically, like, there are more kills, yes, but as far as KD ratio is concerned, you can see there's obviously a whole lot more supplementary eliminations coming from LG's side. But hey, in a game of Call of Duty, it doesn't always matter about the kills. It always matters about your teamwork, your chemistry, your cohesion. How do you play around these objectives in these 3 maps?
All right, well, you're talking about the maps. I believe the map veto is ready. We'll get those pulled up on your screen so you can see the choices being made by our 2 teams up on stage, kicking things off with an Apocalypse hardpoint. Is this what you saw coming here, Gil?
I mean, I find it quite interesting because in the past, I've seen Inco specifically struggle a little bit, specifically from the maps that I've seen them play against loops. So I feel like that's an interesting choice for us to see first. Then right after that, well, talk to me a little bit about this Search and Destroy.
I mean, Search and Destroy going straight towards slums, and again, this has to be a very strong pick when it comes down to Inco. Through all of Latin America, this was the game mode in particular that they were able to get the better of TLE versus loops as well. They finished 3-0 on slums. Search and Destroy itself. Is it going to be enough to push it to that map number 3, which is Crossroads Control? And that's where the conversation gets a little bit more interesting. We talked about the kills. We talked about how impactful they can be. We want to talk about a map mode combination that is very diabolical and can sway in any direction on who can slay more. We got it for a map number 3.
I mean, I think this is a great way to kick things off. We watched even the fact that we're not starting off with a firing range. I'm not mad about it.
I'm shook.
Right?
I'm very shook. But I guess that's the difference when you have like 2 of the best teams in the entire region, or at least, you know, I guess on the west side of the hemisphere.
I think this is going to be a super exciting matchup. Of course, everybody at home, if you are hanging out with us in chat, let us know your thoughts as well. I'll ask the casters which way they're leaning, but who do you think is taking home match number 1 of day 1 to kick off the entire Call of Duty Mobile World Championship? I want to see where chat's sitting on this one, what type of regional fandom we have going on with them. And then, of course, guys, which way are you leaning? Proper, we'll start with you.
I mean, it's got to be LG, isn't it? All day, every day. I mean, look, there's a reason why LG are here. They're the number 1 team. They can very much so close this out in 2.
I feel like you have to in a way, but it's going to be interesting to see how Inco has prepared themselves. Of course, the vetoes, the map picks, all take in consideration. Of course, LG still shines a little bit brighter, but you know, you can't take your eyes away from Inco. It's going to be interesting to see how they start off. You mentioned it from last year. They struggled on respawn, so it's going to be really, really important. As we jump right into map number 1, Proper, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. Lauren, we'll be seeing you after this series will conclude. And, well, without further ado, Worlds 2023 is underway with LG versus Inco. Starting things off on Apocalypse. We want to talk about a map mode combination you have to be damn near perfect on. Your rotations do need to be there. LG in the blue, starting off on that P2 side. P1 will remain to be pretty darn scrappy. You can see Inco are trying to balance the south side of the map, maybe trying to get themselves some influence of time, but also looking at fun.
So far already taking the control. Inco with a breakthrough, but not too long. Ambi immediately gets back inside here with the Graw. Will try to defend themselves through the smoke, doing an outstanding job of defending themselves inside of LG. To no one's surprise, going to start off with the right foot, completely doing what they do best, which is outslaying. And of course, looking at those kills, looking at those numbers on the top, at least so far as we have begun, is Tech with 4 kills. LG doing a phenomenal job, and not only in the spot, not only the first kill, but also already rotating to point number 2. We're gonna have Big ready to go for the next one. Yes, Inco set up 10 points for themselves, but so far LG is doing a great job.
You say rotate. Washi hasn't moved. He's been over here since the beginning of the game, over by that P2 hop you saw right there. Those 3 kills has been all the kills that he's found for himself, finally getting cut down. Now Inco trying to push at least from the ruin side. Maybe could influence some spawns. 2 players for LG spawn out over by P4. Is that enough for them to overwhelm for the numbers? The answer is maybe not so much. We have split spawns over on the west side of the map, but still LG find themselves in firm control. They have the back area spawned, trying to cut off the reinforcements for Inco, but they have already broken inside of P2 to be able to get those close spawns. You better hope that it's enough numbers to maybe try to overwhelm these LG players around the opening hardpoint. But we're already down to 20 seconds. You have a 50-point deficit. You have to start climbing your back foot. You cannot allow LG to get up too comfortably as far as this first set is concerned. And now Inco finally hitting the trigger, trying to get themselves inside the hardpoint. Did not find a convincing amount of kills. They might have just put themselves in a little bit of a spawn trap.
That is absolutely the biggest issue. They are not being able to get the kills to actually break through at all. They are all too late. They do steal the final second of that kill. That's just not going to be enough. You were talking about the point differential right now being 66, ladies and gentlemen. Inco, though, this time, though, managed to get inside. But let's see for how long. It's going to be less than 10 seconds already there with the Purifier trying to break through. Lucas ain't going to take that Annihilator back for a ride. We can see him drop to the hands of Envy. And ladies and gentlemen, LG already on the go for the triple digits, not allowing Inco to feel comfortable whatsoever. Envy there with a 100-killer drone will drop it at a distance, trying to stay alive, will be taken down. Finally, Inco getting more kills, but they do need to improve their performance in here. Double kill there for Band with that Fennec, and continues to destroy LG, man. They are the team to defeat, and at least so far, that's not looking likely for the side of Inco.
10 seconds left to fight over here at the broken down helicopter P3, as we like to call it here in COD Mobile, and it is about to be a 100-point deficit. LG showing up, and it matters most here in the first series of Worlds 2023. So a lot more operators left to be played around. If you are Inco, you feel like you might need some of those if you're going to hold them off inside of P4. Where Inco already have themselves at least the initial setup. This is the first time that we've seen this as far as the first set and the first match, to be completely candid with you. But Luminosity has some spawn outs over by Useless. They also have some PG spawns starting to push through the ruins. The kills go their way. At least Dermac was able to at least find one, but takes himself down with the Sparrow suit after trying to utilize some of those resources to keep LG at bay. It does not work out. LG find the break. They're already in.
The way the LG plays, man. 30 seconds left. Back inside, we're gonna have Washi, Envy there with the War Machine, taking a double at a distance, just waiting for anyone to walk by. Absolutely nothing to be done there for Inco. They try and try and try, but that trying is not gonna take them anywhere without those kills there. Dermic takes that kill onto Band, immediately tries to go for more, does not find anyone there. 150 points to only 30 for Inco Gaming. And ladies and gentlemen, the point differential getting bigger and bigger by the hill. We're gonna go back into the middle. We're gonna go back into the first hill where Band is completely locked in for his spot. Will face off against Lucasin as he tries to break through the hill. Not gonna be that easily. There you have Band with a Fennec taking that kill on to Lucasin, going for the double. Not gonna be possible there. Limbs will be managing to defend his allies. Immediately tries to bounce back through the smoke, takes the assistance, and Inco does take the kills but does not take the heal, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. They are not taking anything. Finally, they're going to begin to do so as Dad bounces inside. That so far has been struggling a lot so far this game, probably.
Who's watching the ruins push? You had one player that was playing over by that hop-up, and you just essentially allowed Vague to waltz his way through P2. At least you still have those close spawns if you are Inco. You need this response. Having about 120-point deficit on Apocalypse, I won't say it puts you completely far out of it, but you still have to put in the work through the second set. Luminosity, they don't care about that initial time. Everybody's been pushing through P4 and trying to get themselves inside of the ruins, and they now have Inko, what could be a potential spawn trap. Yes, reinforcements for LG are spawning all the way across the map, but Inko need to find these kills. A 2-for-1 trade going inside of the ruins, but you still have one more player to worry about. It's Ban, who pulls himself out. An Annihilator, Lucasin has one in hand to at least try to keep them at bay. You need more convincing kills. The Claw is also invested now for Leozera. You have to be able to push them all the way back through P4, and he is just going on an abundance of a killing spree. Now up to 4 in a row, trying to get himself some more streaks. Already got himself at least the Predator missile plus the Hunter Killer drone. Is that enough to be able to secure the back 30 seconds? It seems that LG are going to be playing for the future. The leader's advantage just a little bit too strong. They want to try to get some of these more reinforcements out from Inko, as Leozera is just putting them in the dirt.
Okay, I like that. I like that they used 3 operators over there. It took huge value off of it. Nearly a clean point gonna go in favor of Inko. There's still 15 seconds left, but as you mentioned, the side of Luminosity, they were too far ahead and decided to just opt out of that kill and move towards the next one. There you have Big taking a few shots, then communicating to his allies to get that next kill. Everybody's inside from above. Lucasin used that Predator missile, but doesn't take a single kill. Big gonna take that double. Gets knocked down by Lucasin, who continues to move forward. Dermik, who was questioned in the past in here, not doing a bad job so far. 16 kills for himself. This is gonna be another War Machine being used by Envy. Gonna take a double at a distance, looking for the triple against Dad. Dad gets knocked out, but not before taking that kill. Lim's gonna bounce inside here with the equalizer. Finds one, finds two, goes for the third one. Lim's doing an amazing job, just destroying absolutely everybody that gets in his way. Finally, the side of Inko Gaming have managed to get themselves inside of these kills, breaking through another double for Limbs, just cleaning everybody who gets inside. This equalizer value is out of this world, and ladies and gentlemen, Inko Gaming are here, are alive, and although they were losing by a lot, they are actually getting so much done in just a few kills.
Got through the first rotation to Hill, the first rotation of operators for all 10 players inside this lobby, and yes, Inko have come out on top as far as the resource investment is concerned, but they still trail by a whole hard point. If you're Luminosity Gaming, you traded operators, equalizers, annihilators, war machines, oh my. You finally found yourself in equal footing. You also got all the score streaks out from that fantastic spree that Leozera went on over by P2. Now it's back to the gunny, now it's back towards the setup. Luminosity find themselves inside of P4 first. A lot of time to fight over. Inko, you need to try to push through Chicken Coop, but you already have Bait cutting off reinforcements just outside of the coop itself. One flank was starting to manifest. That was Dad trying to go all the way over by Useless, but it's already being watched by Warachi. No operators left to be played for Inko. How do you find yourself back in, especially now that Bait has one in his back pocket? 30 seconds have already transpired. Luminosity find themselves over 200 points. They cannot close it here, Gil, but they're going to put themselves pretty damn close.
That's absolutely right. It's not going to be enough yet. But Inko finally breaking through it all. I don't think they even care that much about this kill, but Luminosity does at this point in time. A single second is going to get them closer and closer to success. Triple there with another equalizer. Ladies and gentlemen, that's been so far the operator of the moment, taking so much value off of it. Envy going to take the last few seconds to break 230 in favor of LG. Only 20 points away from success on game number 1. Bandit completely ready with the Purifier. Not going to use it just yet. From above, there it is. Purifier on his hand, gonna take kill number 1 over onto Lucasin. The side of Inko trying to get inside, but it's just too difficult. It's near impossible. Luminosity Gaming only 15 points away. Washi gonna get knocked down. Lucasin with a third Annihilator so far this game. Gonna take kill number 1. They gotta get inside. They cannot allow any more seconds. Lucasin gonna destroy him. Not gonna be enough. Triple kill for MB. Luminosity are back into the A game as per usual. Only 5 seconds away. And ladies and gentlemen, there's absolutely nothing that can be done. On the very last second, Inko bounces inside. But I don't think that's gonna be enough. Tectonic still alive through the smoke, fighting for their lives. Inko Gaming refusing to give up, but it's just not gonna be possible. 250 and LG are gonna take game number 1.
Pretty convincing fashion, if you ask me. It mostly came down to a lot of operators that need to be utilized just to be able to keep them all at bay for P3. Maybe 3, if not 4, if you include all the streaks that Leozera was able to put in his back pocket from B2. That was also invested from the Claw. Realistically, was the only time that it felt like that Inko had themselves themselves any semblance of control. Luminosity, though, since the beginning of Apocalypse, opening things up, they had themselves the advantage just not only from the setup, but also in the trade department as well. Once operators started being traded off left, right, and center through the second set of hard points, you saw the dust start to settle. Once we got inside P4, the final hill inside of P4, how was Inco realistically going to find their way back in? For all of these different highlights, it'll be quite telling for us here to be able to see when certain operators were just being pulled for Inco Gaming was realistically the only time that they had firm control on the map. Luminosity Gaming showcasing why they are the #1 team, not only just in respawn for the entire weekend perhaps, but also just their ability to be able to read the situation at hand. Got everything out from Inco in all of their backpack for all the operators and score streaks. From there on out, the leader's advantage was just too much to claw back from.
I mean, when you're winning by 100+ points nearly at all points throughout the game, you can choose what you want to do. You can choose to push that objective. You can choose to move on to the next one. You can strategize better how you want the game to play out in your favor, and that's exactly what Luminosity did. That is going to be now the stats of this game. And look at all LG, man, nearly everybody but Big in this case, taking a minute plus inside of those hills, just doing an outstanding job of rotating, making sure that everybody got inside. On the other hand, you got Lucas in on the very top, but it is just really, really difficult. I'd say particularly on Inco's side, that definitely struggled a lot on game one.
Yeah, I mean, you can see what Dat was trying to go for continuously through a lot of that different hardpoint. He was trying to be that person, the spearhead, if you will, for a lot of those rotations, but almost double negative. I'm pretty sure it actually was double negative at 15 and 32. It's just simply not going to be good enough for respawn. But you can wipe the slate clean. Obviously, this is the first series as far as a best of 3 is concerned. Swiss format here, if you're just now joining us for Worlds 2023. This is our opening matchup in between Luminosity versus Inco. NA's #1 versus LatAm's #3. Tech is vibing on the screen currently, but look, now if you're Inco, you're going into Search and Destroy.
Yes.
This is the game mode that was a lot more canon for your development. It's why you are the #3 team coming out of Latin America.
Absolutely, and now it's gonna be on slums. It's gonna be Search and Destroy slums. Snipers are gonna be important. I gotta say, particularly on LG sides, I've always said that it's a map that for me particularly feel like they play really, really clean, really, really good. So Inco gotta make sure that those initial 20 to 25 seconds are on their A game. Why, you may ask? Because if you allow Luminosity to do what they want on those first 20 to 25 seconds, they're just gonna get in your face. They're just gonna make sure that even if they don't get kills, they position themselves so well that you're not gonna be capable of taking them out. If they're planting the bomb, they're gonna do it as quickly as they can. If they are defending, they make sure that you just cannot get close to bricks, to the blue house. It is just gonna be super, super important for Inco as they try to just equalize this game, try to take it to a third one, because the way they looked on game #1 seems like a really, really difficult mission for them.
And I gotta say this much, if it ends up going down to a Crossroads Strike Control map #3, it's like I was already talking about when we were doing the opening segment. It's gonna come down to a lot of kills. Rarely do you see Crossroads Strike being completed as far as a control round off of segments of progression.
Yeah.
So you really do need to step things up if you are Inco. Kind of shake those Sage jitters off, kind of lean in towards your Slayers and try to play your life as much as possible. Bait and switch, talking about some COD lingo. These are just basics to the game at the end of the day. But look, Slum Search and Destroy, just to put it into perspective for you all watching at home if you didn't watch a lot of Latin America, Loops is the #2 team from Latin America. This was actually a map #2 that both Loops and Inco did play, and well, Inco were able to win 8-6. On the other side of things for Luminosity, Slum Search and Destroy was not played at all through season 4, or season 3, excuse me, of SBS. We did not see it in Seattle. Did get to watch them play it in open finals just a single time. You already broke down the map quite wonderfully, my friend. This is a map of flanks, of opportunities to be able to get SMGs all the way over by that A-bomb site, both offensive, defensive like, to be able to wait for the timing for a sniper to get the go-ahead button. Just slam it all the way through, so that way those SMGs, such as Band, can try to get into your face, try to make things extremely uncomfortable. Tectonic will be your sniper, I can only certain. When it comes down to Luminosity, just all speculation aside, we are here on land. It feels like almost an eternity in between Seattle and Raleigh just last year for international competition. Without further ado, map 2 is about to start. Fist bumps are already out. Round #1 about to be on your screen.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Game number 2, map number 2, LG and Inco. Round number 1. Let's get straight into the action. Plenty of grenades and of course the smoke, and this is exactly what I was talking about. LG immediately trying to get inside, but that's the same for Inco. Lives to get the kill, gets taken down himself. And we're gonna revenge back. Bake with the kill onto Dad. Immediately getting in front of them. Bake with a double. Here with a Fennec looking for the triple, trying to get out of there. It's not gonna be fast enough. Barely survives that interaction, and it's only been 30 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, that's exactly what I was talking about. Lucasine gonna be playing with the Locust and Leo Serra at a distance, just trying to reorganize themselves. They lost complete control of the bomb. There's the kill for Washi. Leo Serra can do absolutely nothing. Lucasine on his own against 4 monsters in front of him. Bake here. He's gonna be right around the corner, just patiently waiting for the opportunity. Why is he waiting? Because they're defending. There's no realistic reason for LG to try to push anymore that they already have. There's Envy with a pure action, just completely control of the mid ground for LG. 1-0, immediately going for LG.
Everybody put their surprise Pikachu faces on because Washi and Tectonic have a double sniper setup here on Slums S&D. And look, realistically, you're not going to be able to get over towards that A-bomb site reliably as an offensive team, but you still have time to try to dissect how Luminosity want to try to approach this. Big bomb head glitch to try to play over. The Growl is an absolute bullet hose. Leo Zera got really good damage, and it actually opened up an opportunity, a 2-for-1 trade. Inco have the numbers. Bomb looking to at least get closer towards the B-bomb site, needs to go down.
It's only been 25 seconds. Tech completely on his own. Bomb is going to be planted. Tectonic realizes that they might be planting, so gets out of his hiding spot with a sniper, finds an enemy, misses that shot. That's the doom for Tech. Great round for Inco. Once again, the 25-second mark. I'm telling you all, these rounds are just gonna fly by. If you're looking for a long game, you're not gonna find it on Slums. It's just super quick interactions. You're gonna have the top view in here as we go for round number 3.
Dates out. Trying to get the early damage. It's actually a big battle happening over here by Well. You can see from Vake's perspective, trying to get the damage. The hip fire from the Fennec will get the job done. Woo. But a little bit of an overextension to the Deagle now. Tectonic able to at least take down yet another. Just in a blink of an eye, find ourselves here in a 2v2. Bomb essentially dropped closer towards B than it is further away. I love this call coming through, at least from Inco. Both Lucasine and Leo Zera trying to flip out the map, trying to find where Washi was located in the 2v1. Just play for the trade. Worst comes to worst, you can walk away with the round via the kills. That's exactly what happens as Inco now have a 1-round lead.
They've managed to do it now twice in a row. Let's see what happens on round 4. So far, Lucasine prior to that round had no kills. Now he got 2. Just getting himself comfortable, shaking away any nerves that might be inside of his body. Yet another kill there with a sniper onto Washi. Immediately through the smoke, you're gonna get Dad trying to seek for someone hiding behind that bomb, but surprise, there's no one over there. Limbs going inside there, thinking about planting the bomb quite soon. Those defending at a distance are going to be none other than Tech and Envy. Lucasine drops to the ground. Great kill by Tech, but the bomb is going to be down. 40 seconds on the clock. 4v4, ladies and gentlemen. 1 drop on each side. And the clock is ticking here as Bake tries to get into the blue house here with a Fennec. Finds an enemy, gets taken down. A good kill for Leo. Goes for the next one, gets taken down. Derbeck with the kill. Only Tech remains. 1v3. Tries to go for that kill. Not going to be possible. A great head glitch position there for Dad. Another round in a row going in favor of Inco. I gotta be honest with you, I'm a little bit surprised at how well they're doing it, but it seems like they've cracked the code against how to play this map against LG.
But you got to see a bear witness to how difficult it is to try to retake that B-bomb site when not only you were down in numbers, but as a defensive team. And there's the immediate adaptation coming from Luminosity. They're sick and tired of Inco just getting control of that bomb site, so they're taking the fight to them, trying to get right in their face with the R90. Vague has it in his hand, 2v1 on the map. Last player remaining here is Lucasine. Has to try to get it done with the Deagle, slides a little bit wide, still gets the kill on the Vague, but the information is at least there. 1v1 versus Washi. Has the Locust, bomb recovered now from Lucasine. He actually has a steep advantage in this 1v1 as he's going to plant the bomb at B. The biggest issue, Lucasine doesn't know how safe he is to try to get this done. So he's actually going to clear all of the B bomb site. Now immediately try to shift his focus, try to get himself over towards A. You have Washi trying to play a little bit closer towards the graveyard. Is he being flanked or is he going to be the flanker? Tough to be able to gauge, no audio cues to speak of. Every corner needs to be checked. You gotta be squeaky clean. Still have so much time left to play. And Lucasin's completely aware of that, trying to clear as much of the map as possible before he has to reset the clock to 45 with getting that bomb down.
It's been, I want to say, like nearly a minute for them as they try to find each other. You've said it perfectly. He want to plant the bomb. There's no doubt about that. But do you do it right now? Do you wait? It seems like he is ready for it, and that is now gonna be bound down. Washi gonna hear that sound and immediately will try to reposition himself. That's exactly what we're watching in here. A nade is gonna be thrown at a distance, not gonna land on anybody here. 30 seconds left, and this sniper face-off will continue for the next 30 seconds. Both missing their shots. Lucasin with the opportunity immediately bounces out with the deagle. There's gonna be Washi with the smoke. Let's see if he tries to defuse. No, not yet. 20 seconds. Sniper on hand. Misses that shot. There's Lucasin with the deagle. And the kill will get another round for the LATAM team. Inco doing a great job in here. Last round before we flip spawns. They are taking a really important advantage against their opponents.
Washi's starting to feel himself a little bit as Lucasin goes to the deagle. Washi's just like, no, I'll get the quick scope. This is 3 times in a row. Surely won't happen again. 3-round lead now for Inco. Last offensive attempt before we flip sides, just like Gil talked about. And they're actually taking this as an opportunity to 5-player hit all the way through the A bomb side. And well, you can see why it does not work. Lucasin just completely lines up 1 and then gets the collateral onto 2 more. 3 within the round now for Lucasin. It's just letting them absolutely have it. Slides in for the 4th. And Luminosity are nowhere to be found. It's a 5-1 split as we switch sides.
Oh my God, Lucasin is finally getting up to what we're used to watching him do. We're gonna flip spawns, and the advantage is huge in favor of Inco Gaming. But let's see if changing sides is gonna matter. Lucasin with his knife onto Washi. Have some mercy on his soul. My goodness, already hitting double digits. No one in the game is near the numbers that Lucasin is dropping so far in here. He may have dropped 2 rounds with no kills whatsoever, but on the next 4, he's doing an outstanding job. LG not managing a way to get into the middle ground of the map, and Inco is making sure that this small advantage has an impactful round for themselves. Lucasin with the hit marker, Leocera, and lives with the kills. Only 2 remain. Big and Tech trying to play for their lives, but ladies and gentlemen, the side of Inco are doing it here. They are taking the kills, they're taking the rounds, they're taking away everything that we're expecting from the side of LG. And we already got my point for the side of Inco. I told you, man, it is important for you not to sleep on any of these teams, and Inco's proving that to us.
So we knew that their S&D was definitely going to be a bright spot for them coming in towards this series versus NA's #1. And they closed it out here. They're taking an immediate fight through the middle of the map. Nobody focused through the graveyard push whatsoever. This is a B Tango. Left alive now for LG's last hope. Leozera just putting them in the dirt even further. Now up to 10 kills himself. Wow. And of course, it's Lucasin to be able to get the last kill on Awashi. It is a blowout here in map #2. 7-1, Inco. Course of map #3.
GG's, that was such a great, clean game for Inco. They definitely struggled on that first round, but after that, they just stepped it up. They pushed that gas, and they win 7-1 against LG. That was something that I was not expecting whatsoever, but that's exactly the kind of surprises that I love to see as we get to see the players' faces. They are still dead focused on what's coming, because what's coming is the final definition of who the winner will be as we take a look on to some of the best moments in this game. I gotta say, from Big, I just love whenever I see something like a shotgun. You can see it over there. That's kill number 3, sorry. He did a great job with it, but it's complicated. I'd say that this map is not necessarily the one for you to play with the R90, but he went for it, had a great round after that. It was a struggle. It was just a struggle for them. Lucasin just getting 12 kills, if I'm not mistaken, on only 8 rounds. It's It's not so bad whatsoever, is it?
No, it's really not. It's a very emphatic showcase of events. You can see it right here on your screen. 12-2. Alfred Lucasine is not only just the MVP for his team, realistically the entirety of the map. You can see on the left side, nobody from LG getting realistically anywhere close as far as double digits are concerned. Leo Zera and Lucasine definitely putting them in the dirt. Great bait and switches, great rollouts, and ultimately fantastic adaptations. I mean, they lost the first round and then they won the next 7 straight. So, I mean, sure, why the hell not? Can you end up showing things out and closing things out as far as a map number 3 is concerned? But just as a reminder, this isn't the only series that is happening right now. We have international talent across the board. So without further ado, let's throw it over towards our pit reporter, Alan Schiff. What you got going over there, brother?
Guys, I can't stress it enough. Not only are you guys going through map 3, but we've got a lot of action going on right now in the pit. And I will say there's one match in particular that you guys need to get a second monitor up or a second tab up, because Tribe in Powerhouse was a really tight opening map. And I will say, just kind of looking at how the veto process went, Tribe didn't do their homework. Powerhouse has a perfect map set. This one has my first upset alert of the day. Summit Hardpoint started off for their first map. It was tight. Rabalo had to drop a pred for a 3-piece and an Annihilator to even get some sort of hope on the final hardpoint there. It ended up being a 250 to 228. Powerhouse is in control for a lot of the map up until the very last moments, but I cannot stress enough. They're on an express search and destroy right now. It is currently 1-1 in that map number 2, and this is another great map for Powerhouse. If they do go to 3, it would be a raid control, which, like I've already said, would favor Powerhouse again. So we've got a tight affair there on the Bravo stream. Other updates going on across the Charlie and the Delta. Q9 had no issues with Vitality in map number 1. They're on a meltdown search and destroy on the C stream. And then TLE and Standpoint. Don't sleep on Standpoint. I know I was for a moment. They won Summit 250 to 203, and they currently find themselves up 4-2 on the firing range search and destroy. So a lot of interesting things happening here in Swiss round 1. We didn't have a lot of international experience to go off of for some of the teams that are currently battling at a pretty tight affair. Good stuff so far, but make sure you get those extra tabs open, because there's going to be upsets here happening immediately in Swiss round 1 in my mind. So that's what we got going down here in the pit. Back to you guys back at the desk.
And you can see the results on all the streams. Make sure you tune out on everyone at once. Come on, you can just do that if you want to get the most action out of all these games. As you mentioned, you can have it over there with Mr. Mustachio over there, with Beef Mommy or Infinity, any of them having great games. But it seems like we are the ones heading already onto game number 3 as we take another glance at these two teams getting ready for that final one. You were talking about that earlier. Control, Crossroads Strike. What are we to expect now?
Crossroads is, yes, it is a very snow-riddled, but it will be completely red by the time that we are over. Doesn't matter how many rounds it's going to take. This is a very sleigh-heavy map when it comes down to Crossroads. Individually, obviously, getting rid of Raid and Standoff, we'll find ourselves here throughout all 3 of the maps. Luminosity, through last season, have found themselves 4-0 on Crossroads. There's anything to take away as far as the opening first 2 maps are concerned, especially with how Apocalypse kind of unfolded. Yeah, they can absolutely slay. Not saying that Inco can't, but when it comes down to Crossroads and realistically all of Control for Latin America, this hasn't really been a very good game mode for Inco. However, when it comes down to it, really good setups, trades, and ultimately just those longer lines of sight that you can somehow find on Crossroads, that might be Inco's point of success, potentially taking a map number 3 off of Luminosity. I'm sure a lot of people at home, also here at DreamHack, have probably already thought to themselves, look, LG versus anybody, probably going to take it in their fashion, probably not going to be dropping a whole lot of maps, but learning experiences along the way. This has upside potential written all over it if Inco can really show up at this map number 3.
And yeah, like Chip mentioned, he's not the only one. We are getting plenty of surprises. Doesn't matter who you are rooting for. There can always be an upset in your favor or against. We are nearly starting as we are just waiting for everybody to settle in their seats. You can begin to see the fist bumps. A little water does not hurt. And ladies and gentlemen, Inco Gaming will try to find the first update on the night against What we mentioned in the past is one of the biggest targets for everybody across all regions, even NA itself. Of course, we're talking about LG. Let's see how they manage to face off against the opponents in front of them. You can see them all over the place, just waiting, patiently waiting, strategizing how they are going to start. And it's going to be really important that we don't see those double negative numbers that we saw at the beginning, specifically from Dad, but he was not the only one who was on red numbers. It's going to be important that if you're dying, you can at least make sure that your allies do take your opponent down, or else if you're just dying for nothing over and over and over again, we know, you've said it, yes, the objectives are important, but very rarely do we see rounds finishing because of the point itself, rather than the kills.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, that's Control in a nutshell. Look, if you are new to COD Mobile, you're kind of walking over here in DreamHack, and you're kind of confused as to what the hell this game number 3 is. It is objective-based. Yes, you can complete a round via segments of progression, but you can also complete it via the eliminations. Both teams start off with 30 lives. Should that conclude via the kills, and you're going to be feeling pretty damn skippy about yourself. Obviously, the operators and kill streaks that you're able to get for yourself could be very influential to be able to pull maybe another round along the way. But if it goes to a round 5, defense is always swayed to that of the team that has more segments of progression. Map number 3 in our opening series here for DreamHack is underway. We'll have to see who can get the opening edge, and Inko continuing on with at least what looked really good in that map number 2. Fantastic trades, not a whole lot of map control to speak of. That's a lot of blue inside these interior buildings.
That's right, you can see it over there. Envy does suffer the damage from Lucasin as he tries to push forward. The defense for LG will be really, really important. Lucasin with another kill, bouncing once again. Bay gonna repeat it with the R90. Washi over here bouncing, getting a kill, but immediately getting spotted. The numbers are quite close. Big was trying to push deep onto enemy's territory, but pays the price as he gets knocked down. 21-21. Ladies and gentlemen, these two teams are fighting for dear life right now. We're gonna see Inko finally getting inside of A. Bandit trying to defend here with a Fennec, trying to push forward. Gonna find no one so far here. Finally finds an enemy. Big takes the double. Big takes the triple. Big looking to destroy once more. Takes the 4th kill. Barely gets the 5th one as well, doing an amazing job at making sure that no one from Inko managed to stay alive over on Alpha, and that is going to be one of the key moments for the side of LG as they begin to break through the minds of the opponents, defending in a great fashion. Only 25 seconds left. The heat begins to rise on the side of Inko.
Didn't complete that second segment either. So you saw at that clock, you have to remain inside of one of these zones. You complete a full sector, you're able to add 6 seconds, add on towards the board. Halfway still completed over by A. Very difficult to try to get rid of that segment if you are the defensive team. So, I mean, Inko, they just find themselves right back in towards the thick of it, over by the A control zone, and Luminosity are chalking it. They didn't have enough kills, but they still have control of the warehouse building, still getting themselves a good semblance of control around the B zone. But nobody really pushed all the way out on the outskirts of the map. And that causes a little bit more distress than it does anymore for Inko. Remember what I said, you started off with 30, Luminosity now down to 10, Inko down to 7. 2 respawns remain for Inko. You feel like they have to play this damn near flawlessly if they want to get any segments at all on B.
Do you want to push? Do you want to wait? There's only 45 seconds for you to decide on the side of Inko. As we take a look onto Dermot, Lucasin finds the kill onto Washi. Picks up a weapon from the ground, Dermot ready with a Fennec. Trying to find an opponent. Big, of course, still using this R90. Great skin, by the way. Dermot and Dad with the kills. That's going to be important. Try to push forward. Washi going to say no to that. Takes that kill onto Limbs from behind Tech with a double. They had no idea that Tech's damage was right behind them. And with that, they are going to once again break the potential confidence on the side of Inko. Only 3 lives remain. That's going to be for Lucasin, Dad, and Limbs alive at a distance. Lucasin takes that kill, but his ally gets knocked out. And also does Limbs. Lucasin on his own, going to bounce to the ground. Ben with a headshot takes that last kill in favor of LG. 1-0 going in favor of Inko Gaming. That was a close round, but there was several moments where we saw Inko struggle and LG just trying to constantly capitalize on those mistakes.
Control is so break-off dependent, and Inko were at least able to find a decent amount of trades to start things off. That's why lives just felt so close until that final hit. Luminosity were able to remain in control. Now we will switch sides. It's Luminosity's turn for offense over towards the A control zone. Very quickly, keep in mind you, our Luminosity taking control not only over by A, they're also sending players over by B as well. Hunter Killer Drone has already been invested, trying to cause a little bit more distress, trying to push a little bit further forward. Envy, Washi, able to combine for 3 more. It's just down to Dad, perhaps, to maybe try to stop this B push from happening, but he's unable to come up with much of anything at all. Hunter Killer Drone has now been invested for Inko. Can they find the space provided off of that? The answer is yes, but not before Luminosity have already captured themselves the A control zone, added 60 seconds, and they have a segment at B.
Look at Washi there, Annihilator in hand, finds the kill onto Dermrick, immediately tries to find some more damage with it, misses the second shot, doesn't matter too much. Big gonna be there to help him out, so no trouble over there. Band already here with the potential Purifier usage, and there you have it, I just called it. He bounces out of his hiding spot to immediately take some value off of his operator, takes kill onto Limbs, immediately tries to push for more, not gonna be possible. Leosera with his own operator at a distance takes that kill. Dad slowly but surely pushing onto Envy's back, takes that kill. Double for him. He knows that he's pushing, gets the assistance of Leosera. That's some great teamwork over there, but the lives are still not there. 15-11 in favor of LG, who continue to make the opponents sweat. Plenty of grenades gonna be used. Big with the kill, Envy with the use of that War Machine, and that's now double the lives in favor of LG. They are trying to close this one up as quickly as they can. Tech with a knock, Envy with the War Machine at a distance, and ladies and gentlemen, just like that, only 5 lives remain. Scratch that is gonna be now 4. There's near nothing that can be done at this point in favor of Inko, as Big once again gets inside of the objective. He's trying to distract the opponent somehow, some way. It doesn't matter too much at this time. Only one remains, that's Leosera, and my friends, that is going to be yet another round going in Luminosity's favor. Inko with the backs against the wall, try to go for the upset, but so far not looking likely no more.
You saw the turning of the page, right? I mean, Luminosity, they had themselves control over by the warehouse. They knew that they had a life advantage. Why not pull out the operators, either try to end it via the eliminations or guarantee it with the segments of progression? They chose, realistically, both. And now the ball is in Inko's court. What do you have to do to try to take this offensive round and try to at least push this to what could be potentially a round number 3? You have no operators. Luminosity aware of that. They open up with a Sparrow of all things, and they utilize it to try to get themselves in a position, but Vague up top with the stairs. R90 shotgun in hand will shut down any reinforcements for Inko, trying to get themselves inside of their own building. And now they're all from the outside looking in. Lives are just about even. 24 now plays up against 21 after that small little scrimmage. Luminosity not giving up much ground at all, but look out for Dad, player number 2 on the mini map there for Inko, trying to put themselves in a situation to maybe try to get themselves on a flank. But that would mean that your team has to find any semblance of control from the front. Vague shuts down 2. Lim's able to at least enter back with 2 of their own, but can you even get on towards the zone? The clock has been ticking all this time, now just down to 35 seconds.
Only 35 seconds. Once again, time is going to be a struggle for Inko. They managed to get inside, though. Leosera's going to be over there on Alpha, just waiting to find someone. Limbs with the opportunity to get forward, but there's 2 opponents in front of him. Has to be careful, and the push from Big was completely unexpected and managed to get a kill before getting taken down by Dad. Only 22 seconds left. They're trying to once again get control. It's just too difficult. Double for Wash. He gets knocked down by Lucasin. Lucasin with his own double kill over there, tries to survive and go for more. Triple there for Lucasin. Big just destroying 25 kills for Big himself. He likes to push, he likes to be in your face, finds that kill from the back into Leosera. Only 5 lives left. There's Leocine with the Annihilator finding a triple, but it's just not gonna be enough. They need plenty more kills, and only 4 lives remain trying to capture the objective. They got 2 players in, the Hunter Killer Drones on the air. That is probably gonna be an extra minute for them, but I'm not even sure if that's gonna be enough. There's 8 lives and 2 operators being used by the side of Luminosity. They take the 3rd one, but not too much value. The time is up. The kill is taken. A 3-0 for Control. A 2-1 will bring home the first victory in favor of Luminosity of the night.
Can't say that I'm too surprised by a kill. I mean, the way that the hard point completely unfolded, all of the slays were heavily in the favor of Luminosity. Not gonna lie, some of the strategies as far as map number 2 is concerned was a little strange. Did definitely feel like they were just running and trying to search for more gunfights, that they never left that Apocalypse hardpoint. That was a continuation going into the Crossroads, only allowing a total of 4, maybe if not 5 segments of progression for Inco. LG looking pretty damn clean as far as their opening series are concerned. But now we're rejoined. We got the full desk back up here in Spain. Lauren, how'd you feel about that first series?
I mean, that was a really exciting series. We'll get an opportunity to take a look back at some of the highlights here from the first match. I felt like the S&D was a really good indication of what Inco could potentially bring to the table here in the competition.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes down to it, that S&D, like me and Go were talking about, that had to have been Inco's strong suit, right? We knew that their S&D coming out from the Latin America region was going to be their strong suit. And you can see Luminosity, I mean, they wanted to come in and play a little bit of funsies as far as that slum search and destroy is concerned. Inco were here, it was all business. They won 7 in a row.
That's right. And, well, as you said it, no surprises over there for LG. But Inco needs to step it up as they take the first hit for themselves. You can get the stats over there. You are going to see some clean numbers on the side of LG. 27 for Bay, who was just shredding with that shotgun and with the map as such. It's just so important for you to be so fast. He definitely was across the entirety of that game.
Yeah, Lucasin went 25 and 12, and they lost that map 3-0. If it really goes to show, especially with what that tweet was talking about earlier, this is why we consider Lucasin to be one of the GOATs, one of the pillars of COD Mobile as far as a slayer, a player, an overall teammate, and just a great guy is concerned. He's up there putting down the kills. There was just no follow-up whatsoever.
Yeah, insane performance out of Lucasin, but we obviously have LG as the first win of the day, which means we have an interview with FDOT, and I believe Tectonic standing by to give us a few words.
That's right, Glitter. We're here with Tectonic. Good to see you, my man. Congratulations on the quick win. Great way to start off the tournament. How you feeling?
Feeling good for the most part. We played kind of their game in the S&D, but the respawns was all us.
So last time we had you on the SPS stage, you weren't actually in the server. You had the rest of the squad. I don't need to know how the sausage is made, so to speak, but are you happy to be back on the field right now?
Oh yeah, of course. It's always great to play. Stage 4 was kind of the decision. Like, we need faster pacing, so we brought in Marshy, and I've kind of changed my play style since.
Heck yeah. Are we going to be? Is this a rotating squad, or is this the team that's going to play all weekend?
I believe this is the team you'll see all weekend because I think this is the best roster.
Hell yeah, man. Real quick, I want to get into Inca. They brought you to a third game set. Very, very cool. Twitter, we showed up. You and Lucasin. Is that a real rivalry? What are we talking about here?
It's no rivalry. He's the best player in the game. You give credit where credit's due.
Real, recognize real. I always appreciate that. Tectonic, thank you, and good luck in the rest.
Thank you.
All right, sounding very confident for himself after a nice way to kick off the weekend. But anybody at home who's an Inco fan, don't worry. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We still have so many more matches in store, and they still have an opportunity to continue right through. It is a Swiss format for this bracket kill, so can't count them out yet.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't count them out. They still got a long way to go in their way to try to move on to day number 2. So you cannot miss out on them. Yes, they took a hit, but that doesn't matter that they are gone. That doesn't matter that they are dead. That only matters that they will try to redeem as per usual. We've seen Inco incredible playstyle on Search and Destroy. That's going to be important to whoever they're going to be facing next.
Yeah, definitely an opportunity for some of those teams to take some notes after what they saw on our main stage there. And also at home, if you're wondering what's going on with like the rest of our matches, don't forget we also have B, C, and D streams that you can be checking out. We periodically throw those links up so you can keep up with all of the action that's happening in the pit. But speaking of the pit, I do want to take a second to check back in with Shift and see what updates he has for us.
Hey there, everyone. Yeah, okay, timing is perfect because everything is now wrapped up as, this is a big one, TLE, LATAM's #1 team, just dropped to SPG, Standpoint Gaming, the #3 seed out of China that really I don't think anyone was expecting to see too much out of, but they 2-0'd them. So really convincing stuff there and a lot of hope, I think, for those that are rooting for the East. Small update as, again, we were kind of on upset watch for potentially how Tribe maybe missed out on the veto process when they were playing up against Powerhouse. Yeah, tight opening Summit hardpoint, but the Express much more comfortable for Tribe. They were able to take a 7-3 win. In particular, Rehan and Estug, the 2 new guys on that Tribe roster look particularly good. So maybe something to look at for Tribe in the future if their Search and Destroy continues to be that polished. Other updates, Q9, no real worries whatsoever against Vitality. Mentioned that they were able to beat them down in the takeoff, 251-14. They took that series 2-0 with a 7-4 on Meltdown. So Swiss round one, at least part one of round one, is now done with a couple of things that are super interesting, but I will say, do not miss what's coming up, because at the end of this round one, there will be some major upsets. So make sure you're checking out all those other streams that are happening to cover the B, C, and D stream matches here at the Tournament Pit. We've got a lot of interesting things happening at the backside of this break, so don't go far. More Call of Duty Mobile World Championships right after this.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta, and things have kicked off. The competition is going, and it was LG on the main stage who take home the first match of the day. Don't worry, we've got loads more in store. It's going to be a very exciting weekend, and we're going to be with you guys the entire time. Glitter Explosion, Proper, and Gil on the desk as we take a look at our beautiful, beautiful stage for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. Lots of money on the line. It's going to be a really, really fun time. Thank you so much for joining us. We're excited to get back into it as we take a look at our second matchup of the day. Before we do that, I want to get a couple brief reactions on the outcome of the first match in case anybody missed it.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to lie. As far as an outcome is concerned, I feel like that if you're North America, you might be slightly upset at LG that it wasn't a 2-0. That Slum Search and Destroy was a little bit of an eye-opener, considering they won the first round, and then they lost the preceding 7. But if you're a fan of LatAm, I mean, if you get Vamos in the chat, then yeah, you're absolutely happy that you got to see at least LatAm fight back for a map, but the respawns were definitely lack, for a better term, not that great.
That's right. And now we're moving on to what's next. And what's next, you may be asking. That is going to be one of the team's kings. Highlights that you get in front of you. The team from Europe that managed to be above the rest, doing a great job at qualifying in here. This is a team that you can't sleep on. And of course, the side of Kings is trying to redeem themselves from what happened last year, because for Europe specifically, it was just not pretty what we witnessed.
And we're getting an opportunity here to take a look back at some of their moments heading into this weekend from this past season. Obviously, Kings on one side of the competition, who will be facing off against Wolves. We'll be seeing some highlights from them as well, but while we get to watch these in the background, I want to hear your thoughts on both teams and one or the other, whatever your choice is here, Proper.
Well, Kings, look, realistically, like Gil was already pointing at, Europe, as far as Worlds 22 was concerned, not great, not even a little bit whatsoever. You are the #1 team from Europe, and at the end of this entire weekend, you better put your entire region on the map. The best of the best for a reason. You have to ice up when it matters going up against China, respectfully.
And then on the flip side, like I said, we have Wolves, some moments from their run last year at World Championship as well. Give me your thoughts on Wolves.
I mean, Wolves, look, they finished 4th last year at Worlds 22. This was the team that actually beat Tribe, and they never realistically got to bounce back as far as that lower bracket matchup is concerned. They are nasty, and realistically, as far as returning members are concerned, this is probably one of the rosters that will see a lot of consistency as far as names are concerned. #1 control team in China, #2 overall. They're looking to make a statement here again.
Yeah, and it's going to be real important for the side of Wolves to try to provide what we saw that got them that top 4 spot. This Chinese team that has been historically, you said it, one of the best across his region. So in here, as they face off against Kings, I'm intrigued how they'll do. It's going to be a best of 3. I'm going to be saying that a lot because it's important to see how these teams just adapt to the fact that vetoes are way different than what you may see on a best of 5. It is way different how you have to approach these interactions. And as we are done with the highlights, we are going to take a look onto the roster of the team. There you have Sai, Peggy, King, Nian alongside with King.
All right, got the Wolves roster here. Taking a look at them, like you said, they had a solid run last time around, so they are not unfamiliar with the stage that they will be playing, with the pressure that kind of comes with the entire World Championship event. It'll be interesting to see how they can do up against Kings. I feel like we stacked the beginning of these matches on the main stage here, Proper, because we are just coming out swinging with the intensity of the matchups.
Yeah, I mean, look, realistically, if you're walking around DreamHack, you want to see some bangers. Look, as an analyst and an overall COD enthusiast, I'm right there with you. I also want to see some bangers. And this one's definitely going to deliver on all of that, plus a little bit of extra. Again, Wolves, as far as a roster is concerned, 4 players are returning from last year, both King, Jing, Zai, and Neon. As you have them on your screen right now, getting hydrated, getting ready for this matchup. They're going to get tested for sure. That's so long as Kings did their homework and did their pants properly.
This is one of my favorite moments when you get a chance to kind of see how the players are getting themselves settled in. What, I don't know if you want to call them strategies or maybe superstitions or comfort situations that they put themselves in. am seeing significantly less pillows here this time around, Gil.
I'm surprised. I'm honestly surprised. I feel like pillow gives you like 10% accuracy or something like that. It's just crazy.
It has to.
And not to see them with it, it's weird. I think it might be the fact that we saw people with double pillowing on the previous match.
Right,
They stole them
right.
away from Kings, that from Kings and Wolves. I think that's my take.
So if it gives you 10% accuracy, double is 20. Do you want to go like full bore, like 3 pillows? Is that too many? How many pillows is too many pillows, Gil? I need to know.
That's a great question. I mean, I guess it depends on how you like to play it. I'd say like 2. You're great at 3. You might be overdoing it. You know, it may cause
I'd be building an entire pillow fort on that stage for sure. Maximum comfort.
It would throw off your equilibrium, but we've got our picks and bans coming through here. That map veto popping in. Our first one is the Summit Hardpoint. Gil, give me your thoughts.
It's gonna be really, really important for Kings to be as fast as they can. I think, I don't quite remember the name, but one of the players also likes to play with a shotgun, and Summit Hardpoint is definitely one that you may be able to see something like that. Then as we would move on to Search and Destroy, we are going to get to see Express, which I'm quite surprised. I was not expecting to see something like that, but I am happy. Why, you may ask? Because I always like to see train kills, if I'm being honest with you. I know that doesn't happen too often, but I just hope it does, because it's always funny.
Another firing range?
I know you're dancing right now. You're dancing right now. You're so excited.
Both Lauren and I literally coming into this entire weekend, we were like, how many firing ranges are we going to get? We were now back-to-back best of 3s on main stage. No firing range whatsoever. And I got to say, if there's one thing that does jump off the page for me, it has to be the Summit Hardpoint, the map #1. Funnily enough, when both Shift and I were doing our notes, we were sitting down there at the ground floor of the hotel. We were sitting there, and a lot of players were coming up to us, and a lot of the individuals for Kings were just like, no, we're going to ego chow them on Summit. This is Wolves' one of, if not their best hardpoint across the entirety of the region. They love their scrappy hardpoint maps, Lauren. You better hope that if you are Kings, that ego chow does go in your favor. You do not want to be 0-1 down versus any team from China.
There's not a lot of time for these teams to come back either. Like you mentioned, Gil, this is the best of 3, so these can go by quickly if they are not on top of their game. But chat, you saw it pop up a little bit earlier. Want to hear from you as well. Let us know who you think's taking home match #2 on the main stage. Obviously, we've got lots going on in our BC and D streams as well. But I want to hear your opinions at home on which team's taking home match #2. I'm going to ask the casters the same thing, and we'll be doing it all day, just for a little added twist. All right, now, Proper, what are your vibes on this matchup? How's it going to go?
I mean, I got to go with Kings. I mean, like, the confidence and Augusta that they came up to tell me that they're going to ego chow on Summit, and they actually are going to deliver on it. Now I better hope that they can, well, put the gunny on the map and where their mouth is.
Gil?
Okay, I feel like there's a chance for both. I think what the Proper mention is going to be really, really important. The hard point is going to be huge for the side of Kings. They got to make sure they take it, because the S&D, I have my doubts on the side of Kings. I got to say that Wolves has a really, really clean, a really solid performance of Search and Destroy. But now, let's not speculate no more. Let's go straight into the action. We say goodbye to Glitter as we say hi to the players. And ladies and gentlemen, that's how we begin match #2 of the day, of the weekend. This is gonna be Kings and the side of Wolves facing each other, trying to see who's gonna be the one to take the right step into tonight's weekend.
Look, Kings, as far as Summit Hardpoint is concerned, across the region, 1 and 2. Not exactly something to be impressed with, maybe not exactly something to write home about. Wolves on the other side, in at least the past month, if not more than that, have played Summit Hardpoint 11 times. They are 9 and 2 on this map mode combination, so you better hope that you can really stick to your guns and take this map #1 and potentially the rest of the series. P1, rather scrappy, before we have to really take a look at that server hardpoint for P2. That is realistically where you're going to see a lot of discrepancy as far as time is concerned, and then the money hills for 3 and 4. We'll talk about it when we get there. Kings trying to set themselves up for that rotation early. Hunter Killer Drone already invested, trying to get a little bit more space to try to push a little bit further forward. Marvel can't really take much of it at all. And it's Wolves that at least are walking away with the kills, but Kings currently have the setup for new.
Trying to play as a pack, but the Kings are doing a great job at sitting on the throne. There you got Negan getting taken out by the opponent's Grease, doing a great job. Double kill for himself, immediately looking for the triple. Does not find it, but doesn't matter too much now. Get the felt the assistance of Spy. Spy's dead, but he's not. Oh, now he is. Double kill there for Pig. Doing a great job now, but immediately with the retake, there's a raid. I like the way that Kings are playing, but Wolves are not too far behind. Only losing by about 10 seconds is not going to be the end of the world for the Chinese team as they are trying to retake control their side already with double digits.
Now we go to a rotation over towards B3. This is where your point comes into earlier, where shotguns, R9O specifically, can really come out to play. But you have to be rather careful. You can see Kings on the mini-map already trying to play for those rotations towards new. Wolves more than aware of it. 3 seconds until we will rotate over towards that P3, and nobody was watching the ski lift push over on the bottom side of the map, but now you might find yourself in a little bit of a predicament. Spawn trap potentially. King still spawning in towards the back. Wolves from the outside looking in, having players inside of the hardpoint itself. King able to take down one, immediately traded off, but the numbers, thanks to Zai and Neon, able to at least take down a handful of more. Still got players in towards the back, by the way, and I don't know if Wolves were more than aware of that, as they're still trying to influence the spawns to get closer in to reinforce this hard point. But here comes the spawn trap kill. You can see at least one player does spawn out for Kings, but it's Wolves racking up that time.
My goodness, these two are just on a face of trying to get the spawns in there. Wolves takes the better end of the stick, and with still 20 seconds left in the usage of that gravity vortex, this is going to be way too difficult for Kings to try to get inside, and they know it. They will begin to move out now soon. And Marvel just patiently waiting to take a few kills, only gets one, gets taken down, but the spawns are there for them. So Kings not gonna have a pretty scenario on point number 2, but as we rotate to the next one, it's gonna be huge to unleash the beast, ladies and gentlemen. We also thank our sponsor over there, MonsterEnergy.com. You can get yourself a drink, and now we are gonna begin with point number 3 proper. Let's see how they manage to defend as we see the double and nearly a triple there with the use of the Purifier. 2 more operators will be used, and Kings, they want to get as many seconds in as they can.
Right, investing the Sparrow, able to at least find 2. Equalizer being pulled out there as well by Grizz. Trying to get himself at least that angle of attack. Look, this is the difference in between Kings P3 to P4. They're investing operators to make sure they don't get broken up, and so at least they can anchor out the spawns. They're already doing a great job at that. Marvel, he is up to 19 eliminations already through 3 hard points here on Summit. That's just how scrappy it is. He's leading the entire lobby. Down to scrap time, let the fight over. Wolves have some semblance of numbers over by the right side of the mini-map, but so close spawns, so reinforcement for Kings, looking for the last 10 seconds within the first set of hard points. Just about a dead even game, honestly. Unless Wolves have anything to say about it for those last 5 seconds, they potentially will get the last lap. That'll put them at 100 points, but not really a massive lead to speak of going in towards the second set.
Yeah, it's gonna be just this all game long, I'm sure of that. Look at that, another 3-piece for the team as a whole. Wolves doing a great job of getting the initial hold of the P1 reset, but not for too long after. There's gonna be King players trying to fight back. 50 seconds left. We have Sai from above trying to control, not gonna be possible. We have here a lot of push-up from the side of Kings. They get back control, 40 seconds left. The use of a few score streaks as well as Grizz takes that kill onto side at a distance. King trying to control, but what are you trying to control, buddy? There's no one on your side actually inside of that hill. They finally get another breakthrough. And X-King trying to survive not for too long, will bite the dust. His ally tries to do exactly the same, and they are gonna do it once more. You don't get more than, I want to say, like 20 seconds lead for any of these two. The level that they both are showing is tremendous, and I do gotta add, I like the way the Kings are playing. They struggled last year across the entirety of Europe, and tonight, they're on the right foot.
Absolutely the case. Kings looking to at least make sure that their hardpoint has been rectified ever since, at least for Europe's Snapdragon Pro Series. But I mean, hey, they're making a pretty strong argument for it. Keep in mind, the 2 hardpoint maps that they actually lost throughout the entirety of Europe was on this map mode combination. You'd have to reckon that this is immediately where their focus would come to. Otherwise, they wouldn't have came up to us and said that they're eco-jumping Wolves on Summit hardpoint of all different places. Pulling out the claw now is Safe, trying to get himself back in towards the bottom of P2. All of the kills just erupting in Kings' favor. 35 seconds left to fight for here as far as P2 is concerned, but Kings, once again, they're trying to get away with the highway robbery, trying to get themselves control over by P2, trying to play for the P3 spawns. What one player has slipped the net? How much influence second would be towards the spawns. Not so much whatsoever, but they're still finding kills are Wolves. They still have operators in their back pocket that they can start to invest in. It's Kings that have been investing a decent amount of not only streaks, but also operators to make sure that they walk away with the majority of that P2 time. Wolves are doing it the hard way via the kills, getting the gunnies out on the map, trying to keep all of Kings at bay, and now they're trying to wipe the slate clean of what happened in the first set. They don't want to have Kings spawning too close towards P3. They completely clean them out from the backside of the P3 area. Now they can get the setup that they're looking for here at New with the lead to boot.
They made it. They finally made it on the side of Wolves. They got the spawns, but let's see for how long, because Kings immediately pushes with so much aggression. They have Nian with a War Machine, but surprise, surprise, buddy, they're already behind you. That's gonna be a kill for him, but still gets knocked out. We're gonna get Says bouncing inside, getting knocked out as well. Sai with the defense, with the standoff against the opponents here, with the Fennec running out of bullets, but still managing to survive alongside with his allies. There's gonna be Kings getting the control back into their hands. This is just such a back and forward. You don't get to see more than a few seconds control of each team. It's back and forward, It's like we're watching some sort of ping pong, because you cannot hold the ball for that long, seems like.
Still have so many players for Wolves trying to flood their way in. I mean, realistically, the biggest difference in between Kings getting, what would you feel like, maybe like 25 seconds off of P3, Wolves getting the other 30 or so, was because Kings had the initial spawns. Wolves had to hit through the hard point there at P3 just to get the close spawns. It's going to at least bring the lead down to 4. Kings again have players over towards rotation over on the right side of the map. But Wolves are so far past the 50-yard line that now Kings players are going to be starting to spawn in the middle of the map. So Wolves need to understand that they have the numbers, and they're starting to invest the operators as well. Claw in the hand here for Zai, trying to at least clear all through the snow path. He's up to 43 eliminations casually, by the way, just making sure that all of Kings are at bay, and they're going to be able to anchor out the spawns. Now they can focus towards the front. 30 seconds left to fight for here at the end of the second set.
The side of the pack smells some blood and immediately tries to go for the jugular, using, like you mentioned, plenty of operators, but that's still not going to be enough to take them out of the throne. Kings back into control, 15 seconds left. They definitely need those seconds. They're trying to make sure they get them. We're gonna see Peg trying to break through. Peg here with a Fennec, gonna go for that kill. Not gonna be possible. Marble managing to defend alongside with his allies. And ladies and gentlemen, we are once again going back into the P1 reset. King trying to go into his spot. He likes to be on those computers. Gets a kill, goes for the second. Not gonna be possible as Raid takes him out with that long shot. A headshot there from Peg as they get Grease inside of the heel. 29 kills so far for him. Gonna be knocked out as well. Bullets fly all across the board. There's nothing clear. I have no clue who could take this game off.
Nobody does. It is just about that even. I mean, realistically, the only team that's had themselves a massive lead would have been Wolves, and that massive lead has an asterisk. Yeah, it's about like 20 points or so, but look at the kills starting to go their way even further. They're able to get more time on P1. That forces King's hands. You know, they can't really play for the spawns. They can't always try to invest more numbers over towards the rotation, because they can't allow Wolves to get set up on P1 for this third set. They're able to at least bring this back down to about a 10-point game or so, but Wolves, they are on the better side of the map. They have the numbers. They're starting to push through inside of the fences there with the ground neon, letting them absolutely have it. Now you have to focus over towards New. One player has slipped the net. It's Grizz up top, trying to at least pinch these last few players for Wolves that are still lurking inside of P1, but he gets traded out. Still pinstripe kill feed to speak of. Now where you spawn up, if you are Grizz, trying to influence those spawns towards P3, but you cannot allow Wolves to get set up comfortably here at P2 because they can end the game.
About 15 points off. We're gonna get the Wolves trying to defend inside of the kill. There's gonna be X-King. Say's trying to get inside, takes that kill. They gotta make sure that they're going for that kill. That's exactly what they're doing. X-King just got a kill with a trophy system. That's so unfortunate. It just happens, buddy. It just happens. You're gonna have Nian trying to survive, and it manages to do so without War Machine. The pack only 22 points away from taking that point, taking this map. They're trying to do so. Kings tried to phase them off, and so far they're not too far behind, but still they're losing this game by 30. That's the biggest advantage we've seen so far. That could be all it takes. Side of Wolves about to take the victory home. There's the use of the Purifier, not gonna be enough. Oh, it is. Gets inside. Kings takes that kill. 7 seconds. That tastes like glory, and the side of Kings know it. They are trying to take him out. It's just not possible, and on top of that proper, they got the hill.
One player spawned in for Grizz, over by P3. The rotation towards New is required. Kings need to make sure that they play this damn near perfectly. Peggy is able to at least find 2. Isn't enough, though. You still have players for Kings spotting in towards the back, but Wolves have flushed them out.
No.
One player still lurking nearby. You have to get inside the time, but nowhere to be found. Wolves strike first here in the best of 3.
GG's, man. I love that game. That was just incredible on that side. Wolves take that victory. Not so comfortable as they may have liked, but they take it nonetheless. As we take a look onto the Kings players over there, trying to fist bump his partner, not gonna be possible. There you go. That is the winners of map number 1. Look at them, just cool, calm, and collected. They know that's not the end. They need one more. They now know that they have a huge upper hand as we move and start to think about that search and destroy.
That's the tango, isn't it? And that's why we were kind of questioning. You're just like, do you really want to ego chow them on Summit of all map mode combinations for the map number 1? We've already talked about it. It's a best of 3. You don't have a situation where you can realistically come back being down 0-1. If you end up going down 0-2, that's it. You're now in an 0-1 pool for the rest of the day. And the road to try to get towards that top 8 single elimination bracket becomes a little bit more treacherous. But here are the highlights coming through from this map number 1. It was an absolute banger. I will say this much as far as a score discrepancy is concerned, and just overall watching how Kings were playing through this map 1. Stark differences from the last time we saw them in their own region as far as competition is concerned, but you got to see the experience from Wolves through so many different sets of hardpoint skill. They were at least reading and understanding what Kings were looking for. Those close spawns for P3 and P4, they understood that they wanted to play for the future while P2 was still active, while there was about 25 seconds left inside P3. Not through the next set of hardpoints whatsoever. They found all the kills required, and they were forcing Kings to kind of flush themselves out and try to play for the kills inside the hardpoint, because at the end of the day, they were able to get inside that hardpoint convincingly, get all of the time. They had the leader's advantage. How about a casual 104 kills in between Zai and Peggy?
Right?
Zai was the one that was kind of jumping off the page for me while he was just really ripping him asunder as far as the claw is concerned, but 53 out from Peg as well. I mean, that is just absolutely ridiculous.
And I feel like I have to mention it. It was definitely a good effort on the side of Kings. You can notice that when it comes down to the kill-death ratio, there's a really, really good advantage in favor of Wolves, but their strategy was there. They tried their hardest, but those kills were just having too much of an impact. You cannot try to be inside of a hill if you're getting killed right time after time after time, just back to back. We saw that fight for the spawns. We saw the side of Kings try their hardest, but their hardest, at least on that hardpoint, was not enough. Now, search and destroy is gonna be interesting. We do not get to see firing range, which, you know, not bad, not bad. We are moving on to Express, which I'd say, like I said that the rounds of slums were fast. I'd say that on Express, that can be even faster. On Express, if I'm not mistaken, is the map that I've seen the fastest round, which was, I want to say 15 to 16 seconds on the side of LATAM. That's how fast these rounds can go by.
Look, if everybody goes through departures and arrivals and you have a tango down on the lower floors, like, yeah, no, yeah. It's a bloodbath in between, like, a lot of nades, the growls and bullet hose as well, and everything's basically made out of paper mache down there anyway.
Absolutely.
So it's going to be interesting. Again, if you are new as far as international competition is concerned, you didn't get to watch any CDFI, you don't really know much about China, Search and Destroy is their wheelhouse, per se.
It is, yeah.
And so that's where things get a little bit more interesting. That's where we have this entire narrative that it needs to be a good map set for Kings if they want to try to take this series. And starting off 0-1 means that your firing range needs to be just as decent, if not better, than Wolves on the other side of the screen. Wolves, through the past season of SBS, as well as CDFI, have played Express 5 times. 3-2 overall on that one. Kings, through the last season of SBS, have played Express once, and they lost it. So again, it's the same conversation that we had for Summit. You didn't have all the playtime in the world, but all of the preparation leading towards Worlds here in Atlanta You better hope that you did your homework, otherwise you got some explaining to do.
I don't know, man. I feel like he just got too greedy on the summit. I gotta say it. I don't know. I feel like that could have played differently on a different map, but unfortunately enough for them, that was just not the case. And now, as we move to Express, you mentioned it, the side of China, plenty of experience. They love this game mode, and we are gonna get to see as we begin game number 2, map number 2. And you said it, going down. There's the side of Kings. Not too sure where they want to go so far. I am quite surprised that they missed each other so much. I thought we were going to see more blood at the beginning, but it seems like, at least so far, no one's died yet.
You can almost hear a pin drop across all of Express, or I guess a train that might come racing by. But I hope you're not on those tracks when that bad boy comes through. Still all 5v5 across the board. Nobody has yet to drop. A lot of information perhaps to be traded. Spy is playing in a fantastic angle to try to overwatch this A bomb site. And you can see on the minimap, that's exactly where they're trying to at least get towards. Wolves still stuck inside of lockers, trying to get themselves control of this A bomb.
Okay, I like that kill from Raid. Try to go for the double, but Faye's gonna say no to that. The trade is there, 1 for 1. Bomb's on the ground though. Bomb was lost on the hands of Wolves. X-King tried to do it, but it was just not possible. And I still find it interesting how many Kings we got playing on this map. We got 7 in total, you know? You got a full-on team, and then 2 Kings on the other roster. One with a sniper. King from Wolves, just patiently waiting to take one at a distance. In the meantime, though, Peg managed to take control over that bomb and completely change the strategy, as it seems like they're rotating over towards Bravo.
Trying to get themselves over towards B. Over by Ticket is where that bomb site does lay down. Sniper in hand here for Neon. Not really finding much of anything whatsoever, but a little bit more of a bait play is anything. He's throwing out warning shots over by the other side of the catwalk as well. So now with the bomb being planted, you feel like this is going to be your best opportunity if you are Wolves. Peg's going to be able to at least take down one. Numbers now favoring that of the offense, only losing 1 along the way. Now in a 1v4 retake. Good luck, have fun. And it's going to be the pistol in the hand there for Neon. Was the bait player. He was just baiting you, thinking it was going towards that bomb site the entire time. Wonderfully done by Wolves, I will say that much, after losing the first blood and then flipping the map.
Yeah, I gotta say that the side of Kings read them really, really effectively at the beginning of the round, but Wolves managed to just shake things up right about enough. There's plenty of nades and a double for Sayo to the Kings. That's 4 kills now. Only 6 remaining, ladies and gentlemen. Pure destruction. And the first kill of the round for Kings. Not gonna be enough as Nian takes that one home. And that's exactly what we were talking about. Fast rounds, fast map. It is going to be like that, and a 2-0 lead in favor of China, in favor of Wolves.
Oh, yeah. You try to go down over towards elevators, 5v5. I don't care what weapons you have. If you don't shoot first, you will probably lose more lives. As it seems that's exactly what we might end up seeing. But the biggest issue for Kings, they only saw 1 player come through departures, and they don't have anybody over by catwalk whatsoever. That A-bomb site is so free, but they did lose at least 1 player. Neon is down. So if you're Kings, with the numbers, you're allowing this to go down. It's a 5v4 retake.
It's going to be interesting now. Bombs down. Ooh, a double kill for the side of the Wolves. That's going to be now a 3v3 side with the shotgun. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I love it. Let's see how much damage he can do with it. Marvel, patiently waiting to walk by, trying to strategize something. Only 25 seconds left. They got to be really, really careful in how they want to approach this on the side of Kings. Raid doing a little damage, finds the opportunity there. Not going to be enough. Side with the kill. Only 15 seconds left, and that's the clock ticking harder and harder, louder, ringing into the ears of Kings as pure chaos fills their bodies. Wolves are going to do it yet again. And I gotta say it, Wolves are being completely unpredictable. You cannot know exactly what they're gonna be doing next on these rounds.
And Kings on the other side are being extremely predictable. I gotta say, through 3 rounds so far, it's not looking too good. Again, it's a 1-4 split coming through here for Wolves. The biggest difference is that you already found the kill through the middle hallway, and now you need to start pushing through, but the kills over by elevator are that much more considerable. For Kings, they get the job done. No more bait plays across the map. Kings get themselves on the board.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really important to Wolves to avoid that sort of situations. I got to say, Kings repeated themselves, and it worked out. Why? Because Wolves decided to face them off, and they'll try to do it again. They're playing with the enemy's minds. They're trying to prevent any sort of success. Double for Grease, gets spotted from behind. That's a double now for Neon. Say he's gonna equalize these things. X-King with a knock onto his opponent, but he's completely on his own. The side of Kings, I thought was going to get surprised, but they adapted rather quickly to the way that Wolves was playing, and because of that, they got the upper hand on this round.
That's the biggest problem when you're trying to assault that B-bomb site. Your immediate focus is towards the front, where Neon was able to at least find those 2 kills, but the last 2 players for Kings, well, they were essentially through the middle of the map and trying to defend over by A. Stuns to at least come through. Check the B-bomb. Nobody's here. Where could he possibly be? Well, you're not getting shot in the rear end, so realistically, there is only one place that he can be, and that is over by the A-bomb site. Xing, gonna be able to at least plant the rock here. Where does he choose to go here in the post-plant situation, knowing that he's in a numbers disadvantage?
Let's see, though. 40 seconds. Xing with a bomb plan. Less than 40 seconds, which means he can try to manage that time as great as he can. So far, he's gotten 4 kills, which is not a bad number whatsoever. But let's see if he can increase that at least a couple more so he can bring home yet another point in favor of the pack. 20 seconds left. The side of Kings took forever to get there. They finally done it, but let's see if there's enough time. There he's gonna find 2, gets the kill, goes for the double. Not gonna be enough. 10 seconds left, and that's more than enough. Kings can breathe once again. I gotta question their methods, but I cannot question the results.
No, you cannot question the results, as they're able to win at least 2 rounds in a row through 5 rounds worth of play. 1 more round, and we will swap sides, and we'll see Kings on offense. But that's numbers in a nutshell. In a 2v1, you just have so many different corners that you need to check when it comes down to Terminal, or to Express, excuse me. So, last offensive round here for Wolves. They're taking this through the main hallway, and while Kings, realistically, they're prepared for this. They have so many numbers down by the elevator staircase. It's going to come through from the trades. 1 for 2 as the round starts to develop. Spy is at least going to find Xing just lurking inside of one of the hallways. And it's a 3v3 across the map. Still bomb being carried by King. In the world, you got to feel, is their oyster lurking over towards A. They're at least splitting the defense up.
I feel like the side of Kings are causing some sort of discomfort on the side of Wolves. They were playing quite clean at the beginning, but right now they are not playing bad, but it seems like they're just not sure anymore as to what the right path might be. That being said, we're going to get a great kill for Peg. Not going to be enough, though, as he is left alone by Marvel's hands. With a sniper shot at a distance, will try to get revenge for his ally. Not going to be possible. Marvel, with a clean kill, will make it even. As we flip spawns, that's 3 for each team. And proper. I like it. I dig it. You know, it seems like Kings, they are doing a great job at it. Just strategizing even before we started these maps.
3-3 again, you have to win by 2. It is first to 7, and the offense for Kings is underway, but immediately just stuffed by Wolves on defense, getting themselves controlled through the middle of the entire of the map. And they still have players looking over towards A. Realistically, if you are Wolves, through that opening scrimmage, going 1 for 2, and you have control of both bombs, you know where they're located at. There's still a lot of time left on the clock, sure, but as long as you split the numbers that you have, you should be able to defend, you would think.
At least in paper, that's what I would say as well, but let's see though. So far, Sage just patiently waiting for the call of his allies as to where to go. There's not a clear path, at least yet. You're gonna see Marvel once again just being quite aggressive. You're gonna see him there with the Locust just set to get a kill or 2 at a distance. Neon trying to do the same with his own weapon, with his own Locust. So far, Kings taking their time. Still got 50 seconds, so plenty of time to play with. They got to be cautious, though.
You feel like you need a pick here, though, don't you? I mean, like, you don't have the numbers. You have at least one player for Marvel. He's pushed all the way over by the A-bomb site. But this play itself has developed, and it's taken about a whole minute. What has Wolves done in response? They've given up. They're fine with playing the retake here.
Seems like it. Look at that. They are just patiently defending Bravo. They know that they're probably not coming there, but just in case, they're gonna wait a few extra seconds at a distance. There's still Kings waiting with his own weapon, with his own Locust. There you have it. You can see it in the middle of your screen. What did Side do? What happened?
I don't know, but at least he wanted to make things even as far as Kings are concerned. Now 3v3 in a post plant. Takes about 7.5 to be able to get that defuse all the way through. And you have allowed Wolves to just kind of waltz his way inside of lockers. How has Jing done this? Last player up in the control. Marvel's though at least able to find two, struggling to find the kill. To the boxing mitts, is able to punch him out. And now you have the defuse clean as day. What was started off what should have been a very easy retake, 4v3, forced out the 3v3, and we just ended in a Wolves round being won. It was very anticlimactic, but it was fun.
Yeah, the anxiety that was going through their minds, I can only imagine. A full mag of the Fennec was just not enough for him to take that kill. He had to take out those gloves. And with a knock to the chin, it takes that kill. Marvel, though, takes the first blood. Marvel looking for more, not going to be possible. Gets taken down by Peg. 1-for-1 trade does not mean nothing but the fact that Wolves still slightly far ahead, which has been the case throughout the entirety of this match. You know, it happened on hard points so far. It's been happening on Search and Destroy. Kings has to find a way to actually get an advantage and not get away from it.
1-for-2 trade. Now down to 1 minute 20 left inside the round. A well-placed nade in the Spy's lap will allow Wolves to at least have the numbers advantage on defense again. And it's kind of a rinse, wash, repeat again. It's a 4v3 on the map. You have at least a check over towards the A-bomb, and two players for Wolves are lurking over by B, so you already know that you have bomb site control. So what do you do if you are a King? Stack up together. Now through arrivals, trying to push on, and they at least catch one player lacking. Jing is now out of the round itself, up to Neon. He's got a sniper, trying to at least rectify the issue that was this B defense, but all of Kings just show up. They find the kills required. Now it's all up to Peg and a 1v3.
That's right, 40 seconds does not matter as the bomb is, barely down. Peg takes that kill, does a lot of damage onto Grizz, and immediately tries to capitalize on that damage, goes immediately for the double and takes it home. That is the perfect scenario for the Wolves player as, yeah, the bomb was down, but this is now a 1v1, no longer 1v3. So that's definitely what he wanted. Now 20 seconds left. What are you going to do? You want to push forward? You want to do it now? You want to do it later? We've seen the side of Kings being late to the party, trying to juke them out, tries to bait him out of his spot. What was that? Gets taken down by Peg. That's a 1v3 clutch bomb defusal, and they are even further ahead on the side of Wolves.
I'm not going to lie, Wolves are making me feel some type of way as far as their retakes are concerned. That is just insane. Again, you found the two kills around the stairs and through the hallways.
Right.
That's bomb. You know he has to be around Ticket. He has to be in a position to at least check that bomb. And by proxy, checking through Ticket, that's exactly where he was located at. Wolves, now with a 2-round lead, can get themselves closer towards the 2-0 here versus Kings. Kings need an answer. Their offense has not really been anything to write home about whatsoever. Wolves have won the 2 rounds on this side so far. Players pushing in over by the staircase. Says will be reconnecting, but I think that was supposed to be his partner in crime trying to get themselves over towards that B-bomb site. And well, you can tell by the camera, my voice has not worked out. It's a 3v5.
That's right, another round that's looking pretty quite good for the side of Wolves as they take yet another kill. Now onto Marvel. Raiden says remain. I'm not too sure there's going to be enough. The bombs on the ground, the side of Wolves know it. They're trying to go around, trying to surprise someone, trying to see if they can get another kill. Look at Peg, he's completely confident onto himself. Here Says is clearly surrounded, but he doesn't know it quite yet. No kills for the side of Kings. And look at Raid to the ground. Says alone, ladies and gentlemen. This is just not looking pretty for the European team as they have the backs against the wall. They are in a tremendously bad spot. Wolves, they're doing what they wanted with their opponents.
Yeah, sure are. Now 1 round away are Wolves from the 2-0 and a 1-0 in Swiss. And the offense from Kings now actually going to be a full frontal assault over towards A. Stuns, flashes, everything going inside of lockers. The Wolves have read this. They've completely expected it. Spy is able to at least open up with 2. It's a 3-for-1 trade favoring that of Kings. Finally, Gil, They have numbers advantage, but they didn't clear top server. Sai's looking to make a play.
Oh, double kill there for Sai. That was a great positioning for him immediately. Trying to find a third one, and he's in front of a triple kill for Sai. Has to reload, doesn't matter too much as he knows that the enemy's over there. That's a quadra around in a match in favor of Wolves Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, what is with Wolves and the retakes proper? You mentioned it yourself. That happened, what, 3, 4 times so far that game? That was incredible performance. They got eyes in their veins, and they managed to take the 2-0 win.
That was stupid. There's literally no reason. It was 3-3 at the half. Wolves get on defense, and they said, hold my apple juice. I will just completely retake every single bomb site. They're opening skirmishes every single time besides that final round number 10. They got first blood. They had themselves the numbers advantage, you felt like, from the get-go, but still, when push came to shove, when those 4v3s, Wolves just completely concede so much space and allow Kings to make the mistakes. But Wolves, I gotta say, this is why we put a big old magnifying glass over China as a region. Their S&D is nuts.
Now we get to see a few of the best moments in this game. It was pretty quick rounds all over the place, if I'm being honest. That was not that long of a game, besides from the fact that, like you mentioned, the side of Kings managed to take those 3 rounds. But outside of that, I just feel like there was something missing on their playstyle. Yeah, there was a few surprises here and there, but surprising was not enough. Why not try to be with things under control? That round was just wild. Getting a kill with the gloves and that interaction was just crazy. And, well, luckily enough, on that specific scenario, it worked out in favor of Wolves. We see that final play by Sai that took him the W against the opponents.
It was a 1v3, and then what realistically felt like a 1v4 to end all of Express on 2 different bomb sites. Absolutely electric stuff as we have these stats here concluding for you. Zai goes double positive. Nobody was surprised there with the amount of kills that he dropped inside of that opening map. 51 to be exact, 12 and 6 in total. 3 different players for Wolves going in double-digit territory, and not for a lack of trying. I mean, the kills were definitely there. It's just, again, the retakes. It's the manipulation of the map through all the different fixtures that Express has to offer, and teamwork was just at an all-time high for Wolves. Lauren, what a display.
I mean, you had mentioned it, obviously, heading into this match. There was the ego chow on the table. It did not go the way of Kings. So maybe we reassess the map choices next time?
You would think so, but that's now 2 maps, just like what Shift was telling us from the pit, that you should at least know the maps that a lot of these regions and players' teams like to play, and everybody's just like, nah, forget about it. We'll go ahead and take care of it. Sure. Worked out wonderfully, apparently.
Well, to be fair, Gil, they still have time left on the day to get some wins under the belt. Might be a little bit of a rougher road, but if I'm not mistaken, we should have FDOT standing by with one of our winners from Wolves ready to chat.
Does League Ops know what's happening? Okay. All right. Fantastic play here from the guys out of the Wolves. Things are looking pretty crazy. I think we are gonna figure things out real quick. So you know what? Glitter, my bad, back to you.
It's totally fine, FDOT. It's totally fine. Sometimes, once you win, you need to stay locked in, all right? Players might not be ready to have a chat just yet with FDOT. However, we can continue talking about the performance here. Now, while things are getting figured out, I want to hear your thoughts, Gil, on how it all went, and talk to me a little bit about the fact that there might be the necessity of a bounce back here.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really necessary for the side of Kings to try to, I feel like they try to get ahead of themselves by trying to outplay their opponents on their own ground. I think they got to take them to their own rules and be able to actually have a scenario where they're comfortable with what's going on. They don't necessarily have to always adapt to what the enemy is playing. If you make the enemies actually play by your own rules, I think that's going to be super, super important for us to figure out. So for now, we are going to get the teams.
Okay, so we clearly sound a little bit confused right now. I've got information to explain what is going on. In that last map, we did have a player DC. So it has been decided by League Ups that we're going to go ahead and replay it so that we have a fair result at the end of this matchup. So what we thought was a 2-0 will now reset back to a 1-0. We're going to go back to that S&D.
Is it going to be a full replay of the Search and Destroy? That's what I want to know.
When
regardless,
I have more
though,
information, I will disseminate it to you.
Just at the edge of my seat while I'm actually not sitting down, I'm standing. So I'm on my toes here, Glitter. All right, I need to know all the information. I need to know it's stat. But regardless of the matter, this should realistically, at least by definition, when it comes down to Search and Destroy, should at least give Kings an opportunity to be able to rectify some of the situations that they had in a handful of these rounds, perhaps to maybe try to understand what Wolves were throwing at them when they were trying to assault some of these bomb sites. Realistically, a lot of these opening rounds when Kings were on offense just were kind of decided in what, like the first 20 seconds or so when they found all the trades for Wolves. They had the numbers and map control soon follow, but yeah, a real good opportunity here for Kings to maybe try to bounce back and force map 3.
Yeah, it's not always that you get a second chance, and quote-unquote a second chance, you know, just trying to make things right. And of course, Kings, they're still going to be in an interesting scenario because this is still Wolves. This is still going to be S&D. So, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if this sort of shakeup will actually be enough. So, it seems like we may have gotten some news. So why don't you tell me about it, Laura?
All right, so we have a little bit more information. We are going back into that second game, but if I'm not mistaken, we will be starting with a score line of 5-2, as that's when the DC happened. So it's not the full reset like you were asking proper for the S&D. We're going back to the point where the DC happened and then picking up from there.
All right, so, I mean, Wolves still have themselves at least that advantage, that lead, if you will, but I think it's going to be extremely interesting to be able to see again, like Kings, a lot of their problems were on offense. Defense was at least being traded out. It was a 3-3 split at the end of everything, but be able to make things as even-Stevens as possible. You get the replay coming back in. The advantage, of course, still going to Wolves. There is going to be a lot to claw your way back from if you are Kings. Again, all of these different trials and tribulations as far as the Swiss bracket is concerned, cross-regional matchups. You might find yourself in the 0-1 Swiss play here soon.
Yeah, it's not a massive opportunity, but it is a workable opportunity if they're able to kind of figure out what went wrong in some of those earlier rounds and try to bring it back. It's still very close to the win for Wolves. They only need to close out 2 more, so they can still get this 2-0, but it at least opens the door a little bit. There's some light coming through the crack in the door there for Kingsgill.
Yeah, when you thought that everything was lost, like you mentioned, you see a little bit of light. You have to fight to try to go into that scenario where you get the best results possible. It's not easy. It's not going to be easy. It never will be in a Search and Destroy against the Chinese team, this time being Wolves. So I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued as to how much can Kings actually change in order to have a different outcome to what we've witnessed so far. So in this match number 2 of the night, you know, the Wolves gotta try to do it again, but Kings want a different result. King wants to take us to a game of control, a map number 3, in which case I feel like it could be a really, really standing point for Kings if they somehow manage to take it now their way on this S&D.
All right, well, while we're waiting for our players to get themselves reset into this replayed portion of the second game of this matchup, you guys are hanging out with us here at DreamHack Atlanta. Don't forget that there's loads to do in our Snapdragon Pro Series area outside of watching the competition. You can always stop by the pit. I've heard lots of yelling going on in the pit, so I'm sure we're seeing Shift is at least getting some insane action going on there as well. He can hear me. He's waving from a distance, and there's laser tag. We haven't even gotten a chance to check out the laser tag. I fully intend on decimating all of you in laser tag. I'm putting it out there.
I don't care about our 1v1, but I want to make sure that Alan doesn't go undefeated on the entire weekend. I will. It's not so much for me as it is for everybody attending DreamHack. We cannot allow Alan to have a bigger ego by the end of the weekend.
I mean, but on top of that, we've got all of the tech, we've got the charging stations, we've got this custom jersey area, which I need to get in on that early before things get too busy, right? Like, did you see how cool that looks, Go?
It's amazing. It's amazing. When I saw that on the socials, we can see the display. We can see the artists that are making that as we speak. It just looks amazing.
Like, it's literally custom. Like, they are hand graffiti
Look at that.
these
Look at that.
jerseys.
But winning Atlanta, look, you got to be able to take in all the yard. You already saw Tom talking about it earlier. Dot had everybody, really, I mean, I was real excited when we were walking towards our green room with all like the spray paint, the graffiti-esque style for all the logos and everything else included. That is the style that we have here as far as Atlanta is concerned. Again, if you have never been here, I definitely recommend it. It is artsy, to say the least.
And we're starting to see some of these graphics loaded in, and our players are slowly looking slightly more settled. We see their devices in hand. They are almost ready to go. And as I say it, let's get right back into it.
All right, here we go.
That's right, we are back into the game. This is going to be round number 9 and a 5-3 lead in favor of Wolves. There you have it. Sai finding that kill onto Radiant, immediately moving forward for more. It seems like the pack want to finish this one quickly once again, but only one single kill, quite of interesting. There you go, Sai with kill number 2. Sai with a lot of damage being dealt. The bomb is going to be planted, and it seems like Wolves are not here to mess around no more.
No, they are surely not.
Oh my God.
A little bit of a
That's
defense.
4.
I mean, you have to try to retake yourself. Zai still on his own slaying ways, and he will end up cleaning up just about everybody this side of the Mississippi. That is a fantastic take as far as a round is concerned. Now, Wolves once again 1 round away from the 2-0 win.
Somebody stop him. He's a monster. A true monster, one of his kind for the side of Wolves. King's gonna get kill number 1. Neon capitalizing. Spy with a triple kill now for himself, immediately pushing 4 more. There's the usage of that shotgun. The side of King still alive, but Spy is knocked to the ground with a sniper shot by Neon. That is gonna make it a 2v2, ladies and gentlemen. That was insane by Spy, but he's now knocked, and ladies and gentlemen, Riot is down. Neon looking that last kill, says the last hope remaining proper. They're fighting, they're trying, they're planting now the bomb on the side of Wolves, but I don't know, I feel like that light is fading.
Says 1v2. Good luck, have fun, maybe? They're isolated, so I mean, realistically, you can get back-to-back 1v1s. Neon already throws out an opening shot. He's stuck inside a ticket, though. Is able to take down King, so hold on a second. 1v1, 25 seconds left on the clock. Smoke will blossom out. He's going to start taking the challenge. It's a sniper versus an automatic weapon. You feel like the advantage should be here for Says, trying to flush him out from the area. The snipe doesn't come through. Says with the 1v2 in the retake. King stay alive.
Oh my goodness, that's amazing. That's a great way of doing it now in their favor. So that was quite an outcome that we just witnessed in there. Well, Kings showing that they are still having something to be done. So for now, well, we will get to see some more.
Have to remake the lobby, of course, as far as this one is concerned, just to make sure that everything is just about all square. Just getting confirmation there from League Ops as well as production. We will be remaking this one, but I'm not gonna lie. Look, when we got in towards that one, I'm pretty sure that Zai just wanted to make sure that he understands fully what happened as far as that summon hardpoint is concerned. In the continuation going through that map number 2, just about running at everybody that he possibly could find in his crosshairs, killing just about everybody in that round. But hey, look, you back a King into a corner, he will bite, or maybe that's a dog. I'm not too sure how it goes at this point, but still, King's at least able to answer back with a round respectfully from the 1v2. Definitely a sight for some sore eyes, I'm sure, if you're watching from Europe.
And I mean, we were talking about the clutch plays from the side of Wolves, but that last round was not too bad for the side of Kings. That was not too bad for Sace. He managed to get a kill and managed to make sure that everything was on his favor. So for now, this is still not over till it's over, is it?
No, it is not. As the lobby is going to be recreated. Thank you guys so much for staying with us. Oh, we're going to replay the whole search. Oh, well, that's some fresh information. So all these rounds were warm-up. And realistically, what that means, there's no funny business anymore. You have some really good insight for both these teams on how they want to try to approach these offensive rounds. The retakes for Wolves might be a little bit more speculated when it comes down to Kings. So very interesting development as it's continuously kind of leading towards Kings as this narrative is just building itself. It's just like Kings are starting to feel like they are out of it, but not anymore. The slate is completely wiped clean. Gonna have a full replay of this Express map number 2.
And I mean, Kings are, I feel like they haven't changed their strategy that much on what we saw on this, what we are calling war map rounds. So it's gonna be interesting for me to see something like that repeat itself.
Well, while we have this completely being remade on the main stage, gotta throw it down to Shift to see how things are going down there in the pit. Alan, talk to me.
Things are going great. I'll just say that much. It feels like we're back in the old Call of Duty days. We had a lot of people were here just a moment ago because there's been a lot of electricity all across, a lot of matches that are still happening. But there is one game that has finished. And I'm not sure if we can label one team in this matchup as a favorite over the other, but Japan's only squad in Volt has taken down Exclusive, EU's number 2 seed. Exclusive I thought was looking pretty solid. And again, not really knowing much about Volt outside of what they did at CDFI, it's hard to know how good they were going to be. Were they able to replicate what Scars did last year? And it looks like we're starting to get a little bit of our answer. The Arsenal hardpoint, 250, 238, 3 different players dropping 40 bombs, minute 30 plus across the hill for a lot of the players, and then a 7-5 on the Meltdown, Search, and Destroy with a couple of 1v1s at the end. So not only are Volt out here gunning, they're also icing up and coming up clutch when they need to the most. So keep an eye on Japan. They're starting off 1-0, where Exclusive will drop to that 0-1 side of the bracket. Other updates, though, across the rest of the games. Godlike and Kadredra are currently still playing. It was a very lopsided opening first map in favor of Garena's squad, but a 10-8, tons of overtimes going through on firing range. And interestingly enough, Team Mayhem down 0-1 to Loops. I called it on Twitter. If Loops were to win that matchup, they need to do it in 2. They're on the D stream, currently playing Firing Range, Search, and Destroy. So all those streams are there. Make sure you open up multiple tabs if you're there at home, because I think we're going to have a couple of upsets here in this first round of Swiss action here in the pit. Back to you guys to the desk.
Thank you so much, Alan. As you see here on your screen, just everywhere where you can find all of those matches, so make sure you keep a tab open because there is a lot of Call of Duty Mobile to watch on this beautiful, beautiful Friday. Started off here with 16 teams, obviously international across the board. There can only be 8 that make their way in towards that single elimination bracket. And as Dot talked about at the top of the show, there can only be one with the lion's share of the prize pool. Just getting ourselves closer towards this lobby remake as far as this Express Search and Destroy is concerned. So if you've been watching this entire time and you watched all of those rounds being played, forget about it. It's a completely remade lobby, map number 2, just about to restart here, Gil. We're gonna have to see what these 2 teams look like on Express. I'm forgetting everything. I forgot everything.
Like it never happened. It feels like it never happened. We were just in a fever dream. We finally woken up and we see these 10 players getting ready for the action on this Search and Destroy on Express. So with a clear set of mind, we're gonna begin this game up in just a minute, so do not worry about it. We are gearing towards the action of this second map. Express, we've said it before, is an interesting one because if the cards are played right, you might be over. We could have like 3 rounds being over in the span of a minute. Like no questions asked. That's how fast it can and could go between these 2. Will Wolves try to shake them off round after round? They're gonna be like, you know what? I can phase them off to their own games. They're constantly doing the same, so why don't I go ahead, play by the rules, and show them how it's done?
Only time will tell. We are getting ourselves closer and closer towards this lobby. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Of course, it is a beautiful day to be here in Hotlanta, let me tell you. A lot of good things going across DreamHack, a lot of good activities, a lot of beautiful people as far as this entire weekend is concerned. So come on, stop by, say hello. If you're inside the chat, let us know how annoyed you are with our voices at this point. So, Express Search and Destroy about to be kicking off yet again, and as we were already talking about when we assumed that this entire series was over, is that this is a big proving point for Kings. Look, either you're going to play map mode combinations that you didn't look great on, especially for recency in the last season of SPS, or all of that homework is going to accumulate into you taking down one of the best teams from China. Again, it's very tough to do when it comes down to facing a team from China in Search and Destroy alone, let alone when it comes down to Wolves, who on Express have been looking pretty damn good.
And as we got info from Alan, I think it goes beyond just King's Way, but also Europe as a whole. They are now trying to prevent what happened last year, which is Europe just struggling against everybody. Bolt took it home, 2-0 against Exclusive. Now Kings have the opportunity to try to prevent that from happening, to try to change things up. And as you mentioned, to try to take down arguably the best team in China, which is Wolves in here. But it's a tough mission when it's Search and Destroy. It would always be. But although it's difficult, it's just not impossible. They've taken quite a few rounds for them, and they can try to actually show us something really, really important in here, which is that Europe are capable of fighting against the best of the best. That they're not only the best on their own regions, but that actually worldwide is where they can show us so much.
Would be quite a statement if Kings do lose, not only to Wolves, but in the opening round, they are literally the #1 team coming out from Europe. Again, Exclusive being the #2 team out of Europe. Only time will tell to see how things might shake up once we get to that single elimination bracket. Graphics on the screen. So surely that means that we're about to be getting into the map #2, and that just makes me real giddy in my kicks. So, Express Search and Destroy, again, we have shaped it up as many times as we possibly could. It is going to come down to this. Again, Crossroads Strike is the control map #3, should Kings win it. If you're just now joining us, Wolves were able to take that map #1 on Summit, 250 to 203. It was very close, but without further ado, let's get underway inside of this Search and Destroy. Not too sure what the score on top of all of that means, but Wolves have themselves a 2-round lead, so we will cast that as it is.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. First blood, once again in favor of Wolves. The Kings is now planting the bomb at a distance. Seems like Wolves are trying to get another kill. Kings specifically trying to do so, but missing quite a few shots there. 35 seconds on the clock. Not going to be sufficient in here. 30 seconds left, and Kings doing a great job at defending their ground. Marvel takes a kill before he bites the dust against his opponent, but it's going to be a really, really good scenario. Says in the break of a kill, takes that knock onto Neon, immediately goes for more. Only 15 seconds left, turns around, gets taken down. Grease alone, 1v2, takes the double, goes away, tries to reload, fights for his life. The smoke is going to be thrown, the bomb is getting defused. Kings trying to rush there as quickly as possible, but he's not on the right side. Where was the communication from his teammates to let him know where the bomb was? With the smoke, he had no clue, and because of that, they lose that round.
That's tough. Just when Kings have themselves a semblance of numbers, the trades coming across, it just comes down to understanding where that plant was located at to least try to convert the round. Offense here for Kings. Trying to get themselves over closer towards A, but it's a tale of two evils again. King is able to at least answer back, not just with 1, but 2 kills within the feed. Make that 3 now, as it is a 2v5 across the map. Wolves, for the 3rd time in the past hour, are sitting up on series point.
That's right. Marvel with the answer back kill against Sai. It's not going to be enough, though. They got to go for more. Still a minute and a half. Plenty of time to try to somehow figure something out. They need to. They have to. They are trying to do so, but it's easier said than done because in front of them is still Wolves, the pack, ready for the action here, trying to heavily defend Bravo once again. Seems like every time that we get to these sort of scenarios, Wolves tries to defend Bravo. Neon takes the kill onto Marvel. Grease completely on his own, finds 2 enemies, drops a single bullet, and that is it. That's the end of this game. 7-3, as things wanted to be done is how Wolves does it.
All right. So, I mean, it's settled at this point, right?
Feels like it, yeah.
7-3, the 3 different times. Wolves win. All right. But still, I mean, look, that was the full-on retake again. The last time we went through the entire replay there, Gil, we clearly saw that Kings were on defense, so we needed to try to recreate the lobby, try to get Wolves back over towards the side that was the correct side that when the disconnect ended up happening. So, again, thank you all for bearing with us while we were trying to get that all set up for you all. But Wolves, again, will claim the victory here 2-0 a very convincing side as far as that Express is concerned. Their defense is so damn good. Not to mention their opening engagements, their first blood ratios, and confirmations for the kills and trades. But what they're able to do across the map, defending those bomb sites quite wonderfully.
Yeah, it was amazing to see that although there was some things potentially confusing what they would have been doing next, they still did it. They still won 2-0 as well in this one up. So that is the victory of match number 2 that I definitely enjoyed watching, and hope you fellas, you beautiful people at home, did enjoy that as well, as the Wolves are your second winners of the night. But we are barely beginning onto what's not for the weekend, but purely about today. It's gonna be a long run, so hope you all are ready for what's coming.
All right, well, we finally got to the conclusion there. Strong performance regardless on behalf of Wolves, looking very, very comfortable. And I'm looking at these beautiful camera shots we have of the stage, which means that it is now time for me to toss it back on over to FDOT for this winner's interview.
Thank you, Glitter. This time, we're actually ready. And Zai, you certainly were ready getting in here. 50 kills on one of those maps. Talk to me about the 50 bomb.
OK， 所以在这场比赛中，你有在其中一张图上拿到了50杀，你对这个50杀有如何的感想？
我觉得这是我该做的，然后我觉得这样的话能分担队伍的压力。
So I believe this is what I have to do for the team because this will take off the pressure for everyone.
When it comes into international play, Kings #1 in Europe, taking them down, is this a big deal to you and your squad?
所以在国际舞台上 ，King 是欧洲的第一队伍，你们在第一场就把他们击败了，对你而言你有何感想？
我还是比较激动的，因为我觉得这是我们的第一步嘛，然后开门红嘛，就毕竟是，然后我觉得我们之后会做得更好。
So I believe this is our first step of winning, and this is really extreme to me. And so I believe from here on, every day will be much better.
Improvements to be expected. Are you winning the tournament?
所以我们大家都期待你的进步，你的心理层面已经为这个比赛准备好了吗？
肯定的，那肯定准备好了。
Obviously, I am ready to take on the challenge.
That's what we love to see. Congratulations. Thank you so much. Appreciate your time.
I mean, yeah, that's gonna help the team by putting in that much work. I saw your face when you heard him say that, Gil. What's your reaction to the interview?
I mean, I liked it. I like it. He's definitely a showman. He knows what he's doing, and he knows how much value he can provide to the squad. We definitely saw that so far. So congratulations to the winning team as they take the right step onto what he mentioned is the right path to take that challenge of potentially could be being the champions of this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, that is not a bad start to the weekend. I think everyone's going to feel, the teams that are getting those wins are feeling a little bit better with that cushion under the belt, knowing what they need in order to move on to the next round.
I mean, no doubt about it, right? I mean, if you started off 1-0, that is that cushion. That is more cushion than, I guess, than the hotel pillows in your lap when you are playing this mobile game. But regardless of the matter, yes, you want to try to at least start off 1-0 here. You start to lose these maps, these best of threes, get a little more sweat dropped down your back. And I'm not going to lie, I mean, if I had two teammates dropping combined 104 kills in a hard point, yeah, I'd be feeling pretty darn good too.
Yeah, and that was only our first 2 matches of the day. If I'm not mistaken, we still have 7 more on the main stage alone. So much more action going on in the pit. But before we continue on with any of it, oh my God, it's time for a short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, where we are live from DreamHack Atlanta. And it's been a very exciting day so far, not only here on our main stage, but we were hearing some serious cheering and shouts happening in our pit. It is the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship, where we will be crowning ourselves a first place victor, taking home $400,000, $1 million on the line here this weekend, 3 days of competition, and we are just barely scratching the surface of what we have to offer here at DreamHack. Glitter Explosion Proper and Gil back with you guys. We give you a little bit of an extended break to hang out, get yourselves some snacks before we dive back into the action. We're all reset. You feel refreshed? You good?
Feel good, yeah. No, I was able to get some food in me, some water, Monster specifically. I'm feeling like a brand new man.
Gil?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm more pumped up about what's coming. So pretty happy to be back with you all. Hope you guys also had a chance to, freshen up a little bit, because we are in for a lot more ahead of us.
You had to prepare, okay? You had to prepare, and part of the reason we had a little bit of a longer break is because we were waiting for some of our matches in the pit to finish so that we could bring our third match of the day to all of you here at home in the stands with us, because it's going to be a big one. I think this is part of where the cheers were coming from when it came to the finish. It's match number 3, TLE versus Vitality. Talk to me a little bit about what you think we can expect out of this match.
I mean, look, realistically, this is where you feel like that you have to go no holds barred. Both TLE and Vitality find themselves down 0-1, and this kind of continues the conversation that we were having on the desk before we went to that extended break, was that if you find yourself down 0-1, realistically, this is it. Like, you almost have to win out just to find yourself in a little bit of a closer situation and try to be in that single elimination bracket tomorrow and Sunday.
All right, Gil, let's narrow down on these teams a little bit. We'll start things by talking about TLE. Give me your thoughts on the squad.
It's a team that definitely suffered some difficulties to get here, but not necessarily when it came down to stage 4. Why, you may ask? Because they were the top 1-seeded team for the region. They dominated all across the board. The only team that they did struggle against was, if I'm not mistaken, Galorius, who ended up not passing through. So they are a team that know how to get things done, as we begin to see some of their highlights. They are a super, super collected team of players that have gathered together to try to dominate their opponents. In here tonight, we can see players like Tatillo. We can see also Suiwa, we can see Cyrex as well, with a name that you may not be expecting, but is here to stay. That's Papsera, who is gonna be joining the squad.
Yeah, Papsera is definitely a name that kind of jumps off the page for me as well. Just last year, even during Worlds 2022, for Latin America, obviously you had your Incos, but Papsera is definitely a name to be watching out for this map. Needs to almost be the difference maker, you feel like, for TLE if they want to try to make an extended run.
And we've seen just how impactful an individual player can be in both our first and second matches of the day. When we're looking at the performances of the likes of Lucazine. So if you're saying it's Papsera for this one, then we're gonna have to keep our eyes on Papsera as we move through the next portion of our roster discussion here. Obviously, you got a chance to talk about TLE. Now let's narrow down on Vitality here proper.
Yeah, look, Vitality, I mean, let's call a spade here. When you're representing the region that is India, just last year we had this entire narrative that not a lot of people are going to put some respect on their name. And Vitality and Godlike, they've been switching in and out different components for their roster so that way they can find themselves to be a little bit more standout. Vitality had a very tough, and I mean very tough, opening matchup versus Q9 Club. So losing that 0-2, I'm sure, is not going to make them feel any better. A real good opportunity here to be able to try to get a pep in their step and really put India on the map. Obviously, the number 2 seed when it comes down to their region, just behind Godlike. The only series that they've lost as far as recency is concerned in former stages was to that Godlike roster. So it's going to be very interesting to be able to see firsthand what they look like on an international screen.
And we've talked about just how important the regional distinctions are, in the sense that people are looking to take out NA. We heard Hippo say at the beginning from the quote all the way back from Seattle that NA is going to, specifically LG, going to have a target on their backs. Other regions want to be able to take home the World Championship title here, Gil. How do you feel Vitality stands when it comes to that portion of the competition?
It's really complicated because it comes down from a region who have tried their hardest, but in the past, historically, has just not been enough. Tonight, you said it yourself, against Q9 is no easy task. They ended up dropping 0-2 and, well, 0-1 in the overall standings, but they were not the only ones. TLE also lost 0-2 against their opponents earlier on today, so that's also something to keep in mind. Who can adapt best? Because on these back-to-back scenarios, well, it's just not going to be that easy as we take a quick glance onto the overall roster from the side of Vitality.
Jokos, Vegas, Bros, Burns. I mean, these are all names that you just should know when it comes down to an Indian region, and then Sam's is going to be that last player. Look, when it comes down to Burns, Bros, and Vegas, those were the 3 members that were actually on Godlike last year. And as I was talking about, you have your top 2 teams when it comes down to India. They're interchanging a lot of these parts, trying to feel like what is the best puzzle to what can be a beautiful painting, and that beautiful painting needs to be a deep run here at Worlds.
Get a chance to see our players up here on the screen, as a lot of them are looking pretty locked in, getting themselves set up and ready to go for match number 3 on the main stage of the day. Quite a few other matches have been going on and will be going on throughout the rest of the day, whether that's on our BC or D stream, so make sure you're checking those out as well if you're wondering where some of the teams you might be interested in following are. If you're not seeing them on the main stage, make sure you check out those side streams as well, because there is so much action going on in the pit. But our players are getting themselves comfortable now and trying to prepare. Don't forget that these were teams that we were bringing over from the pit. We had to wait for them to finish a previous matchup before they could get up here on the stage, so it might take some of them a little bit longer to get themselves settled, locked and loaded, and prepared for match number 3, because, I mean, sometimes you need a little bit of a cool down after a match, whether that's a mental reset from a loss or whatever it is, right, Proper?
Yeah, I mean, you also kind of want to look at it as 2 different sides, right? It's a very difficult coin to be able to look. You want to be able to try to cool things off, try to go back and maybe not watch all the VOD in the world, but try to understand what went wrong. Because, I mean, TLE, they lost to Standpoint. Vitality, they ended up losing to Q9. Those are 2 very tough matchups, no matter the way that you spin it. Regardless of the matter, there has to be immediate lessons that could be taken away, whether that is going to be the lessons for a pick, ban, and veto process, or just overall gameplay and teamwork. Only time will tell.
Yeah, I think we're starting to see some of those TLE players starting to filter out onto the stage as we wait for them to get themselves situated up here on stage. Obviously, more pillows getting pulled out. This is like my favorite thing. I have never seen so much comfort involved in a LAN.
Yeah, you can see them all just walking to the stage with a pillow. That's like the key part of it all. Like, you may be missing some things, but you cannot be missing.
Do you use a pillow, Gil?
I absolutely do. I always have.
Okay.
Probably always with just the comfiness of just being on your chair, you have it on your lap, then you have your phone, and everything's plugged in. It's just amazing. It's amazing.
I've always said this, like with the amount of games that I've casted, the amount of different titles that I've witnessed, LAN or at home. Mobile gaming, like, these guys are the most comfortable gamers on the planet. Like, they got the pillows, the blankets. Like, I'd be rolling up with like a Snuggie, maybe some joggers on or some sweatpants. I'd be ready to go. Make myself feel at home.
I think you might need to be the new fashion, the comfy fashion designer.
Mobile fashionista.
Yeah. That's the new rule.
Bang my line, guys. I'm here all day.
But everybody at home as well, while we're waiting for TLE and Vitality to get themselves ready to go for match number 3. I mean, I've been asking you for every other match. I might as well ask you now. Tell us your thoughts on how you think this one's going to go. Obviously, both of these teams now 0-1, having to bounce back from their performances. Which team will take home match number 3? Keep on moving through with this Swiss bracket. And we'll ask the casters the same question. Do you think this one's a little bit more evenly matched? What are your thoughts on this matchup?
I still think that TLE have the edge over Vitality. Obviously, there is a very small sample pool when it comes down to what these individuals, what these teams do look like on the main stage here as far as international competition is concerned. But TLE did play Standpoint considerably close as far as their opening matchup is concerned. Vitality Search and Destroy, they lost by 3, but they got absolutely worked as far as that hardpoint is concerned. It is still a best of 3, so if the veto process would lean more towards comfort for TLE, this will probably be a 2-0 in their favor.
Okay, Gil?
I think I'd have to agree with that, although on paper we have not seen necessarily what happened. That's so cute. That's so cute. It seems like the pillow is not the only thing that can be missing, right? Look at that little fella, little guy over there.
That's okay, but so do you know what that is, Gil? That is it's a reversible plushie, so
an emotion
he's
squid.
happy right
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
but could be mad later or sad.
I'd absolutely love to see that swap at any point whatsoever. That'd be the most adorable thing, absolutely.
You just get like turned on like map number 1, and you just like immediately like flip
In the middle of the game, he's like, all right.
Emotions have changed.
Yeah, I'd love to see something like that. But yeah, like I was saying, I'd say that at least historically, TLE and its players should have an advantage. But once again, I'm not too sure because I did not get a chance to see what happened on that Vitality versus Q9. I'm not too sure if maybe, well, it's just the fact that Q9 was really, really good, but Vitality showed some sort of light for themselves, like we saw, for example, with Inco, who lost, yes, but they did not do bad whatsoever on the Search and Destroy, and had some bright moments on the hardpoint and control.
But to be fair, for Vitality, they did play Q9 on some of the best maps that they possibly could have asked for, if you're a fan of China, that is. Take off Hardpoint 250 to 114, a Meltdown Search and Destroy 7-4 on the other side of things for TLE, facing off against Standpoint. They did play Summit, and it was 250 to 203, which, to be candid with you, is a respectable scoreline when you're going up against Standpoint. In firing range, was only 2 rounds difference. So the likelihood that we might see a firing range in this series, I know I'm just going to continue to say it until I finally see it, so that way both me and Lauren can wince at the best of 3. I think it's very likely. Again, comfort is everything for these two teams. You are 0-1. You have to play the best maps that you could possibly ask for, where you can end up 1-1 going into the next round.
And we were talking about this during the break too. It all depends on the type of player or players that you have on your squad, because some of these teams, these players will thrive. They need that added pressure. You know, they can clutch when it matters, and other people who might not have the same level of experience or whatever it is, they crumble under that added pressure. So you don't ever want to have to put yourself on the back foot if you can really avoid it. But now we're here, and this is going to be a really big moment for one of these teams to at least go now 1-1, give themselves a little bit of breathing room, and continue on in the competition. I mean, and this is a story that we will see coming out of the pit very, very frequently. As we move through this Swiss bracket, it's going to matter more and more. Teams will start to get knocked out. We'll start to kind of see the cream of the crop rise to the top type situation, and we'll really nail down where these storylines are going, which teams are starting to stand out. And I'm excited to see what other results we get from the pit. It's something that we haven't shown too frequently, that bracket. When we do, I think people will get lots of updates on that, which I'm excited to check in with as well. Before we even do any of those check-ins though, there's so much action going on here in the SPS booth. Lots for people to keep up with, whether that's just the fun stuff or the competition. So obviously we can't keep you updated on everything alone. We have an entire team of people that are helping us here to do that, to make sure that you're not missing a single second of any of the action going on at DreamHack Atlanta, whether that is on the social side of things, in the Discord, or that is live here at the event. And one of those people putting in the work is obviously Shift, so it's time to go back on over to the pit and check in with him.
Thank you there, friends. Yeah, hey, again, we're through round 1, and already we're having a lot of storylines kind of breed. The one that I'm really circling on my calendar, which is the calendar date is just for today. Volt looking really, really solid in their first matchup. They were able to take down Exclusive in 2-0 fashion, and it did require a little bit of ice. And I always say you can't just show up prepared. You can't just show up gunning well. You have to be able to clutch up when it matters most. And even though it is just a best of 3 and it's the first match of the day for both of those two teams, Volt provided. Able to do really nicely in their opening hardpoint, and then a couple of really icy moments in the Search and Destroy on Meltdown. A couple of 1v1s, a couple of great sniper moments. Definitely some power building for the Japanese team. So I want to really push that storyline for you guys at home, because last year, Scars was the team from Japan, and they were able to make it into the top 8 through groups, upsetting teams like Q9 back in the day. So there's definitely a lot relying on what they can do moving into their 1-0 group, but at least for now, they start off really hot. Speaking of 1-0 teams, and if you just saw me over on Bobby's stream a second ago, I'm thinking NA is not as comfortable as they may feel after the results. Yes, LG won their matchup. Yes, Tribe won their matchup. But both of them came with a bit of resiliency, and wouldn't you know it, they are playing each other in this next overall matchup. That you can find that over on the D stream, which I believe Infinity is going to be covering. You're not going to want to miss that one. It's a repeat, kind of, at least by brands, over the World Championship from last year. So a lot riding there, I think, just on the organizational pride, even though the teams, of course, are very, very different. Lots more to come, of course, so we'll keep you updated as much as we possibly can as games start to kick off here in the tournament pit. But for now, back over to the desk.
All right, fantastic recap. As always, Shift, thank you very much. Was he on Bobby's stream, he said?
Yeah, that's what he said.
I think that Bobby was over there, but Bobby didn't come over to say hi to us.
Why were we invited?
No, that's
Come on.
What? I feel left out.
I think Bobby just threatened, I'm not gonna lie.
We'll have to remedy that because it's not fair that Shift gets to do all of the cool stuff, hanging out with people. I want to go check out the pit myself. And if you're here live at DreamHack Atlanta, you can obviously be checking it out as well. There's action that continues on even when we have breaks here on the main stream, whether you're watching that virtually on any of our side streams or just here in person. And it is getting loud over there because we've had some really, really strong performances. So I would recommend just taking a peek, swinging on by, and see what's going on over there while we are also getting all of our action ready and set up here. You can see a little bit of like pre-game team discussion and hype. I love that you can kind of catch that bonding moment right before they broke up that team huddle. That is something that's super important when it comes to maintaining a good vibe overall for the team heading into the next level of competition, Gil.
Yeah, the vibes, the synergy, just make sure that you are connected as a squad. It's important. Does not matter if you individually are doing great. You gotta make sure that the whole team is doing something. And if you see someone who's maybe getting bumped down or something, just try to hype him up. Try to get him to be at his best possible. Gameplay is something that's so important, and it is even more important as we begin to see also the videos where we continue to not repeat the map. That's right, this time around, as we see the bans being Apocalypse Arsenal, Hacienda, and Summit, we're gonna get the chance to see some action over on Takeoff for Hardpoint. Then we would move on to the best for proper. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Search and Destroy on Firing Range. Finally gonna have an appearance for us today, and to end things up possibly on a game 3 would be once again the side of, oh, it's actually a raid.
Oh, we got baited.
We got baited, absolutely.
I was so ready for the Crossroads, and for me to like to push the narrative, just like, well, looking like we're gonna have a Crossroads Friday here, but nonetheless, yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Firing Range map number 2 again when it comes down to vetoes, specifically for these two teams. There's a lot of questions up in the air. Obviously, for Vitality, your biggest question mark is how do you want to approach an international competition, as you've mostly just been facing and scrimming godlike for the past calendar year. On the other side, for TLE, it's pretty much almost like the same boat. What are you going to feel most comfortable on? Look, at this point, if you're playing Call of Duty Mobile since its inception, you probably got a pocket firing range, so better hope to see the best out of these two teams once we do get to that map number 2. But the Takeoff should be interesting. Again, that was the map 1 for Vitality that they got absolutely bodied on versus Q9, so has to surely be a comfort pick for them. Only time will tell to be able to see how they statistically add up against TLE.
I think both of our teams are looking like they are about ready to get themselves in. The pre-game hype combos are about done. I think everyone should also be ready to go in that lobby as soon as Vitality is set up and prepared. TLE locked in, ready to go for this next step of the competition. There we go. I love that.
There it is,
I love
yeah.
that.
That just got me hyped. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I just watched all this happen, like not even on the screen, just witnessed it firsthand. Like, I'm gassed off of that. I'm ready to. Give me a phone, Lauren. I'm ready to hop into this lobby. Not really, actually.
I don't know if you could hang.
Probably not. No. I would get absolutely worked. I don't care who's on it. The only person that I'm probably going to beat in a 1v1 is probably Shift. That's it.
Oh, I want to see that.
No, you don't.
Yes, I do. That I would absolutely watch, whether it's in laser tag or in combat.
Oh, laser tag, I win for sure. Yeah.
I was confident.
I know. It's going to happen eventually. We'll stop the whole show for it and make sure that we can get somebody over there with a camera to witness it. I'm not sure.
I think we should. You should try to talk to someone.
Oh, I'll run around with a camera, give like everybody like the perspective. I'll be like the in-game observer for laser tag IRL.
That's like, okay, I'm gonna go work on scheduling that while this is all going on, while this next match is taking place. So I will get back to you with an answer on when that battle occurs.
Fantastic.
I want chat to tell me who wins that as well. Not only do I want them to tell me who wins this next match, but I want to know if they had to pick, would it be you or Shift that would win in the laser tag.
The Shift wins the popularity vote every time, but they don't know about me. They don't know, but they will know eventually.
You just have to show them.
Yeah, exactly.
You're just gonna have to show them.
Gotta show them my strats.
Thank you for hanging out with us here, guys, as we're just only a few more moments away from getting into match number 3. Obviously, we're live here from DreamHack Atlanta, so if you are in the convention center with us, make sure you're checking out all of the cool stuff that we have not only here at the booth, but the entire show floor. There's so much going on, and we have so much Call of Duty mobile action all weekend long. You can stop by at any time to say hi, maybe get an opportunity to chat with some of your favorite players if you see them walking in and out of the pit area. I mean, we've got the laser tag, like I said. You can even try out Call of Duty Mobile if you've never played it before. Come on by, test it, because you never know. They might be the next top player in SPS.
You got to bring your own pillow, though. There's
True.
There are no pillows at those stations, but yes, do come on through. There's so much to do here at DreamHack, as there is almost every single DreamHack. You also have a lot of creators kind of wrapped around the middle of the entirety of the floor. I'm seeing individuals swipe at absolutely nothing as they're playing on VR headsets. It's a good time, so come on through, won't you?
All right, we've got a little bit of a head-to-head look here at all of our players as they are sat down at their stations now and ready to load into this game. Gil, before we get into match number 3 of the day, any final thoughts before it kicks off?
I just gotta say that I'm so ready, and I bet they are as well. TLE and Vitality both with a negative score. Want to make sure that they are on a great standing spot. Not a bad one, like a 0-2 would be, right? Neither of the two want to get to that point, and we'll have to battle for that as we are near start of game number 1. Remember, that's going to be some hardcore action over on Takeoff, which is a map that I don't necessarily am too sure who could favor on this one. What do you say, Pablo?
I mean, it's tough to be able to like truly gauge that, right? Because I mean, TLE, like realistically, they're the #1 team out of LATAM. Their immediate competition, because they didn't have any lands to really speak of, was against other Latin American competition. They did go 5-0, and through playoffs, they didn't drop a single respawn. Search and Destroy is their immediate concern when it comes down to it. However, that kind of puts an interesting asterisk on it with how close they did play. Standpoint of all teams on that Search and Destroy, albeit losing by 2, they kept things incredibly close. For Vitality, it's kind of the same exact idea, right? I mean, you're realistically looking at Godlike as your main combatant to be able to see how Takeoff does look. 6-0 as far as Indian competition is concerned. But without further ado, Glitter, we will see you after this best of 3. Thank you for dealing with us through all of that opening. Always pleasure to have you here at this desk. Map number 1 for TLE versus Team Vitality. Both these teams 0-1 start. Something's got to give.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This time around, we get to see a team from the India region. We are going to get to see Vitality over here as they get there first in that fountain. They're going to get inside. There's going to be Vegas, who's trying to survive, going to be taken down at a distance by Tatillo. Now, Saucy was trying to get some action in, just not too successful on that interaction. Immediately got taken down. The one who did survive is going to be Cyrex, who so far doesn't got any kills, but, you know, he's hanging inside of the hill for at least 13 seconds. That helps a lot when it comes down to this hill.
As far as this hardpoint is concerned, even in their own region, Vitality have always had the edge over anybody that they would play. Again, 6-0 coming away from the region. It's nothing to scoff at, but still P1, as it always is, will be as scrappy as ever. You can still see Vitality also getting the rotation over towards you. Those close spawns over on the left side of the minimap are very important and integral if you want to try to get P2 to be a money hill for you. Just about a 4-second difference. P2 does pop. It's Vitality in the hill first.
Not too sure about that timing there for TLE. They're going to be a little bit too late to the party, but let's see if they got supplies. That Cyrex gets inside, finds that kill, and just like that, in the snap of the finger, we're going to get TLE to break through the opponents, turns around, finds another kill. Great job done there for Cyrex, who now throws a nade and gets the comfort of the hill. Thanks to his allies, who continue to tear apart the opponents. Finally, they get inside once more, thanks to that double kill by Burns. Cyrex trying to push through with his allies. One of them is down, he pushes forward, takes that kill, goes for the double, gets taken down. Vitality is still fighting inside of that kill. I gotta say that although TLE got there a few seconds later than I would have liked, they did a great job with that break.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you know, it's that big tug of war when it comes down to hard points, specifically for P2 here on takeoff. You can get those close spawns. You might find yourself in a spawn trap, but the break percentage is everything for TLE. That's exactly what they did, just about at that even game. Now going over towards the top right side of the minimap for P3. The way that Team Vitality actually kind of positioned themselves on the minimap, they did force 2 members for TLE to spawn all the way out. That's why you saw previously that Mino was at least trying to watch for that coverage. Now they're spawning on the north side of the map. All of TLE esports are currently residing inside of the current hill. It means you got to start investing some of these operators. The Claw immediately gets answered back with the Claw of TLE's own. You also have an operator at least being panned out here for Papsera, trying to keep Vitality at bay.
That's right, Shizu gets taken down, but immediately we get Cyrex with the Purify getting 2, immediately going for 3, and gets it. No, I think it was only an assistance, but they're still alive, they're still inside. That is going to be Shisui, who's currently with 12 kills, getting knocked to the head by the hands of Sans, who finds the double and immediately tries to get inside. Not going to be possible to Tio at a distance with that Sparrow. Will continue the control for the Latin American roster over there. That's going to be 30 points up for the side of TLE, doing a great job to close this point up. I gotta say, Vitality is getting there first, but on this last heal, TLD did a great job. And once they broke that heal, they stayed inside. And as we now get to see this pretty much playback once again, I think we're gonna manage to do it one more time here proper.
Not exactly a hop, skip, and a jump away in between P3 and P4. You realistically only have a courtyard in between the two, but I'll agree with you, Gil. I love the response coming in from TLE. The moment that they saw Vitality starting to dip their toes inside some of the resources, called out with a Claw, they answered back with 3 operators of their own, and that was the majority of time of what is now the current lead. So now it's Vitality's turn, who did have the closer spawns. They were set up inside of P4 first, and they started to utilize some of their operators, but for what? They all get shut down more or less. The reinforcements are here now for TLE, battling through the backside of P4. You only have 1 operator left in the back pocket for Vitality. Vegas goes down, so now that's completely off of the cards. TLE wiped them off the map and are about to be over 100 points.
And talk about a step up. To no one's surprise, one of the new players here on the scene for TLE, Papsera, doing a great job so far. 19 kills in as they close that hill with about 50 points over the opponents in Vitality's side. That's a great way to end the first cycle for TLE. Now Vitality, they gotta step it up. They gotta do something about it, because I was talking about the now 20 kills by Papsera, but you also got Mino over there with 23 kills for himself at a distance, trying to make sure that he gets the control for the squad, but the control is just not there. I feel like they are getting plenty of kills, about even as the side of TLE. They're not taking too much value off of them.
That was a real question, though, for me personally. One was Mino going to end up dipping his toes inside of that Predator missile. Obviously, Hunter-Killer drone you're going to throw out all willy-nilly, but the Predator missile was a massive investment to come through. And you feel like when you start to invest a Predator missile like that, it should garner you a lot of time, but it's still P1. And that's exactly what TLE do. They completely make the situation into ice cream almost and just completely blend them up, put them back on the back burner, and now they have themselves about a 40-point lead over towards New. Team Vitality are able to get the spawns once again. TLE Esports almost getting a little bit too far ahead of themselves. Yes, they have the kills. Yes, they have the lead, but now you need to do the same thing that you had in the previous set of hard points, and that's break P2 just as quickly. You got 3 operators for TLE. They might need to use some of those to answer back with the ones that Team Vitality have for this hold.
I still gotta question the method of just trying to go for the comeback on the side of TLE. I don't think I've seen them get there first once so far this heals. It's kind of interesting that they, although get late to the party, they are still currently winning, but now not by that much, as there's the usage of 2 operators at once on the side of Vitality. The Purifier alongside with the Sparrow will do a lot of damage. It's been over 20 seconds of Vitality's control inside of the hill, and they intend to prolong that a lot more, even more so if Sam's opts to use that equalizer for his hands. Not necessary. The Fennec is more than enough, finds one, goes for the second. Shisui gonna do a lot of damage with that Claw, getting himself inside. 20 seconds left. Vitality once again with a fight. Shisui knocked to the ground, and just like that, we are gonna have a turn of events now going in favor of Vitality's name. Ladies and gentlemen, what a way to really gather yourself back up and now be the one with things under control.
I do really love that call coming through from TLE. Look, you knew that at least maybe you could end up holding at least one of your operators out to try to break inside of P2. Didn't work, but you got 2 operators out from Vitality. So you play for the rotation towards new. Zyrax pulling out the Purifier, already kind of meeting them at the gates. Statilo also pulling himself out of Sparrow. And the Annihilator is the answer back from Jokos, and he is just ripping them to shreds. Has himself 3 in a row. Papzera, though, able to answer back. Jokos still alive, by the way, with the Annihilator, trying to get himself a little bit more of an edge when it comes down to streaks, but Papzera's Annihilator finds that much more. Able to at least shut them down at the gates. 30 seconds have already been soaked up for TLE as they flip the lead once again.
That's right, 142, 132. Ladies and gentlemen, TLE trying to get control once again. Let's see if they can prolong that. 20 seconds left. Vitality trying to fight back for it. We're gonna get Sam's action a little bit longer. Saucy here with a Grow in a super pretty camo over there that we have not talked about that much tonight. Just something that I just love about this game, the fact that you get so much variety and such pretty colors, as some might say. I just like them so much. And well, as we move once again to point number 4, that's now 2 points in, where I do see TLE doing a better job at rotating, but this time not working out as well. Let's see, Shisui getting inside here with a find. Gonna find one. Gonna go for 2. He knows that they're gonna be around the corner, but gets taken down. That is gonna be Vitality with things under control. Minho with the double. That's once again the retake for Vitality.
Big 2 answers back, but the spawns aren't too far gone. And like you were already pointing out, TLE's realistic only hold for the initial time happened on P3 within the first set. Same could be said about the second set, but that was all at the back end of operators. We're going into this almost completely vanilla. The only player that has an operator was Vegas previously, but the moment he pulls it out, gets immediately shut down. Jokos able to at least find 2, answers things back in kind. Spawns have now flipped on the other side. It is Vitality that are spawning close, and it comes down to the gunfights inside of the hardpoint. Numbers are here. Sams is able to at least find 2, but the response is back in kind for TLE. It's just down to 8 seconds left for the second set of hardpoints, and we're still just about out of a dead even game.
That's right. We are once again moving on to the P1 reset. We're back with the tranquility, no, to the chaos, to the pure control lost by everyone. Inside of that hill, there's gonna be Vegas. Let's see for how long though. There was Saucy trying to take him out, not gonna be possible. Hisada's gonna help him through it all. Vitality once again regaining control for themselves. We're gonna get to see 3 operators being available on the hands of Vitality. One of them is gonna be used as the Annihilator by Jokos at a distance. 39 kills, that's right, you heard that right, ladies and gentlemen. 30 plus now 40 for Jokos, who finds yet another easy kill onto Tatillo. Goes for the triple and takes it like it's nothing. But although they were getting kills, they're still slightly behind, not by too much, but as they continue to have things under control in P1.
The problem with where they're positioned on the map continuously for all of Vitality, realistically, is that they're actually forcing TLE to have split spawns. Some of the bottom right, some over back behind P2. And this is where things start to get a little bit hairy on how are you supposed to not only get yourself some sort of time going in towards P1, but also the spawns towards you. This is the first time through 2 different sets of hard points that TLE are going to be in here first. Operators in their back pockets. Doesn't exactly help things out for Vitality when Minho takes them down, but Sam is able to work his way back in, find 2. His teammates are there in kind to clear things away. Sam's now with the equalizer, ripping them to shreds, and the stairway still gets shut down. It's going to be at least a Sparrow that is invested, but answered back with burns from the Predator missile, is able to find more kills. Vegas there from the close spawns are also able to reinforce Team Vitality's hold. There is still 34 seconds left to fight over here for P2, but the rotation is already being looked at from Vitality. Brute forced their way back through the front was TLE. They cannot win it here anymore. TLE understanding that it's going to be likely a dead even game again unless Vitality break once more.
If I'm not mistaken, I just saw 4 operators going to waste on the side of TLE, and that's hurting like crazy. Vitality capitalizes on it really heavily right now with only 26 points away from success on game number 1, and TLE gotta begin to sweat, gotta strategize something, gotta be there first once again on P number 3, and they will be Let's see for how long as the fight comes through. There's going to be the push from Mino. Cyrax already thought that was going on. Turns around, tries to go for the kill, but gets taken down himself. Ladies and gentlemen, TLE on a really difficult spot, but still trying to remain calm and collected here. Sam's going to get knocked. The operator is available for Cyrax. Let's see if he's going to decide to use it soon, because he will need to do so right now. From above, there's Jokos going for the 50th kill, getting it onto Shisui, immediately going for the double, but there's the Purifier, gets knocked down out of the sands of Cyrax. And ladies and gentlemen, Vitality trying to go for the dub, not gonna be possible. Burns is still alive, gonna get knocked down. The next one to try to go in is gonna be Yoko is gonna get killed. Sam's trying to get inside, but it's just not possible. And the comeback after comeback, I don't know what's going on.
TLE can't close it out here, but Vitality, if they get the break within about the next 2 seconds, they can still win it here. 239 to 232. Numbers are not here. Team Vitality have to play for the rotation towards New, but again, TLE Esports still have those north side spawns here on takeoff for the map number 1. They currently have numbers inside the hard point as well, and they're soaking up the end of the scrap time. Now another lead swap, 242 to 238. Hill will pop in about 5 seconds or so. What resources do you have available to you? Predator missile involved by Saucy. He will see everybody kind of waltz on for the front side of the hard point, but TLE Esports are still finding the kills. Team Vitality from the outside looking in. No more resources to dip their pockets out from, but they're still finding the gunfights, trying to brute force their way in from the back, but the kills are not there. TLE Esports, they make the comeback happen, and they will win map number 1.
Oh, look at their faces. They're all hopped up. They're so happy, and they should be. What a win for TLE. Ladies and gentlemen, such a close map. Will go in their favor. Vitality bringing in their best effort. It was so close, but when it mattered the most, TLE started rotating super good. You can see it on Pabsera's face now here with Shisui. He's just great. They've been doing a great job to close this one up. There was a few moments where you could question their methods, but it was clear that they were going for something, and once they finally got into it, they did secure the first map.
Not once, not twice, but thrice. We went to P3, and TLE were always the first team in there.
That was the sweet spot.
And they were always getting the majority of the time. And we were starting to ask ourselves towards the end of the second set, excuse me, that TLE Esports, their break percentage was so high. They had themselves a slight lead over Team Vitality, and that was all from the break percentage and walking away with the majority of time on P3. That's takeoff hardpoint in a nutshell. If you can get the majority of time in between 3 and 4, you will always feel like that you are in possession of the lead, and that's exactly what happened for TLE. Team Vitality, much like you were talking about and pointed out wonderfully, Gil, is that a lot of their operators for P2 were also invested at the end of P3, trying to get themselves inside of that hard point. But by that point, TLE Esports were just shutting them down. They were walking through these very narrow choke points, and then TLE Esports, they completely flipped the lead going in towards P4. They had the operators, they had the streaks, and completely put Vitality on the back burner, taking this map number 1 in a very good fashion, might I add you, that Burns dropped 50 kills. Jokos, 53 and 38. For the L, has to feel punishing. It almost looks like, just from the quick maths on our screen, that Vitality realistically had more kills, but it doesn't always matter. It has to be the right kills that need to be found. That's exactly what TLE did at the end of that final few hard points and put themselves in a position to be able to close that map number 1.
Yeah, the kills were close, and so was the score. Unfortunately, kills and score was not in the same team's favor. Kills for Vitality, points, which is what matters the most, goes for TLE. And now we begin to think about game number 2. Search and destroy. Proper, I want to tell you something. That's the weakest game mode for TLE. They have historically struggled like crazy. You have no idea. I really do hope that they did their homework, because if they didn't against Vitality, it's not going to be an easy fight of that, I'm sure. So I'm intrigued if they have managed to improve this game mode that has been just like a weakling for them.
Let's put it in perspective for everybody at home, right? If you didn't watch Latin America. TLE Esports, they're the #1 team from LATAM. Sure, nobody's here to deny that, but they did it via the respawns. They didn't win a single search and destroy through playoffs,
crazy.
And that is terrifying for such an integral game mode. Search and destroy will win you matches, it'll win you championships, and you really do feel like that for TLE at this moment in time, that if you're able to showcase just that for a firing range of all maps to allow it to come through, you feel like that you might be able to win a 2-0 here, but it's still that big storm cloud that is over their head. Again, you can only put so much vamos in the chat before you really start to look at the numbers and really get scared on how close Search and Destroy is for TLE. Vitality, they need this. I mean, it's either you come out and you have a breakout performance on firing range Search and Destroy, or you're 0-2, and the likelihood of you making it to that championship bracket, it's not looking too good.
And there it is, game number 2. We were just talking about a Search and Destroy here on Fire Range. First blood is going to be in favor of Syra. Goes for the double, not going to be possible. Gets taken down. Balsera responding at a distance with a sniper. That is going to be the 2-for-1 trade going in favor of TLE as Vegas tries to do something, manages to somehow get that kill onto Tetillo there. Balsera answering back with yet another kill for the Brazilian player of TLE. That's right, TLE from 3 different nationalities. That's going to be Mexico, Brazil, alongside with Peru. This is going to be a 3 versus 2. Joko's at a distance here with the Locust, trying to defend over on Bravo, which is the right call. There's plenty of players over there. Misses that first shot. That is revealing his spot. Saucy, oh my goodness, with a fraction of a second, he knew where he had to be. Takes that shot, takes that kill, and now it's a 1v3 that he himself will close out. That's a point for TLE.
It has to almost feel like a form of miscommunication for all of Vitality, really. You're in a 2v3. You have all of the mid-map being looked at past 10. If the bomb gets put at A, at least you're close. But the moment you see one player over by the B bomb site, you know that's where the hit is going to be coming from. So TLE, at least they strike first. What can you do, at least defensively this time, to shut down this push? It is coming over towards A. First blood is going to be found by Pabzera. Has a massive kill over towards the pistol. The damage, are you kidding me? Immediately leaves Mino in a 1v5. And just before I can even say good luck, have fun, he is put in the dirt. TLE Esports, 2-0 lead.
Okay, not a single loss of players over there on TLE, which I'm quite surprised if I'm quite honest with you. They were so low, they managed to survive time after time. The side of Vitality tried, but it was just too difficult for them to find that kill. Saucy with the first blood, once again, that's 3 in a row going in favor of TLE, doing a great job at the beginning of these rounds. We questioned if they were ready for Search and Destroy. Seems proper, like the answer was yes in here. Joko's gonna answer back at a distance with a sniper shot onto Tetillo, but I'm not quite sure that will be enough. Plenty of nades are still gonna be thrown into the air. But now, the player's lead finally goes in favor of Vitality.
3v4, you never wanna count anybody out. They are at the top of Latin America and sitting here at Worlds for a reason. Bomb's still being carried though. Got a lot of space at least being cleared by Zyrax. He's already through Banana and he's trying to at least get him himself closer towards his B bomb site. The biggest issue though is, again, Vitality, like you said, have numbers. They have a lot of members watching the middle of the map inside of 10. It's mostly just coming down from Mino, who's in a 1-for-1 spot around the window, but somebody has slipped the net. Zyrax could be playing for a timing.
Be interesting. He's just waiting, and he can just wait in here if his allies do manage to plant that bomb, but gotta be careful. There's the defense from the side of Vitality. Vegas with a headshot onto Sauce is gonna hurt, but it does throw them off. I feel like in a way they thought that they could be pushing elsewhere, but no, they're planting the bomb, and that's gonna be 4v2. 45 seconds on the clock. Cyrax still in a great spot, but if Shisui falls, that is going to be tremendously hurtful for the side of TLE as we get to the last, potentially 30 seconds of this round.
You have to check this corner. You have to check this corner. No, the trigger discipline. That is massive, and then Shisu pounces from the other side. It's a pinch. 20 seconds before the bomb detonates. 1v2. Zyrax able to find one. Now a 1v1. 16 more seconds before the bomb has to be detonated, and he's got a double weapon set. The snap is good. The 2v-odd situation. Never say never. It's a 3-0 lead.
Oh my goodness, that was tremendous. Cyrax, that control. He had 1 kill prior to that clutch. Now he's got 4, ladies and gentlemen, clutching it up for the squad. The trigger discipline was quite important, but this raw skill that he was performing on that round was tremendous to see. Round number 4, Vitality has to do something to shake things up, or else they are going to be in a tremendously bad spot if you are losing 3-0 against a team that historically has been super questioned when it comes down to Search and Destroy.
First blood found. Team Vitality again have numbers. You remember what happened last time we said that?
Yeah.
Didn't go too well. Burns, though, is able to take down Saucy as the second in the round. It's now a 2v5. surely this numbers advantage is that much better than the last, right? I mean, that's how math works. Interesting position here for Sam's, just playing around the test dummy area. Pabzera not going to check the corner. Easy kill for Sam's. The next one's up close. The trade is at least found. G-Suite won't take down Sam's, but still so much left to do. He has the bomb in his back pocket, but he's currently being pinched, trying to go towards the mitts. Is able to at least take down one. Shoulder thrown. Hold on a second. No way. Turns around. We're breaking cameras. Breaking his own camera as well. Goes inside a tin, but that's a raid that he did not want to be a part of. Finally, Vitality will get on the board, still trailing by 2.
Such a chaotic ending, but goes to Vitality nonetheless. They are now with 2 back-to-back really good starting of a round. Let's see if they can repeat that action. I was questioning how many first blood TLE was getting now. Vitality trying to change that scenario, trying to change that narrative. And now, well, that worked out once perfectly in their favor. Let's see what's next. Round number 5. And in here, already 20 seconds have gone by, and no one's dead just yet, which is quite interesting to see. It seems like both are trying to do something different on this round.
Well, TLE, they've kind of gotten caught slipping on their aggression, where Team Vitality are more playing in standardized positions, just expecting for the crosses to be held and the gunfights to come to them. And they'd be right. That is how the last round and a half almost went. It just almost feels like that it should be 2 rounds on the board for Team Vitality instead of just of the 1 with the 2v4 that happened in rounds previously. First blood found, Burns over by Banana, and that's immediate call. Smoke's going to be blossoming out. They're going to start swarming over by this B-bomb site. And you can see because of the minimap, nobody from Team Vitality is in an immediate position to try to stop this, so Tire's control is already here. They're currently playing through the middle of the map, trying to continuously have an angle on that B-bomb site, but the numbers are all there for TLE as Hatilo will take down Mino. Bomb can't be planted, not quite yet. This one might just end via the kills.
Yes, it is. Double for Cyrex, and you got Jokos completely on his own. Yet another perfect round going in favor of TLE. That's twice now that we've seen them not drop a single player, which I'm super impressed about. They have done what was asked, which is improve their search and destroy, which you talked about earlier. Their game of search and destroy that they lost by the minimum difference, which is 2 rounds. They went into extra times. And in here, Saucy gonna take the first blood once again. Cyrus with the opportunity, gonna take 1, gonna go for 2, but gets taken down. Relays the information to his allies that everybody was there over, and they rotate as such. The only one defending in here is gonna be Mino, who misses that shot. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? TLE with a great start of yet another round.
Last round before we switch sides. 4-1. This is a massive lead. 4-3 as far as the round is concerned. Bomb planted at A. And this retake is mostly just coming through from the back. I mean, you saw that Vegas on the minimap just previously was thinking about maybe pushing through, trying to get inside a wood, but it's not going to matter much of anything. I mean, this positional advantage, the numbers advantage, the round advantage, it's just so massive for TLE. And Team Vitality were finding themselves on numbers on the defensive side was because TLE were being the aggressors. That time around, Team Vitality were trying to at least push forward to get further information. TLE were expecting it, and they completely flip it on its head. It's a 5-1 differential heading into the half.
That's right. We're going to flip spawns. We're going to change sides. We are going to get to see if Vitality has something else to show to us tonight, because they lost 2-0 in the first time they were here today. Now, they lost the first game, and they're currently losing the second one, but they're planting the bomb. Pabzera with the first blood. Bombs down. Shisui knows that. Pabzera to the ground, thanks to the hands up to Mino. Great answer by Shisui. 35 seconds on the clock. Shisui trying to do more damage here. Nade could cause a lot of pain onto the opponents over there. Timing's just not going to be there. Only one remains. That's going to be Mino, who gets pushed by everybody at once. The Tio finally stepping up to the plate. Because let me tell you, I think that the first 3 or 4 rounds, Tio had no kills whatsoever. Now he's got 4.
Yeah, it's massive. I mean, again, it's just a really good call coming through from TLE Esports. I mean, Team Vitality brute force their way through the training dummies. They get the quick plan today. And that's into TLE's handbook. They wanted to play the retake. So what's the response going to be here, respectfully, for both sides? Vitality looking to push through Banana. They're leaving one player behind to at least look through top wood to see if anybody's going to be pushing through the middle of the map. They'd be wrong, and now you're walking into an absolute blender, and that's Pabzera to find 3 in the round. Mino at least answers back with 1. It's all up to Jokos. Dropped 50 kills in the first map, trying to keep his team in it, but it simply is not meant to be. 7-1 is the final score here on firing range. 2-0 going to TLE, proving the point they are the #1 team out of LATAM.
That's right. They worked really, really great on this search and destroy. They managed to come back on the very end for Hardpoint as well. They've earned this victory, and as such, will now be tied on the overall standings. We're gonna see there some good sportsmanship, you know, just shaking your opponent's hands, because at the end of the day, this is what all is about. Not the only thing, but that's one of the most important parts, that's for sure.
What's really terrifying about all of this, too, we kept on talking about the matchup versus Standpoint. I know I talked about it ever so slightly. You even talked about it as well through the middle of that map #2. They only lost by 2. It was a 9-7 on firing range. And of all maps, again, for as long as Call of Duty Mobile has been in its existence, you have to have a pocket firing range. That much is for certain. As we take a look at the replays from that map #2, really good back and forth. I'll be completely candid with you through the opening 4 rounds. Realistically, you felt like that team vitality should at least have 2 rounds, whether it was 7-2 or at least going in towards the side switch. You just can't allow those 2 players to be able to wrap back over towards the B-bomb site and finesse you like that.
That was crazy to see that TLE was able to do that back to back to back, but even more impressive that Vitality was allowing that to happen so often. It should have changed in some sort of way, but they could not adapt quickly enough. And with that, we are going to be moving into the interview with one of the players over there on the stand from TLE. Take it away, Dad.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. We are chilling, and you guys certainly doing well with the big win. This seemed to be an easy one for you guys. Would you agree?
¿Crees que esta es una de las victorias más grandes que tuvieron ahorita? ¿Estás de acuerdo?
Sí, la verdad sí, ya que es nuestra primera victoria en el torneo, más aparte de que es nuestro primer torneo presencial. Creo que no empezamos de la mejor manera, de la manera deseada, pero lo estamos haciendo bien y ahorita el equipo está con todas las ganas de querer superarse, sin importar lo que haya pasado, cómo empieza, lo importante es cómo uno termina.
Yeah, definitely. It was much needed. This is our very first win at a LAN event. We didn't start the way we wanted, but we picked up the pace. We're steamrolling now, and we're getting confident.
Was there something specific? You said you picked up the pace. Was there anything else specific that brought this victory? Because like I said, it was really tremendous.
¿Y crees que hubo algo determinante para tener esta victoria? Porque claro, empezaron lento, pero ¿qué crees que fue lo que cambió en esta partida?
Pues como todo en la vida, a veces uno se cae, pero lo importante es, como dicen, uno se levanta y ahorita estamos motivados. La adrenalina, el coraje que tenemos de querer sí o sí lograr lo mejor, querer representar de la mejor manera a LATAM, es lo que nos incentiva y motiva a dar literalmente el 100%.
So as in life, we have to cope with defeat. We need to learn how to deal with losses. But our mentality has to stay strong. We need to keep that mindset that we want to showcase the abilities that LATAM has, and that gives us the drive to get this win.
Well, I mean, the victory and the style certainly showed through. I think that will provide you the good mental. So thank you so much for your time and congratulations.
Muchas gracias y saludos a todos los fans de Tele.
Woo! Gracias. Back to you.
All right, that was a fantastic interview. I love when we get chatty players, Gil, that will actually give us some really fleshed out answers. I mean, he was right. They made a massive change, really kind of picked up the pace, and they look really solid now.
Yeah, it took just a lot of effort for them to get that victory. And it shows in his faces, right? They are happy. They know that it was not necessarily the best start, but they know that they can pick up the pace, and they have done so in this game #2. Once again, congratulations for that win for TLE, who now are even 1 on each.
All right, well, phenomenal performance there. Obviously, that was just one of our main stage matches. We have so many more things going on. I think I have a little bit of a surprise treat in store for the two of you, because we've got some action going on at the pit. I think we're going to check in with Shift and see what he has to say first, and then we'll get to it.
Hey guys, so yeah, it's a lot of action going on right now. I think the biggest nose point is, hey, LG and Tribe squaring up on the D stream. And I will say, just to kick off this series, Tribe had to win map number 1. Hacienda Hardpoint's one of their best overall, and they came up clutch. Absolutely thriller to finish things off, but it was Tribe able to take map number 1, 250 to 241. But here is the interesting thing about this series. The rest of it is a Meltdown Search, what they're currently in, and a Crossroads Control. Both maps were played when those two squads met up when they played in Season 4 in the group stage, and both of those went to LG. So really tight matchup going over on D. Meanwhile, other results that are coming through, Q9 playing Standpoint over on the C stream. Very casual for Q9. They've only dropped 2 maps when they've played SPG in the past, 4 total instances, and it looks like it's going to be pretty much a run over there. Wolves playing up against Kagendra right now, and it's about to get real mixy. 239, 197. Wolves currently down, but things are looking like it very well may go the other way. Very, very back and forth. And then the only other thing here is just what's going to happen with the other teams that are 0-1 when we eventually get into the next bit. So if you're looking to find these matches right now live, make sure you do so by following along with all of those. Again, Wolves and Kagendra on the B stream, Q9 and Standpoint on C, and then LG and Tribe currently in the middle of their map number 2 on the D stream. That is a 3-2 round count right now, and LG is currently finding themselves up. So again, it's all getting gas. It's getting crazy. We're having a lot of fun down here. Pop-offs have been going on. We love to see that in the COD community. So make sure you guys at home open up multiple browsers, because it's going to get really lightning hot down here. That lightning, I don't even know if it is hot, but it feels like it would be. So that's what we got. Back to you guys at the desk.
All right, fantastic job as always. Shift coming through with the lore for LG and Tribe. And he's talking about that matchup. Well, here's the treat that I was talking about, okay? We're actually going to be jumping in on that D stream LG v Tribe matchup right now, so we can take a look at that instead of going to a break, see how that matchup is going. You guys start casting.
And like, I mean, he was talking about, it was like 3-2 when he immediately passed. We're now switching sides here on Meltdown. And it is as even Stevens as you could possibly ask for. Like Alan was already alluding to, these are reprised maps. Last time that we saw these two teams face off against each other. But Tribe have that 1-0 map lead. Luminosity needed to answer back.
Yes, sir. We are in here witnessing the side of LG planting the bomb by the hands of Ambi. That's going to be now 40 seconds on the clock. Tribe trying to go for the retake. Tribe. Rehan takes that knock onto Band. Tectonic gonna answer back by eliminating Solo. That's a great interaction, a good trade for the side of LG. A really interesting spot for the side of Tribe to be at as MB takes yet another kill. A really surprising game 1 victory for Tribe could translate onto pain for the side of LG, who right now are trying with their life to defend this bomb, and it's working perfectly for them. That is gonna be a round going in favor of LG. Will now take a small lead in their way.
1 round lead now here in the map number 2. Integral moment for Luminosity. Again, this is still best of 3s, and I'll be honest, this almost feels like it's a grand finals appearance in a best of 3 format. Most of the teams are just 1-0 for crying out loud, but nonetheless, something has to give here. Also important to note that the last time that these two teams did face off against each other, Luminosity in a best of 5 did take both Search and Destroys and the Control. Could just be an objective game mode type idea. Offense, yet again, bomb lurking all the way back, as it typically does when it comes down to Meltdown. Envy just waiting for the go-ahead on what anybody from his team might be able to find. Space with the Locust in hand, trying to maybe try to look for a pick, but it's actually vague. Gets a little bit too overextended. We'll end up getting first blooded, so numbers here for Tribe on the defense.
It's gonna be interesting to see now, because it's not an easy one to go over on pillars, over on A. But they seemingly are still trying to push that up, and it's going to work out for Band as he takes that kill onto Solo. Great trade over there for the side of LG. They're still not too sure. A minute left on the clock. I'm pretty curious to see what's going on with Rivaldo. Pretty interesting to see him with only a single kill. And I could pretty much say the same about Washi with only 2, at least right now. Here with the sniper play. Washi will try to clear pillars. Plenty of shots being fired, but none of them landing onto him. A jump shot onto Rehan. That is going to be the 3rd kill for Washi, who begins to push for more. LG all pushing as a team over onto the A side.
I mean, sure, why not? have fun while you're at it. Slug is a player that is relatively close towards the safe bomb site, but he's just waiting for the audio cue. Bomb's gonna get planted now, a 3v3 in a post-plant situation, trying to push for the trade. You would reckon is Envy, but he's not gonna be able to get in a position to be able to cut them down through the middle of the map. Tectonic doesn't have a sniper, has an AR. Space has a sniper though, and the wallbang shot will take Tech out of this round. Now a 2v3. Numbers favoring that for the retake on the defense. Inside of the site itself as Envy goes 1-for-1. It's all down to Band. 1v2. Doesn't have the audio cue popped quite yet. He knows that he's not on the bomb. He's gonna check it anyway in the 1v1. Gets away with his life. Down through the stairs he goes. Has a late stun. Check the bomb. It's clean. Playing against the clock. There's not enough time for the defuse. Wonderfully played out here for Band. And he's gonna get the kill. Why not anyway? LG have a 2-round lead.
Okay, I like that. Well done, Band. I like to see that. Band, one of those showman kind of players, you know, love to see it. Last year, his waves at the opponents was always something magnificent to see, questioned in the past, but today, as per usual, just showing what he does best, which is just dominate whoever is in front of him. So far, 11 kills for Bend. The man, the myth, the legend will begin to push as deeply as he can, goes for that kill and takes it like it's nothing, immediately allowing his team to plant that bomb. And ladies and gentlemen, that's another bomb planting in favor of LG.
Let me tell you, Band is a bad man. Is up to 12 kills in this map number 2, doubling that of the top fragger. Well, maybe one less. Sorry, math is hard sometimes. That's why I cast. Words are easier. 5-3 though in a post-plant situation. 5v4 on the map. Rihan's gonna at least take down Vague. That makes the numbers just about even, but Clock, it's not on Tribe's side now, is it? They have to try to retake this bomb site, and the pinch is just a little bit too late. Space is gonna take down Washi. Now 3v2 for the bomb site itself. Just gotta play the trade game, and the moment that Space tries to roll up from the stairs, he gets gunned where he was standing previously. All these rounds on the offensive side have gone in LG's favor. Now just 1 round away from tying up the series.
All right, 3 rounds in a row. LG on the brink of taking it home and making it even. Let's see if it's possible right now. We were talking about Band a little bit on the other round, but let's be honest, everybody doing a phenomenal job to keep up the pace for the team. Right now, they are a single round away from making it their own. Let's see if Tribe is gonna allow that now. So far, Space, a player that has been questioned in the past, but his level is just always so insane. And Nade, not gonna connect, 40 seconds on the clock, and everybody panic on the side of Tribe. They gotta do something, and they gotta do it now, but Washi takes that snipe onto Space.
Big first blood. Talk about a flip of the switch, isn't it? And they immediately take that and quick plant it over towards B instead. And now, if you're Tribe, you have to try to retake. You saw one player that's looking all the way back. I mean, Tech is essentially inside the spawn, so he's just waiting for the confirmation that somebody is pinching and waiting for the audio cues itself. Still 2 players, both playing around the bomb site itself. That's both Vague and Washi. The former will go down. Now the latter as well. Tectonic has to try to defend this in a 1v2, trying to hop on towards the defuse, but there's just not enough time. Tectonic will line them up, and LG will take this map and will even up the series.
We can't leave it there. It's 1-1 now. That was a phenomenal performance out of LG, but it's obviously best of 3, so there's going to be one more map for these teams to play it out to see who gets that win. We can't leave it unfinished. We'll jump back in with that and we'll see how it's gonna go, but did you anticipate the outcome, or did you anticipate hopping in and it was Tribe up 1-0?
No, I'm not surprised, personally, because again, like Shift was already talking about, last time that these 2 teams did face off against each other, it did go the distance, but LG did take both the Search and Destroys and the Control. If there's a map mode combination that they're much more susceptible to lose, it's going to be a hard point. Obviously, Stolen Away, it was very close, albeit by 9 points on Hacienda. This is where the true battle will be tested on the Search and Control.
Yeah, we get to see a few of the highlights of this game. We obviously only got to see the second half of this round, but let me tell you, the action was exactly what you would expect from a Luminosity Gaming versus Tribe. It is just such a historic battle coming all the way back from last year on to today. These 2 know each other very, very well, and playing as such, we saw that tremendous victory that will take onto a control map for these 2 to have a better understanding on who will remain undefeated, and that will be happening soon. I'm so glad that we bounced into it, I gotta be honest.
That's what I'm talking about when I say that there's lots of action going down at the pit. Okay, we've got games up on our main stage, but there's so many teams here, and we have to get through so many matches that there's so many good ones happening on the side streams as well. So make sure you're checking in with our side streams and our amazing co-streamers, co-casters that are covering all of that action for us on the BC and D streams, while we get ready to jump back in with the third and final map for LG versus Tribe. Is this a little bit of a preview what we might get later on in the competition?
It's likely. I mean, considering that it is a Swiss stage, a Swiss bracket, if you will, I mean, you very much so could see these two teams battling up against each other. Obviously, when it comes down to single elimination, what round is it going to come in? It very much so could be grand finals. That's just the beauty of Swiss in general. They could end up on two different sides of the bracket. We very much so might be getting a preview for what that might be.
Which is also a little bit of a scouting opportunity for any of these teams to kind of pay attention and see if they end up running up against LG or Tribe. Maybe take some notes, learn what you can from this situation, Gil, and see if they can hold their own.
Yeah, absolutely. And I gotta say, I just love so much of these matches that we've seen so far. And this is only day one. This is only day one. So if you had no plans, you should now. You gotta be watching across the entirety of today, tomorrow, and Sunday, because I'm telling you, you are in for a treat across every single match that we've seen so far and will see in the near future as well.
I mean, we've barely scratched the surface of day one. We still have 5 matches to go, including what we've got coming up next, match number 4 for the main stage. I mean, that's just the main stage. This is why we keep harping on the fact that you guys need to be checking out the BC and D streams, checking out the pit if you're here with us at DreamHack Atlanta, obviously hanging out with us, sitting down, taking a rest from all of the walking, watching some gameplay while you're at it, hanging out at the SPS booth. But there is too much for just the main stage to cover. It's time for us to dive back in and see who closes this one out.
Have to remember here, Luminosity and Tribe, albeit online for SPS Season 4 Open, they actually did get 3-0'd by Tribe. That was when they were first looking at all these different changes, aka S-Thug coming in. But clearly something has changed, and the LAN environment is a belly of a beast of their own. On towards Crossroads Strike, the final map here in this best of 3. Who is going to be 2-0? Well, how about a nice little 3-piece coming through from Envy? Fantastic showcase from them. Slay soon to boot. Luminosity have only dropped now 3 lives on this side so far.
Okay, I like that, LG. Great start over there, but Tribe now trying to pick up the pace. Another triple kill for the side of LG, this time by Washer. Rubalo trying to answer to that aggression with the double of his own. Not going to be enough. Gets taken down by Band. Big once again shaking out things up with the R90. This Hopper skin, that is just tremendous. I love that camo as well. It is just so wonderful to see it. And it is just amazing to see how well adapted is Big as a player with his weapon as he finds his 6th kill. And now that's 20 to 10 lives. LG with a tremendous start yet again here on Control.
Tell you this much, I'm going to have to scrub back on that B stream and take a look at that hard point as far as kills are concerned, because Luminosity are absolutely letting Tribe have it as far as the slaying department is concerned. Not a single segment of regression has even been captured. This is looking pretty darn good to finish in kills. That's why you're seeing some desperation ensue for Tribe. Now just having 2 respawns remaining before they're on their final lives, trying to get a segment over at A. They will complete in doing just that, trying to find the trades. The kills are starting to be marginalized, now 5 versus 13. Luminosity trying to wipe them off of this zone so far, and they're able to accomplish such a feat. Still dancing around the A zone are Tribe, but they don't have the numbers to try to manifest a full-on hit over by A. Luminosity going to be able to take this opening round on defense, but Tribe still got themselves a segment.
As much as I love to see it, I'm questioning how many multi-kills we're getting from LG. Like, we saw that, I want to say like 3 or 4 times, maybe 5, that 3 Tribe players were dropping to the ground. That cannot happen. It can happen once, it can happen twice even, but so often it's going to hurt, and it hurt like a train on the side of Tribe, who could not fight back in that first round. Now, they start great. 2 kills immediately going in favor of Space. Now Revalo with the War Machine will try to defend. Solo gets knocked out, but there's Revalo once again with the War Machine taking a double. Band pushing deep into enemy's territory. Double kill for S-Thug. What a start. That's exactly what we saw from LG's side, now going in favor of Tribe.
That's the rally that you do need. It's important to remember that Revalo, even be it in a losing round, was still up there slaying with the same gusto that Luminosity did have in the round previous to this one. So 28 plays up against 20. Again, Control is a fickle beast when it comes down to opening breaks. You really do need to make sure that yours are that much better on both sides of the coin. 25 now plays up against 20, trying to at least tiptoe around these two different zones. Band was on at least B for a small amount of time, trying to stall out that clock, but it's a little bit of a bait play. Luminosity trying to get themselves over by that A control zone, but where's the assistance? Through the upper halls, Space is going to pull out a claw and try to keep everybody at bay all the way towards the back. It's just exhausting so much time off this clock.
Let's see though, another kill for Space. Had a great start of a round now, picking quite a few kills there with the operator. Runs out of time, doesn't matter too much. There's an 11-12 now kill gap in favor of Tribe that Washi is trying to get rid of. Double kill for him. Envy with another knock onto Space. Washi suffering the pain from S-Thug. S-Thug also being quite a valuable player for the team of Tribe Gaming, but the problem not only the last, also the time, everything against the side of LG Gaming. Only 5 remain, no more spawns, and as Tech gets taken down, that is likely going to be a round going in favor of Tribe, as we see that triple from Envy. It's just not enough, man. It is not enough. Tribe with a great job, gonna make things even.
This is the most like crossroad strike I've ever seen in my life. Like, everything's about ending the kills. It's always about the opening breakoffs. You have a segment being captured on both sides for both Luminosity and Tribe in their opening offense. Now, what have you learned if you are Tribe? This opening breakoff, the majority is actually coming through their warehouse side, but nobody was watching this flank that Vega's already putting together. Pulls out the equalizer, knows that there's going to be players around A. Is it going to be the first set of prey? Vega says absolutely. Is able to at least find one. One player did slip the net. It's going to be inside of the own warehouse. That's going to be Rihan, who also pulls out an Annihilator, trying to at least find some spawn kills. Vega will get shut down, but still the trades are there to speak of. So Luminosity, you would feel like, should have some semblance of control of the map, and they're keeping them off of the zone, now just under a minute here for Tribe's second offense.
All right, 2 operators are going to be available on the hands of LG. That's going to be the Sparrow for Tech and the Annihilator for Washi, on top of the Purifier by Ben, who just got destroyed by Space. Not a lot of value going to be taken over there. The life steal slightly in favor of the LG roster at a distance. Tech gonna take that shot onto Washi. Sorry, not onto Washi, that's his teammate. One of the Tribe members there died at a distance. Only 19-16, which is not too far off. They are doing a great job of sort of keeping it even on the side of Tribe, but the time could also be an issue here, as there's only 25 seconds left, and Band goes behind them, takes 1, takes 2, goes for the 3rd, but the timing was just not there for him. 20 seconds left, and proper. This could be difficult for Tribe to break through.
Yeah, it really can be. Down to 14 seconds, you feel like that this is where desperation is going to start to ensue for Tribe. Have to try to get themselves on the zone. Hunter-Killer drone invested. Tectonic will take down S-Thug, who was trying to stall out the clock over at A. Still looking for that first segment, by the way. Tectonic able to at least find another, that his second in his life. Also have operators being invested. Envy's going to pull out a War Machine of all things. Should be the final grenade in the coffin, as Tribe are still struggling to try to get over towards one of these 2 zones, and the clock will be exhausted. And again, that is just, I mean, it's Crossroads Strike, right? You're in a 1v6 almost. It feels like you're going up against the 5 players of LG, and that 6 players is the clock. It is so difficult to try to stall the clock and try to keep these kills and momentum going on your side to try to get more segments.
We've had rounds getting won by kills, and now 1 for time. Will we see 1 for objectives? I highly doubt it, but that's never out of the picture now, as Solo finds the first blood. Revival goes for the second, and the defensive round for Tribe begins with 3 kills, but immediately gets answered by the side of LG with their own now multiple kills going their way. 27-24. The fight continues here as Rihan turns around, but Washi gonna show him a lesson. The revenge frag there by Solo. And these 2 teams are just giving their best, you know? They already won their own first game up, but in here, it's not been easy so far, and that's what you love to see among the arguably 2 best teams from what we've seen on the side of North America.
Luminosity are looking to close it here, by the way. They have already confirmed that they're going to have round 5 defense by already capturing a single segment of progression with the full hold that they had on the previous round. 17 plays up against 18. 2 segments of progression have already been captured today, and they keep poking the bear over at B as well, halfway towards completed on that second segment. But look at how much time is left on the clock. 16 lives, even across the board. Trade still to speak of for Luminosity Gaming, working up that third segment, not only on A, but also over at B. Tribe, now you have to try to go and try to whittle your way back inside of this B control zone to keep it in your favor, because A has already fallen by the wayside. Now Luminosity are responding parallel over towards B, but the life advantage is just too far gone. It means that S-Dog has to pull out the operator, the Sparrow has to be invested, Space is also investing the Claw just to try to keep these players at bay. He's able to find two. Tectonic, though, has himself a Sparrow, able to answer back with one. The kills, you feel like Gil, might just be the final nail in the coffin. Space has to get off the high ground just to find more kills. It's 9 plays up against 4.
Oh my god, 4 to 9. There's 2 operators on the hands of LG. That's a double kill for the side of Tribe, but 2 of them are gonna die. That's another kill to Revalo. Esto completely on his own. 1v6, ladies and gentlemen. Tries to survive, but B will say no to that. 20 kills for him. And that's a dub in favor of LG. 3-1 on control, 2-1 on the overall series, and LG will remain undefeated so far today.
I mean, not too shabby, right?
History's doomed to repeat itself. I'm just saying, 2-3-5. LG?
A little bit of history repeating itself, a little bit potential preview of what we might see later on in the competition when it comes to these two teams, but in the end, it is LG who comes out on top in that matchup, and all that's gonna do is keep them really comfortable moving through the Swiss format of this bracket. So that's gotta make them feel good. Meanwhile, on the flip side, Tribe possibly getting a little bit of an opportunity to see what they need to work on if they do end up in this matchup yet again, and maybe make some changes for that S&D or for the control.
I feel like it's very likely. Look, yeah, I mean, no matter the way that you spin it, either Tribe is going to be on Luminosity's side of the bracket, or they're going to meet later on in the bracket. I just don't see a world in this global competition where Luminosity and Tribe will make it out of the Swiss bracket and not face each other again.
They have to. They have to. They absolutely do. It's always a pleasure to see them. That's not all. That was tremendous to see. That was part of the side streams that we started watching, right? We were talking about the fact that there's always something going on, so you might as well bounce onto as many as you can. Because if you think that there's a small pause here, maybe there's some action over there of a team that you did not know that was playing, so make sure you tune in onto all of the streams. Because in here today, you got enough games to be entertained the whole day.
I mean, speaking of those other streams, it's time for us to do yet another check-in back on over at the pit with Shift. So let's see what's going on.
Woo-hoo-hoo, we got drama, baby. I'm all about it. And I will say, just for the record, I've been crushing predictions so far today, so I'm just going to go ahead and say I've kind of got the script. I've been a little bit of a prophet. Updates on other games that are currently going on or have finished. And most importantly, Wolves are playing up against Kagendra, and there was a really scary moment on the opening Apocalypse Hardpoint. Kagendra was 1 point away, 249 to like 220, and I'm not the only thing choking. Wolves took a 250-249 win, and then they cruised through the search and destroy. No worries there. They were able to 2-0. Map 3, though, is still going on the C stream. Q9 crushed Standpoint in the opening hardpoint, but a couple of overtimes in the search and destroy on Tunisia has Standpoint sending it to a Map 3 raid control. So those are currently the rest of the games that are going up in this particular block. But on top of that, little fun thing, not just about the matches that are going on individually, we also have a lot of the drama going on about which region is better, the East region or the West region. And to this point now we've series that we've had so far, up 3-2 in East versus West matchups. There's a couple more still to come in that next block. Following this, which in particular on the main stream, we'll be watching Team Mayhem go up against Exclusive, a battle inside the West, but two strong teams that really do not want to start 0-2, facing a potential early elimination matchup. So that's everything going on, at least in this block down here. Back to you guys up the desk.
Fantastic job as always, Shift. That was a very thorough report on what's going on in the pit, but I also need to know if that cough was real for the choke joke or not.
I don't know.
Not sure.
Could have been both, honestly. Like, it was like the whole bit, but like he committed to it too hard because it sounded very genuine.
It was believable. It was believable. I'm going to ask him in just a moment here because it's time for a short break before we get into match number 4 on the day, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live here from DreamHack Atlanta with our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. And things are already going. Okay, we talked about match number 4 coming up right around the corner. Team Mayhem versus Exclusive. We brought Shift up here to get some casting done after the phenomenal work down there in the pit. Exclusive already up 1-0 in this best of 3. Give me everything you got right now.
NA, look, I'm never wrong. I'm just early. Shout out Patrick Aches Price. NA's down bad right now, okay? LG Tribe, NA matchup 1-0, sure, whatever. But I will say, Tribe did not look convincing at all in their first matchup. And then them not having a great of a time as I think they were hoping for on a Hacienda Hardpoint, still won it, but then still losing map 2, map 3 pretty convincingly, not good. And now Mayhem is down 1-0 to Exclusive. They played a takeoff Hardpoint that should have been Exclusive's favorite map, so some freedom there, but still, I think NA is not looking as strong as we all thought they would.
Ooh, Gil.
And definitely something to be concerned about for these two particular teams. LG just winning, but like you mentioned, it's not been as clean as you may have anticipated in the past, right? Which is something to point out for sure. And in here, like you mentioned, although expected, it's still something that I'm sure Mayhem is just not too happy about as we get to see that beautiful entrance of them into the ball. We see Jesus in here and across with his team, just completely ready. But, well, in here, not as ready as you may have thought. You said it yourself. They have already dropped one map against Europe.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Did you see
saw
that?
it.
He's literally doing elevated push-ups
on us,
off
right?
the stacks of cash.
Stacks of cash.
What a baller.
That was impressive. I need that on the stage. If they,
Oh,
they
that'd be
get
awesome.
if they get a win, I want to see that in here competition. Yes.
That's Blur for you, baby. That guy's just different, man. And that's the thing is, like, look, the thing about this Team Mayhem squad is we weren't sure what really we were going to expect. I think a lot of early anticipations when we were in Poland for Season 4 was it was all focused on Tribe LG. And through the group stage, that was what we got. But then these guys on LAN in Seattle were looking unbelievable. They smoked Tribe in 2 different 3-0s, and then they put up a really good fight versus LG. So Mayhem have to play better, because this exclusive team, I'm not going to give them any discredit, but you would assume that the NA region would be stronger than the EU's second best team. So coming out and losing the first map shows that this exclusive team definitely is cooking, even though they find themselves 0-1 at the moment.
That's right, and in here, as we get to be introduced to these beautiful faces on the side of exclusive, it was just a tremendous map 1 victory, and look at them all. They are convinced that they can move on to day 2. And this could be the first step. Beer, CSR Neil, Creed alongside with Shark will be in here tonight. They already won the first map like we mentioned, and well, Search to Destroy, although on paper should be in favor of one of these teams being the side of Mayhem, that's not written on stone, right?
Yeah.
Anything goes.
And I think the cool thing about this exclusive team is I think most people looking at their squad would say they got a natural upgrade bringing Shark into the mix. He was by far one of the most pop-off players, period, of Season 4, let alone in Europe. So it was surprising to see them lose in 2 maps to Volt. Now that said, I think Volt did a really good job in the veto process to set themselves up for success. And exclusive, talking to them a little bit coming off the stage, they were like, we kind of threw both the 2 maps that we lost to Volt. And both of them were close. So, you know, early land jitters type things, maybe they're starting to shrug that off, and maybe that could be a reason why they're up 1-0 in this series right now.
I also, I'm going to follow up with something you said in a second, but I'm getting told we've got another special post from exclusive on social media. If we find these productions typically good about digging them up, what is this? Not only is this EU team hungry for the title, they took all the snacks.
What?
Oh, the thievery.
Bruh. That's bad manners.
Okay, well now they know where all the food went. They took it back to the hotel for some extra energy, Gil.
You just have to. You never know what goes in. A few snacks may have been why they're winning tonight. You never know that, because right now I don't see no confidence of a pillow. Maybe it's just the snacks that they rely on. You know, that's the difference between teams.
Listen, all the teams have different strategies,
right?
Or you know, superstitions maybe they have to do before.
Meta.
Yeah, exactly. You never know. You never know what it is.
Oh, man. You know, that could be part of it, but I think the other important thing to note here is that there's only 2 regions who really didn't get a lot of LAN experience this year. One of them being Europe, the other being India. And to be fair, India, I think they did play their Season 4 Masters in LAN. They just weren't at CDFI. I
think they did.
Don't recall. But we know for a fact Europe didn't play any of their matches in person. So when you talk about exclusive having a quote-unquote slow start, losing to the Japanese team in Volt, and that's impressive for Volt, I think there are elements in a best of 3, very quick series, to where one thing goes wrong and all of a sudden you get shaken up a little bit. So exclusive look a little bit more comfortable just based on kind of how they've transitioned from the side pit into the main stage here. And I would expect that this is going to be a banger map 2, and I have it going 3. So.
What about you, Gil?
I gotta say I agree. I think we are definitely moving on to that game of control. And well, that hard point was quite close. 252.
223, yeah.
223 is something not too bad, absolutely, for the side of Mayhem. That was not a victory as they wanted, but on Search to Destroy, we should, at least from what we've seen so far, see them tie things up and take us to a game 3, take us to a game of control, and as such, prolong a little bit longer this action set here for the main stage.
Okay, but we're moments away from getting into the game. Before we do that, I want to find out just how accurate you've been on your prediction. Shift, you said coming
lights
in.
out.
Like 100%?
I don't know if I've been 100%, but I've been really close. I know that Twitter's going to kind of flame me a little bit because COD Mobile Esports News posted, like, who do you, like, see winning? And I had Wolves losing to Kings, but Kings absolutely trolled the maps. Like, you don't just give Wolves their best map mode combinations. Like Kings threw. Like they absolutely threw in the map selection process. So if I would have seen the map set, I would have said Wolves would have won that. And I think so far, I've been pretty close. I mean, it's just really interesting, I think, to look at which teams have done their homework on their opponents and which have just gone and said, hey, I don't know, we'll play whatever.
I mean, sometimes the chaos works out in your favor and other times it doesn't. I mean, we talked about the prize pool a lot too, Gil. Obviously, that's what they're fighting for in terms of money, but it's that trophy on the stage. And we haven't even gotten a chance to talk about how cool that trophy looks.
I love it. I love it. I gotta say that trophy is just tremendous to see. And ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the trophy. Let's talk about the game. Exclusive. 1-0 in their way. We're gonna move on to search and destroy. A few kills are gonna be traded, and through the smoke, we're gonna see Cartels pushing towards A-Long to push in there. Jesus saving his ally. That was really clutch. That was really clutch.
Caesar was in a position there for a moment where I thought he was going to blow up the entire play, but fortunately he doesn't get traded out. Mayhem now with the plant, and just for reference sake, Mayhem should feel pretty comfortable on this map mode combo. They've been a good search team, and on firing range they've gotten a handful of reps. Neil, does he get an angle here? No, not quite the wall bang. Veer also working with the scope, so 2 snipers taking on the 2 subs and AR of Team Mayhem's post plant. And this, if you can't take it by the tone of my voice, does not feel very hopeful. Nade does at least push one player out, but time is starting to tick. You got to go, you got to find your way on, and it's just not going to happen with the sniper rifles. Here comes the push through. Team Mayhem get their first offense.
There it is, doing a great job, and a huge part of it was Jesus. Just said it. Caesar could have done so much damage, but thanks to Jesus in there, Jesus saves, doing a great job to keep his teammates alive. He thought that someone might have been there, and he was absolutely right, takes that kill, and eventually takes that round now. Carrying the bomb is going to be Cartels pushing towards B. No one is looking that way, and that is going to hurt like a truck on the side of Exclusive, who have no clue what's going on right now.
Yeah, a little bit of a blind counter situation, right? Mayhem 5-man stack B, Exclusive kind of 5-man stack A. So now it's going to be on to, can Exclusive find a way to retake? Do they have much utility to help them out in this post-plant breakdown? First blood good, Blur able to tally. Responded to by Creed, 4v4. You look to this guy to be the playmaker. No utility to play with, but you expect him to be the vanguard of this next approach. Neil hits a shot on the Jesus saves. That opens up the tires play. Creed will toggle the bomb, see if anyone will check this. Of course, you will have to, and all perfectly played by Exclusive. Creed will get 2. No worries, only dropping 1 in the process. We're going to go 1-1.
Okay. That looks good on the side of Exclusive. I thought that they were going to struggle a lot more, but that was clearly not the case. 1 for each team. Exclusive immediately showing an answer against the opponents, who definitely struggle in round number 2. And look at that evenly distributed kills on the side of Mayhem. Only Jesus above them all with 2. That's right. 1 for each else. 2 for Jesus through the smoke. Gonna find kill number 3 onto Creed. Raph gets surprised by Shark, who takes a double. Shark always being that key player on the important moments on the side of Exclusive.
And if you're familiar with watching Shark during stage 4 with EU, they played a lot of firing range, and a lot of their defensive plays were all about smoking out mid, get Shark forward.
Shark, man.
That's got to be it. So it took him a little bit to kind of reestablish that, but here in round 3, major success off of just getting Shark forward in towards Wood. 2v4 situation, tough situation to be sure here for Mayhem, not only because of the numbers, but you've got Kings who will have to be trusted and pretty much relied on to open up a pick somewhere with the sniper rifle if Mayhem were to have a chance to bring these numbers back.
Let's see. Right now it's going to be a 2v4. They do got control of the bomb, but it's going to be complicated. How they want to approach this interaction is going to be super, super important. Kings here with a sniper, and so is Cartels. That's right, at a distance. They got a fighting chance, and up close, I think Cartels may have picked
yeah, it looks like he picked one up. I think he started with a Fennec, and I think he picked up a scope.
Okay, that would make sense.
Either way, he's rocking both weapons. It's really just which tool is better for the job at this point.
Absolutely, absolutely. And well, in here, I was talking about a minute ago. Now it's only 30 seconds left. They gotta choose something, and I'm not too sure if that's the right one, if I'm being honest with you. They are all moving in there at the same time. Veer completely set onto the opponent, takes that kill, and Caesar does as well.
I love the discipline, like small little footnote for all you search and destroy nerds out there. I love that in a 4v2 exclusive, don't say we're going to split our resources and go 2 on one site, 2 on the other. Let's just 4-man stack B, and if they end up planning at A, so what? We'll just retake. So I love that, just not throwing any advantage away. And again, like I kind of mentioned on the desk, like exclusive really did feel like they threw away their series versus Volt. So it looks like they're coming back with some major composure here. And with Shark, once again, look where he finds first blood. Front wood. I swear to you, if these teams did their homework, they would be saying, watch out for Shark playing through mid. Now Caesar, next one up. Easy peasy, no problems. Plant is on, but Mayhem are struggling with numbers.
Another kill for the side of exclusive. You said it yourself, the numbers are going to be looking even more in favor of exclusive as Beard takes that kill. Crit pushes forward. The only one alive is gonna be Kings, and Shark, he cannot be anyone else but Shark who takes that kill. The defusal, a little bit of a dance over his dead body, and that's another round going in favor of exclusive.
Wow, crucial round right here. Mayhem have to have an answer for this play from Shark up mid. And the best response, you can do it in one or two ways. Either number one, you throw a lot more utility early to flood the middle of the map, or you bring up a second scope and you try to find him before he can get to the front of wood. There's that smoke that I'm talking about. Every single time, expect Shark to do just this. A little bit more patience this time. Shark not quite committing to get forwarded towards wood, but you know as soon as he gets some sort of contact from his teammates, he'll be quick to try to follow up and see if he can find first blood.
I mean, that's exactly what you expect from a Shark, right? The second he smells a drop of blood, he will go after you. And that's what we've seen in the past few rounds from him. But luckily enough for the side of Mayhem, they are the ones that take the first blood this time onto Neil. Neil right now dropping to the ground. But it's still complicated. It's not been easy for the side of Mayhem. They are trying to find an opening, but you said it yourself. They are super, super well organized on the side of exclusive that it's super difficult to actually find an opening.
And the thing about it is, oh, and that changes things. I was about to say, Neil dropping for first blood doesn't really give Mayhem a green light to go anywhere because Neil's just floating with a sniper rifle. But now that Caesar's down, this is where all of a sudden Mayhem can try to flood with numbers, and this is the right call. Go over towards B. You know Shark is still alive. He's likely playing the A side of the map. Just stay away from him. So now Veer has to pick up a scope and find a way to connect. Sees one crossover towards Scar. Quick snipe not going to land. Little flick shot also going to come up a bit astray. Smoke will embellish the entirety of the B side. Here comes the bomb now coming forward. Shark trying to keep them at bay. With the Fennec at this range, mostly tickling, and Raph will beat him to the punch. R9 will finish him off, and that will be a plant with Mayhem in a 5v2.
All right, 4v2 now. Squid takes that snipe. Beer takes another onto Blur. Great job down there. 35 seconds on the clock, plenty of time. So let's see how they try to capitalize on those 2 kills that they just got with the Fennec pushing forward. There's the shot for Creed, not gonna be executed. Kings with an outstanding job there. Gonna put Beer on an awful situation. Jesus, close it up. Another round finally going in Mayhem's way. That's exactly what they were aiming for. But it's still concerning that the beginning of the rounds is just too complicated.
And there's a level of that, but I think, you know, if you're Mayhem and you're sitting here saying we don't have anything up our sleeves in terms of dealing with Shark, just don't challenge. Just stay away from him. Because he's going to do this every single round, I promise. I'll put my house on it. Pink slips are out.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Shark, he might be smelling something. He's thinking about it. Questioning, do I not?
It's all about
do I not?
Yeah.
Oh my God, the grenade kill is huge for Beer. Still not everything.
So the thing about this is Shark doesn't have to make a play any further than where he is if he doesn't want to, because he's got, oh, I was gonna say Caesar's watching over the top of him, but snipe from Blur does connect, so now you're gonna rotate Creed over to assist this A defense, and Shark now has to feel like he needs to make a play. So he's going to try to sneak into wood. He sees 2 different players cross, but his position is now made known. So it's all about, can he get out of this spot and keep his life a little while longer? Mayhem giving him a lot of credit. Will this back off? Trades do come through, but numbers stay with Mayhem on the offense.
Gotta love it, gotta love it. 3v2 right now. 2 snipers on the side of exclusive. Creed and Beer both alive, up and running. There's bomb control by the side of Cartels. who is yet to find a second kill so far this game. They are all going through A-long and through the smoke. Look at that, there's Grid, finds one, goes for the second, tries to run away. Not gonna be fast enough. Cartel takes that kill and immediately capitalizes on it by planting the bomb at a distance. Gonna be Beer with a sniper in hand, misses the first shot, goes for the second, misses again, goes for the third. Oh my God, pure chaos on the hands of Beer, who's losing his mind. Only 35 seconds remain, but I don't even think that's necessary. Beer continues to push forward, but I'm not too sure how much he can do. Tries to bait them out of the hiding spot over there on trailer. Tries to commit onto defusing. I think he's gonna do it.
No way.
There's no shot. Oh my God, how are you going to allow your opponent to do that to your face?
That is literally the definition of Ninja Defuse. There is no way Team Mayhem just lose track of the bomb. They did everything right. Literally everything right, except for the 5 seconds of defuse that comes through. What a meltdown. And so now, swap the sides around and don't expect the aggression from Shark to change. It'll just be a little bit variable in terms of how he wants to play. There have been moments in the past when he was on Animus and he was playing forward on offense, he would try to get in towards trailer. This is a more labored approach here for Exclusive, trying to feel out what Mayhem want to do on defense, and I'm sure there was some post-round celebrations to be had over the Ninja, so expect this to be kind of one of those clinical breakdown rounds here where Exclusive are just going to try to feel out where Mayhem are and then use Shark as kind of the tip of the steer. Steer? Tip of the steer is a totally different thing. Cattle ranchers in Texas would be happy about that, but nowhere else.
Oh my God, and I'm not too sure. Oh, a shot, okay. I see you, Creed. I was about to mention, I feel like I'm not too quite sure, but there was one North American team that tended to struggle with getting Ninja Defuse. I'm not too sure if it was Mayhem, may have been some other, but really questionable in here for Mayhem to allow that to happen. Now, Raph with a shotgun, take that. First kill goes for the double. Caesar not gonna allow that to happen. The trade is there, so that's a 3v3. Caesar still trying to push forward. The bomb is going to be in the hands of Shark, which I'm a little bit surprised if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, same. I thought for sure it had been someone like Caesar trying to play for bomb, but it's fine either way. Bomb gets planted, trade comes on the backside, so Neil cannot watch this flank. How do you set up your post plan here if you're Exclusive and all they wanted to try to go back over towards America, but Caesar gets caught. So now it's just down to Shark for the 1v2. Fennec, no utility, slides out. Cartels, hops, Kings, caught with a pistol out. What has happened here? Shark for the 1v2, no! Cartels had to bounce off the defuse, and lucky that he did, because Shark was about to feast. But a key round there for Mayhem keeps the map close.
Cartels with a smooth slide confuses the aim of the opponent, could not trade back into his body. Takes that kill, defuses that bomb, and brings the third round in favor of Mayhem. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not over till it's over, and the final round is going to be Beer, the one picking up the bomb, which makes a lot more sense than Shark, which is the historically hyper-aggressive player that likes to be in your face. Kings. Oh my God, Cartels with a double, nearly a triple onto Caesar. Answers back, not going to be enough, and all of a sudden, Neil is completely on his own, Chip.
Well, you know, I was just about to say, I like this from Exclusive. You're hitting something a little bit unorthodox. You're throwing fake nades mid, which we, again, have already talked a lot about. Shark is going to want to live in the middle of the map. So maybe they're trying to think Mayhem's going to take their focus towards mid. Let's full hit over towards B. But an opening snipe on Devere, and then Cartels in the corner for 2, just swatted away.
Yeah, destroying any opportunity that may have been there. And as such, we're now even, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. 4 in favor of Mayhem, 4 in favor of Exclusive. Raph gonna be here defending with the shotgun onto the trailer through the smoke. Shark wants to go forward. Creed with the bomb will have the opening. Tries to plant the bomb as I speak. He'll be able to do it. That's right. No one has died, but the bomb is down. 45 seconds on the clock. So far, Creed, 8 kills. Wants to go for more. Tries to push forward onto the opponents. And Beer will open up the floodgates in here.
This is freaking brilliant from Exclusive. You're running a 3 SMG close quarters battle up front, and then both your snipers are watching the flank. Compositionally, this is a masterpiece. Wow. And the post plant is not being threatened at all. Raph can't do anything with the shotgun from this position. Jesus is going all the way back through red lockers. Does find one, but again, he just doesn't have the long-range weapon until he finds the sniper rifle left on the ground. Time becoming an issue, 10 seconds, got to go quick.
Shark and Creed playing a crossfire inside the trailer. Creed, Shark will challenge together. Nice opening shot, but time will be an issue here. Didn't make a difference. Shark was able to clean things up. I love that post plant from Exclusive. You throw all 5 members over towards the backside of trailer, toss all your utility, get your SMGs up, plant the bomb, snipers go back, everything's peachy keen, no worries. 5-4 up, go Exclusive.
Such a clean round for Exclusive. There was a single second where they were shaken by Mayhem, but like you said, they were so well organized and coordinated that it was pretty easily to adapt to what was going on. Beer will find the first blood. Beer will find a double in Exclusive with the opportunity to plant it pretty early on yet again. And this time, in comparison to the last round, they are not 5-5, it's 5-3, but the same scenario where they plant the bomb, and that is just a bad. Was that a chopper?
Jesus, hello? Going to the chopper. He's just looking for, the whole thing about this is, defensively, if you're gonna pull this out, it's all about just getting wallbang spam. But now that that's off the table, how do you retake with this?
I got no idea.
Here comes the defensive smoke. We're about to find out, brother. Everyone's got to push through this, and Jesus just needs to be a bullet hose. Not going to work out. Easy post plant again. And Exclusive, I love this. And I think, you know, comparing their Season 4 stats to Search and Destroy to what we're going to get this weekend out of these guys may not be fair, because Shark changes everything.
It does.
And Animus loved this map. Flat out when he was playing in Season 4 because of the ability for Shark to take over. That is occurring in front of our faces. 9 kills for Shark. And now Mayhem are going to try to change the tone up a little bit by getting aggressive on their defense. Neil doesn't quite see anything, but Mayhem also draw the line in the sand, say we didn't get any first blood, let's back off, make sure we get a defense set up.
Yeah, it makes sense. It all makes sense. They were preventing the side of Exclusive from doing the exact same thing, and once they realized they were not doing it, okay, let's back down, let's go try to just form a different strategy in here. Kings, with the opportunity, takes that kill to Shark, who was a bit confused by his presence. That is a huge kill for the side of Mayhem, who now know that the opponents are over there. Kings finds a double, gets taken down. Creed with the opportunities. Jesus with a knock onto Neil. Jesus with a double onto Creed, and now Beer completely on his own is away from his allies. 1v3, and they know where the bomb is at. There's nothing that they want or should do.
Yeah, just don't peek him.
Right.
Flat out. I mean, Veer's got a ton of time, so there is a chance that he can finesse the clock a little bit here for a possible 1v3, but like you mentioned, Mayhem having the awareness the bomb is down, you just don't peek anything.
Yeah.
Play good trade positions, that should be it. So, if they do that, everything should be fine, and there it is. Okay, so good stuff there for Mayhem. I like the idea too, again, just to kind of give a little bit of sauce and some credit over to the side of Mayhem. Change the tempo up, try something new. What's been going on so far hasn't looked all that good, so you play with a little bit of aggression through A. They don't find what they wanted necessarily, but hey, I still like the idea of it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they do it again, just because it didn't get tested the last round. And yeah, they're again gonna try to get Raph forward, see if he can shut down a play early, but once more, Exclusive back off, Beer gets first blood, and now Mayhem are in big trouble.
Oh man, without the smoke, that was a completely different story, and it was hurtful to see. The side of Mayhem loses one by a sniper shot of who I think was Neil, and then a nade kill also drops down another player on the side of Mayhem. And ladies and gentlemen, this could be the breaking point for Mayhem Exclusive. We're not happy about losing against Bull. You said it yourself, they were unhappy about their results, and right now, right here, right now, they're trying to close it up as they begin to plant the bomb once again by the hands of Creed. He's planting the bomb, he's taking the kills, he's just carrying like crazy alongside with his teammates.
And Raph had to he had to contest with a shotgun in hand. He has to be enabled to move. And well, with Blur dropping over the top of barrels, it feels like this one's gonna be a touch out of reach. Play from Cartels at mid-map. He does catch Neil by surprise, but again, he needs to find more for Raph to even be a threat here. So they're going to work this together. Shark in the back. He does well to get a 1-for-1, and Raph had not picked up the SMG. He's still sticking with the shotgun. Not going to work. And again, never wrong, just early. NA is down bad, with Exclusive taking a 7-5 and sending Mayhem to an early elimination match at an 0-2 Swiss record.
Let me tell you this much. I believe I saw, if I'm not mistaken, Beer over there just waving goodbye to the opponents as they won the match. I turned around, he was like doing that band thing, you know, that he likes to do unto his opponents. He was like, I gotta do it myself. And then right after, of course, you gotta be saying that it was a GG, because it was great. It was great to see the side of Mayhem constantly try to adapt, but the same way that we we witnessed on, well, not witnessed, but knew about that hard point. It was close.
Yeah, and I think, again, just kind of speaking to that, we didn't get to see it, but that was a great map for Exclusive. I thought they did another, looking at how the veto process went, I think Exclusive came back together and said, okay, let's take a breath here. We got our first series out of the way. Let's play to our strengths and also consider who we're playing up against to take away some of theirs. So it was a very even map pool, but I love the fact that Exclusive get the takeoff that they want, and then more importantly, I think firing range, no matter how long Exclusive lasts, whether it's through today or into tomorrow, I think firing range is going to be an issue for a lot of teams simply because Shark plays the map so vastly different than anybody else I think that's out here.
Yeah, you couldn't have said that more perfect in there. It's just crazy to see it. He does not show a single piece of fear. He's got a plan and he sticks to it. Does not matter what. I bet that more than one time there's been people screaming at him just to do something else. He's like, I got this. I know what I'm doing. Don't worry about it. And most of the time he tends to work. And there's the wave. I told you all, there's the wave. My man Veer was pretty happy about what happened in here. Look at those numbers. 14 kills for Creed.
And it's just, again, when you look at Creed and Shark together, let's just say it what it is. That's 24 kills out of SMGs. And then when you
12 rounds.
Yeah, in 12 rounds. That's a really good point. And then, of course, you know, you have Veer and Neil that are locking down scopes, and they're going to provide you a first blood every now and again. So I think firing range will be a staple for this Exclusive team. And hopefully the other teams are at least paying somewhat attention to the voice coming over the loud view, because I think that that's going to be something that teams need to keep in mind as they go through.
All right, well, I'm glad we got to catch that reaction there, but if I'm not mistaken, it is FDOT's time yet again, standing by with an interview with one of our winners.
You are not mistaken. I'm standing here with Veer. Congratulations on the win, first and foremost. Taking down America, is that a big deal?
Yep. Kinda, yeah, because like we have a lot of proof that it was good. It was good.
Well, it was definitely a team play, but I was really looking at what Creed was able to do in the server and what was going on there. Can you talk to me a little bit about his play and how that affected the game?
I think Creed did a really good job. He was able to fix up like the issues he had like against Volt, but like he really came through clutch. And Neil also, he was a very, very stable player and he hit some good shots as well. And they're definitely the reason why we won the series.
And speaking about clutch, you guys kind of had control of that S&D, and then it started to get away from you, but then you picked it back up and made it happen. What was the biggest thing that allowed you to catch back that train and get the W?
We kind of realized that like playing slow didn't quite work out, so we just like said let's run it down and force those gunfights. And we kind of expected them to counter-aggress a bit, but like after that we just re-aggressed it, so it was good.
Sometimes you just got to run it down mid.
Of course, just push down is the best thing you can do sometimes.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations on the win, and good luck at the next ones.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, FDOT. Now, here's typically the point where we would toss to Shift in the pit. But we have Shift up here on the desk with us hanging out, and somehow he has managed to multitask while casting not only this match, but also has updates for what's actually happening in the pit. I don't know how you did it, but I'd like to hear it.
I'm a magic man,
yeah,
Lauren.
honestly,
I'm a magic
I
man. How about this? Not only is that a very impressive 2-0, Volt has 2-0'd loops. With muscle. 250, 129, 7-4. Japan is real, Lauren. 2-0. Also, Inco beat Powerhouse in their first map, and Godlike smoked Kings in their first map. So that's casual. Volt is the story.
Thought skill?
I'm just probably as surprised as a lot of you guys are. That's not only the victory, but like you mentioned, the numbers that they dropped is outstanding and shakes a lot of things up, because we've seen now Loops defeat Mayhem.
Yep.
We've seen Mayhem drop to Exclusive. We've seen Bolt defeat Loops 2-0. There's definitely opening a lot of room for all these teammates to just show themselves today. I'm at a loss of words. I feel like I'm at a loss of words.
Yeah.
Volt haven't lost a map. Not only today, but also when they were playing their Season 4 playoff, they 3-0'd everybody.
Is there anyone else?
Oh.
Volt is undefeated in Snapdragon Pro Series.
See, this is why we love the Snapdragon Pro Series. Okay, we thought we knew what was going to happen heading into it, and we're getting some expected results across the board, sprinkled in here and there. But those underdog stories, that is what will create an epic day 2, potentially change some things heading up now into the championship as well. I mean, who will be the team to take down Volt?
I don't know. LG at this point, that's the only option because I mean, do we know if anyone else is 2-0 to this point? I don't think anyone else is.
I feel like most of them have been
Q9's 2-0.
Okay.
Wolves is 2-0. And LG's 2-0.
All right, well, you know.
Okay.
There it is.
Well, we don't even need a bracket because Shift has all of the information just on
Gigabrain.
his cards and in his brain. But we still have so many more matches still left to go, which means on our side, it's time for another short break so we can get match number 5 set up, ready to go. Our players on stage, ready to get into it. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack Atlanta, where things have just been heating up more and more all day in our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We have a few teams who still remain undefeated, some surprise results out of a couple regions. We already saw a matchup between LG and Tribe. We've gotten a little bit of everything so far today, Shift.
We've gotten a little bit of everything and then some, all right? We're not just going in cold first day. We're to give you everything you want tomorrow. It's like a buffet in Call of Duty Mobile. Come on, it's World Championships. Everyone's here. Not for the first time. Actually, a lot of people back for a second time. But the thing about it is, best of threes have zero forgiveness. You make one mistake, and you're all of a sudden finding yourself possibly in an elimination match like that Mayhem team we just saw.
I mean, like, you have best of threes into single elimination. There's no forgiveness this entire weekend. It's either your prep and practice leads to this moment, or you just choke on main stage.
All right, well, we're talking about these matchups. We have actually two right around the corner that are both going to be some bangers, all right? Next match, players on stage, is Q9 versus Wolves. You talked about some of their stats before we went to that break. Let's start talking about Q9.
I think the thing about Q9 is they technically come into this tournament as the #1 seed from China, but are they? Because Wolves have taken the edge in the series every single time, except for that grand final when I think a lot of people who watched it said Wolves kind of kicked their feet up a little bit because they already qualified for Worlds.
Right.
So, you know, hey, you're a top 2 seed from China. Like, does it really matter to get the #1 seed? You know, suspicions aside, I think it'll be really telling here to see if Q9 can flip the script, which has been one-sided by Wolves.
I think it's one of those things that, again, when you already have the idea that you're qualified for World Champs, and then you start practicing the best things that you need to work on. We've been talking about this in esports, specifically Call of Duty, for many, many different years. Obviously, you want to be the #1 team in all the different categories, but when you are on LAN and you're in a situation where you need that practice on that one specific thing, what better way to look at it than in between the #1 and #2?
And I think the thing on top of that, last little point, Wolves are your CDFI champions over Elevate. Q9 didn't even make it that far into the bracket, so 1 seed kind of, that's what I'm saying.
1 seed kind of.
Oh, you know, came up here and decided to be a little bit savage. I am here for that because we've talked about them overarching as a squad, and we'll have some highlights running here in the background from their last run at Worlds. What did you take away from this competition last time around?
I think #1, we were all still kind of flashbanged and blinded by what Scars did out of nowhere. I mean, the Japanese team, I think, was kind of the secret talking point throughout the entirety of NA is going to dominate everyone. But I think on top of that, everyone had so many anticipations about Q9, and it was a huge disappointment to the Eastern region to see China's preferably top 2 seed come in and not make it out of groups. Like, that was not expected at all. A lot of people had Q9 winning their group, let alone just making it to the final days.
And again, it goes down to that one culmination. It's like, yes, you can be the #1 team regionally, but when you show up on an international stage through all the different travel, I think that that's where you do start to see some discrepancies as far as your play is concerned. You can have the best maps ever, but if you mechanically don't show up on the day, as this is a day-to-day esport, well, you might just be a little screwed as far as your bracket is concerned.
Well, is there a situation, because we've talked about this a lot throughout the day as well, and we've seen it in an individual case, but are there any players that we need to be keeping our eyes on?
Oh, for Q9 in particular, you mean?
Sure.
I think it's one of those things that I don't look at anyone in, like, specifically they have to be, like, carrying the team. I think all 5 need to be big, but I will say, looking through the scoreboards, Yang has not had a particularly great day today to this point, so I think kind of going off the mantra of all 5 players have to come together, I am kind of looking at the guy that has not really been there to this point, and it has largely been Yang. Again, hard to really say that because Q9 technically are still 2-0, but the thing about it is they were tested just a moment ago versus Standpoint, which they should not have been. And I think that's kind of the biggest question mark here is, will they be able to keep up in the respawn against a very solid Wolves team, let alone find ways to beat the best Chinese search team, which is, again, on the other side of the coin, Wolves. And I'm looking at Yang to be that guy to kind of step up here.
All right, I love that. I love that call as we're getting an opportunity to take a live look at our teams up on stage as they are getting themselves comfortable and ready to go, but we haven't gotten a chance to deep dive them, so let's talk about Wolves here proper.
Yeah, I mean, look, Wolves, we kind of got a little bit of a look at just a little bit earlier in this day. And I think that there's one thing that does immediately jump off the page. In between a lot of the different teams that we had last year at Worlds 22 to now Worlds at 23, 4 out of the 5 players are returning. You want to talk about chemistry? That is what you have to lean on if you are Wolves. And as we were already talking about the overarching statement, you've got to feel like that you are the #1 team in China due to how early you did qualify. Yeah, you might be a little one-dimensional as far as how your respawns play out, but your search and destroy and control is something that you absolutely need to lean on. All of that said, Zai and Peg earlier, they dropped a combined 104 kills on a Summit hardpoint. That was very, very close. You felt like that they should have lost. The slaying is there for Wolves. The team chemistry and cohesion to understand how to break as well as set up a lot of these hardpoints is also at an all-time high.
Yeah, I think that is the best shout. It really does come down to, while we watched this Wolves team both last year and when they were at CDFI, it really had been those 2 particular players that really did a lot of the legwork in Respawn particularly, okay? We know this team is going to be nasty at Surge. They have to be. China's always been a Surge squad. But now that we start to kind of get the picks in, will there still be the comfort of Wolves going to Summit, which was by and far their most played hardpoint map? They're also a heavy loaded Crossroads team on Control. Both of those 2 maps, I think, got a broad stroke you can categorize as just slay and you're going to win. So that is going to be interesting to see if Wolves will get blessed with an opportunity to play on those type maps again, or will Q9 try to put them a bit at range and play a map we kind of got teased a takeoff there. I don't know if that was accurate or not, but if you do play a larger map, there may be an opportunity for Q9 to slow down players like Zai and Peg.
Yeah, we'll get those picks and bans up here in just a moment, just getting a little bit of a reset before those pop up. But if it is what we saw with that little bit of a tease there in the beginning proper, what are your expectations, at least for starting things off on the hard point?
I think that this is going to be a big pace check when it comes down to these 2 teams. Like Alan was talking about already, when we did have a look at these teams as far as CDFI is concerned, it's always been about just the pace in between the 2. Slaying is one thing, but it's about finding the right kills in key situations. You could drop 85 kills, but if you're not finding those kills around the hard point, specifically for Apocalypse, which is going to be our first map, you're going to be from the outside looking in quite often than not, especially with the amount of money hills that you have on APOC itself. Express Search and Destroy, I think, is going to be a good one to go back and forth again. I have a really soft spot when it comes down to Chinese teams. They are really nerdy at Search and Destroy. This Express map #2 is going to showcase a lot.
Yeah, I'm curious because the Apocalypse is a map that when I did my little pit interview, like, Wolves had to clutch up. Like, Kagendra choked. They were 249 to like 220, and Kagendra lost the map 250, 249.
Which is crazy.
But that's unexcusable. But Q9 looked really good on it when they played up against Standpoint, which is not the biggest litmus test in the world. So I kind of look to say Q9 may have an advantage here in map #1, but then going to an Express Search and then a standoff Control, I don't feel as confident in that pick. I don't know if you have anything in particular on proper that kind of stands out to you in that map pick.
For standoff, for Control, I mean, this is just this is a map mode combination that you feel like has always been looked at when it comes down to China as a region. If there's one map in particular for Control that they do not play, it's mostly Raid, but I mean, standoff is something that's a little bit more comfortability when it comes down to both of these 2 teams. So not a whole lot as far as the day is concerned, but as far as the matchup, yeah, you're going to start to feel a little right at home.
And I'm not going to lie, I just gave that to you because I was trying to look frantically for the Express stats when they played each other before. But Q9
He did tap me on the shoulder very aggressively with his pen.
Take this real quick, I got to do some research. Q9 did win both Expresses when they had played up against Wolves previously, both in Season 4 or their Masters, and then as well, I think, at CDFI. So that is kind of, again, you know, map set-wise, there is a bit of opportunity here for Q9 to upset Wolves.
We'll have to see how accurate your predictions are, or how accurate they stay throughout the rest of the day, because you've been crushing it here so far. Chad, we obviously want to hear from you as well. Let us know who you think is going to be taking this next one home between Q9 and Wolves, because it's definitely going to be a little bit of a back and forth here, as I believe we're moments away from getting into our 5th match on the main stage of the day. Let's dive into it.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. And I think for Wolves, you have to kind of learn from what went wrong when you were playing up against Kagendra until the last 30 seconds when you iced up. So let's see if they've made adjustments. Otherwise, for Q9, again, just kind of looking at what they did versus Standpoint, it was very comfortable against a weaker opponent. So now a chance to play up against another inter-region battle. Q9 Wolves, battle for China. Who is the best team in China? Let's find out. Let's get it on.
Apocalypse is such a slippery and fickle beast. It is a map mode combination that can quite honestly slip away from you if you make one honest mistake or even a dishonest mistake and you lose the spawns, which you can see team in blue Q9 currently in possession of the right side of the map. Doesn't necessarily mean they're not going to be throwing bodies towards maps, and inside of P1 you want to try to keep things scrappy, but ultimately when we rotate to the top right side of the mini-map, that's where you're going to see a lot of time earned.
I will say, just because we've tossed it out there, Peg's already got 5 kills. We're 40 seconds into the map, he's got 5 kills.
That's normal.
This guy is an animal. A wolf, to be exact.
Yeah.
The crowd goes wild. 26-6, currently the score. Q9 will be bounced out of the favorite spawns, though, going over towards the second hard point. So look for Wolves to get themselves set up and chew into this already pretty significant deficit. Just comes down to can they get themselves going with a solid hold.
Yeah, it's mostly going to be a break from the south side. That's why you're seeing the push through maps. It's actually a lot of information that Yang was able to pick up, seeing 3 players inside of maps, and then you can just look over the hop up to know that that's where the cross needs to be looked at. Still intact for the spawns. A lot of time to fight for here, too.
Really good distraction here from Neon. Q9 double hitting over through the front. Able to at least get some success, but is there going to be a follow-up? Yeah, it looks like there will be. Okay, so very successful break. I mean, it felt like that was a laborious battle for a while, but a couple of kills over through tunnel leads to a chance for break. Wolves do not spawn out, though, so there is a chance for them to re-impress in this, and yeah, Jing will be able to get himself in for a double, and once more, Wolves supplant the setup and find themselves in the hill.
And that is the hardest part when it comes down to P2. You can try to flood through ruins, and you can try to get into the front of P2. It is successful in a lot of different circumstances, but I would say that's still a job well done ultimately. You kind of deny the full 60, but if you are Wolves at the end of the day, at least you didn't get put in a spawn trap. Now we're rotating over towards B3. The south lane is completely open for Wolves. Nice nade coming through from Pegwa. Of course, end up taking down 2. That avenue just became so much more free, and now you're spawning out of your Q9.
Yeah, that was a late commitment from Q9, trying to make things nasty over the top of the second hard point. Doesn't fully work out for them, so technically speaking, they will lose rotation over to 3. But here at Helicopter in this trenchway, really, it's kind of a 50-50 hard point. You can successfully hit it from either side as long as the kills around the outside of the middle of the map do go your way, which, to kind of flip the script again, Q9 don't really find themselves on top of the kill feed. Yang, the last one left, he will be taken down, and it will be a very comfortable early 20 seconds here for Wolves.
It's important to know that Wolves, of course, coming in towards this matchup internationally or even from their own region was 2-0. Could end up being a little bit of a foreshadow or something that might end up coming their way. They currently have about a 20-point lead, which is nothing to scoff at. But still, Q9 are able to waltz their way back in all the way through maps and through the trenches. And look, Wolves are still effectively spawning in over buyback useless. And now the Purifier is actually being invested by Sun. They really want to try to soak up the back scrap time, but I mean, you end up at least having way too much coverage across the map, as I believe that there is a disconnect. So we'll wait for League Ops to figure out what we're going to be doing next.
Okay. Hey, I think the thing about it is, like, again, let's just speak plainly. The Eastern teams have not played hardpoint as well, at least not at the same level that we've seen from especially LATAM and NA. A couple of EU showcases here and there that have looked solid, but that was more from like Animus and 117 who aren't here. So with that in mind, I think that, you know, when you try to evaluate what these Chinese teams are going to be, they have to do to kind of compete against your LGs, because that's the easy storyline. You can't give up holds.
No.
I think it's the biggest thing. And being able to showcase you can break hard points or re-break hard points is nice, but you have to be able to hold key hard points like P2. So even though Wolves do regain, there is a moment of like, you really don't want to see them really give away their first setup as soon as Q9 is forced to break for the first time.
Especially on a map like Apocalypse. Again, it is a monstrous of a map, pun intended, because you can put yourself in a position where key fundamentals for hardpoint, such as what you saw from the rotation from Wolves, they were able to flip out the spawns about 10 seconds before P2 pops, and they still maintain those spawns because they did force Q9 to kind of flood in through the middle, or through the opening of P4, excuse me. And that's exactly what you want to see, especially from an Eastern team. Good hardpoint diversity coming through Apocalypse, not just Summit or Takeoff. At least they're able to do it there on Apocalypse, at least through the first set.
Yeah, and I think the other part of it, just to look at the individual, Peg starts off absolutely electric. You know, 5 kills in his first life.
Surprise Pikachu face.
Yeah, I know, right?
That guy's great.
He's unreal, man. And that's the thing is, like, when we were sitting doing our prep, you look at players like Zai and you look at players like Peg, they're shredding their region. And I think most impressively was why Wolves were able to beat Elevate in that grand final came by way of those two in particular on that map 7 Summit hardpoint. That was like one of the craziest finishes that you could have possibly have expected. But the thing about it is, like, every time we watch this Wolves team, it's all based on tight, close quarters battles where their SMGs are popping off. So is there enough versatility and is there an extra dimension to their respawn besides I'm a nasty sub, I'm going to go kill everything.
I think it's also the consistency factor as well. This is a very long tournament. Like, albeit, yes, it's 3 days like most tournaments, this is a very long day of playing COD Mobile. Regardless of the matter, I think what also needs to be talked about here, specifically in the respawns of both their break and hold potential, is their operator usage. When they do have those streaks, resource management is everything when it comes down to holding and breaking these hard points as well. That is why we sing the praises of LG constantly, because it's one of their biggest and brightest points. Now, at least for Wolves in Q9, you need to be able to have all of that plus some more. If not only you want to potentially take down each other here in a best of 3, but also in a best of 5 down the road when you are facing these Western teams.
And that's the bigger point is, the best of 5, there's going to be Eastern teams that make it to the top 8. Not going to say how many or who, but there will be Eastern teams that make it. They heavily value Search and Destroy.
Yes.
They're 1-3 and they're 5 in both their regional competitions as well as at things like the Fall Invitational, have lived off of Search and Destroys being kind of a fixture, especially for Chinese Masters. They play that 1, 3, and 5 instead of just the 2 and the 5 like we do out here in the West. And it's so crazy to see how different the series looked at CDFI when they only got the chance to play 2 Search and Destroys. They had to play 2 hard points and a control. And that, I think, is going to be the big testing point because, let's be honest, outside of Wolves, we really didn't have any Eastern representation in the top 8 last year when we had double elimination best of 5.
Yeah, I mean, same could be said for a lot of those Eastern teams like you were already talking about. The international competition is something that we've always kind of licked our lips at because we know and we are always told how nasty they are at Search and Destroy. But just because you can win a map number 2 doesn't mean you can get by on losing out 1, 3, and 4. The series might be over before you blink at that point, but still, regardless, it's nice to be able to see that diversity just come through in between last year in 2022 to now 2023, especially for the showcasing that we have for these Eastern teams and what they're able to bring as far as hardpoint is concerned. Keeping things closer, I will say that much this year, than what we saw from a lot of different teams last year.
So here's kind of the point of conversation that, again, this matchup is literally who's the best team from China. And even though Q9 comes out, like we mentioned in the intro, they're the #1 seed, but are they? Because CDFI, they didn't look particularly great. Wolves did. And there was that element of, hey, Wolves had already kind of qualified. Yes, the hard point on Summit was close. Yes, there was an overtime Search and Destroy when they played, but that was a long time ago. And I think the more accurate litmus test came by CDFI, where Wolves were champions, and Q9 didn't make it very far into the bracket at all. So there is a little bit of this, who's the best in China for those 2 teams on stage. But there's also this collectiveness of one of the 2 of us might be the best chance for the East right now outside of Volt, who's the only other 2-0 team.
It's like villains right now against the stage, but then whoever loses and makes it into that single elimination bracket for top 8. Now I'm your biggest fan. It's like, we hate each other right now, but should you lose, I become your biggest fan. It's tough when you end up having what I like to call these TKs, these team kills, right? Because I mean, both Chinese representation, #1, #2, respectfully, but it's just one of those things again where there can realistically only be one at the end of the day. I mean, $1 million prize pool, there can only be one champion for the lion's share. Who's to say it's not one of these 2 teams? Like we said, Q9 in the most recent LAN tournament at CDFI didn't have a Herculean run, but Wolves on the other hand absolutely did. So a lot of eyes are looking towards the #2 rather than the #1, at least from our perspective.
And we haven't mentioned this yet, and we should. Whoever wins this game gets the top 8. Right? This is the qualification match for the single elimination bracket.
That's right.
So that's also super important, is you get to just end your day here and not have to worry about the stress of possibly playing up to 3 more series if you find yourself losing and still trying to struggle to get to a qualification match, getting into that top 8. So, and trust me, believe you me, there is going to be a team that is 2-0 that is going to find themselves facing a 2-2.
Yeah.
And they're going to have to one last match, one last chance to make it. And whether they do or not, I'm not going to make that prediction, but I know for a fact that if it's 2-0 will find themselves 2-2 by the end of the day.
It's a hell of an opportunity as well, and I'm glad you brought up that point, because I was thinking about it in the back of my mind. I was like, you have the chance to end your day at 3 o'clock here.
Very early.
You're here in Atlanta. And so you can walk around DreamHack, go back, watch VOD, prepare yourself for a single elimination bracket, judging off who you might end up facing off against each other. And I mean, if you're 2-0 now, and then say you lose this series, who's to say that your day is just over on the next one? It's simply not. You still have so much more turnaround that you have to do, and quickly at that, there's so much COD Mobile being played. Again, starting off with 16 teams, we can only have 8 at the end of the day.
Yeah. So what? We've got these 2 teams are 2-0, and then the only other 2 are LG and Volt, right?
Yes.
Damn. That's unreal, dude. Wow. Okay, so that's kind of what's on the precipice for the rest of the day for you. I guess we really didn't set that up well. We definitely should have. The fact that we've got nothing but elimination matches and qualification matches from here on out. So it's going to get real juicy here, friends. And I think, again, whether it's Wolves or whether it's Q9 or whether it's Volt, whether it's LG, I think one of the teams that's currently 2-0 is going to find themselves playing their 5th match of the day at 2-2 to finish it off and not be eliminated. I don't see all 4 of our teams that are 2-0 qualifying at 3-1.
No, I don't either.
There's a lot of good teams that are 1-1 right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's World Championships, right?
Yeah.
You better hope that everybody is able to at least show up to a certain monicum. But I mean, even like for those teams that are 1-1 currently, like you still feel like, I mean, that Tribe is in that group. Of all things, you know, they're able to at least keep LG honest in their best of 3. But man, I gotta tell you, the competition, it started off really, really hot. Some people had a little bit of an easier opening matchup than the next, but as more teams become eliminated, as you start to lean into the later parts of this day, it's only going to become more and more difficult.
Yeah. I think, well, for what it's worth, I think the only other matchup that we're waiting for to finish their 2nd of the day is the Powerhouse versus Inco game. In the last I saw, it was a 250-205 to Inco on the Arsenal, and then a 10-8 on Express Surge to Powerhouse. So they're playing a Crossroads control, which I imagine Powerhouse won't be upset about, but we'll see if we can get that update whenever it happens, and I'll kind of let you guys know. Because that's tough to be 0-2 of one of those, out of those 2 squads, to be 0-2, that'd be real, real tough.
It's also like the scary thing too, is like you show up, you know you're going to be playing a long day of Call of Duty, and then you just absolutely fumble the first series.
Yeah.
And then the next match just becomes more and more difficult. You don't have the comfortability to be able to immediately like, turn things around, talk to your coach, walk over the VOD.
Get in your own head.
It's all mental, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. All right, here we go. It's a full reset after a disconnect comes through, so we got a little small teaser and a small taste. Some things to look out for. First and foremost, will Peg start off 5-0? I think that's what I'm looking for. And, well, he gets his first one. Not as clean as he would have liked if you're Yang. Second won't come through. So just a 1-1 start for Peg, but Wolves a little bit more comfortable here off their break off. Keep the hard point at worst neutral for now.
Just keep looking at Peg's kills right now.
He's not going to start 5-0.
Okay, all right. Mathematically impossible.
True.
Q9, though, I feel like it is a double-edged sword, right? You don't want to have somebody just absolutely slaying out like what Peg did in the first one. And ultimately, you don't want to be losing those spawns for P2. There's still a lot of time, of course, to be playing here for P1 before P2 becomes absolutely vital. But with that one kill that Peg just found over in the middle of the map, has to immediately turn around and find another kill inside of Ruins. Doesn't go their way. So I would say, albeit Q9 are losing as far as score is concerned, in a good spot should they maintain these spawns for 2.
They're stabilizing. They're mitigating some of the damage that's being dealt.
Yes.
Easy way to put it for sure. But a really, really solid break off here for Wolves. Going to find themselves right over 30 points on P1. They will be late to rotation here to the 2nd. In their way will be Yang. Good start for him, by the way. We kind of pointed to him to be kind of a flex player and maybe an influence maker here for Q9. Of course, we caster curse him as soon as he's on camera. But Q9 still will hold on to spawns. And as the hard point opens up, looking pretty comfortable in the hill. Just comes down to, will Wolves find any success on this last attempt over through Temple? No, it's Sun finding the 2 kills, and Yang will clean up mid-map. Q9 in firm control of P2.
Yeah, and they can also start to push out a little bit over by Ruins. These parallel spawns, so at least look at maps. You just have to maintain presence to make sure the hop-up isn't an immediate focus for Wolves, and by the time you're done dealing with all the players inside of Ruins, then you can shift your focus in towards the back. A desperation push, perhaps by Peg, to get inside of Ruins becomes unsuccessful. Still 20 seconds left to fight for here at P2, but it's all Q9 so far.
Very, very good stuff. And as I just looked down to check it, Powerhouse 3-0 the Crossroads control, so Inco are 0-2.
Whoa.
In their start.
Didn't have that on my bingo card.
LatAm down bad. Back into the game. Q9 holds all the way through P2. They find themselves up just over 30 points on rotation. A couple of streaks to assist on this move over towards trenches. But Wolves there first in a pretty solid spot. Oh, Shanano over to the backside. Not quite able to make the flank work out. Bit surprising. Looked to get a couple of freebies. Not to happen. So now Demauchi able to clean up the bottom side of trench. Does have the Sparrow to work with. Q9 advantage in the operators. And the Sparrow will be popped. Also the ability for others to follow if needed. Mauchi only gets 1. But Q9 successfully break, and they've got numbers here, so not bad.
Yeah, and the operator advantage, as you were talking about, is the most important part. So how much do you want to snowball this? How much do you want to invest knowing that the spawns for P4 need to be an immediate focus in the next 10 to 12 seconds? And the answer, well, Gonna invest a few more operators. War Machine, Claw, also being pulled out. The Purifier immediately shut down by Sun. But it's keeping all of Wolves at bay. I mean, this is a 50-point lead, especially off of Xinon being able to find more with the War Machine. Means that you can push through Chicken Coop. You can make the spawn trap happen as he is just layering in the pressure, grenade after grenade. It's Q9 Club up on top.
And even Zai gets taken down by the last grenade left. Ped Missile going to get called in, just trying to make life easy on rotation with the last couple of seconds going the way of Q9. Wolves have not found a single point of time since really about the opening of P3. And they're not looking all that great. Moving over towards New as an EMP has also been called in. So Q9 are just, they earn the kitchen sink and they throw it at them. Take
Immediately.
this.
Immediately. And I think, again, once they had the kitchen sink, they literally just threw it at them. The answer had to have been right there for P3 just to force out more and more resources from Wolves, and they're still getting them online, by the way. So now you have to start investing the operators. Claws pulled out by Zai just to maybe try to sniff some time here at 4.
Yeah, good moment, though, I think, for Wolves. Again, you've got the operator advantage here, late earning them, but, oh my goodness, Willing from the side is able to take down 2. Those are immediate shutdowns. Yang off a 3-piece. Peg the last one standing, but the Purifier shuts everything down from the front door. And then, of course, right after that, the War Machine will lock the door afterwards. So, Wolves a decent moment, but that's expensive for what has so far only been 7 points of time.
I was literally about to say that. Like, you just invested about 3, maybe 4 operators for what? About like 10, 12 seconds? All that for a drop of blood? Sure, why not?
Yeah.
128 to 43 is going to be the end of the first set. Going back to do it all over again. Q9 have the spawns for P2, but that is, again, it's Apocalypse. So if Wolves can somehow, some way find themselves in a position where they can find all these eliminations, get the spawns for P2, who's to say we might not have a lead flip at the end of the second set?
It's a bold prediction there, proper bold prediction.
Thank you.
I don't know if I was giving you praise.
Well, if I'm right, then thank you.
Yeah, there you go. It comes with a caveat there, Freds. Nice play from Sun, locking things down over towards Maps. And this P1 time is going to feel like the daggers just being dug in deeper and deeper. North of 100-point gap as Q9 are all over it. Yang making life difficult with the Gravity Vortex gun right over the top of the hard point. Peg feeling like he has to make a play for times, tries to step in, but is immediately swatted away, and Q9's lead continues to grow. Oh my goodness, what happened to Wolves? Did they load in? It's hard to say.
I think Q9 heard our conversations about hardpoint. They took it personally.
Well,
I think they heard the conversations about Wolves potentially being the #1, and they took that even more personally. 179 to 48 going in towards a rotation towards P2. And I know, yes, Q9 are currently from the outside looking in, but the leader's advantage is so egregious, they could play for breaks for the rest of the game and probably win if they're trading 20-20s.
Absolutely they could. And that really, I think, do they have the maturity to kind of read that? I mean, you don't need to right now because you're literally just beating Wolves down. I mean, this is ugly for the side of Wolves. Q9 making it even uglier. You've got Sparrows, Claws, War Machines, Godzilla, I don't know. They're throwing everything at him here, man. If they could still throw Goliath, then they probably would have been able to do so by now.
Yep.
I mean, this is a bloodbath.
Yeah, it's gross.
I mean, hello?
But these Wolves are puppies on the map right now because I would reckon that Q9 are making them look like the latter. This is disgusting. It's been a long time since I've seen an Apocalypse be a blowout this heavy in between 2 powerhouses, regardless of the region. In this Chinese matchup, this is just absolutely brutal. Resource after resource being called in by Wolves, immediately just being snuffed out, shut down, not even with operators on the opposite side. Now Sun has a Purifier of all things to utilize for this rotation over towards New. Did have one spawn out for Q9. This is desperation now.
Yeah.
If you are Wolves, you have to get, what, full 60 here?
You have to get a full 60 here, full 60 on the next, then a full 60 after that.
Just do it!
Just to get to 240.
Just do it, forehead.
Math not looking very positive for the side of Wolves. And Q9 will make things even worse, stepping right back in towards the trench. 45 seconds to fight for. Q9 technically could still win here, but I wouldn't figure that would occur. Very difficult hard point to soak up every bit of time. Neon finding the War Machine for a little bit of success. Does get shut down, though, only finding a single kill, and the Specialist efficiency has been essentially null. I mean, Wolves have found next to nothing in terms of kill potential out of these operators. Finding a way to get it done here a little bit late, but I mean, at this point, it's just get out of the 100-point club, I would say. That might be a small silver lining.
Yeah, I mean, like, maybe make it a little bit more respectable, but if you're Wolves, you're immediately already potentially having conversations about the S&D. This scoreline is just way too far gone.
Yeah.
And even when they were about to get over the 100-point club, I mean, Uling just pulls them right out from the hard point, pegged there for 2. And albeit they are finding slays, it again comes down to the consistency that Q9 have been finding the kills across the map in towards B4. Very much so could be the final one. You have players for Q9 that are already set up inside the hill, but Malchi just slides on in. Xinan again there with the War Machine just letting him have it. Operator advantage there. Q9 break once again.
Yeah, and Sun's now also got the Purifier out just to kind of go back and forth between the doorways. Does get shut down though, so an opportunity here for Wolves to break. They're also, they're calling it everything because there may not be another hard point, so they throw all the rest of the operators currently earned into the mix, and they will get past the 100-point mark. But it's still, I mean, yeah, small celebrations were to be had. And by celebrations, I mean maybe a small smile at best.
I just looking at the stage. I don't think anybody's smiling right now.
Oh, okay,
yeah. Predator missile being called in. 20 seconds left here as far as P4 is concerned. Then we'll go back over towards P1. But, I mean, to say that it needs to be perfect is just putting it lightly. 226 to 133 if Wolves capture all last of these 10 seconds. And again, this is the leader's advantage in a nutshell. Q9 could benefit just from hitting this hard point continuously because they know it's going to force Wolves to spawn all the way across the map.
Yep.
Last player through the mid-map scoop, of course, will be Zai. Needs to try to stay alive as long as possible and maybe buy some time for reinforcements to come through.
So here's what has to happen.
Yep.
Wolves have to, at worst, 50-50 P1. They have to win rotation to P2, full 60 it, and then have a battle for P3 to stop the map.
Oh, it's just that easy, right?
Yeah, it's small laundry list.
Yeah.
Make
Okay.
sure you don't wash your colors with your whites and you put your delicates in the spin cycle. 236, 129. Q9 still going back and forth. Pinstripe kill feed. That will stay the case. Hardpoint battled back to neutral. Still over 110-point game, though, and it's just not looking convincing enough. Wolves also get flipped in the process, so the countdown starts to come through. 245, 129, and Q9 blow Wolves out the map. Mercy.
That scoreline could have been a lot messier, let's just put it that way, than where it was. I mean, there was at one point where we didn't even think the Wolves were going to sniff 100 points, but 250 to 129 off of what things looked like at the beginning before we got to full reset. Everybody was in the lobby. Q9, we're a force to be reckoned with. And again, it's more than just, okay, we're playing for the spawns over towards new. It was how they understood when they had that advantage off of P2 in the first set. They had an operator advantage that they knew that at least you had a few over by Wolves. P3 pops, they pull all their operators out at that moment of time, get about another 40 for maybe 5 trade. And at that point, it was about an 80-point lead that you felt like Wolves were in desperation mode.
It's just one of those things I will say, and this is where I was kind of curious to see how dynamic and versatile Wolves are going to be in Respawn, because the only maps they've really played are Summit and Takeoff. Two maps that are really just about, can you outslay your opponents?
Yep.
You don't really necessarily have to force terribly difficult rotations and then you get guaranteed full 60s because of it.
Sure.
AKA what I'm getting to is it doesn't necessarily provide the same snowball opportunities that you get on a map like Hacienda or you get on Arsenal or you get on here on Apocalypse. And Q9 picked up momentum. We're able to hold things down very cleanly on the first set, and it just put Wolves into panic. And I will also say, for what it's worth, I'm generally pleased to see how Q9 spent their operators. It was never won by itself. It was always in situations of, we need to break, so let's use these. We need to hold, let's use those. And it worked out perfectly. And you can see it reflected in the stat line. Everyone goes positive. It's just also sharing is caring. I don't think everyone was around 30-plus kills in a minute hard point time. So it's all what you want to see from Q9. They're passing the eye test for me right now in that Apocalypse, at least.
I will say this much, is that the selfish level, as far as Q9 is concerned, was not even there whatsoever. The teamwork was absolutely at an all-time high. And albeit Wolves, you felt like at a certain point in time, you needed that heroic moment. You needed someone to go full on Hercules across the map. Again, when you talk about the players that it needed to be, albeit they were finding at least some kills, there was no follow-up soon after. All of that, the equation plus some more, was so leaning in the favor of Q9, and it really did start off with just how wonderfully spent all those operators were. So hardpoint has been done. It is now dusted. Now the real consideration comes to be, what the hell's going to happen on this Express Search and Destroy? We saw Wolves play it earlier today versus Kings. I'm not going to lie, it looked pretty damn good.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't necessarily
want to throw all of my eggs into that basket.
Yeah.
I'm more looking at the history, which is long, between these two teams on this map. And Express has been the search and destroy bread and butter for Q9. 5-0 in total from when they were going back towards their Masters seasons as well as CDFI. And more importantly, 2 of those wins were versus Wolves. So again, this was my issue, and I know those of you out there were kind of getting me at Twitter for saying that Kings were going to beat Wolves. Wolves is a one-dimensional team. If you just look at what maps they play, you're going to deal with 2 options in every mode. They play Summit, they play Takeoff, they play Firing Range, and they play Tunisia.
So would you agree with me that Kings kind of played themselves in that series?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Kings through, dude.
Absolutely.
Kings absolutely through.
Well, I mean, like, it's funny because I was talking about it earlier. I don't know if you could hear me or not, but like they were literally telling us that they were going to ego challenge on Summit.
Why? I get that Inferno's not here, but like, dude, why?
Well, no reason.
Just play them on a different map. Like,
yeah, play it on your map. Get rid of their best. Play it on a better map for you. It's almost like that's how veto processes are supposed to go.
Especially in a best of 3 when you get 2 vetoes.
What?
You can both veto your worst as well as your opponent's best.
That's crazy.
I know it.
You know ball.
Unreal. And again, just to kind of bring it into the now, feels like a little bit of a miss here.
Yeah.
Wolves have not beat Q9 on this map. They let it through, and I'm sure Q9 are sitting there like, all right, bet. Like, let's go.
The amount of VOD that they have watched on this map. I mean, just look at them on the side of their stage. Like, they are cool, calm, and collected. They are just about ready to take this in a 2-0 fashion. It's hard to justify just from statistics alone that this has any chance of going to that standoff control. As much as I would love to just watch these 2 teams just continue to batter each other, I just really have to think. I mean, you know me. I love my numbers, man. I
do know that.
I feel like this is going to be really tough just to get past the threshold. I feel like this is going to probably reach 7, and Q9 are probably going to put this to rest.
And that would be really, again, it shakes everything up. Because, you know, kind of seeing the talk happen on Twitter a little bit, everyone's like, oh, Wolves are going to be the best team here. They're going to beat LG. I don't know how you can actually go into battle with that argument and think you've got water to hold. Like, they're so one-dimensional. And now we're seeing Q9 finesse the veto system, put him into trouble. And again, I don't want to sit here and say, like, oh, if Q9 win this, Wolves are done. Like, they're still going to qualify probably for tomorrow.
More than likely.
This does reveal a lot of the vulnerabilities that Wolves come into this event with. So let's see. Have they been able to fix things up? Last time these 2 teams played, it was a 4-9 in favor of Q9. Again, the Chinese region playing to 9 instead of 7. And off the get-go, good opening here from Wolves. Offensively, they get a lot of standing over towards B. And, well, our observer just got so caught off guard, could not find anyone to swap to because everyone died so quick.
Everybody just died. And look, that is the tango if you're new to Express Search and Destroy. You go down towards B. Everybody wants to check in over at the info station, ride the elevator at the same time. It's all paper mache down there. Wonderful gunplay being showcased by Wolves, kind of reoccurring of what we saw from them earlier. Still on offense, trying to rotate over towards B very quickly.
Yep. Jing able to find first blood. Bomb making its way over towards B. Yang is saying, can anyone help? I'm stuck in ticket, and there's no help to be found. Wow, okay. So Q9, you need to figure out your B defense, because right now Wolves are just coming out of spawn and running at you, and that seems to be working just fine.
Just give it up. Just play the
nade.
Like, yeah, just literally throw nades, escape back through departure, retake back through middle hall, and it should be a little bit easier. Because these gunfights and these team shots are just so electric. Wolves looking to change the pace, going over towards A quickly this time.
Yeah, and this B defense for Q9 is all about playing through stair side, so there's actually nobody here at A. They can't even stop this bomb from being planted. Oh, no. This is a perfect read from Wolves. A game of rock, paper, scissors that has come up their way every time to this point. And what? He gets out? No chance. Peg able to at least go 1 for 1, gets the bomb carrier back towards safety. 4v4 post plant. Q9 have made their way close to the A-bomb, but definitely not with any map control to allow them to even consider a defusal to this point. Yang able to clear out lockers for 1. Good shots from Sun. Okay, time starting to be a bit of an issue, though. Just down to King and Ion. And both only have scopes. Playing pretty up close and personal. King from the backside. Ling trying to lock it up. Oh my goodness!
Stop shooting at him!
Oh, he stopped shooting indeed. And now it's up to Yang. Not able to do anything either. And Wolves sniper rifles get into the mix and say, thank you very much.
You just simply never allow that to happen. You shoot until they're dead, and then you make sure that they're dead some more. That is inexcusable. Mostly inexcusable for their setups as well. You cannot be that one-dimensional on defense whatsoever. This time around for defense, Q9 at least splitting their affairs, but smokes are already out. It's back to B.
Yeah, same setup here as far as the offense is concerned. Q9 changing things up just a touch. Heavy stack over towards that departures area that you were talking about earlier. But Zai has kept them a bit at bay. Sees one cross through monitors, and okay, a little bit of help from Wuling in the middle. That'll be enough for a double, and it will actually push Wolves into a pretty tricky spot here. Bomb down, and everyone is scattered. And I don't know if you know this. This is my bad wordplay of the day. Wolves are a pack animal. Not where you want to be. By yourself.
Boo.
Yeah, big boo.
Boo. Hey, you've done worse.
I've done way worse.
Yeah, way worse.
That one's up there, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, some of the dad jokes that we've had on broadcast.
I know it.
That's up there, though. Hey, look, Q9 finally get themselves on the board, and it's all thanks to just being able to train off the information that they got very early on. You're going to need that adaptation plus a little bit extra. So Wolves not enjoying how that B hit went previously. Q9 still set up in the middle of the map, but they have players at least ready to defend A. Yang is pushing all the way up through train looking for first blood. Doesn't even find it. Gross.
The mental chess right now is all coming up Wolves. Wolves are playing chess while Q9 is playing Go Fish.
Okay.
They're not even playing board games right now. They're playing card games. It's just, that's one of those moments where, again, you don't see that the offensive smoke come through. There's not a lot of offensive utility being thrown, but you still over-peek right into a sniper rifle waiting for you. It's just got to have more discipline than that, especially with a team that has played each other a lot. So really convincing opening offensive here for Wolves, 4-1 up. Only one moment of panic, and really I don't even consider that to be a major factor in these first 5 rounds.
No, I don't either. Q9, I mean, you really do feel like you need this last defense to go your way before we switch sides. And it's going to be a middle tunnel hit. This is the first time that Wolves have thrown this all offense.
Yep. Q9 getting a little frisky, trying to see things over towards arrivals. First blood through mid-map is good. Q9 splits the offense up and around A. They do have a deep play, though, between both Peg and Jing. This comes down to, can those two players actually be a difference maker? Because you're going to need a little bit more help here for King to stay on top of this bomb by himself. And Oling is actually going to know that there is a threat here on the top of this bridge. So now it's kind of the question of, can Q9 break this down? And the kills will give us our answer. Yes, they will. King, last one left. Good, quick first scope, but second one won't be there. And Q9 will exit the half 2-4.
Yeah, and that was a great collapse, ultimately speaking. And that is just express, or just search and destroy realistically. You put everybody to push through B. You see absolutely nothing. You find kills across the bridge and looking through the middle of the map. And you have to push through arrivals. You have to completely clear all of the spawn, and by proxy, you know that they're mostly on the departure side of the map, flipping the map included. At least Q9 stopped the bleeding ever so slightly. Now it's their turn for offense.
Neon first blood. Heavy stack for the defensive Wolves right through mid, but Maoshi able to kind of do some damage of his own, and his teammates will pick up on it. Zai following up. Oh my goodness, this guy is on pogo stick. It was all over the place. Eventually gets taken down by Wuling. King now last one left for the 1v2. Bomb being planted, and King will try to play this from the middle of the map. Jump peaks will not see too much. I don't think he actually got confirmation on Yang's position, so this has been made much more difficult trying to retake this with just a scope.
Yep, sure has. We'll have to see how much space King can honestly clear just with this hard scope. He's pinched in between two individuals, and just when you're looking one way, he gets pinched from the other. To be fair, he was looking down towards info, where he did die from, but ultimately speaking, Q9 do strike first on their offense. They bring this within one. Wolves on defense specifically versus Kings is where they shine the best, being able to play for the retakes, but it's all off of being able to find that first blood.
Sure.
Can they adapt to Q9?
5-man hit for Q9 over towards A. Nades supporting over the top. Trophy system also keeping themselves safe from any incoming utility, of which there's none. Wolves have instead defaulted to playing very heavily handed over towards B. Offense making its way through this smoke. Wait, are they going to try to get to bridge side here again to play their post plan? Mauchi seems to say, sure we do. 1v1 here.
Wow.
Huge shot. Shuts down the play. Zai follows up. There's only one trade to speak of, but Jinan through the middle of train does keep things a bit more chaotic in favor of the offense. Nice change over towards Jing. Sun playing forward still. Again, this post plant is still out in the open. Just comes down to who sees who first. Lots of 1v1s. Neon up top, able to catch one from the side. Just down to Sun. Over the top. He hits a hand.
Whoa.
Maybe just a pinky finger, and that's enough for Peg to slide out, find the kill, and take Wolves to 5.
That hit marker was everything.
Truly.
Everything. Hits center mass, able to at least force a 1v1. He could reposition at that point. There was only 17 seconds left on the clock. And that 17 seconds was the biggest differential, and next to the hit marker, of course, which means that Wolves can extend their lead back to 2. Really cool push over towards A.
Yeah.
I'll have to see what Q9 decide to do on this upcoming offense. Q9, again, have nobody looking at A directly, but at least they have mid-map coverage.
Yeah, and I think the biggest thing here is for Wolves, this is now the third straight defense where they have heavy stack towards B, and then they're just happy to play retake over towards A.
That's right.
And maybe something to be said about they know Q9 like to push through A, so you're going to have an opportunity for kills. Speculation, but this time Zai gets behind the offensive play. Checked out by Yang, who it looked like had an 8 in his hand, so he will fall for free. First blood tallied. And King will know that he's probably in a little bit of trouble, so he'll value his life and just kind of play some heady angles in the back stairs with the scope.
Jian was still waiting for the push all the way through arrivals. He's so late behind over by bridge that now Zai is quite literally up a train track without a paddle.
Haven't seen that trend come through lately either, so that could come into play. Zai finds the perfect timing. 1 for 1 there. Chef's kiss, perfect. Follow up from King. Yep, good timing there to check. And Q9 have fallen apart here offensively. G9 last one really to kind of make a play happen. And actually, hold on a second. Wheeling's going to actually push through A, and they're going to find an isolation. So that makes things more doable here. 43 seconds, and now it's decision time. Do we back up where we don't know if anyone's in lockers and try to play at A, or do we rewrap? Did Wheeling just see the rotation?
Yeah, he did. He had to have, right?
Oh my, brilliant.
That timing was everything to be able to see the complete coverage. You have now flipped the map, and that is such a good call. Back to check over at A. You know you have B completely covered. You saw everybody over towards A.
And look where Ginon's playing. Just tucked over towards the top side at mid. There's the try. Oh, careful, careful, brother. Jinan checking just over the middle through ticket. Nothing to be seen yet. It's a 3-man stack through staircase. Do they line up here? First contact made. Lots of damage, but no kills. Off the reload. Almost able to find a kill. Still a little bit absent from it. Wuling following up. It's sloppy, but the kills are still coming through. And what a play from Wuling. Last one left to Xing. Down to the 1v1. Wuling dealing damage, keeping the regen away. Fighting with some time, and there's the last shots. Give credit to Wuling. That is essentially a 1v4 with the final kill, plus the call to rotate, getting the last 3 kills.
I mean, that's just insane. You were mid-call, just saying it. You have to push through. You have to be able to find that pick if you have any hope to be able to plan at A. But then you turn around, you get the timing, you see everybody rotating over towards A. Brilliant. Now back within 1.
Quick hit. Very ceremoniously over towards top at B. King able to get first blood, but it's not going to stop Q9 from trying to play forward, although maybe it should. A little bit of a lineup here, though, for Wuling. He's able to get another double. But he's got to find so much more than that, and what would have to be a 1v5 in Wolves opening first bloods. Get them now up to map point.
Nah. B-site defensively.
Yeah.
That's where the Wolfpack is at, baby.
I'll say.
Q9 has no chance. They have to try to get themselves through the middle halls or over towards A, and that's going to be the immediate call. Would be nice to at least have the bomb on this rotation, but
not
hey.
important. No.
Yeah, you're right. Just get kills.
Yep.
Good point.
Now Chi will back up. Looks like he will be the designated bomb carrier for the round. King hasn't sniped this angle yet, and he is getting risky with it. Oh my goodness, this is deep through the offensive train side. Hasn't seen anything yet. Timing's not good. Oh yeah, Q9 on the other side was able to scout him out. So first blood tally, nice little patient play here from Q9 in a 5v4. Options as well. With that sniper off the table, you can continue to play through mid or hit the outsides of either bomb site.
They have to know that at least one more player is going to be playing deep around the bridge, if not inside the train, right? That's Zai, you can see on the X-ray as well as the minimap. Needs to at least be cleared. All these angles need to be watched. One player watching the flank. Of course, beats Xion, just in case. And the bomb's going to get planted. Now it's just about the post plant. Needs to be the one you're looking for. Want to push it to another round.
Good opener here from Zai. Still kind of stuck just inside of planters. Yang steps forward, finds one, and keeps his life. The chase is on, and Yang predicts it. Goes to the drop shot, pre-fires it out, and the spam will work. So now just down to Neon. And oh my, there are Q9 members all over that train. And Neon will change the angle, try to give himself a bit of a chance here through mid, but I mean, there's just not enough time. Another hit marker comes through. We're clipping toenails out here, looks like. What the?
You know, they always say to at least get your haircut before land. They never say get your haircut at land. That's exactly what is happening right now at Express. I've also never gotten my haircut at a train station. Can't say I've ever looked for one. 5-6. Still the chance to close things out here if you are Wolves. Q9, though, starting to adapt and overcome. It's a mid-map push once again.
Yep. First blood for King, followed up by Xing. Yang is forward. Could make a bit of a mess of this, but decides instead to default back for a little bit of safety, and now he's stuck. King sees him. And it's a slow peek that leads to eventually an easy scope. So trouble here for the side of Q9. It is all down to Wuling. Gets the first, that's fine, but got time. I'm trying to throw him a life raft here, but he is so down current, maybe out of reach.
You got time? Do you have a hope and a dream for an ace? 1v5, everybody's just stacked together, no chance in hell. Wolves, all off the offensive opening for them. They have built themselves such a massive lead. They'll take this map number 2 in kind. It was a 4-2 half, a 7-5 finish. And I gotta say, this is exactly what they wanted, isn't it? The ability to be able to at least push it to a control, something that has been quite good for them historically. But that was a massive opening offensively, just completely playing Q9 like a fiddle.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of the previous experience playing up against this Q9 team kind of had them read on that offensive play where Q9 wanted to push not just to A, but through it.
Yeah.
And kind of the same thing of how they like off the get-go to play their break off towards B. Because all the first 3 rounds were so damn convincing for Wolves defensively over the top of this B site. And then once things naturally started to move, it ended up being pretty clear that there was a good understanding of how Q9 wanted to play their post-plant situation. So really good on both sides of the bomb there for Wolves. Q9 kept it interesting, mostly because of this guy right here, saving a couple of rounds individually, but it is one of those things that felt like the prep work definitely came to play in this one for Wolves. They didn't want to drop a 3rd straight Express Search and Destroy versus their in-country rivals of Q9.
History was, in fact, not doomed to repeat itself this time around as we go and take a look at some of the stats. And I will say this much, I mean, 14 kills at any Search and Destroy is nuts. Of course, in 5v5 could be a little bit more inflated. 14 and 8 out of Zai, 11 and 7 out of King. This is the Wolves team that we have come to expect, that we've almost wanted to see specifically in this matchup. Don't even want to say that it was a little bit of a fumble as far as that map number 1 is concerned, but the teamwork, the chemistry, the understanding, as you were talking about, the homework really did pay dividends as far as that map number 2 is concerned. A lifeline, if you will, for the Wolves to at least extend it to a standoff control.
Which is big for them. Perfect segue, thank you. That's like you knew what was coming next.
I do,
The red carpet has been rolled out. The point here is that Wolves play 2 maps in control. They don't like raid. That's all that needs to be said.
True.
They do prefer Crossroads based on regularity of play, but their win record on both Standoff and Crossroads is very high. In particular, Wolves, I believe, throughout their Masters and CDFI, they're 5-1 on it, and they win pretty convincingly, 3.5 to 2 because they played a 4 out there. So, all things told again, this looks good for Wolves on the flip side, because for Q9, they have played this map against Wolves 3 times, and it's 1-2 overall, but more importantly, Q9 wanted to see raid in this map.
Oh, yeah. But you don't get that luxury.
You don't get it.
Nope.
You don't get it.
That's an immediate veto out from Wolves. They do not want to take it to raid, so you have to play into one of their strongest control maps. And this is, again, where we start to have the entire conversation as your CDFI champs are Wolves.
Yeah.
Statistically, and quite frankly, they are the #1 control team out of China.
Yeah.
And I think that this is going to be quite telling for almost very similar reasons of what we've been looking at between Apocalypse, Hardpoint, Express Search and Destroy. What does the homework look like if you are Q9 coming into the standoff control? You need to at least look decent on it. You can't get blown out of the water.
I think the thing that we can really say here, and just looking at how Wolves really fumbled against Elevate on raid during CDFI finals, they just didn't play around the objective. So what do? You play a map where the objective rarely gets used as win condition. And that leads to the overarching point. Here's where win condition lies in this match. Wolves cannot be allowed to get Peg and Zai going crazy.
Yeah.
If you're Q9, you just cannot afford to get outslayed off the breakoff. Most important part about a standoff on either side of the control point is, what does your breakoff look like? Can you either enforce a spawn trap from the defensive side or avoid it from the offensive side? And all that relates to is quick kills. Can you stop that from being a snowball effect against you? That's where my focus is going to be.
Grady's gonna be busy. Let's put it that way. She's gonna be a little busy. Yeah, what kind of cookies? But
chocolate chip.
I would love some oatmeal raisin cookies, honestly. I'm that
would
guy.
be an oatmeal raisin
I am
guy.
that guy with almond milk.
Good grief.
I'm a little special. But still, I think that it's just one of those things, again, you're absolutely right to bring up the 1 point. And why we continuously talk about just China as a control team. You're not really the biggest fan of playing around the objective, and that's why that raid is mostly the one that's looked at for Q9. That's what makes them very deadly in hardpoint, and honestly speaking, I think that comes through in spades for that Apocalypse hardpoint map #1. It's the consistency for the Slays.
Yes.
They were able to at least go tit for tat as far as the Apocalypse hardpoint is concerned. You saw the discrepancy in the Express S&D. now it's an accumulation of both. You need that objective, you need those team shots, you need the chemistry and everything to be able to put the other team in those spawn traps.
Let's paint the picture with a paint roller.
Sure.
Not a fine-tooth brush.
You got one?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
These two teams could not be more stylistically different. Wolves wants to fight you and outpace you with just sheer kill force.
Yeah.
Eliminations.
Yep.
We're going to get in your face and just slay you. Q9 wants to try to manipulate the map. And that's what you see it in the results against one another. Wolves, to this point, have just completely dominated the side of the conversation, except for the Grand Finals and Masters.
Yes.
But you also see it in what maps they prefer to play. More open maps for Q9 on Hardpoint compared to Summit and Takeoff for Wolves. Search and Destroy. Tunisia and firing range doesn't get much tighter than that in a lot of instances for Wolves, whereas Q9 prefer maps like Express and well, I guess it mostly is Express. Now that I'm looking through it, and then it's kind of the similar situation here. So this will, in layman's terms, be a battle of who is able to get their style more successfully in play. Will it be the outslaying of Wolves or the manipulation of Q9? And off the get-go, off the break-off, things looking good for Q9 as they get a couple of members forward on both zones.
Very small sample pool, but this is actually both of these two teams' first time playing standoff in their series that they have played so far.
Oh, how about that?
Yeah, how about it? So it's going to be interesting, to say the least, to be able to see how things do pan out. Of course, best of 3, it's very rare that we end up going third map, but regardless, semantics aside, life advantage already in the favor for Wolves. 26 plays up against 18. It's getting from bad to worse, especially with the clock being stalled out.
Peg was such an issue. He just kind of cut through the elbow over towards Hotel, and he got into the spawn of Q9 and really delayed things. And there shouldn't be a reason that Jing gets off of B, because Q9 have to chalk it. Oh my goodness, that is a very quick capture. Q9 down lives, and they have to defend for 2 minutes plus. King making problems occur with a triple over the top at Hotel Balcony, and immediately in towards A. This could not have been a worse start for Q9. After what looked to be a good opening kill feed, it just kind of just immediately got denied when they tried to play it in the spawn trap.
And Neon with the sniper again. Every single time he spawns up, he has just head glitch on top of head glitch over by grandma's, and he can just watch these players poke out from Hotel over by the courtyard as well. And now you have to deal with Peg up close. Okay, well, you dealt with Peg up close, so well done. 14 plays up against 9, though. Just under 2 minutes, because that's how much Wolves have been on the objective this offensive attempt. And they're back on to their devious ways again. 12 plays up against 8.
Right, Missile going to get phoned in here. That will only... No, it doesn't find anything, actually. So that's a bit of a miss. And a 4-life gap is not insignificant.
Sure.
Wolves have to still be a little bit careful here. Lots of time on the clock. No need to rush anything. Good elimination over the backside over towards Gas. Off respawn. Shinan will go right back over towards the warehouse. Mauchi does really good work trying to keep this spawn trap in play here on the other side. This is going to be a battle of who gets the kills first here. You've got spawn traps starting to come through for Q9, but they only have 5 lives remaining. On the other side, Peg is also kind of flirting around the Q9 defensive spawn. Still a minute 10 on the clock and a 7v3. You have to know that Wolves are saying play for the kills, and boy, will they. Last 2 left. Stuck on opposite sides of the map from one another. This would have to be a hero play. And, well, for a moment, I had to say they may pull it off because a couple of individual kills did come through, but now Wolves are stacking. It's going to force the hand of Yang into the full stack. No worries there. Wolves will get the second tick at A and take the round.
Yeah, and it's literally just more massive than it does sound like, being able to find that second segment. Again, how standoff does play out. We will see a lot of kills be the discrepancy when it comes down to winning control rounds on standoff more often than not. But if you want a round 5 defense and a little bit more of an easier advantage, then you want more segments of progression. So we'll see how well things progress on through this opening break for Q9. A little bit of a trade discrepancy going back and forth, but Wolves being on the defensive side of things have mid-map coverage, and they're also watching their flank.
All long-range shots from Peg. He does have the Purifier at the ready if he needs it. No cause for concern yet, though. As once more, Q9 just kind of find themselves just battling for every inch possible. Smoke takes over the front side at Statue, where Neon has to pull the Sparrow out to contest. Does get one before taking himself out, and the follow-up from Wolves, pretty much picture perfect. 50 seconds on the clock. Over towards B, there is an opportunity for Yuling to kind of play his own life and keep the clock stopped, but Wolves are pulling operators, and oh boy, they are hitting. Annihilator out, Claw out, both being used to put the spawn trap really into an immaculate hold for the side of Wolves. 10 life discrepancy with 35 seconds. Wolves looking good for a 2-0 start here.
Man, it's a real pain in the ass being right sometimes, isn't it?
It truly is.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves just quite literally right at home. Granny said she's baking cookies. Wolves said, all right, we're on our way. 20 seconds remain, 20 plays up against 7. You feel like this is a lost cause for Q9 as far as a round is concerned. And they're going to be staring down the barrel of an 0-2, but you never want to count them out quite yet. Now no respawns remaining. At least they broke past the 25-yard line. Might be able to show some presence over at A, but again, the numbers just, you feel like are too far gone. They're down by 10 lives for crying out loud.
Yeah, they can get past the 25-yard line, but it's still 4th and forever. And unless you're Alabama, it's not going to work out well for you. I know you
Roll
didn't
Tide.
catch, well,
Roll Tide.
Catch that?
I did.
4th and 31.
Did. Well played.
No one else in the chat has any idea what we're talking about.
No, probably not. Talking to gamers, man.
Yikes. That is abusive.
That's as devastating of a round as you could possibly ever ask for when it comes down to control. And that's why we put such a massive highlight on Wolves getting the standoff. Now you go in towards round number 3, potentially the final, but Q9 have an abundance of operators to play with, all 5 to be honest.
Pred missile called in, will not land though for Zai, so defense will stay healthy through this. Again, a full 6-pack, 5-pack of operators at the ready here for Q9, and most of them are trying to be pulled in this particular moment. Live staying even, Wolves staying a touch at bay, trying to play through the AS&D site over towards the B zone. But that largely has not worked out all that well. So for Q9, pretty comfortable to this point. And it really comes down to the decision-making of where does Wolves want to go here. Their option towards B has been shut down, and now they're defaulting to playing around the backside of A.
Got one player at least slipping the net. That's Peg, because of course it is. Immediately just pushes past Deli and in towards Hotel as well. So everybody that was kind of threatening them over by Granny's car is just immediately dealt with. But the biggest issue is that those trades are still there to speak of. 20 plays up against 21. It still feels like Q9 has the majority of the map control.
And well, Q9 tried to call in a couple of operators that make things really punishing. Doesn't fully work out, but the clock is starting to get to that point where it's do or die time here for Wolves. Going to force the hand towards A. One member on, will start making a little bit of progress. First tick does get locked. Wheeling up top, trying to find a way to contest. Doesn't quite scout the player down low and gets forced into a battle with Zai, where fortunately there's a trade. And the clock will continue to tick. 18 seconds on the clock. Here comes the next hit. Purifier out for Sun. Ooh, bold call here, but lives are becoming a bit of an issue, so he'll take this in towards Diner. That'll be enough to clear the space, but look at the route from Wolves on the minimap. They're going to start spending operators of their own to get on towards B all of a sudden, and the clock will stop at 10 with 2 members on in the first tick lock.
Gravity Vortex Cannon invested here for Xing. Also had a Sparrow that was shut down there for Q9.
Oh, no.
And what a crazy call coming through from Wolves. They caught Q9 lacking. Neon with the Sparrow is able to go on a 3 spree in the Annihilator soon after for Zai. That is going to be a chalk B zone, a 5-life lead, and 60 seconds added on towards the board.
Yeah, the extra minute may be all that's needed here for Wolves to put this one out of reach. 11 plays 5. No more operators at the ready here for Q9. It was a heck of a battle, but it looks like it's on its last stand here. King does get taken down, trying to get a little bit aggressive in towards spawn. Peg, Purifier in spawn. Oh my, is the oven on, Grandma? Because here comes the fire, or is it? Okay, hold on. He does at least get 2 post-death, but did not happen as cleanly as you would have anticipated off the flank. 6 feet 3. Q9 just looking for some ground to stand on, and they are being hunted.
Yeah.
I mean, this is not good news. Not good news at all. 3v1 situation. Last one standing is Mao-Shi. On the backside of that gas station, he is going to be forced to come contest A because there's already members on. And very, very casually, Wolves are going to find themselves a 3-0 here and avoid the embarrassment from Apocalypse Hardpoint and still clean things up against Q9, saying that, yep, they are indeed the best team in China right now.
Look, man, you lost the Hardpoint. Scoreline wasn't all too respectfully, but 2-3-5, we know that is Wolves' mainline focus to be able to winning a lot of these different series. It is insane to say the least. Again, with that standoff control coming through, that is the devil's dance if you are Q9. You knew that it was either going to be a crossroads or it was going to be a standoff, or it could end up being a raid. Don't really remember what the veto was. Regardless of the matter, the standoff was the pick for Wolves. You knew it was coming down to it. The homework was there for Wolves for the Express Search and Destroy. It simply was not there for Q9 on the standoff.
And I'm still not convinced, friends. Like, there are still moments in there where it's for Wolves. They're going to qualify to tomorrow, but there's a lot of vulnerabilities on this team. They're going to come out 3-0, and the people on the spawn are going to say, hey, Wolves came out undefeated, but they were tested, man, like flat out throughout the day. And I think once teams start to kind of put together some of the things we've been talking about in terms of what they're bringing into this event, things like Summit, things like Takeoff, You take one of the two of those out, have a chance to give them one or the other map and try to square up and hopefully take them down. I think this Wolves team is still one-dimensional. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done here for Wolves now that they've got the rest of their evening open to try to maybe find other ways to add more maps into their pool.
Yeah, I just don't think that we'll ever see them play Raid all weekend long.
No,
that's not the biggest question, but it comes down to teams vetoing correctly against them, so that way you do face them on other hard points. Your Apocalypse, the same could be said for all the different search and destroys as well. All of that needs to be a showcase and some more if you're hoping to take down this Wolves team this weekend.
Yeah.
All right, well, that was a very, very strong performance joining the boys back here on the desk. But before we start deep diving all of it, time for F. yet again on the stage with an interview.
What's good, friends? I'm standing here with King from Wolves. Fantastic performance. And Shift was talking about it earlier. You guys come out 3-0, but it wasn't super clean. Are there changes you're going to make for the rest of the weekend?
你们最开始是3-0开场，但是感觉打的还是有一点点不太完美。你们接下来有什么样的对策吗？
我认为就是因为我们今天打的比赛其实还是有犯一些失误的，因为我们已经确认晋级到了8强赛嘛，所以我们就是到了8强赛的时候会尽量减少我们这些失误吧。
We understand that we made some minor mistakes, but however, we have successfully made it to top 8. And then for the following games, we will try to minimize our mistakes and play our best.
Love that, love that. So Call of Duty is primarily a North American dominated sport. Moving to mobile, you coming from the East, is this a big deal to kind of make it into the extra weekend?
使命召唤在北美一直是一个很受欢迎的一个比赛。那这一次作为一个致东方队伍来到这边，请问你们本身有什么感受呢？
感受就是我们就是代表着东方的，就是最强战力嘛。然后因为我们去年也是被西方给打败了嘛，所以我想说我们今年必会报仇。
So we actually represent the most powerful teams in China, and this time coming back to America because we were defeated by a North American team last year. We want to, win it all back.
Heck yeah. And now I'm just going to kind of give you the floor. You've earned it. 3-0. Are there any shout-outs you'd like to make before we say goodbye?
所以你们今天3-0了，有什么感想呢？
我只想告诉大家，我们 Wolves 是拒绝加班的。
你说什么？
拒绝加班。
拒绝加班。Us Wolves, we refuse to work overtime. 3-0, clean.
That's all that needs to be said. Back to y'all.
I think that might be the most succinct and polite, assertive, but gentle trash talk we have ever heard, and I am so here for that.
Me too. Literally, I'm here for that.
All weekend?
Yeah.
Oh, well, me too. We have so much in common.
No, look, I'm just going to go ahead and say I'll be that guy. I don't think there's a single team out there right now that has really convinced me that they're the best team in the world right now. So you can convince me with your words.
Yeah.
Because there's no one play style wise that I'm looking at saying like they're by far the heavy favorite through what we've seen to this point. So I'm here for it. I'm here for the energy.
I mean, you even heard it right there from King, right? Lost to an NA team last year.
Yes.
It's not going to happen again. There was like no consideration whatsoever.
Yeah. Yep.
Confidence is key. It's not going to happen again. Prove it.
That makes me excited to see what they now do with their performance throughout the rest of this bracket. Like we did last time, this would also typically be a time where we check back in with the pit. Lots of things have been happening in the pit, and Shift in his multitasking efficiency duties has managed to get some more updates. So we'll do a quick review of those so you guys can catch up with what happened.
Admin team's crushing it in the backside right now, making me look smart. Right now, the other matches that are going on, this is in the same collective round. Godlike just reported a 250-76 over exclusive on Takeoff. Yeah. Kagendra 250-222 in Apocalypse over Loops, and then 250-166 Tribe over TLE on Takeoff. So those series, I think the most important ones is what's happening between that Godlike and exclusive. I think that's going to be a really good test to see if the only other team here from India can actually be a good representative. And then on the other side, Loops, who kind of surprised us off the get-go beating Mayhem, are all of a sudden kind of finding themselves falling in stock a little bit, especially after a tight loss to Kakendra right there.
I don't even know if you could say like it's a whole stamina issue even. Like you've been playing a decent amount of games today, sure, but they've been best of threes. I think the day is just long. I think it's just more of a discrepancy on where everybody kind of falls in line as far as regional is concerned. That Godlike versus exclusive one is insane. What a statement that would be for India.
I think TLE's on fraud alert too. I mean, they just have not looked particularly good today outside of beating Vitality, who we weren't sure what India was going to bring to the table because the top two were losing maps to anybody else. So TLE, the #1 seed from LATAM, looking like they're kind of on fraud alert here. To be fair, first LAN, maybe got a little bit blessed in their region based on who they had to play in Season 4 playoffs, but they're struggling a little bit right now.
I mean, and now that we have finished match number 5, that means that we are officially past the halfway point, at least as far as the matches go here on the main stage. There's still 4 more matches in store, which still means loads of Call of Duty Mobile action. But before we get into that, we're going to do one more short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack Atlanta. We are a really good chunk into day number 1 of the competition here at the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. We've got match number 6 on the main stage. Moments away, things will get underway. And it has been an impressive competition here so far. Glitter Explosion, Proper, and Gil back with you here to close out these last 3 series of matches. And I think we're in for a good one coming up around the corner.
It's been a day, let me tell you.
Right?
I mean, I don't even remember what time we got here. I just hope that this day lasts forever, honestly speaking, because we have had so many good matchups on our screens throughout all the splits bracket. Who would have thought when you get the 16 best teams globally in one state here in Atlanta, Georgia, that we'd have a day like this? Color me surprised.
I mean, you got to watch that one in the back this time. Give yourself a little bit of a break, Gil. So what was it like just purely spectating the action?
It is just amazing. It's always, I've always been a fan of, you know, just chilling back at your home, just watching some amazing players just face off each other. It was incredible, and what a victory that we just witnessed for them, that it was so important, as that was, if I'm not mistaken, the pass for them for day 2 is.
Oh, they're qualified, yeah.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're done.
Just like that. Just like that.
Well, we have a similar opportunity coming up around the corner for our next 2 teams playing in this next match. And this is kind of an interesting storyline because it's some teams that we talked about a little bit earlier on in the show. Match number 6 is Volt versus LG. Now, obviously, we've kind of gotten to not only speak about, but also see LG play a couple times now, because we were able to catch a little bit of pit action early on in the day, kind of snuck in there to see the end of their match with Tribe. But we talked about Volt earlier and the fact that they have just had a stellar run so far.
They got tested in their first series. It was probably the most difficult of the 2, I will say that much, when it comes down to Volt. It was a very close 2-0 win over Exclusive. They won the hardpoint on Arsenal by 12 points, and then they won the Surge and Destroy on Meltdown 7-5. But if there's one thing that I learned last year when it comes down to Japanese representation at Call of Duty Mobile Worlds, you never sleep on them. That Scars team last year was nasty. I can only imagine that the representation for Japan this time around is just equally, if not more.
That's the thing with the side of Japan. They're always in for a surprise. They ended up defeating last year Scars, as you mentioned, over Q9. Now, they've defeated 2 teams and are 1 single step away of owning a ticket for day number 2 once more. But in front of them, they are the ones with the target on their backs, right? They have in front of them Luminosity.
Yeah, we take a look at some of the shots here. Not only that Volt roster, but now getting a chance to see them live, getting set up here on the stage. And this is going to be a really good test for them, Proper, because they've been undefeated so far. This could solidify them into the next stage, but now they're going up against one of the favorites in the tournament. Great time to test their mettle.
I mean, a great time to test their understanding of what map picks, bans, and vetoes need to be there to be able to get the better of LG. Again, it's a best of 3. And either your day is over here, or you just simply have to continue to play more COD. As we have some highlights on the screen here for Volt, continuously showcasing their talents and abilities. This is mostly from all of the previous stages that they were able to showcase for themselves. They are very slay heavy. I mean, much like a lot of our East representation. The biggest difference for me, and what was very eye-opening even last year for Scars, as one player in particular, I believe is Mike, is the one that is returning from that Scars roster over towards this year. Not afraid to play the objective. They are objectively favored in a lot of these opening maps.
Yeah, and that brings a lot of different strategies for themselves, because plenty of these teams are heavily orientating themselves onto just slaying, right? They want to slay you down and then think about the objective. Bolt is not like that. They want to be doing both at the same time. If not, just prioritize the objective. You know, it doesn't matter if you kill me 10 times. If I got one of my players inside of the hill, that's all I'm in for. And that could be problematic for a lot of teams, and I'm sure that has been problematic for a few of the teams that they've already defeated today.
We'll have to see if it ends up giving them that edge that they could possibly need going up against one of the juggernauts in LG, if they're able to kind of figure out that picks and bans phase like you're talking about, Proper. There's lots of factors that will go into the success or failure of this matchup on behalf of both of these teams. But now that we've gotten an opportunity to highlight Volt, we're actually getting it straight into those picks and bans, so you can kind of start breaking these down a little bit proper and kind of give us your take on what we're seeing come through as we do get a chance to finally get a little bit of an angle on Luminosity as well.
It's just really tough to be able to fully gauge what map mode combinations are going to be picked, let alone banned for Volt, that Luminosity aren't also going to be good on. They are one of the most diverse teams that we have in the entirety of this tournament through all 16 teams, as the takeoff hardpoint will be there for map number 1, Meltdown for map number 2, and you can already see some laughs coming through for LG. Funny enough, when I was actually back there grabbing some hot water to make some tea, I actually ran into Hippo. He dapped me up and he said, just one more game, baby, and he had a cracking smile on his face, because this is the map set you feel like you would really love to see if you are an LG fan, a very slay-heavy map set at that.
Did you also see his suit? Did you see what Hippo's wearing?
He looks fantastic.
Dapper as ever.
Yeah.
Okay? Came coordinated, dressed to kill. I mean, I can't even fault that. It's the style point.
We still have like a few more days before we can like beat that.
How does it get better?
That's what I want to know.
Impressive.
Hippo's just amazing. Hippo is just amazing. An incredible coach for LG. Has been with them for a long time now, and well, you can see the work that he has put alongside with the players, just constantly making sure that they know how to outplay their opponents, not only in-game, but also outside of it with the vetoes, with what they want to play on. And of course, like you said, they're great on every single map.
Yeah.
But what would be better than to play your opponents, not only where you're good, but where they're not as great as you are?
I will say this much, both for the Crossroads and the Takeoff Hardpoint maps 1 and 3, that is equally probably the best case scenario for Volt, given all of their previous circumstances that we saw in recent tournaments.
That's a big statement.
This is the best map set that they could possibly have drawn up for themselves. The biggest issue, well, you're going up against the #1 team in the world right now, so have fun.
Some pros, some cons, but this is what this competition is all about, right? We've brought the best in the whole world to one location to battle it out for $1 million prize pool, for that trophy, the pride, the title, everything. It all comes with it after this competition. So it's not going to be an easy road to get to that point.
Yeah, it's not easy whatsoever, but it's possible. And so far, Bolt have done their job, Luminosity has done their job as well, and we should start to get ready. That is gonna be, you said it, hardpoint on takeoff. We saw one of those earlier on between TLE going versus Vitality. And I gotta say that although we questioned how TLE was usually late to the majority of those objectives, they still managed to break through and get there when it mattered the most. In this case, I'm guessing that Bolt will sort of have to try to play that, because it's really going to be complicated to try to outslay the team that is LG. I'm not saying it's not possible, it's just not an easy task.
No, it's definitely not, and Takeoff is a great example for a lot of different reasons. Fundamentals, obviously, for Hardpoint, we've seen so many teams kind of falter on not being able to rotate early, being able to get firm control of P3 spawns, and being able to manipulate that to be able to get about like 80 points in between 3 and 4, but also the operator usage. Look, if you go back and you look at recent matches, specifically for Volt, even versus Q9, on Takeoff specifically, one thing that they always did versus Q9, which they are also very good at, is being able to manipulate the map and also take a look at the operators being able to respond back in kind. This is not going to be an easy series versus LG, and if it honestly is, and they just completely steamroll them, then I guess I'll eat my socks for dinner. I'm not too sure. I just don't think it's going to be that simple. Like, Volt looked great.
I mean, I think everybody would be surprised if it looked easy for either of the teams just based off their performance, but at this point I almost feel like it's also more about kind of getting in LG's head a little bit. I think they're very comfortable. Obviously, you say you got a chance to run into Hippo and like just one more in their mind. They're just getting through the next stage. This is just all part of an easy day's work. What if people come along and make it a little bit less easy?
What if? That's the thing. And I mean, we've seen them already drop a map twice, right? It was not like they won 2-0 like Bolt did, for example, which is a bit of a difference. Maybe Bolt is more of a steaming role kind of situation and they try to continue with it. I'm not too sure. Like you mentioned, Takeoff is going to be like a huge, huge important deal with them on map number 1. So let's see if they can actually step up to what they're seeking for in map number 1. And I'm intrigued as to how the side of LG will try to predict their opponents. Are they going to be just slaying as per usual? It's always an opportunity, right? We've seen players, teams like, for example, Wolves that like to do that. They are just taking the kills and then maybe think about sending a player or two over onto these hills. And on the side of LG, that's what I expect, but I want to see them shake it up a little bit.
Just very excited to be able to see what this Volt roster does look like. Again, it could be a difference in strength of schedule. It could be a difference in when those matchups were starting again. If there's one thing that we always know for certain, LG will probably drop hard points to their NA counterparts. It's what happened versus Tribe. That S&D loss that happened on Slums versus Zingo to start things off, I'm not going to lie, that was probably the dirtiest Slums I've ever seen LG attempt to play. So I'm not too settled that that was essentially them at full force. No shade towards Inco whatsoever. They played that very well. However, for Volt, is it a strength of schedule thing? Again, not saying that they had easy competition per se, but it wasn't the same level as, say, Tribe, or now how they're going up against LG. This is the question on an international scale. Is Volt for real? Are they for real?
I like it.
I want to know.
I want to know too.
Yeah.
I want to find out, and we're going to be finding out here in just a few short moments. We're just waiting for our players to finalize getting themselves all set up and ready to go. It's like production hears me sometimes. You see that versus screen come through, which is like the official visual cue for the fact that we are about to get into the match. It's ready to go. We're ready to go. Let's dive into it.
Thank you so much, Lauren. We'll get all of your thoughts and other emotions after this best of 3 series has concluded. Luminosity Gaming, your #1 team from North America, taking on Volt, Japanese representation, and well, you couldn't have asked for a more convincing kill feed to start things off. You are LG, as they are able to open up the kill feed quite wonderfully for themselves here. Gil trying to get themselves onto P1 with some time to boot.
Luminosity and Volt, North America and Japan. Who is it that will take the 3-0 victory to move on to day number 2? Both want to be the one, but only one shall remain. So far, Bolt gonna get inside of the hill. There's Mike. We were talking about him earlier. So far being the OBJ for the squad and making sure that they're taking as many points as they can. Tectonic will finally manage to take them out and eventually fight to get inside for himself. Big with a double kill at a distance, and that's gonna be the clean defense now for Luminosity. And just 0.1 kind of deal here on takeoff, right? Just chaotic all over the place.
It is, but mostly you're looking for those spawns, which through war of attrition, Luminosity starting off on the right side of the map, have now found themselves actually spawning it over by P2. A spawn out does occur, however, got to be careful where you are currently located at. If you are LG, players from Volt have now spawned in from behind. The pinch is surely on. Hunter Killer Drone should end up flushing out at least Mike yet, and it sure will, but still, numbers are here for Volt. Luminosity still have players on the south side of this P2 hill, and it's currently being looked at by player number 3 in blue, Envy. Able to pinch things up alongside Ban, clean up the kill feed. This has been a decent amount of time soaked up here on P2 for Luminosity.
That's right, and there's still 30 seconds left. Can they continue to do so? So far, seemingly going to be the case, but they are about to send 3 players at once on the team of Bolt. There's Tech with a head glitch, getting a kill, but getting knocked out by Unlucky, who continues to clean up for the team. Now, both players are going to be stomped on by the opponents, but they still manage to send more and more. It seems like Bolt are just sending player after player after player. It might not mean that they are constantly getting points, but at least they're making sure that Luminosity isn't getting any points either. And as we are moving to P3, we talked about it, the rotations are going to be heavy important on this map. And well, first it's gonna be 4 players, now 3 as one got killed on the side of Luminosity inside of the hill. The spawns are there, the control is there, the kills are there as well, and Bolt will have to find a way to try to break through all that.
War Machine already popped by Envy. This is the biggest issue when you get into your first money hill, and the first rotation at that here on takeoff is that you better hope that you have some semblance of an operator, if not 1 or 2, to be able to combat and to try to break inside this money hill, but it's actually Luminosity that pull it out first. They will have the Sparrow now for Tectonic after the War Machine from Envy. Already found an abundance of kills. They have now withered the Storm, but it's only 20 seconds that are left on P3. You want to try to cut through the middle of the map, try to keep these players of LG trapped inside of P3, but so much easier said than done, as you still have Volt players spawning in towards P3. It is so much time that LG have soaked up here, just about 45 plus on P3. And they still have some operators in their back pocket. Now Volt have a rack load of operators they could potentially use. They need to respond back in kind here on 4.
they truly need to take value off of each and every single one of the operators that they use. For example, Washi at a distance already with Annihilator took 1 kill onto Mike. Washi still alive, trying to make sure that he takes all of it. Triple kill there for the play over on Bolt, and that is going to allow them to get control. There's a Purifier by Tech in here. 10 kills already, pushing 4 more, gonna find at the 11th, and that is still plenty of potential control in favor of Bolt. There's the usage of the Claw as well, and that's exactly what you were talking about, Proper.
Yeah.
They are just taking so many valuable kills here with the operators.
Oh, and they're also reading the split spawns as well.
Wow.
Wonderfully done here from Bolt in towards P4. The Lackey with the War Machine, now up on 3 in a row, trying to find just a little bit more, maybe getting himself past this Hunter Killer drone. No, shut down. Washi will take him off of that spree, and we'll try to contest this hill for as long as possible. This 10 seconds is the difference in between Volt getting closer to the scoreline of LG at the first set, and, well, LG getting over 100 points. They will strike first into triple digits. In towards the second set we go. Some big differences across the scoreboard at the top. I mean, you can already see that at least a handful of players for Volt still have an operator. You got some streaks to be using. Vague still has his operator left to be played as well. But this is back to just tried and true Call of Duty. Find some kills, keep P1 scrappy. Volt needs some time before really thinking about that P2 rotation.
Yeah, that's right. They just gotta make sure that these initial P1 and P2 are not that easy for Luminosity, because it sort of was on the first set of rotation, and that allowed them to pick an advantage that have not let go so far. In there, there's Mike, under control, suffering a lot of pain, a lot of damage. Still not gonna be enough, managing to survive, making sure that his team is getting closer and closer. He's now less than 30 points away from trying to tie that up. And although Mike died, Unlucky managed to survive there for a longer period of time for the team. 20 seconds left, and once again, LG are inside of that hill, now moving, rotating on to point number 2. Something that both have to figure out. They gotta make sure that they do something similar to what they did on the first set of rotation.
Look at the spawns immediately already flipped once again. This is what's so crucial when it comes down to both of these two teams on a map like Takeoff. You can try to rotate early, you can have the spawns previously, but in a blink of an eye, through a couple of gunfights, you push a little bit too far, and you're gonna give up those P2 spawns, which LG currently hold in their possession. Still, you have to be taking a look at a handful of players trying to cut off those rotations. That was previously Dolaki watching a lot of individual spawn back behind P2. It is a skirmish and a half in between the trash can and the wall. Sliding up a little bit further, Envy Vague able to at least combine for 2. Still have players here for Volt, and you have to clear them out. 37 seconds left to play for here at P2. And Volt are doing a bang-up job at least playing for the trades. Unlucky, Mike, able to combine for a handful of more kills. Hunter Killer drone still in the back pocket for Unlucky and Ichan. Are they going to decide to end up pulling that one out, or are they just going to try to bait out more operators ahead of that P3 rotation? It seems that it's more of the latter than it is of the former. A wonderful P2 for Volt, now bringing this within about 10 points.
And I mean, if you think about the fact that Volt is currently getting heavily outslayed in a way, they are still managing to get things under control. We talked about how they like to play for the objectives and how Luminosity, on the other hand, likes to play for the slaying. Well, one of the two shall prevail, and so far, there's not a clear answer. 128 to 124. Just slowly getting closer to the opponents. The initial hold is actually going to be in favor of Bolt, who now, for the second time so far this game, are going to be in front of their opponents when it comes down to the points. There's gonna be the War Machine, the War Machine in favor of the side of Bolt, and they're defending like crazy.
Dolaki with the War Machine last time around. You remember what happened on P4. This guy went absolutely Giga Chad on the map. Already finding himself an abundance of kills. He's up to 23 as well. Nice shots here with the growl from Dolaki, trying to at least clear the top. All of his teammates are here in kind. The lead has been flipped towards the end of P2, and Volt are letting Luminosity have it. They only have one operator realistically to try to break this split, so they're doing it the old way. Trying to get on in with their gunnies, the trades, and delivering of all the team shots included. Will inevitably try to get them to break, but at what cost? You're trying to pull out Annihilators and maybe even different weapons to try to cut them off on the rotation, but we're just down to scrap time. You gotta rotate over towards new, which thankfully enough, LG are cutting off the middle of the map. Volt's still spawning in by P3, but now you need the response to 30 for 30 swap here for Luminosity to try to rectify the issue that was his P2 set.
Dolaki was a one-man army over there. I don't know if you guys noticed that. but he was on his own, facing off pretty much every single player on the side of Luminosity. Eventually got knocked out, but it doesn't matter. Allow his allies to get closer in there. There's Mike taking control to his own hands. Envy with the War Machine will destroy the opponents. The use of the Equalizer takes 2 kills, and once again, Bolt inside of the hill, doing a tremendous job. A 40 points lead in favor of the Japanese team. We talked about the fact that you cannot sleep on this Japanese team. That's yet another double with the Equalizer. Band gonna come in strong, heavy with the Purifier. Takes a triple and a quadra kill to completely obliterate the opponents. And on top of that, just this chef's kiss there with the use of the Hunter Killer drone. I was talking about the Lucky, but look at Band, who just now breaks through the 40 mark when he comes down to kills.
Yeah, Band is going to be that guy, right? You kind of need that pillar to almost lean on if you are LG, right? You are trailing by about 30 points or so going in towards a third set. Potentially final one, depending on how much contested time does come through, but look at all the utility that is still on the board. Tech does have a Hunter Killer drone, also has an operator left to play with. You have a Hunter Killer drone for Ichan, as well as an operator there for Mike. It's all about the timing. Not until you feel too pressured out, or if you're Volt, you need to start dipping your toes into some of these different resources. Back in towards P1, 20 seconds have already passed. Will be Volt, of course, cleaning up the final kill there onto Band, thanks to Kance. And he's also finding a lot more kills to boot as well, just trying to get some of these last-ditch operators and utility out from Luminosity. It's Volt over 200 points first.
Yeah, I generally thought that Tech was gonna get down earlier, but decided to wait for a little while. It did not work as expected. Eventually got taken down over 200 points. As you said, now for Bolt, 206 to be more specific. Luminosity now trying to overcome the trouble that they are positioning themselves on. Look at Big trying to survive, not gonna be possible. The one who does was Tech at a distance, now taking 5 kills in the span of, I wanna say, like 20 seconds. Everybody heads up, rotating onto point number 2, once again trying to throw as many players as they can. And look at streaks over on the side of Tech.
Dolacky pulling out yet another War Machine. That's Dolacky's 3rd War Machine of this game, and he has been finding value with it continuously. Tech, though, will take down, or will be taken down, excuse me, but not before you can get the Hunter Killer drone out. That's the space that you need for Luminosity, who found themselves at a very untimely spawn flip, but realistically still a hard point that you can hold from the right side of the minimap, and that's what Luminosity need to do. They're still trailing by about 20 points. Contested time is fine, so long as you can play for the rotation over towards New, and they have the spawns to be able to do just that. But the numbers for Volt are favoring. Washi, Annihilator, popping off in the kill feed, being able to put down Volt where they previously stood. 15 seconds left on P2 before we have to take immediate focus over towards P3. And if you are LG, you might just chalk it, because P3 and P4 are the true money hills that you need, potentially not only to flip the lead, but to close the game.
We saw exactly that with the side of TLE. They were losing, but when it came down to point number 3, that's exactly where the comeback began. That's exactly what we need to see in order for LG victory. Of course, Bolt not gonna make that an easy task in here. Tectonic already knows that they're gonna be rotating through this side, but surprise, buddy, Mike's right behind you. Everybody gonna be pushing at once on the side of Bolt. 26 seconds is all they need inside of the kill. Band gonna take that Purifier for a ride. Tech from above with the Pred Missile takes that kill onto Dolacky. No one on the side of Bolt can get even close to the objective. Finally, Ken will be able to do so for just like a fraction of a second. Not gonna be enough so far. A clean defense in favor of LG, who now have already closed that gap.
Equalizer was pulled out there for Bolt. You felt like that might be the opening to maybe try to get inside of this hill. There's not enough points here if Luminosity soak it all up to be able to close things out, but the issue is that Volt have to close spawn, and maybe that could be enough for them to be able to break, but again, there's not enough time for them to close it out here. The break finally comes through. Tech now to the Sparrow, being able to line up a handful of individuals, find himself up on a 3 spree. Washi then, being able to clean up soon afterwards. It is an operator. Abundance coming through from Luminosity, keeping them at bay. The rotation towards New now on the cards. 5 seconds towards P4 pops. You need to be able to find the break if you are Volt, but you barely have any utility to do it.
Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning of the end, only less than 10 seconds away. There's Unlucky with a claw, getting one, trying to push for more. Both angles are being pushed by the side of Bolt, but they're losing member after member. The use of the War Machine will not be enough. Yes, it is. No, Tech also getting taken down bad with things under control. 3 more seconds is all they need. But there's the claw for Mike, who turns around, destroys the side of LG. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not over till it's over. The side of Bolt want to take it home big. And Bad Bolt getting obliterated. Triple kill for Unlucky. Ken with the double. Bolt about to make it happen. The use of the score streaks as well. They only need a few more seconds. Ben trying to get inside, but it's too late. And ladies and gentlemen, the Japanese team screaming at the opponents as they take map number 1.
Big breath of fresh air, some smiles, fist bumps coming out for all of Volt. LG almost had it. They could taste it. Again, a 2-point differential is insane with the amount of times that we saw LG with the lead through the first set of hardpoints. Then with Volt through the second set of hardpoints, they were able to flip it at the end of P2. They got the abundance of P3 and P4 that they knew they just had to wither the storm. That was the inevitability of all the different score streaks, the operators that were already accrued from LG at the end of P2 going in towards P3. And I gotta say, the resilience from Volt, knowing damn well that all they had to do from those P3 spawns was cut through mid-map, get in towards P1, flip it for P4 spawns, that was brilliant. And that's exactly why we continuously talk about Volt. They can slay out with the best of it, but let me tell you something. When it comes down to the objective play, to understanding where they need to be on the map at a certain time, that is where they certainly shine. A statement to say the least, and a 2-point differential on that map 1 win versus LG.
One can only imagine what might be going in the minds of the Bolt players. You saw the pure ecstasy on their faces as they took that map yet again in their favor. Like I previously mentioned, they are yet to drop a map today. So far, Luminosity has dropped 3. They are still clean, 5-0, and they are seeking to do it once again. Look at them go, just screaming to the top out their lungs, just completely happy. Gotta love to see it, gotta love to see it. Just showmans all around. Now they gotta be thinking about the S&D. We've questioned them in the past 58 kills for Tech. I wanna say they got heavily outslayed, heavily, not only a little bit. What's that, like 50 maybe?
What do I look like, a calculator to you? I don't know how to do math like that. That's why I cast. That's why I use my words, man. But all the numbers from side to side, it definitely doesn't add up. And I got to say, LG, you got some splaining to do, and that's going to have to come through in a map 2 and 3. Meltdown, Search and Destroy is our map number 2. And as you already previously said, now Volt have yet to drop a map on the day. However, we saw LG, you and I got to witness LG on Meltdown versus Tribe. When they got that out offensive side, they seemed damn near unstoppable.
Absolutely have to agree with that one. It's gonna be really, really crucial for Bolt to make sure that does not happen. That's not the case. I'm not too sure what the sides are gonna be looking like at the beginning. Sure. But if they are on the offensive side first, they gotta make sure that they take as many points as they can. And I'm talking to you to at least a 4-2, because even a tie, we saw that. They had a tie against Tribe Gaming, and then they won 4 in a row, right? The side of LG do know how to clean your opponents when they are on that offense here on Meltdown. But at the same time, Bolt, they are happy. They are truly amazed at themselves, and they should be. They are being the players that they wanted to be, which is just winners. Winners all across the board. We are all getting ready for what could be, I want to say that could be the first loss that we see here for LG. It's not set in stone, of course, but Bolt have that opportunity, and they gotta make sure that they play the cards right, because as you said, LG are tremendous on offense here on Meltdown.
Let's put it in perspective for everybody at home. Now, previously to Worlds 2023 for Volt, the last time that they played a Meltdown Search and Destroy, they lost 5-9. Again, discrepancy is all is included. Today, however, versus Exclusive, they won 7-5. Could be a day of anything else, but we'll have to see as they are on offense first. Immediate focus, trying to scrap things out almost immediately. Big trades, not even found. It is the numbers advantage that for LG, they are scrapping.
I mean, you can only guess that it was Luminosity picking the map, and of course, Bolt knew that they had to be on offense first, and that's exactly what they're doing, but the real last 2 players in here is going to be Ken, the one with the bomb so far. Let's see how much he can do with it. So far, not a lot going on, besides the fact that they already lost 2 players, and one of them being one of the arguably most valuable players, that was the Lucky. They've answered back by eliminating both Big and Washi. They may have an opening going towards A. They gotta be cautious, they gotta be careful. They know that a single mistake can cost them a round in here.
I mean, it's 3v3. Any mistake could be the difference as far as a round is concerned, but I love the spread that LG have across this map. So you have Tech, and AR watching what could be an A push through, but he's not actually on the bomb site. So B is on lock. I think that Volt are aware of this from previous engagements that were happening, especially when you start having Mike work his way through the middle of the map, trying to work in towards A. Something's got to give. We're down to 30 seconds here, Gil. And you feel like this pick in towards the back of 1v1 timing is just going to be about everything. Where is Mike trying to go?
Okay. Well, Mike is just taking a spin, having a walk. His allies will plant the bomb. That's going to be now 40 seconds on the clock that LG has to figure out in here. I don't think they know where Mike is at. There you go. Now Envy has an understanding of where the opponent is at. They begin to push. They are going to be collapsing on him at the same time. Not a lot of options when it comes down to Mike over there. Gets dropped dead. Now 25 seconds. Unlucky going all the way around. Going in for a surprise. Gonna miss the first shot. Gonna miss the surprise factor. Envy takes the kill and Ban does as well. Unlucky. Oh my god. I want to tell you, if Unlucky was there a second earlier, he would have taken at least a double kill and a whole new story would have unfolded, but that's just not the case. LG will defuse, and that's the 1-0 for them.
You really do have to feel like that if his name was just Lucky instead of Unlucky, he probably hits that shot.
Right.
Look, I'm not superstitious like that, but he kind of played himself. So, first round will go to LG on defense with a brilliant retake there on the A bomb side. And I got to say, I love that whole idea that it's 3v3, just kind of slow things down. Another offensive attempt here for Volt. They're going to try to take this escapade over towards B. Last time, the skirmish didn't really go too well. It was late trades that had themselves in that 3v3. But LG are nowhere to be found on this B bomb side this time around. They're almost essentially trying to play for retake or the overextension.
Okay, well, this time around, though, they don't take as much time. Right into business. They're going to plant the bomb over on enemy's face. Washi takes that snipe shot onto Dolaki. Big immediately pushing forward here with a shotgun. He is ready to be onto enemy's territory, but not going to be enough. Look at that switchblade. Double kill for Washi with a locust at a distance. Washi going for the next victim. Ban takes down Tech as well. Unlucky yet again on his own. Takes that shot onto Ban, but surprise body. They're already diffusing on your face. Once again, man, a second too late. Just unlucky, man. Just unlucky for real.
I mean, it's tough, right? You got a sniper, the bomb has a smoke over top of it. You got Tech just laying on top of the detonator, just immediately defusing it. Numbers were subsiding after the plant came through, so you really do love the speed in decision-making that Luminosity are taking for a lot of these retakes. Now for a third round of offense for Volt. Trying to take it through the middle of the map this time around. Luminosity went for a little bit of a hard read, thinking that it was going to be over towards A, but I love this decision that Band is starting to manifest here alongside Fake. He wants to push through and get more map control for his team, especially knowing that Envy has cleared all of B.
I think that's a smart call, but let's have an impactful ending for this round. That's the biggest question now. So far, Big doing a lot of noise. If you were to ask me, of course, he has dead silence, but will always be the chance for the enemies to know what could be coming next. And in a way, you can only wonder if the noise could be also a way to mess around with your opponents, just constantly overwhelming them with the footsteps to your right, to your left, not knowing what may actually happen and when. In here, Envy takes a kill. Wow, the opponent was trying to plant that bomb in with the double. Unlucky to the ground. That's yet another great start of a round. What a good start of a round. It's already been nearly a minute and a half. Both just like to take their sweet time. It's just not working.
No, I mean, when they tried to quick execute over towards B in the round previously, they could not exit. They got their bomb defused. And that time around, they thought that maybe they could play a little bit more methodical, a little bit more surgical through the middle of the map. The biggest issue was that you already had like Ban and company pushing up past the A bomb site. You already had one player of Envy playing onto the backside of B. So the moment that you tried to cross through the middle of the map, all of Luminosity see that their communication is so good that they just immediately collapse on the inevitable push that was over towards that B bomb site. Now into round number 4. Big first blood coming through from Unlucky onto Ban. Numbers are there for Volt, but still more to do before they can find coverage on one of these bomb sites.
At least they get the first blood, man. They were struggling on that department, and thanks to Unlucky, they're gonna finally break through that, but with the answer back immediately by the hands of LG by eliminating Cal. That is a 4v4. We're either with even numbers or with LG on top. So Bold has to figure out a way to just change the path. In here, we saw how good they were at playing objectives. But here, LG are just betting on their slaying opportunities, and it's working wonderful in their way.
Yep, sure is. 4v4 on the map. Sniper being watched. Washi. I mean, he knows that he was seen, but he's not going to give up that anytime soon. Vig on top of the ladder. Okay, giving it up very quickly. He wants to make sure that he stays alive as far as his defense is concerned. But look at how much map is being taken away, and he immediately gets collapsed on. No trades to speak of whatsoever because Vague was going rogue. So now the call is here. Get over towards A. Trophy System will be there to keep Dolaki company as he tries to plan things out. But look at the way that these three players for Luminosity are trying to manifest this potential break over by the A bomb site. 3v4 in the post plant trying to pinch it.
Ah, that's smart. They are just waiting. 15 seconds have already gone by. There's Mike with a kill. Unlucky, knocked down. Doesn't matter too much. 3v2. Perfect opportunity for Bolt to find their first round in here as Tech takes down Washi. Tectonic is on his own. A one-man army takes the first blood onto the Lucky, tries to pick up that sniper from the ground. That's exactly what he's doing. Misses the first shot, and that's pretty much GG in there. Does a lot of damage onto Mike. It's just not enough against two.
They almost lined up too. That if he ended up having the sniper out,
I would
for
have
that
lost
right
it.
there.
I would have lost
I never want to count Tech out from a situation that he has a sniper in his hands, but. I mean, wonderful decision-making coming through from Volt and just capitalizing off of Vague, getting a little bit too antsy as far as the defensive player is concerned, going for that overextension and immediately scouted out. So Volt finally break the mold after Luminosity won the opening 3, and now they're feeling it. The difference as far as pace is concerned has them on the A bomb site very quickly. The issue is that Mike already got taken down. The drop shot, though, from Ichan. It's going to take down the second player from Luminosity, 3v4. Luminosity need to retake A once again.
That's something you don't see too often no more. The drop shots are not a rule in this game and haven't been for a while, but it works to perfection on Lucky. Finally getting what he wanted, takes that kill onto Ben, and of course, the bomb has been planted for now, what, like 35 seconds, 25 seconds, something like that. Tech receiving a lot of damage, doesn't matter too much. Nearly a clean round for Bolt as Can takes that double kill. Look at them go, man. Doing a hell of a job in here and trying to even those numbers up on the offensive side, though.
Yeah, big pace differential coming through there from Vol, being able to maybe and potentially make it a 3-3 split going in towards their defensive half. So that was over towards A off of the immediate trade and secondary elimination that Volt were able to find through the middle of the map. And they like that flavor. The biggest difference is that now they're calling Luminosity's bluff. No immediate focus over towards the back. You still have your two defenders around A, but Luminosity are assuming that this is going to go over towards B, and the bomb is leaning in that direction.
Could make an appearance in here. Oh, Band, you want to go? You sure, buddy? Oh, finds the opponent and decides to retreat back. I'd say that's a smart choice. It sure is. Now, once again, we're back onto the slow pace that Bolt likes to play with. Right now, no one dead as of yet. Right now, pushing towards pillars, sort of. We see Cal, as you see on the minimap. Band gonna find the first blood onto Mike. There's gonna be the fight back by Ken as he knocks down Ben, receives a lot of damage, tries to run away, but Bake's gonna say no to that. Immediately hunts him down. That is gonna treat those numbers still in favor of LG. Now the Lucky, that's what I was about to say, has the opportunity to plant the bomb. That's exactly what he's doing. Great job by his allies to defend, but still gonna be a 2v2 though.
2v2 post plant, 38 seconds till the bomb does detonate. Need to allocate about 7.5 to be able to get that defuse all the way through. It's going to be a pinch. 1-5 coming through from Volt, trying to at least flush out the last player. That was Tectonic on the opposite side, but Washi has a sniper, catches one lacking onto Ichan. Just baiting out, maybe even for a little bit of a peek. Hits the hit marker onto Dolaki the first time, and Dolaki had to check it, given that you could just be on the defuse. And Washi, I mean, he didn't miss the first time, and had the centering for the second time.
We're talking about the fact that Bolt needed to have some sort of advantage as they ended their offensive side. That's clearly not an advantage, let me tell you all. That's a 4-2 lead going in favor of LG. Now they are on their own terms on the offensive side, immediately sending everybody to pillars, and Unlucky was ready for it. Takes kill number 1, Ken, rashing for more blood, receiving a lot of pain, turns around, goes for that kill, takes it like it's nothing. Tech gonna answer back. Unlucky with the second kill. Tech also dropping dead to the hands of Tectonic. The tech battle unfolds over there. That's going to be a 2v2 where Tectonic works it out alongside with Washi, and that's the fastest round we've seen so far, thanks to the fact that LG, that's how they like to play this map.
It's kind of shades of what we saw in Meltdown versus Tribe earlier, man. Is that, look, they can get scrappy over by that A bomb site. Their trade game and immediately calling out players, rotating back to the middle of the map is absolutely pristine. Washi up to 9 kills. Tech after that little escapade is now up to 6. Volt, you feel like they need to win every single round until things are back to being even. Otherwise, they're going to be staring down the barrel of a potential map number 3. Big first blood from Unlucky will take down Band, still 4v5. And you never want to count out anybody from LG to maybe try to make a little bit noise over by B. It's exactly what happens. Vague immediately taking down at least one. Trying to inch the way closer towards B, getting that plant down. Exactly what happens, 40 seconds until detonation.
Oh my goodness. All right, bombs down, 4v4. Let's see what Bolt has to say about that. They're already losing by a lot, and they don't want to be on a 6-2. They just don't. They are trying to prevent that from being the case. Let's see if they can try to push forward. In here, there's no Lucky. So far, 2 kills for him. He had an outstanding hardpoint, but in here, not working that well for him. Tectonic with a kill onto Mike. Big with a kill onto Tech. Unlucky, answering by eliminating an opponent, but getting dropped dead. Lucky tries to avenge his islands, but he's currently in a 1v2. Less than 10 seconds left. Absolutely nothing to be done. Lucky just messing around, gonna knock him to the chin, but Washi with a pistol will drop him dead. 6-2. The side of Luminosity, you cannot drop them out of this series. They are trying to even it up. Going to that third map.
No, it's like I even said too, it's like, albeit like this is a good choice for Volt to be able to have some of these maps within this best of 3, but just because it's good for you doesn't mean it's not going to be fantastic for Luminosity. This Meltdown Search and Destroy is exactly all of that, plus a bag of chips. Trying to push up a little bit further is Mike through the middle of the map, trying to cut off the rotation, but 3 players have already slipped the net. I mean, Vega's already in here. The question is, what timing is he going to try to fish out? Because not a whole lot of sniper shots have been cracked through the middle of the map. Gonna throw out the frag, try to clean up at least maybe some damage. Doesn't even get any hit markers. It's Echan that does strike first, takes down Band. That bomb still being carried by Envy. Wants to get over towards B, but can't do it by himself.
Okay, well, bomb's gonna be planted. So 4v5, player lead in favor of Bull. Let's see what they can do with it, as they all know where at least 1 or 2 players might be. Mike gonna be relaying that information to his allies. Gets the kill into Envy. Perfect opportunity for more. Can gets the kill. Double for Mike. The only one alive is gonna be Tectonic in the middle of a 1v5. Finds the first opponent. Actually, rather the first 3 opponents in front of him. Absolutely nothing could be done in that scenario. They will defuse that bomb, and they will make sure they stay alive, stay afloat on the search and destroy. They had to come back on that hard point, and they are attempting to do so in a really difficult scenario against LG.
A little bit of a difference, 20 points in a hard point comparatively 4 rounds in a search. But hey, 1 round at a time. That setup for Volt got me feeling some type of way. Let's see what they can do now that we're going back over towards A. Luminosity's tried and true. Hell of a nade for Mike. Will take down Vague for first blood. Immediately traded off on Unlucky, so Sniper in his hands has now been uprooted from the map. Washi is very much still up for LG. That's the comfort to plant here at A. But for Volt, they have players around the pinch. All of Luminosity, these 3 players versus the 4 of Volt are all around the A bomb.
Can they do it though? There's a question. 30 seconds left. Bolt, you got the players. Can you strategize something well enough to actually get inside? Look at that smoke, not gonna be having an impact. Kang with the first, Kang with the, ooh, the assistance onto Envy. The only one alive is now going to be banned in the middle for 1 before takes 1, goes for 2, not gonna be possible. That's a triple kill in favor of Kang. That's another defusal. That's another round going in favor of Bolt.
I love their decision-making coming through again. It's all focused in the middle of the map, and that more or less continuously shuts down the B push. They're not worried about the game over towards A, because that nade is always going to clear through the offensive stairs. Sure, so you're able to at least force out the 4v4, and then you just pinch for the retake coming through. That's going to call for LG to swap up yet again, going over towards B. Volt have a read on the situation. They are here.
They read them like a book, let me tell you, but still not gonna be enough. Envy finds the first blood, immediately finding or trying to find some more. They do get a hit onto Tech. Mike gonna answer back with a headshot over onto Band. 4v4, breaking through. Washi with another kill. Big trying to push forward here with a Fennec. Gonna find Can at a distance, but decides to back down. Now turns around, takes that kill. great opportunity for LG to close things up yet again. 4v2, only unlucky, and Mike shall remain as they try to keep hope alive.
Potential final round. It's all up to Mike and Unlucky. One with a sniper, one with an auto. Oh, you would have loved to have that pick if you are Mike there with the Fennec. Is able to at least transfer over towards Fagan. Unlucky finds Envy. So hold on a second here. Washi, where are you headed, young man? Tectonic now in a 1v1. Bomb will detonate in about 17 seconds. Goes for the challenge of all things, Tectonic, because of course he will. We'll take down the final player. We got ourselves a game number 3.
Oh, look at them smile. Look at the thumbs down. They know they have finally done what they wanted. Proper, this is the third time that we see LG going to a game 3. It's not been an easy path for them to be here, yet they are, and they truly deserve it, of course. Control on Crossroads Strike will select the future of one of these two teams. Because let's be honest, even if you are with a 2-0 lead on the overall series, you can still mess it up, right?
Yeah.
There's an opportunity for you to just completely snowball downhill, and for something to be a surprise for you.
I will say this much, as far as Crossroads, comparatively to Standoff, you can combat your way out from the spawn trap, but we'll talk more about that here in a second, because this S&D was something to behold for itself. And Volt, some might argue, kind of fought back a little bit too late. Obviously would have loved to go into the half at 3-3, but when you're going in towards your defensive side, having to play 4-2, you really do feel like it's the offense's games to lose with the amount of mind games that could be coming through. Albeit, Volt did do a stand-up job of being able to manipulate their nades, their positioning specifically from Unlucky, cutting down a lot of these rotations, but I thought right here for sure we were gonna at least go in towards a round 11. Was not even the case at all, or around 12, excuse me. But I mean, Tectonic, I mean, you heard the interview earlier when he was talking to Dot. He believes that this is the best version of this roster of the all 6 players that are represented for LG, and it's a lot to do with Tech's history in Search and Destroy. It goes 10-6 to the good. Washi, the majority of the time with a sniper, double positive at 12-6. Some good conversations as far as Mike, you know, being that individual trying to push a lot of these different angles, overextending a lot of the time. Does go 10-9. He was the player that was throwing a lot of those nades on defense, cutting down that A push over by stairs, but just simply not enough. 7-4 is the final score there on map number 2. And to Gil's point, now we set ourselves up for that Crossroads Strike control.
Yeah, that was just not a walk in the park there for LG, but they take that dub and we go to map number 3. I'm loving it, man. I'm loving it. These two are definitely deserving of a day 2 sort of scenario. But at least as of right now, only one of them is going to be getting it in here, facing off each other. Same like with the thumbs up, they are saying that they are almost ready to begin. Watching all those players now with the fist bumps, that's also another clue of what may be happening soon in here. Gotta love it, man. This Atlanta scenario here for DreamHack has been a blast so far. I'm enjoying it. I'm sure players are enjoying it as much as they're suffering whenever things are not going their way. But hope you all at home and in here at DreamHack Atlanta are enjoying yourselves.
I feel like the conversation needs to be continued from like what me and Alan were talking about earlier in between Wolves and Q9. Realistically, if either of these two teams did lose, we'll probably still see them in the elimination or the championship bracket.
I'd say so, yeah.
Just from what we've been able to seen in between the two, not only just in the series but throughout the entirety of the day. Volt are very good. I will not deny that. The ability that they had to be able to read and adapt in that map number 2, the understanding of operator usage, as well as being able to play for the spawns and manipulating the map number 1 of Takeoff, also very good. But Crossroads is a different monster, and if there's one thing specifically that at least we had as far as a graphic is concerned after that map number 1, LG were doing a little bit more slaying, and I think that Crossroads Strike is one of those maps.
A little bit is an understatement.
Yeah, I was being facetious, but I think that it's one of those things that Volt really do need to turn the dial up to 10. Some would honestly argue even 12 or so if they want to try to not only just take rounds, but being able to take this map number 3. It would be an upset to say the least. I believe everybody in here would be in agreement, you and I as well. But truly speaking, this will be a very difficult task for Volt to try to slay. Maybe equally, if not better than LG.
as we just take a quick glance onto the trophy that these two teams are trying to claim as their own. We will be moving straight onto game number 3, ladies and gentlemen. We were talking about control here on Crossroads Strike, and the fight may begin. Let's unleash some more action among these two. Let's see what the side of Bolt has to say. Let's see if Japan can be the one to turn the side of LG to the ground as we begin with round number 1.
Offense first for Volt. Not looking terrible at all. 26 plays up against 24. Again, control is a game of breakoffs. At Volt, they don't overextend. They just hold the line and have players over towards 8. 2 segments have already been captured. The clock has been stalled out. About 9 seconds deep into the round, give or take. And they're going to add a minute on towards the board. Yeah, Luminosity, I mean, they're trying to get themselves over there just in the nick of time. Do they actually get over towards the A control zone? Are you kidding me? Wow. That was picture perfect. Be able to stop that third segment from being completed, and it's being depleted at the same time. Now LG have a life lead and are pushing into Volt's spawn.
You could just blow onto that point, and that would have been enough for Volt to take that. It was just not the case. Luminosity just in time, and look at Big. You just gotta love it. Boy's a showman. He likes to be aggressive. This time not gonna work out, but I'm sure he's gonna try that again. Right now, the kills are finally going slightly in favor of Luminosity's way, but Alpha could be taken at any given second. That's something that they are trying to defend. Envy doing a tremendous job over there. Gonna be taken down by Mike. Wash is still trying, pretending like he could stay alive, but it was just not gonna be an easy task. Look at Ken. They are trying to confuse them a little bit, pushing both at the same time, but the kills, the lives are still quite close, and that's not what Ball wants them to be at.
We almost had 2 minutes on the board, now shaved all the way down to 27 seconds. Objective A will be completed, but you're not really sweating too much if you are Luminosity. There was a certain point in time where you have to give things up and just make sure that you can maintain a life advantage. 3 segments could be captured once you're on offense. 10 plays up against 7 now. Player number 4 in blue, watch out for them. Well, Vague actually gets scouted out almost immediately as I start talking about him. So no overextensions to at least be spoken of. But Luminosity, just playing on their side of the map, are just buying so much time because Volt only have 2 respawns to play with.
Oh my goodness, 9 to 6. Only 6 remaining on the side of Bold. They gotta make sure that they are worth it in here. Washi gonna be pushing forward with the Gron, not gonna work out. Can with the kill immediately. The side of the LG tried to take a revenge frag over there, was not possible. 1 step at a time, 1 by 1. Big, there it is, takes 1, goes for 2, gets pushed over the Lucky with the War Machine. They do not care about saving those operators. They know how important this round is going to be. That's now going to be a 5v4, 30 seconds left. I'm not kidding when I said that Bull have a true chance of taking this point off of Luminosity's hands there. Tech losing his mind a little bit. He thought that he may have seen someone. That was not the case though. 15 seconds left, Tech still pushing forward. What even is going on at this point?
I mean, they just waited. I mean, Luminosity just waited. Fan's gonna pull out the Purifier. Yeah, sure, why not? I mean, if Dolaki is gonna go ahead and invest the War Machine, you might as well just end the round where it stood previously. All lives depleted for Volt. Yeah, you probably would have loved to have that Purifier in the later round, but I mean, you did a bang-up job at just being able to slay out in the middle of that opening round. If you are LG, that you're not really losing too much sleep over it, I would say, because you saw 3 operators between Washi, Vague, and Envy. As Unlucky has theirs available. As we're now into the offensive attempt now for Luminosity, and immediately Equalizer pulled out and gets equalized. Big trades to speak of there for Volt, have only lost a single life on this defense so far.
That's right. Now, look at Washi with his knives at a distance, missing a few shots, but still remaining alive. Will attempt to go against Unlucky, but was a bit too short, a bit too shy of that. There's plenty of operators available on both sides, and we've seen Dolaki taking value off of it. We've seen Band taking value off of them. You said about the fact that how Bolt always likes to take the best off of those operators. That's exactly what they need. Last round, it nearly gave them the point, but apparently there was some issue that will make us have a bit of a remake for us all. That is really unfortunate, but hopefully we will get back into it soon.
Yep. We'll wait for League Ops as far as the confirmation is concerned. I can ensure that we'll probably only pop back in with the 1-0 lead for LG, as it was a considerable defense. Now, the biggest issue, of course, in the multitude of elephants in the room, So there were some operators being utilized there at the end, so I guess you're a little bit happy if you are Volt that you did end up at least expending that War Machine towards the end of that first round, albeit in a losing fashion. But still, going in towards this next one, of course, we will take a good old note that 3 segments were captured for Volt in their opening offense. That entire A sector was captured. And again, it's big implications because when it comes down to Crossroads Strike, realistically, any control map, defense is probably the more preferred side just because you can play against the clock. Again, it is a 5v6 at that point. You have the clock as your friend rather than your frenemy when you are on offense. You have to try to stall things out. All semantics aside, I'm sure we'll be hopping back into this Crossroads Strike very, very soon to be able to get the conclusion of this match.
Yeah, of course, you can always try to play it slow, but if you're on defense, that's an extra sort of help for you to pressure your opponents without really doing much, right? We are just waiting. You make them have to make a move in order to attempt to make it happen, to attempt to capture an objective, to attempt to get the kills. And that same over-aggression can lead to you losing track of what's going on if everybody just begins to go their own separate ways, is where your opponents can capitalize on that sort of situation. And as we all know, that's the last thing you want, to have last control among the team. And in here, well, that's the side of LG who took the first round. So let's see what will happen once we get back at it. Because if I'm being honest with you, Bolt is not getting outslayed, right? That was my biggest concern as we got into this game. I thought that we could see something similar to Hardpoint. That's just not the case.
Not the case at all, and was our immediate concern coming into this, especially with the decimation that was the slaying department there on the map number 1 back on takeoff, was that, I mean, LG were just having their way as far as eliminations are concerned. It was realistically just the objective play plus the understanding of operator usage coming through from Volt that really allowed them to be able to take that map number 1 off of LG. Again, 250 to 248. Is nothing to scoff at, but I will say this much, and I've been saying it all weekend, and realistically have been witnessing it as well. If there is a map mode combination that you feel like LG are probably going to drop, it's probably going to be in Hardpoint. Probably not as shallow as a fashion as it did. Again, 2 points is not that much, but still nonetheless, it's really testing Luminosity to be able to see what they can look like versus international talent, what they were able to look like versus Tribe Gaming just earlier in the pit on that Delta stream. And even more so, the same can be said for Volt. This is the first time all day long that they've been to a map number 3. And what a time to really showcase your abilities on Control than the number 1 team globally.
Absolutely, absolutely. And what I do gotta say is that Japan has been showing a lot of what they have to offer. Bolt has been doing a lot of work. It's not easy to be the only one representing your region, and so far, I'm sure they're making them proud. Those who are rooting for them are just so happy of the way they've been getting into this point. They are a single step away from moving on to day number 2, which is already top 8, and I'm sure that's not all they want. They want to keep on grinding. They want to keep on going up. And what a best way to do so than to defeat who is this year's arguably most powerful team as LG.
That would be insane. What a storyline it would be. It would definitely put all the East teams on notice that of all individuals, Volt were able to do it. Again, Mike is the one returning player from that Scars roster just last year, and was, I wouldn't say the main part of why Scars got top 8, but definitely continuously put a lot of eyes on Japan, being able to make it out of groups, being able to find themselves in towards the bracket. Of course, where unfortunately they did bow out there at top 8. Regardless, all semantics aside, it's back to hop into this Crossroads Strike. Again, Luminosity won that opening round. We will make a mental note, of course, that Volt still have those 3 segments. Back to the opening break, off we go.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get back into the action. The Lucky with that nade kill onto Band. Then we see Tech getting that kill onto Washu. Once again, it seems like Bolt wants to repeat what happened last time we saw them, which is just aggressively go towards Alpha and try to capture as quickly as they possibly can. And not only trying to capture, also rushing for those kills. Not gonna work out whatsoever, losing 2 members at a time. The only one alive inside of the hill was the Lucky, but now has getting some backup over there. Double kill for the Lucky. I'm telling you, man, I'm starting to like him more and more as these maps go on. Already taking that objective and not really risking that many lives over there, unless you count Big over there with that double, which was still not enough.
Yeah. So A-Zone will be captured. Another 3 segments in towards the back pocket for Volt. Very interesting to say. I thought that it was going to be Luminosity's offensive attempt. That's where we kind of left off, but I digress. Over towards the B-Zone is where we are lurking. And it's only 18 plays up against 16, so I mean, lives just might be where this round will end. We'll have to see how things do start to pan out, as you have a lot of space being pushed up, at least for one player for Volt. But nonetheless, I think that Luminosity are trying to toy with the idea that they have to get some of these buildings back in their control.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see how Bolt are not scared, but being really cautious as to how and when they want to start capturing. They finally started to do so, but they do lose Dolaki with that shotgun play by Big. Ben also takes another kill, but Mike shall remain alive inside of the hill, takes that first take, goes for the second one now. He's getting some help from his allies, nearly takes the double tick. Not gonna be possible quite yet, but the way that Bolt are playing is similar to what we saw on Hardpoint, which is very heavily objective orientated, and that's working tremendously if you think about the fact that the lives are still quite close. Finally, we see the side of LG getting a bit of a lead, but that's still not gonna be enough.
No, it's simply not. Second segment. Not going to be depleted, not exactly in a situation where you just want to hop it, only being up by 4 lives, but a minute left on the clock. All right, I know for Vague, couldn't get into a position where he could try to utilize that shotgun. And we're back towards that standstill, but the lives being mitigated. Back over towards the B-Zone. A handful of players are actually over here by Volt. They're stacking it. It's gonna force out the War Machine from Envy. Was not in a position to try to get them off, and all right. So an answer back coming through from Volt, being able to take themselves that round via segment progression.
The 5 of them were there, right?
What's that?
Am I wrong? I think I saw the 5 Bolt players inside of that objective.
Yeah. Oh, no, it was a stack and a half.
Oh, man, it was just too fast to react for the side of LG. Tech even used the War Machine and didn't take a single kill off of it because of how quickly that happened. And as such, they're going to tie it up. Now, 1 for each, 29-28 as we move in this game up. Ladies and gentlemen, the side of LG are sweating, and so is Ball. Let me be honest with you all. Both teams are trying their hardest to earn this spot with a 3-0 overall series, but it's not being easy. It's not being easy so far for either of the two.
Opening breakoff, not really settling on either side. Unlucky is going to pull out the claw. Mike's actually going to invest the equalizer, and Cal's going to invest the annihilator. Okay. I mean, tell me you want to win this round early without telling me you want to win this round early if you are Volt. Investing 3 operators very, very quickly, and Unlucky has some streaks that he can utilize later on. No immediate response coming through from LG. The biggest issue with that is that they're down by 5 lives. Second segment, I don't believe was locked in there at Bravo, but very much so could. Very tough to be able to tell, but still some trades need to be found, and Luminosity starting with that.
It's going to be really, really huge, the fact that the second take wasn't taken, but even more important than that, the lives, man. 17-13, Annihilator going to be used by Washi, and he's got to make sure that he takes at least 2, 3, or even 4 knocks with it. So far, still alive, half time through with Annihilator. Also, the Sparrow going to be taking now for a ride. On top of that, the Purifier in the hands of Band. You were talking about the usage from Bolt, but what about the Operator usage for Luminosity as they take plenty of kills? That's a double in favor of Band, who's already onto enemy's territory. Finding a triple, looking for the next victim. That's 4, looking for 5 on enemy spawn. What even is going on? Destroying absolutely everyone now with the Fennec doing a lot of damage, and in the meantime, we're gonna have Envy already capturing the objective. Only 4 lives remaining. That out of the blue. Bolt gets folded backwards in this round. And that's once again the advantage going in favor of LG.
Oh my. I mean, quite literally anything that you could do, I could do better. As the nursery rhyme that Luminosity is singing right now. Volt pulled out 3 operators very early on. LG answered back to the middle, and I think most importantly, they captured the B zone before the A. That is the more difficult of the 2 zones to capture if you did not know about Crossroads Strikes, let alone any zone to be captured. So, offense back and forth we go inside of this new lobby. Predator Missile going to be invested. Will, of course, end up taking down 1. That was Vague's Predator Missile. Tech also right there to clean things up. This break off, damn near flawless for LG.
Oh man, the way they're playing is getting better and better as time goes on. Ladies and gentlemen, LG are trying to close it up already. Let's see if they can. Another Pred missile gonna be used this time by Washi. That is it gonna land onto anybody still in the air? Nope. The Pred missile gets destroyed by the trophy system. So no surprises with that, but I was surprised, actually, there's a bit of a kill lead going in favor of LG of about 7 in their way. The Purifier is taken out by Tech and completely wasted thanks to that kill by Washi. What happened to Volt?
Opening breakoffs, baby. A lot of resources being invested by Luminosity. Volt tried their best to be able to answer back in kind, but now we're down to 35 seconds. Trades coming through inside of Forklift, trying to get themselves behind enemy territory are Volt, but you don't have the luxury of the lives. You're now down by 10. Quick kills coming through for LG, and now it's 10, plays up against 20. 27 seconds remaining. That first segment was not locked in, but you need all of that, plus some more if you are Volt. And Ban is putting you in the spin cycle inside of their spawn. Ban, as well as Envy. The pinch around the back is just too much to bear. 3v18, some might say winnable. I would say it's absolutely not. LG came to play. It is over. LG win map 2 and 3. We'll be seeing ya in the top 8 bracket.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, the side of Luminosity waving goodbye to the opponent's band. Love to see it. Loves to do that sort of performance in there, and they got what they wanted. I gotta mention it again. I find it quite interesting that LG continues to sort of struggle at one point or another. Has happened now against multiple regions, even his own. That was Tribe, of course. They still got it. You said it, top 8. They're moving to day number 2, and in a big way. GG's all across the board. You just gotta love it.
How can you not? Number 1 team in NA. Even Tech throwing out some hugs as well. I mean, realistically, look, there was some banter going back and forth. If you're Volt, you won the map number 1, albeit by 2 points. Some gestures being thrown across the stage. Same for LG when they won map number 2. But that is just good e-sportsmanship at the end of the day for LG, being able to recognize real game. Volt are here to play. Japan got put on the map last year at Worlds 22. That is the continuation here as far as Worlds 23 is concerned. But LG, I don't think anybody was surprised that they were going to make it to that top 8 bracket, but still doing it flawless. That's the LG way.
It is the LG way. It truly is. They just love doing that sort of interaction within their own region. Now they are proving why. As we started today, we're one of the favorite teams out there, not only to make it to day 2, but also to potentially try to proclaim themselves. There are several players who were champions last year and even the year before that, so they are just trying to repeat what they know they do best, which is just winning at this point. They love to do so. Huge round of applause for the side of Bolt, because although they lose, they are still a single victory away from also moving on to day number 2 as we take a quick glance onto those kills. Look at Washi. 22-9 has been one of the keys for success tonight on the side of LG.
I mean, you could just look from top to bottom, left to right. I mean, there was realistically only one player that didn't find all the kills in the world, but Tech still went dead even, 9-9. Sure, why not with even 9 assists? The damage was continuously flooding through, but it's those lurking players, those ever so annoying SMGs being pitched alongside with ARs is what makes this LG roster so deadly. We saw it in the hardpoint map number 1. It was a continuation in the control.
All right, we're back up here, though. Fantastic performance out of LG. And you said before the match you got a chance to run into Hippo and hear that he was ready to get that final match on the board, move their way through the bracket. Well, now we've got F. standing by with Hippo to follow up on those thoughts.
That's right, I'm standing here with Hippo, who is very used to standing here. We've definitely had a couple of conversations. LG, one of the more successful teams in Call of Duty Mobile. Does that help or hurt?
It's a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because of the fact that we can be confident in ourselves and what we're doing. It validates us. And you know, we have a lot of supporters because of it. But at the same time, it is a curse because everybody's watching us. We have the biggest target on our back out of every team here. So, but at the same time, it's just exciting, you know, just to be here and to be able to play against everybody who has studied us, and we have also studied them.
I mean, I led with that because we see #1 super team in the and Volt from Japan No coverage. What's going? And so they brought you to the fire. Do you think that you being that targeted team made them play up?
Oh, 100%. They were an excellent, excellent team. They knew what they were doing. When we were doing those map picks as well, I could clearly tell they had confidence in their eyes, and it worried me a little bit. But at the same time, they showed why they're here. They showed why they're one of the best. None of the teams here are here to just play. They're here to win, and they really brought the fire to us. But you know what? We managed to edge over them a little bit, and we're going to look back and see what we did wrong. But at the same time, kudos to them because they played absolutely stunning and beautiful Call of Duty.
Is there anything in your mind right now before watching the VOD that you're like, okay, got to adjust and fix?
Oh, 100%. Just looking at that takeoff, we were outslaying by an enormous margin, and yet, for some reason, that couldn't translate over to the actual objective time, which we think is, you know, a little bit concerning. So I think that's like the biggest thing for us more than anything.
Cool. And then last one, after a performance like this, you get the dub 3-0, but it was a little bit rough. What do you say to the guys to keep them kind of up and confident going into the weekend? What does the coach say?
Listen, from the very beginning until now, I always tell them, you're the best team in the world, but don't let that get into your head, and you're not the best yet until we win this thing. The job just started now. We win 3-0, and we're going to bring it home. We're going to take what's rightfully ours now.
Clean words and a clean suit. Thanks so much, my man. Back to y'all at the desk.
I mean, you heard it here first. He's calling it now. They are taking it all the way to the end. And so far, anytime we have quoted Hippo, it's been right.
I mean, the guy knows what he's doing, right? I mean, like, easily, I mean, it's not easy being the coach of the #1 team in the world, but when you're giving pep talks like that, I'm ready to fry too. I mean, the job ain't done. You just made it to at least the top 8 bracket, sure, but still more work to be done.
I mean, and on the flip side of that, you guys mentioned it quite a few times now, but we have to give some credit to Volt. They put on a phenomenal performance.
Yeah, absolutely did. It was just amazing to see how they managed to read LG. They read them. It is incredible to see a team perform the way they did against a huge, huge team as LG is. And they made it look like they had a fighting chance because they did. They did at several moments, at several points, and the outcome could have changed in one way or another. Unfortunately enough, LG was capable of adapting. As we heard specifically from Hippo, the hard point, we talked about it. At the very least, a 50 kills lead, yet losing that game is something you don't want to see on your team.
Yeah, I think that both teams actually really learned a lot from this match. Still both in very solid positions. Obviously, LG now solid and moving their way through, but Volt also only needing the one more. So they had created a nice cushion for themselves. They're definitely a team we're going to be keeping our eyes on as we continue through the rest of our matches throughout the day, because I know it seems like we've done a lot. There's still more. There is still more to come. I think 3 more on the main stage alone after that. We still have action going down in the pit. I periodically check what's going on over there. It's always busy.
It always looks like a party over there. I keep on like kind of trying to peer on over there, see if I can get any eye contact from Shift to see if we can get any information. We've been getting updates constantly. We have a lot of good stat sheets that we have coming our way to at least see all the information. But you're right, we still have a handful of more matches that we have to get through, not only on the main stage, but also in the pit. Again, 16 teams came into today. Only 8 can make it to tomorrow.
It's gonna be rough when we start cutting those teams out. But speaking of the pit, Shift is standing by with more updates on what's been happening, so let's check it out.
Yeah, you guys are absolutely right. It is a party down here, but it's starting to become a pity party. We've got elimination matches going on while you guys are celebrating qualifying teams. We do have to say farewell to a couple, but the interesting point before I start giving you guys some teams that have been eliminated, the East versus West conversation has started to be getting a little bit lopsided. The West is really not putting up really whatsoever compared to last year. At the moment, the current tally in East versus West games, the East is dominating, 8-4 overall in the 12 different matches that we've had. So the Eastern region looking much more solid. Now, that said, we got to start talking about elimination matches, which again was where the pity party comes into play. You guys got a chance to watch a really good one over there. We had a couple of really great ones happening back this way. In particular, Inco taking on Mayhem. Sounds like a match we were going to get at one point in time, but were we going to get 0-2 games between those two squads? I didn't think that anyone had that on their bingo card, and it was an absolutely intense one. Summit Hardpoint started things off. Inco came out hot, 250 to 219, but then from there on out, Mayhem really clap back 7-2 on the firing range search and destroy. And then finally, we had a crossroads control that went the distance all the way to a round 5, in which some clutches were required. Fortunately for Mayhem, they stay alive to fight at least one more round. But for Inco, how about that? They find themselves eliminated alongside Vitality, who also dropped a 2-map series to Kings. And standing by with a little bit of a post-game reaction, I got Tom here behind me.
Dot here with Jesus Can Save and fantastic performance, Team Mayhem. I'll give you the easy one. All right, one step forward. How does it feel right now?
Well, it feels good, but at the same time, we are climbing uphill, so we're just taking it one step at a time so we can bring back the trophy and go to day 2 essentially. We just need to take it one step at a time right now.
When we were at stage 4, you were kind of like a dark horse team, this, that, and third. What has changed from stage 4 to stage 5 for Team Mayhem?
Honestly, I think the biggest thing for us has been our mentality. Like, it's not been so much a battle of the other teams, it's been a battle of us versus us, like ourselves type thing. So that's why we've been kind of shaky, but after the 0-2, like when we're down 0-2, we talked, we got on the same page, we talked about what we should fix, and I think going up forward, I think we'll be good. I think we'll be good. We'll be in a better place, that's for sure.
Well, the squad certainly has looked like it's matured, it's done well, and you've obviously earned the W. But, so this was an elimination match, and you knocked out Inca, and I'm gonna let you do the favor of knocking him out for real, my man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
As teams are being eliminated here at the World Championship, that kind of hit.
It does. No, it kind of adds like a little extra spice. I like how Dot like kind of really framed it up. It's like, you knocked them out of the tournament via gameplay. I'm gonna let you knock them off the wall for good. Like that, woo! That kind of hit me a little bit up here.
It was incredible to see it. I feel like it adds a little bit more to the fact that you can continue to breathe. You said it yourself. They were on the brink of getting eliminated. They take down Inco. They still gotta be just walking forward. They cannot trip, because if they do, it's over.
Yeah, and we're gonna start to see a little bit more of that, like you were just saying. There's only 3 more matches on the main stage, but we still have to eliminate half of our teams here today by the end of the night. So lots of action still happening on those B, C, and D streams. So make sure you're popping in periodically on there, checking in with those results. We'll be reporting what we can from here. Shift will be giving us those updates from the pit, but there's just a lot to follow. So you can also make sure you're on social media, in the Discord. There's gonna be information everywhere, so you can at least get a full picture of what is going down here this weekend. And this is only the first day.
This is just day 1 of 3? Are you kidding me? Again, 16 teams, Swiss, best of 3s, lack of failure is not going to be there. Like, you almost have to play perfect Call of Duty the moment you walked inside the door here at DreamHack, and hey, we've already gotten a couple teams eliminated, 1 for sure, spray painted off the wall, 8 more to follow.
Yeah, like we keep saying, tons of Call of Duty Mobile action is still in store, but for us, it's time for another short break so we can get everybody reset, ready to go into the next match. But when we return, more Call of Duty Mobile World Championship.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack Atlanta, where the sun has surely set by now. We've been inside all day, so we wouldn't be able to know, but it looks gorgeous in the shot of the city. Match number 7, right around the corner. Things are continuing to move forward. We're starting to eliminate teams, starting to figure out which teams are moving on through to day number 2 of our Call of Duty Mobile World Championship competition. It's been a really, really exciting day so far.
I mean, there's already been a few teams that have concluded their day. One of which is LG, the #1 team in North America, biggest target on their back. Obviously, you heard Hippo just a few moments ago. Got some VOD review to get ready for because the job's not done yet.
He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
It's not done yet, but on the other side of the coin, unfortunately and surprisingly enough, Inco is out of the picture. That's something I was not expecting. To see them 0-2 when I was looking at the results was a surprise, shocking enough. But to see them now completely gone by day 1, I was not expecting that whatsoever.
With the full X on the graffiti wall and everything for the knockout, there's more to come. There's more teams to qualify through, more teams whose journey will end here today. It was hard to get here to begin with, so they should be proud of it, and we'll find out who those teams are in just a little bit as the competition progresses on. But before we do that, we want to take a quick moment here because it's a good time for us to say thank you. A huge thank you to our presenting partner, Samsung. Obviously, they're providing us with the devices that have top-tier performance, crystal clear displays, and lightning-fast response times. The Samsung Galaxy S23 series has the absolute best-in-class devices for mobile gaming with unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever. Available only on Samsung Galaxy. With epic power comes epic gaming. Level up your game with the Galaxy S23 series to play just like the pros you see here today, with a wonderful job of showing off the amazing technology on behalf of Proper. I feel like this might be a second job for you now.
Was a hand model?
Yeah, I think that has to be it.
Bang my line, I'm ready. Also kind of helps that I actually have this phone, so I knew the stylus was there the entire time.
Literal, actual use case here can vouch for these products. So obviously, thank you again to our presenting partner for making all of this possible. But the this that we're talking about is the competition. It's time to turn our focus back to the matches. We've got people back on the main stage getting set up for another one. Are you guys, have you gotten your reset? Are you prepared and ready for the next match?
Mentally, sure. Physically, I don't even know what time it is, to be honest with you. All I know is that more players, more teams are about to be fully sent home. All right, that's good. I mean, this watch is just for show at this point. I don't even look at it anymore. I don't even know what it's there for. But to be candid with you, I'm ready to watch more Call of Duty. I'm ready to watch more action. International competition just makes me all excited.
Literally all that matters, because for this match, we're actually getting an opportunity to see a team we haven't seen on the main stage yet, and one that we have. It's going to be between Q9 and Kagendra, all right? So obviously we've gotten a chance to watch Q9 play, talked about them already a little bit. If you want, for anybody who's just joining the stream, maybe give us a quick recap of what we've seen out of them so far on the day.
Yeah, look, I mean, Q9, is, as far as all intents and purposes, are technically the #1 Chinese team being represented here at Worlds. So, I mean, Alan, the way we were kind of suggesting it is that they are the #2 with how things kind of concluded at CDFI.
Yeah.
Semantics aside, they find themselves now 2-1 after losing to Wolves not even just about an hour and a half ago. With wins over Standpoint already and a convincing win over Vitality, their job is not done yet. A win here would definitely put them in a better position to be able to rest easier tonight.
Right, so it would mean a lot for Q9 to be able to seal this now and really just solidify that position. And then on the flip side of things, a team that we have gotten zero time to talk about, so let's deep dive them a little bit. Tell us about them, Kagendra.
Kagendra took a long time to shine in a way, but with CDFI and all the recent events that we've seen them play, it's been tremendous level that I've been showing in today. That's been no exception. You said it yourself. They are also 2-1. So that means that against Q9, we will get yet another team to secure a spot for day #2. Like, we're getting it there. We're getting there already.
And funny enough, you know who they actually lost to?
Huh.
Wolves.
True.
Yeah.
Watched that earlier.
There's a lot in common on that main stage right now, as both teams have find themselves to be 2-1 with losses to Wolves. Just the difference, one ended in 3 and one ended in 2. I won't tell you which one. All I can tell you is that we are here to witness what Kagendra has to offer.
Which means they're finally getting a chance to see some of their shots in this vault, which have...
Where is this?
I don't know. It's
No
one of
idea.
my favorite parts that we've
Right?
had so far.
Where is this and how do I get that wad of cash?
We should do like a caster one.
Oh, I'd be here for it.
That'd be great.
And then drop a mixtape after Sunday, like.
It's just so good, which means we'll get an opportunity to also talk about their roster a little bit more specifically. Are there any standout players as we get a peek now here at everyone who's going to be participating?
I mean, as far as Kagendra is concerned, I don't think that it's necessarily on what one player needs to be standing out. You need to more or less just prove a point onto why you are here, why you are representing your region. And most importantly, what's been going on for Kagendra, especially at what happened at CDFI. Now, funnily enough, they did end up facing Q9 at that tournament not even too long ago. It actually went the distance all 5 maps, Lauren, but they could not eke out the win. So clearly this team does have a certain amount of moxie to them as far as international competition is concerned. But that was over there. Now we here.
A little bit harder.
And it's best of 3.
Less time.
Excitement.
Overall, more difficult competition here for them. And just another reason why this competition is so much fun, because we get to have those moments where you're bringing in the different regions, all facing off for the first time together globally on this stage. How are your thoughts, or what are your feelings here on this particular matchup?
I mean, LAN already has pressure as is. You said it yourself, they faced them in the past and they went distance, but what's the best of 5? We've talked about it in the past. The best of 3 is infinitely times different to a best of 5 because of how quickly things can swap in your favor or against. So that could be something valuable to keep in mind for the side of Kagendra as they face them.
All right, well, I know we've got a match we're going to be focusing on here, and we'll leave these players up on stage so we can watch them get set up, some of them just sitting down, so we've got a little bit of time, which means I have an update. We're talking about teams starting to get eliminated.
Oh, no.
Let's mention this one because this is important. Vitality were knocked out by Kings. Vitality, another team, the next one to go down. Are we going to watch? It's Get Next. It's Get Next here. Give me your thoughts on this.
This is sick.
Oh,
like, I know I want to talk about COD, but like this entire idea of actually having the players mark them out, yeah, it's fantastic. Thumbs up. I mean, job's at least done for the day. Now you got to get yourself prepared for what potentially could be another series and a very long weekend to boot. Obviously speaking, commiserations to all that have already been eliminated between the two. Hope to see them back in kind, not only for regional matchups, for next year as well.
I find it incredible. Now, 2 teams completely out, Inco and Vitality. And in here, well, we have the brighter side. Shift said it himself. In here, we are getting to see those who are moving forward. And, well, it's going to be Kagendra. Is it going to be Q9? That's the question of the moment. I'm so thrilled to get to the point where we see those vetoes, those map picks, because they are going to take a huge importance in here. And even more so because these two, they know each other.
We're taking a look here at some of our players, watching them finagle the hardware and get themselves comfortable and set up for this next match, which means we probably have a little bit of time to hang out here and do a little bit more conversation, potentially maybe looking forward towards the picks bans, obviously the veto coming through. Is there anything that you think we can expect to see for these teams?
I will say this much for Kagendra, going up against any team representing for China is going to be continuously difficult. We have this entire narrative kind of spilled like a web across the entirety of that region, is that Summon and Takeoff are a very difficult matchup for anybody going up against a Chinese team, but Q9 are that one exception. Me and Alan were talking about it on that APOC for that map number 1 versus Wolves, and what makes them so good at these bigger maps is because they're very objective oriented, and I think that that's something that you need to be aware of if you are Kagendra. Last time they did face off against each other, now both hardpoints were very close, but Kagendra were actually able to take the Summit hardpoint very convincingly. So clearly they do have the slaying prowess, but when it comes down to the bigger maps, say a Hacienda, which they lost 219 to 250 at CDFI, that's where things get a little bit more haywire around those objectives. They didn't win a single search and destroy either, but did take the control.
Okay, it's gonna be interesting to see because we know how important Search and Destroy is for Q9. So Kajendra, will they adapt or will they just go for the spawns scenario where they just win the hard point, maybe struggle on S&D and eventually take it home on the control? That is going to be interesting to see because on that scenario, that also means that if you lose that hard point, you're just out. And ladies and gentlemen, what a lovely way to see more visually what we've seen so far this day.
This is what we were trying to get explain with words. Now we can illustrate what's been going on here today. I can't talk. I'm so stoked to finally have a look at this bracket and see which teams have moved on, where they're standing with their sets so far. What do you look? I see you pointing. What do you see?
Kings and Exclusive, they are gonna be eliminating each other. That's just wild. That's savage.
There's going to be a lot of TKs, man. Look, those team kills are going to constantly be there. It's all about representing your region, but ultimately when it comes down to a Swiss, the way things that are panned out, this is where the blood is going to be spilled. You're looking at Kingston Exclusive, Team Mayhem versus
Tribe as well.
Remember what happened at Seattle as well. That didn't exactly go super well. So we'll have to see how it all kind of pans out. It will be a bloodbath by the end of the day.
I'm glad you called that one out. That was one of the ones that jumped out to me as well. So suffice to say, that means the matches that are still coming up around the corner are going to be just as exciting as anything we've seen so far. So you need to be sticking around for all of this action. I think that that will also determine a lot based off of the winners of those matches, who's moving forward, continuing on in the competition. I mean, I can't wait. But we mentioned it earlier. We've got the veto process coming through. What's the gasp? The gasp.
It's the summit. I told you. The summer last time they played with each other, Q9 didn't do too well. So, look, at the end of the day, you allowed it to come through. Now, Q9 has just as much, if not more, information that I have at my disposal. But the Express Search and Destroy map number 2, I don't think really matters looking at it from two different sides, given the history between these two teams meant that Search and Destroy has always gone Q9's way, or I guess just the one time. And it wasn't done on Express, so a lot to be had for ourselves. And then Raid Control, first raid of the day up on the main stage. Love it.
Maybe, that'd be great.
I love it. Get me there. I need to see the penthouse suite.
I felt like it was overdue, you know?
You and I have just been like drenched in firing range and like crossroad strike over the past like month or so. So yeah, no, I'm here for a little scenery change. It's got a pool, a penthouse, a tiki bar. Like, come on.
Little variety. It'll bring some spice to the matchup as well. And now that we have all of the information, does this change any of your feelings on the matchup here, Gil?
Not at all. I definitely feel like there's a solid chance for us to go all the way through onto the control. And what a way to end it all if it was on that raid. Just to add onto the map pool that we've seen so far, you just gotta love to see it. You go from the snowy hills of Summit, going on to Express and its trains, all the way to the hot houses on California there for raid. That's just beautiful.
I will say this much as far as this best of 5 or this best of 3, excuse me. Raid Control has only been played by one of these two teams, and that would be Q9, of which they did 3-0 Standpoint earlier today in their second series. And then we also got to see that Express versus Wolves earlier, which is a tough matchup any which way that you spin it. So there are some immediate turnarounds if you're looking at it from Q9's perspective, but for Kajendra, I think that this is where you have to really showcase everything that you have, because for all 3 maps that are in this map pool, they have not played a single time today. Gotta be pocket picks, gotta be ready for anything and everything.
I mean, that is what happens when you're going up against the best in the world on the main stage.
True.
End of year event.
It's true.
Everything's on the line. Do you want to be recognized as the global champion? Or will it not go your way?
No lies detected.
All right, well, it's going to be an exciting matchup. We're just hanging out while we wait for our players to finalize getting themselves into the lobby, ready to play this next match.
And as we get closer, I wanted to ask you, Peter, you've been questioning us about who we think is going to take it or if we're going to map 3. What are your thoughts on these Q9 versus Kajendra?
I think it's Q9.
Okay.
You're just saying that because the history of the stats say that.
To be fair, I've also gotten to watch all of the main stage matches. That's where my focus has been. That's where my experience is. So I'm going with Q9. I want to know what chat has to say about that as well. Does chat agree? They have different feelings. It should be fun to see how it plays out. We've got the versus screen coming through, which means the match is about to get loaded in and started. We'll determine another team in just a few moments. Let's get into it.
Who will qualify next? It's in between this best of 3 and a matchup that we saw in a best of 5 format at CDFI. Q9 versus Kagendra here on Summit. As I already alluded to previously, this is a map mode combination that we did see previously between these two teams. It ended 250 to 155 in Kagendra's favor. All things told, this is P1. It's going to remain to be very, very scrappy, but once we get towards those money hills for P3 and P4, we might have a little bit further of an understanding where they stand.
Already 5 kills, by the way, for Sun. Just an outstanding player that has been on a spree lately. I don't know if you guys are active over there on Twitter, but there was 2 scenarios where he was on a 1v4 on Search and Destroy and just blasting enemies with the sniper. Now, not quite with the sniper, but doing a really, really good job to allow Q9 to have a great start in here, 22-9. We are moving for more control. How in the world is this going on? Jesus. Oh my God, please tell me. What is that? I was saying it, Sun, on a spree.
Yeah, he's up to 10 now. 10 total kills, up to a 9 spree. Already pulled out the EMP system, Predator missile as well. He's already got himself a Purifier. Is there anything else you would like that we can get for you at this moment of time, Sun? He's gonna pull out the Purifier, just kind of waltzing into the bottom side of P2 in, look, albeit things told, Kagendra did win this map mode combination last time, but how are you supposed to deal with a start like this? Mauchi also being able to get himself a Predator missile soon to follow, lapping streak, sure, why not? Sun finally gets taken down off of that spree, but not before he reaches 15. What?
In a 1.5, man. And he got killed only because he was using that Predator missile. Insane start specifically for Q9 Sun in here today. Now Kagendra finally took him down and gotta make sure that he's not continuing that spree because he's not the only one. Look at Maoki in here following shortly behind with 14 for himself. Q9 has 2 players that are ready to steam over the opponents. They knew that they lost that game over on Summit last time, but in here today, they are not off to make that same mistake twice. They have had to practice as deeply, and just for the longest time in here, they knew they messed it up in the past, but they do not want to repeat story. That's just ancient history from the past. And in here now, look at Maoki as he attempts to push once again here with a shotgun, and now the Sparrow tries to control. Not gonna be possible. Kagendra, although they were getting dominated by those 2, they're still looking good.
They are. They have operators to utilize here for P3. 35 seconds left to be playing for. Gravity Vortex Cannon actually being invested here as well, trying to find their way in, but not going to really come up with much of anything now, are they? You still have these close spawns to be worried about if you are Kagendra, but ultimately what we have to be dealing with here is that the answer needs to be back in time. Meeseek's going to be able to at least find himself a handful of kills, but I mean, Yang just kind of waltzes back in, and now he's just layering them with bullets. It's, albeit said, it's 10 seconds that you're able to find for yourself if you are Q9, but all the kills that were previously found for Q9 meant that their rotation over towards 4 is that much more potent. It keeps Kagendra on the left side of the map.
That's where you question yourself, was that kill really worth it? Or were you actually in a way helping your opponent get to a better stage? There's once again the use of a shotgun. This time gonna be the KRM. Great job done there for the side of Q9's rotation here through the smoke. Maoki with his shotgun doing a lot of damage, but not quite finding those kills as he wanted. It seems like Kagendra does a great job at out-rotating the opponent's club with a kill, going for the double, immediately pushing forward for more blood, but runs out of bullets, gets outslayed. Q9 still with things under control. There's the push with the equalizer by the hands of Fran. Not going to be enough. What a way to defend for Q9. Finally, there's the breakthrough in favor of Kagendra with the usage of that shotgun. I'm glad that we get to see something besides the R90. You know, I love that shotgun, but it's always interesting to see something as a KRM pop up every now and then.
Very niche as far as a R90 is concerned. You can play in the right corner, and maybe you might be able to walk away with a handful of kills, but why not offer yourself a little bit more versatility? Lead swap now, albeit by a very small margin in Kagendra's favor. Just about 6 points going in towards the second set. you really do feel like that this lead for Kagendra would probably be much bigger, you know, if we didn't have a certain somebody started off with 15 kills in a row. He's now up to 20 for Sun, going back in towards P1. Predator missiles already invested. You do at least have one operator in Zen's back pocket, one operator as well for Sun. What does he want to call out that Purifier once again? Going back to work inside of P1, finds himself on 2, tries to snap over towards 3, can't get the job done. But scrappy as it may be, it is Q9 that is accruing more time.
That's where you question yourself. 16 kills in a point and a half, and then like 5 or 6 kills on the next 2.5. You know, it's one for the other. It's either the yin and the yang here for the Q9 members, as they are now losing a little bit of control that they gained early on, and they are trying to retreat it back for themselves. But Kagendra is not making it easy whatsoever here. Mystics on the brink of getting the option to use that claw there, gets taken down by Yang. And because of that, well, I thought that Q9 was going to get control. That was clearly not the case. 108 to 102 in favor of Q9. Rotations are going to be done here. Sinan pushing with a shotgun. The use of Sun's Purifier ends with a triple. The usage of that hunter-killer drone, it begins to push for more blood. Another double. Nearly, no, it is a triple because the opponent was quite low in health in there. And Q9 has more and more control. P1 and P2, surprisingly enough, are being the best points so far here for Q9.
Not exactly considered money hills when you're looking at it from a lot of different teams' perspectives, but when you have players slaying out the way that Q9 currently are, again, Sun up to 30 eliminations, Yang up to 26, 24 for Malky, respectfully, it becomes very easy to tango around these very open hills. Albeit said, Kagendra are able to work their way inside of the hardpoint. Sun's going to pull out another Predator missile, which feels like it is actually the third, maybe fourth, of this map number 1. And they got himself about a 40-point lead to boot. Now over towards P3. This is where we started to see Kagendra really come alive in the first set. They have the close spawns again, Gil, but can they hold on?
That's the question right now. The usage of that shotgun by Sinan was amazing, but unfortunately enough, refs Sparrow gonna take him out. Now Chloe trying to push in. He does have the option to use the Purifier, opts not to do so, and that cost him his life. Maoki there with the Sparrow gonna clean the kill yet again. Q9 were not happy about losing control on P3, and they are now dominating the opponents. Maoki gonna be blasted. Chloe somehow kill himself on accident, and now it's gonna be really important for Q9 to make sure that they keep it classy. They do not have the spawns control, and because of that, they have to walk all the way through the map in order to try to fight back. It has worked plenty of times so far, but they need to make sure that they are not always on that sort of scenario where they have to walk a marathon in order to have a single fight.
Yeah, about 40 points in between these two teams now. That marathon is becoming longer and longer, so long as Q9 continue to just batter and bruise, keep these hard points contested. They have the rotation over towards New. The lead has now been chopped down to 27 points. Clove has also joined Sun in the 30 kill department. War Machine invested by Xian, and, well, already able to find himself too. Immediately traded out by War Machine on the opposite side there from Zen. Kills still need to be convincing if you are looking from Kagendra's perspective, but the trades are just so good for Q9. They have the close spawns around P4, and they've already soaked up the initial 20 here at P4.
It almost feels like they fixed the mistakes that happened on the first set of rotations. Right now, P3 definitely helped Kagendra, but it's not as heavily, and so far have the point 4. Q9 have things under control. A 50 points lead is in their favor. We saw a 250-150 in favor of Kagendra. Could we see the exact opposite this time around? I don't know. That's a real possibility in here today. Equalizer they used by Fren at a distance, tries to get inside. Not gonna be possible. Q9 making it happen, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like the read from Kagendra is being countered by the hands of Q9.
Sun, 39 kills, now getting closer towards 40. You feel like it's inevitable at this point. Malky also very close towards a very similar kill tally. R9-0 in the hands here for Malky. Around P1, again, this has just been so devastating to watch from Kagendra's perspective, just struggling to even find their way inside of the most open hard point that we have here on Summit, but struggling to even find the kills to be able to step a foot inside of the hard point. Predator Missile being invested by Malky, keeping these players at bay. Sun, another Purifier up in the hallways, just watching these players waltz on in through a very narrow choke point, kind of swapping out the weapons in a very untimely manner. Means that Kajendra can very narrowly find their way in, but Q9 just so close to closing this map number 1.
That's right, only 26 seconds away from doing so, so that's why Kajendra are trying to play as perfect as they can. 15 seconds left on that heal, and they're not allowing anyone to get near that play. Sun knocked down Maoki, same result in here. From up above, they're dropping players from the Q9 side, still not being enough. Sun once again bites the dust, and ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to the point number 2. That's right, Kajendra will try to prolong as much as possible because Q9 are on the brink of taking that initial dub.
Yeah, they sure are. KRM, Xenan, back to the War Machine, and oh god, that's just devastating. Just trying to cross for a trade, you just get pelted with grenades. Hunter Killer Drone being invested by Reeve, trying to push their way forward. They need to find this break. It is just 13 seconds that you can only allow, and Q9 will call game. Xenan sliding out from the bottoms of P2 and just continuously fighting more kills. I mean, it just looks so easy to be able to go on a 4 spree when you got the KRM in hand. Make it 5 in a row. That might just be enough to call game. Everybody's spawning way too far out. Kajendra were able to at least find a couple trades. That means that Xenan needs to call his way back. But still, more kills to speak of. This might just mean the rotation over towards Snoo is required, where Q9 are already setting themselves up. It's going to call Fran to be a little frantic and have to call out this equalizer, have to find kills around the back, does not fully check the corner, but still works their way in somehow, some way. Is it enough to help out the rest of Kajendra work their way in?
Feels like it's just not going to be the case. Oh, but there's a kill by Ref, tries to get inside. Not enough. None other than Sun has to be him. 49 kills and a 250 victory for the King U Club. That's right, Q9 takes the initial map. That's quite a surprise for me. And we talked about this earlier. It's truly concerning for the side of Kajendra.
Yeah, it really is. Again, in history, as far as these two teams, last time they played was at CDFI. Not a single search and destroy was won in between all 5 of those maps. So when you're looking at it from Kajendra's perspective, here are the highlights, or should we just call it the early Sun kind of montage, if you will. Obviously, Malky had himself a hell of a game, as well as Xenan there with the KRM, like you were talking about there. The difference as far as a shotgun is concerned, just letting them have it. Doesn't always have to be the R90, but damn do I tell you, Q9, they started off hot, all off of that opening 15 spree from Sun. It just continued all the way through the bitter end there. Kajendra really gave themselves a good opportunity or two to be able to work their way back inside that hard point, but man, Q9 not playing any games here.
That's right, doing a great job, Sun. 49 kills, 47 for Maoki, 45 for Xenan. It was outstanding this time around. You're gonna see how the slaying translated directly onto the point department. 250, 197 in favor of the team from China. We were talking about how good they are in Search and Destroy, but this hardpoint did not look bad whatsoever. And with that in mind, there's the red alarm on the side of Kajendra that we have on screen right now. Because, I mean, they're not going to get eliminated because they are not if they lose.
Correct.
That's clearly not what the plan looked like.
This is the difference in between playing more COD or just calling it here right now in this matchup. Very integral moment for both of these two teams. Been a very long day. There's been a lot of Call of Duty that has been played. You saw the bracket kind of flashed up there just a few moments ago before we hopped inside of that map number 1 on Summit. But Express Search and Destroy, again, all 3 of these maps, from Kajendra's perspective, they have not played today. And recently, for Q9, they did play this Express Search and Destroy and kept things relatively close. There was a lot of good answers that were being thrown out when it comes down to dealing with Wolves when they were trying to get down over towards that B site. I would say that it's just a little bit edge above where Q9 were at when it comes down to be converting a handful of rounds. All of that said, if you are Kajendra, clearly you allowed these maps to come through for a reason, whether it's a pocket pick or just the trust that you can get the job done. And now has to be a 2 and a 3 if you want to end your day here.
You can see the players over on Q9 trying to keep up that hype. They already won game 1. Let's take it quick on a 2-0 fashion. Let's make it to day 2 with a 3-1 overall series. That's what they may be thinking right now. Not only winning, but how they are going to attempt to take it into their way. We talked about it. It's going to be search and destroy on Express. We know how fast this one is, and I'm not too sure what Kadendra could attempt to do, because you've said it yourself, Robert. Historically, it's just not their mode. It's similar to what we've talked about with TLE, but we've seen that they have overcome their demons in a way. They played a really decent set of search and destroy, but from Kadendra so far, it's questionable at best.
It's very tough to be able to gauge. Again, this is our first time that we are watching it on screen for you all. Of course, this is the main stream. We do have Mustachio, Beef Mommy, and Infinity doing their own personal streams for the Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. Respectfully, make sure that you have as many tabs open, because there's a lot of Call of Duty being played here for that trophy, for the lion's share of $1 million. Between one of these two teams will be making their way towards the single elimination top 8 bracket. Who's it going to be? The search and destroy might just be able to settle it.
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, game number 2. Opportunity for Q9 to move on to date number 2. Let's see if they can do it. So far, it's going to be Kadendra on the offensive side, which I think is best for this map if you make it right on the first few seconds. This time, they took it slow, and it's not working their way. Ref gonna be taken down by none other than Yang. Yang, first blood of this map number 2. Sun gonna follow through with that kill onto Meeseeks. It's not good news for Kadendra. They lose 2 members, but they do still have control over the bomb. And that is going to be important if you don't think about the fact that they are all collapsing on them pretty much at the same time on the side of Q9.
Yeah, I mean, that's what's really tough, right? You got top server, bombs lurking over towards lockers, but can you realistically get yourself onto that A-bomb site? And Clove does find one, but the trades will inevitably be the end of the round, you would feel, and yeah, that's absolutely the case. Look, A-bomb site is fantastic. You know, I love Express as a map mode combination when it comes down to search and destroy, sure. But once you get yourself over towards A, and you allow players to come back out from arrivals and then also pinch you from, well, their spawn, it becomes a little bit more difficult, let's put it that way, to try to get that bomb down over at A. So, we'll have to see what adaptations Kadendra elect to take. Middle of the map snipes. Smoke will, of course, clear the cross inside the train. All 10 players still alive as we currently stand here in round number 2.
I like it. I like it on the side of Q9. They are playing under their own terms. Worked out perfectly on round number 1. Yang, yet again, will find first blood, this time onto Fran. Seems like you can no longer call a friend on this round for the side of Kadendra. A response kill by the hands of Sense. That's a good opportunity to try to go for more, unless you got Sun's gameplay. Oh! That's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Double kill for Sun there with the Locust, and he was ready for more. He was ready for more. Unfortunately now for him, there was no more players on the vicinity. For Yang, though, he pushes forward, takes that kill. Sun with the triple, Yang with the double. That's a round, that's a point. Q9 are here to try to move on to game 2. And so far, these 2 rounds, I am digging it.
Started off on P1. Continues on here to Express with a sniper in hand. Ooh, boy. Kadendra, you definitely want a response here. Offensively has not been looking too good, even when they do get players around the bomb site. 1-for-1 trade going up top around server, trying to assault this A bomb site. One player is actually overextending. Watch this go. Reef is trying to kind of lurk around the train tracks, inside of the train, trying to catch a player off guard. He does do just that. But the trades are that much better. Q9 are showing up when it matters the most, but Meeseeks at least bringing this down to a 1v2. So much to do, and not a whole lot of land to escape to.
Tries to run away, but you can't run fast enough. Maoki is gonna catch you up. Round 3. Also going in favor of Q9. There were already red alarms on the side of Kadendra. That's a full-on atrocious situation to be at. Everything is going against them. They are trying their hardest, but it's just not going their way whatsoever. Round number 4. The first blood is not going to come that early this time around, which in a way is good, but is it enough though? Is it enough to actually get into a fighting scenario against Q9.
We'll have to see, because every single time it feels like there's a gunfight being taken for Kagendra, the trades immediately come through, and Q9 just always have themselves a numbers advantage. Bomb is lurking around lockers. It's a great first step to try to get themselves over by A. There are some players that are lurking around info and through the middle hallways for Kagendra, trying to bait some of these players over, but 2 players are still defensively playing over by A, specifically here for Yang. Working his way through the train tracks, trying to catch a little bit of a timing. Nobody's watching this as well. You have to imagine that he might be able to catch a little bit of a timing. Sun off of the first blood, immediately traded out, and Yang has picked his corner. Allows the bomb to get planted, and now the pinch is on for the retake.
Let's see though, Yang from up above, Maoki with a kill. Only 3 remain on the side of Kagendra. They're trying to defend this bomb site. Yang with perfect opportunity, nothing can be done. Look at that, Owling does get the kill, but although he finds those fighting scenarios on the side of Kagendra, it's just not been enough. It's not enough to plant the bomb. You gotta follow through with the defense. But how are you supposed to do it when Q9 is not only slaying you heavily, but also defusing at the same time?
They're just outsmarting them on every single turn, not to mention the trades, the timings, the setups as well. I've just been looking too good for Q9. Kagendra needs something. They're able to at least find the first blood. Jinan able to at least find a response. The B bomb site was looking pretty juicy for a certain amount of time, but it's this hesitation on trying to clear so many corners that allows Q9 just to pinch in from arrivals, and now you are quite literally trapped around elevators. A little bit of a 1v odd situation for Zen. Not going to be good enough at all. Still struggling to find a single round. Q9, 5-0 lead.
It hurts to watch that. Kagendra has been doing amazing and so many different points in time today, but this search and destroy is just not it. It's not it. They've struggled in the past, they are struggling today, and that will be the doom of them. Right now, last round before we flip spawns, and I don't think I see no light on the side of Kagendra. Q9 just want to finish this off quickly. Maoki with the first blood. Yang with the second, somehow getting it. He even shouldn't have gotten that kill. He's highlights though. 2 of them gonna get knocked out. Sinan gonna answer back by eliminating Fran. There's only so much you can do at a distance. There's Stun with a sniper. All of a sudden, Mystics is completely on his own, but they do not know where he's at. That could allow him to do something, question mark on the scores. Not, Sun. That aim is immaculate. It's just amazing to witness this sort of performance with a sniper. Wow, 6-0, man, 6-0.
6-0 side swap. Q9 want to find themselves in that top 8 single elimination bracket. They want to do it in style. Sun, specifically, up to 8 kills. Yang, up to 7. You have a goose egg for Fran. What is going on, Kagendra? We need to find something here. The offense now off the side swap has Q9 pushing all the way up through the A-bomb. We saw this versus Wolves, and Kagendra just were not ready for it at all. Bomb being planted at A, all of the kills coming through inside their spawn. Some trades at least to find, 2v3 for the retake.
Absolutely nothing can be done in here. Sen is on his own with a shotgun. How are you supposed to fight against that? Pushes forward, misses again, gets killed. Gets the kill, onto Maoki. Somehow surviving this situation, but with a shotgun, what are you supposed to do against one of the best snipers out there? Sun does with a shot over there. Still not gonna be enough double for him. Not enough time. Nope. Not enough time, ladies and gentlemen. 7-0. 7-0 proper.
It is all ogre. Unbelievable. I mean, the Summit Hardpoint, say what you will, it was at least kept competitive, very, very close to a lot of these different hills, but you get over towards S&D, I feel like I can only paint the picture so many different ways. I know you all don't have all the stat sheets that I continuously stare at, but look, history is always doomed to repeat itself. At least I certainly feel like that, and Kagendra have still yet to take a search and destroy off of Q9, and what a dramatic fashion as well. But the esportsmanship across the screen, you definitely love to see it. Chicken hands, some good laughs. I mean, this was Q9's map set to truly lose. Wonderfully executed for them from start to finish, these 2 maps being played.
I'm sorry, but I love the sportsmanship too that we've been seeing out of so many of our teams. The e-sportsmanship that we've been seeing out of so many of our teams up on the main stage. I think that's like the other component too, is that even if they're not playing against each other all the time, they're all in the same scene, they're all playing the same game, and they are seeing each other periodically throughout the competitive year, so the friendships are also very real, even if they have to go up against each other. It's wholesome, and I like wholesome.
It warms my heart.
It does.
This is what keeps me going throughout these tournaments, is being able to see the love and compassion in between competitors, of course. I mean, even when we have gestures being thrown, you know, players standing up, screaming at each other, at the end of the day, this is but a healthy competition. We are all gathered here today at DreamHack Atlanta, 16 teams globally, to enjoy our passion and love for Call of Duty Mobile.
I was just watching those replays, and I just love Sound, man. I gotta say it.
That dude's crazy.
It doesn't make sense. It's like he's playing with an SMG at that distance with the opponents. How are you supposed to face off against a player like that?
I don't know. I mean, he went 9-2 for crying out loud. Only found 1 assist. You know what that means? All 8 of those kills, or at least 10 of them that he was associated with, were pretty much down by himself. So I think there's one of those things that you definitely have to look at when it is Sun, is that he's not just a one-mode machine, right? Because we also saw that 15 spree, more or less, give or take, whatever. It was crazy on that Summit map number 1. And then he continues on with this insane Herculean effort in map number 2. I'm a Sun fan.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we have been doing all day, we get another opportunity to chat with our winning team. So FDOT is back on the main stage, ready to go.
Thanks, Glitter. Standing here with Janan from the winning squad, and watching you guys take this one, they just said it, I'm just going to repeat it. The performance in both of those maps was fantastic. Why are you guys so hot right now?
在上2场比赛，你们的表现都非常非常的好。请问什么让你们状态如此之佳？
信任吧，队友的信任。
Trust from teammates.
Cool, and that leads me directly to my next question. All these squads, really, really tight. You guys seem extremely close. We see you with huddled up a lot. Can you talk to me about how close the team is together?
我看到这所有的队伍大家都打得很好，但是尤其是你们特别特别的团结。请问你可不可以跟我们分享一些你们队伍团结的这个诀窍？为什么如此团结？
相亲相爱，一家人。
We are all a family.
I love that. That's what it's about. It's about family. Congratulations and good luck this weekend.
Listen, we asked for wholesome, and I was not prepared for getting more of it in the interview. That we're family. That's how simple it is. That's why we're doing so well. That's why the synergy is there. That's why it's working.
Yeah.
Trust and family.
What more could you possibly ask for a team that has been sticking together through trials and all the tribulations throughout the entirety of the year, through CDFI, through China Masters, and now here traveling into NA once again, Q9. God, just warms my heart. I'm about to cry, honestly. That's so cute.
Got to keep it together. We have a few more matches.
All right. But only because you asked.
I mean, they're a family that trust each other. What else are you supposed to ask, right?
I mean, less words, bigger impact.
Wow.
I like it. I like it.
See, I'm learning.
Like
I'm taking tips for myself. We'll see, though, if Shift is able to take those tips as well, because it's time for us to toss it back on down to the pit and see what he's got going on over there.
Less words. I talk good. Here we go. We got a lot of drama going on here. We've got a ton of qualification instances currently undergoing. Starting off with TLE and Godlike. And I'll tell you, these qualification matches are getting really, really tense. First map out is a takeoff. TLE, look, they're coming out really hot. Godlike able to pull things back. They found themselves a map 1 win pretty late into the game, 250 to 202. The energy, we could hear it in the backside of behind the scenes, and it was going pretty nuts. Currently, looking at it, Godlike are up 4-1 in the search and destroy as well. So at the moment, Godlike looking good to possibly be one of the first Indian teams to qualify to a top 8 bracket. And the heroics continue, it seems like, for this squad, looking like they're putting together India's best chance at maybe having a shot at a championship. On the other side of things, though, outside of this particular matchup, we also have Volt, which we just saw on the main broadcast taking on LG. They're now playing up against Standpoint Gaming, and I'll tell you, this is one of the hardest endings to an Arsenal I had ever seen. Volt had their backs up against the walls, like 247 to 200. Volt put together a miracle hold on P5, had a miracle play on P1, but a huge late claw from Standpoint got them through the thick of it for a 250-244 win. They are currently in their search and destroy, and Standpoint has won a handful in a row. They are currently up 5-2. So you can find the TLE and Godlike game on the Bravo stream, Volt and SPG on the Delta stream, and then elimination match about to start up. We've got Powerhouse taking on Loops on the Charlie stream. So that's what we got going on right now in this particular block. Make sure you open up multiple tabs there, friends, and get yourself tuned in to not see who also qualifies, but who may be going home. We'll be doing more, of course, on the main broadcast when we come back on the backside of this break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series live from DreamHack in Atlanta, Georgia, where we might have just seen the most wholesome thing we'll get out of the entire weekend. We have 2 more matches left here on the main stage for the day. We're continuing to determine which teams will be making their way through to tomorrow, which teams will be knocked out. We've already X'd out 2 logos on our sick graffiti logo walls and the little art installation of our entire booth. There's lots going on here at DreamHack, so if you're in the area, make sure you're stopping by and checking it out. But we have something very special coming up match-wise. We had a chance to take a look at the bracket while we were waiting for that last match to load in, kind of get a little bit of an update where everybody is, what's going on in the pit, where some of these teams are sitting in their next upcoming matchups. And one of the ones we called out is what we are about to watch on this main stage. It is down there at the bottom, Mayhem versus Tribe. This talk about a rematch. This is going to be so much fun. I'm so excited for this one proper.
This is a grudge match and a half, you would feel like, specifically for Tribe. Now, ever since Seattle has concluded, there has been some changes, obviously, Esther coming in. Team Mayhem, however, when they are going up against Tribe, they did lose their opening matchup, but however, they clapped back so heavy. Not dropping a single map versus Tribe on LAN is ridiculous. Team Mayhem, again, Dot talked about it earlier when he was interviewing Team Mayhem. They were the dark horses at Seattle. Now I just feel like that Tribe has something to prove that they can actually beat them.
I think this is going to be an interesting grudge match, if you will, because things might have changed since they last seen each other. You know, so I kind of hope that Tribe brings that extra fire, but also that Mayhem is prepared to try and take down one of those big teams. Yet again, I just want the storylines. I kind of want the chaos. Here, go.
Pretty interesting because in order for Mayhem to make it to day 2, they gotta eliminate 3 different teams, right? They've already eliminated the first one. They are looking to make it happen against Tribe Gaming, and who knows if they move forward, who they would be facing against. That's what's so interesting to me, particularly about Mayhem. And of course, on the other hand, you got Tribe with the additional player being S-Dog, who's been playing this game forever as well. So it's pretty experienced. He knows how the deal is, but when you are on a 1-2 in this type of scenario, you know, you can get nervous. You can get starting that feeling that you may be getting knocked out on day 1.
I mean, that's absolutely going to be the case. One of these 2 teams, North America, is about to be a team kill on the main stage between Tribe and Mayhem. Oh, God. There's a grudge match. There's going to be some blood spilled over here. I'm here for it. Literally, like, I'm physically here for it.
You actually aren't allowed to leave until multiple more series are done.
You can't see it, but my feet are literally cemented to this desk.
We've glued him here.
Yeah. It's true. Not moving.
So, I don't know what the plan is for overnight, but that's not my purview. So.
It's like the opposite of a bat. Like, instead of like hanging upside down, I just kind of like sleep standing up.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, we got to start talking about these teams. And this is one of the first things we get to play for today. So I'm excited because all of our teams had to sit down with us and talk to us about this entire weekend. One of those teams obviously being Mayhem. And we got a chance to interview some of the players about their feelings, being in the World Championship, these grudge matches, everything. And I think we finally get a chance to check it out. So let's see what they had to say.
The way we stay calm and collected, our little secret, is to just have great vibes towards the going into the tournament. We do a lot of trash talk throughout the actual games itself, which will help boost our confidence, especially Jesus as our IGL in-game leader. He does help maintain everyone's mental.
Under pressure, we're pretty chill, I'm not gonna lie. I'm impressed because we have 3 rookies who've not really competed on the stage before, and they're chilling, man. And I like that about them. They're mentally strong, so it's helpful when big days come like today.
Since it was like we're all rookies except Jesus and Blur. I think they like gave us some confidence in our game, so like we didn't like fall under pressure or nothing.
When we get to LAN and we're on stage, like everybody's chill, everybody is supporting each other, like adding onto each other's energy. So we're always, you know, calm, cool, calm, collected.
One of the biggest keys for any tournaments is just keeping your composure, you know? There's gonna be a lot of people trying to get in your head and all that, but you just gotta stay cool.
If you have haters, you're doing something right.
You know, whoever wants to want the smoke can get it anytime.
Okay, I'm going to ask your takeaways from that interview, but my biggest one is I think I want to have a handstand contest with Jesus now. I think I can win that.
You will lose.
I'm just putting it out there.
He was also kind of cheating. It was like a handstand. He was actually like up against like the
Vault. I'm not here to, call people on or anything, but it was a great interview, honestly. If there's one thing to be known for certain that was said throughout all this as we take a look at this beautiful highlight package from Seattle, is that if you do find yourself in a collection of haters, you are absolutely doing something right. That is so true for Team Mayhem, and Tribe are those haters, man. They got eliminated by this Team Mayhem roster, who again came into Seattle for the finals of the last season of SPS and were the quote-unquote dark horse. Found themselves in grand finals. I don't think that we can consider them dark horse anymore. This team is the real flippin' deal.
Yeah, at this point, Mayhem will try to make it happen, but Tribe are going to attempt their hardest as well. And here we get to take a look into the players, getting set up, already sitting down. We've seen less and less pillows as day goes on, which I'm still surprised about, if I'm being honest, but it is what it is right now. What I take away off of that interview, besides the fact that they try to keep themselves cool, calm, and collected, is the fact that they like to trash talk mid-game in order to boost themselves. I'm sure they're not the only ones, but they are vocalizing that feeling that you get on stage, which can be detrimental for yourself, but also give you an extra bit of energy in order for you to win a game.
Well, now that we've got an opportunity to not only hear from Mayhem, but deep dive the squad a little bit, let's talk about Tribe, and specifically what we saw from them last time these two teams went up against each other. You mentioned it a little bit, obviously, when we were looking at the highlights package in relation to Seattle, but this roster can easily still get this win.
Oh, absolutely. I don't think anybody is doubting that whatsoever, right? I mean, we actually got to see that slightly, especially if you were watching the Delta stream earlier when they were actually facing up against LG. Winning that opening hardpoint, I think, was a lot of eye-openers, specifically for that Hacienda, albeit a 9-point differential. They were taking rounds, both off the Crossroads as well as the Meltdown. However, when you go back to Seattle, they got 0-3, not once, but twice, as far as a LAN placement is concerned. This Tribe Gaming roster, Robalo, Solo, Space, S-Thug, and Rihan, have found themselves in a little bit of a change after losing to Mayhem, not once, not twice, in an 0-3 fashion in last time's appearance.
So it's gonna be interesting, like you mentioned, to see if they can overcome those demons when it comes down to facing the Team Mayhem. Now with the addition of S-Thug, it should shake things up for sure, but is that enough? That is going to be the question. As we begin to see the Vitoes, we are gonna get to see yet another hard point over on Summit. That is going to be the way to begin it all. Then we would move on to Search and Destroy on Slums and potentially go to a Game 3 of Control yet again on Standoff. So I'd like to ask you once again, Proper, once you get all that information about, what do you think? What are your initial thoughts in this map selection?
Well, the standoff one is what's probably jumping off the page mostly for me. Again, of all the stats that I had the last time these two teams faced, it's an entirely different composition for Tribe, right? I mean, you drop Forsaken, you end up going through this entire stage where you need to get prepared to try to reclaim your throne, if you will. And that was just top 3 from North America. And now you have to try to reclaim the idea that you're not worse than a top 8 team. That's what's crazy about the situation. What are these two teams about to go home?
I mean, the mental is super important, not to mention that this is a long day for them, right? They have to be able to start at the beginning, carry their momentum and their good vibes all the way through to right now. That fatigue will come into play, as well as their experience and expertise in these situations, and it's about to kick off. Let's see who takes this one home.
Thank you so much, Lauren. We will get all of your expertise and opinions once we are done with this series. Could be a 2-0, could be a 2-1, regardless of the matter. Only one team will find themselves continuing on this day to try to compete for a spot in that top 8 situation that is going to continue on through the rest of the weekend. One of these two North America powerhouses will end up going home. Summit Hardpoint for Team Mayhem was a map mode combination that actually played against Inco of all teams earlier, Gil. They lost it, 219 to 250.
This is supposed to be a show, and a show it is, as this NA region has to eliminate itself. At least one of those teams will go home early on day number 1 as we begin this kill action. we don't have to wait for it. Immediately getting everybody running all over the place. We are gonna get to see Jesus with R9 finding a double kill, immediately taking the triple now onto Rihan and standing the control over on point number 1. Goes back up onto point number 2, shoots at a wall, does not matter too much. He knows that there may be someone behind him, goes for that kill, takes it like it's nothing. Just makes it look easy. Jesus in here with a force spree will go for the 5th one. Unluckily enough for him, at a distance, there was space, ready to take that kill. Estog also putting in a lot of work. And here we take a look on Rihan.
7 kills for Jesus, 7 kills for Estog. Could just be the usual suspects you have to be looking out for. Space, though, able to find himself, too. Estog solo cleaning up house soon afterwards. And now you have 35 seconds you can soak up if you are Tribe Gaming here on P2 before you really have to take a focus over towards P3. But I like this call coming through from Tribe, just conceding a decent amount of space, making sure that they have P3 spawns intact, knowing damn well, Gil, that that's the first money hilt in the rotation.
Yeah, it's important. It's important for you to get there safe and sound. I already see Rivalo trying to secure that area. They got knocked out of that hill. And it seems like they're going to be just willing to give it up. Unfortunately enough, Solo spawning all the way across. It's not great, but doesn't matter too much. His allies are still remaining alive where they have to. And as such, the spawns will continue to be in favor of Tribe Gaming. They gave up quite a few seconds over there onto P2, but now on point number 3 is going to be the deal that they need to go after as they take down those operators.
Estog with the Sparrow, Solo with the Equalizer. Prematurely popped. I mean, look, Team Mayhem were at least coming right out from P1, but yeah, no, it absolutely is worth, because I mean, it's space that you have to respect if you are Team Mayhem before you could just start willy-nilly working your way inside of the ski lift here for P3. And by the time that you finally mount your attack through the point, the bait and switch is at the 30-second mark here for P3. Rap, though, able to slide his way on in, finds himself 3. Jesus is able to at least clean up more. Rap finds 4. That is the 5th player taken down. Estog calling in the Predator missile. Might not amount much to anything whatsoever. These teams just feel so equally matched as you have Tribe with those close spawns in the back still.
Gotta love to see it. Gotta love to see it, man. Maybe they didn't take as many points as they would have liked, but that play from Rav just chef's kiss was a masterpiece to watch. And now it is going to be Mayhem, the one who rotates first over onto point number 4. But let's see for how long they can actually hold into their advantage, as Jesus is now the one with the Sparrow, ends up killing himself on accident. That's so unfortunate, but not the end of the road, because they got the Annihilator by Kings and the Equalizer by Rav. Kings also down. Rihan finds a double. Rav bites the dust, and that is going to be the clean push towards the side from Tribe as they get inside a triple, a quadra kill with that War Machine in favor of Tribe.
I mean, you needed that. If you are Tribe, you already work your way back in, shut down a handful of operators for Team Mayhem, and Space is picking things right back up with a 2-piece of his own. Now Tribe, about to be over 100 points. They put in the hard work to be able to break inside of what was a absolutely stellar setup for Team Mayhem. They had operators to keep them at bay, Gil, but it didn't amount to anything whatsoever, also clearing away at the back. What a fantastic P3 and P4 rotation coming through from Tribe. They're going to have themselves about a 40-plus point lead going into the second set.
Amazing way of playing there for the side of Tribe. Space just making it rain with the DRH. That's right, yet another weapon joining the fun there with the Blood Rose going to make an appearance here tonight. We're back onto the P1 reset here. Rihan tries to get inside, receiving a lot of damage, and at a distance gets knocked by none other than Kings. Then Cartels, double kill, and that is cleaning the area up for Mayhem. They gotta be cautious. There's gonna be at least 2 players joining the point at the same time. They take them down like it's nothing. Mayhem now overcoming the trouble from the past, are only 20 seconds behind the opponents. Plenty of time in this heal, and the control still seemingly going in favor of in favor of Mayhem. Gets broken yet again in the hands of a shotgun, man.
Yep, Solo putting in the work, finds himself 3 around P1, and albeit Mayhem were at least able to answer back with a decent amount of time off of P1, it's still Tribe with that leader's advantage, breaking back in, trying to keep things scrappy, and they still have a handful of resources that they can tap into. Space still has a Predator missile, S-Thug still has his operator should they want to use it, and now Solo is currently working on a spree of his own, up to 17 total eliminations. Tribe Gaming looking pretty damn good as far as the summon is concerned. Smoke will blossom out around bottom P2, trying to find themselves a little bit of an advantage, but Rihan kind of dip, dive, ducking and dodging around the corner, has some assistance, at least looking for more. It's Cartels to take him down, but Rihan, Raballo, excuse me, right there to answer back in kind. Wonderfully done for Tribe Gaming for a multitude of reasons, Gil. There's 35 seconds remaining on P2, but look at the side of the map that Tribe currently possess.
Look at those numbers. They are still in favor of Tribe. Another War Machine in the hands of Raballo finishes off that kill onto S-Thug at a distance. Let's see how much more they can do with it. Team Mayhem trying to get inside on P2, not being possible so far. Cartels with the double will finally make it happen, but there's only 10 seconds left. Has to find a triple and does it like it's nothing. Quadra now in favor of Cartels, goes for the penta, but Space finally gonna slow things down. He's like, you gotta take a break, my man. Problem is that Mayhem got there first this time around. It was Tribe on the first rotation. Triple now from S-Thug Sparrow, but gets taken. Oh, still alive. Quadra now for Jesus with that Sparrow taking much value off of it. So far this game, operators are just being key part of both teams.
Predator missile being called in for Solo is only able to find at least one. That's not going to be enough to break up the monotony for the spawns. You still have one player that was lurking around the back. It was S-Thug, and Blur is actually going to pull out the War Machine himself. That is a great call off of Jesus being able to find 4 there with the Sparrow. Blur's there with the War Machine, keeping them at bay. 30 seconds in towards the bank of Team Mayhem, bringing this lead just down to about 10, and it's going to get shaved off completely. You would feel the spawns have flipped, and you feel like at an inopportune moment if you are Tribe, but you have to try to get reinforcements in here. Kings is just dancing with the devil. Cartel's there for the switch as well. It's just 12 seconds you're able to get for Tribe. That means the Team Mayhem, again, have the spawns in the setup for new. They just can't allow to get broken up as easily as they did in the first set.
Okay, great job down there by both sides. Pam gonna be used by, not too sure if that was the hands of Mayhem, but we'll witness how they move forward. Once again, both Annihilator and Equalizer are used at the same time, but Raph immediately gets knocked out by S-Thug, and now it is Tribe, the one with those two on top of the claw that was taken out for a ride by the hands of Space. Jesus cannot do anything about that. Solo with the double, now triple, now quadra kill in his hands. Ravallo gonna help him out. The use of the Hunter Killer drone at a distance, and Solo just ramming over the opponents, just crushing their dreams. Will allow his allies to continue to have things under their control. Finally, we're gonna see the breakthrough coming down from the hands of Mayhem, but the advantage is always there in favor of Tribe. Mayhem, sorry, has to find something to be done in here, or else they could find themselves in trouble, but they close it down.
It's actually a really big break coming through there for the last 20 seconds here of the second set of hard points, and it'll actually allow Team Mayhem what feels like forever in this map number 1 to be able to flip the lead ever so slightly. It'll be about a dead even game going in towards the third and final set here on Summit in between these two NA powerhouses again. Loser of this series ends up going home. This map 1 might just set the precedent for how this rest of the series will end up panning on out. A lot of operators invested there as far as P4 is concerned. 3 to be exact for Tribe. 2, I believe maybe 3 for Team Mayhem. So going inside of P1, it's realistically the shotgun that Solo just keeps getting away with highway robbery, but it's shut down almost immediately. Raph there with the Hunter Killer drone, able to at least find one. It is a swarm around P1, and Team Mayhem find themselves over the double century mark.
Oh my goodness, Mayhem with things under control, but not that much, if I'm being honest. 30 seconds left inside of this skill, and Mayhem are making it happen. We're gonna see the push here from Rihan. Now with the Fennec, has to be cautious. There's plenty of enemies all over the place. Gets taken down, that's a double. Once again for Raph. The shotguns all over the place. The players are trying their hardest. Mayhem getting dangerously close to victory. Tribe has to do something here. 21 points is what's standing in between victory for the side of Mayhem. Once again, a few extra seconds before we move on to P2.
5 seconds and P2 will pop. 16 seconds is all Team Mayhem need to be able to put this game 1 to rest. It feels like that they have become the Hamburglers of map number 1. Tribe have been leading for so long. Operators in the back pocket for Kings. A Sparrow being popped for Jesus as well. S-Thug also pulling out a Sparrow, but it's Jesus who gets the better of Raballo. The kills might swing in any which direction. It's a pinstripe kill feed, but numbers are subsiding around P2. 243 to 202. S-Thug is able to find 2 solo calls in the Predator missile. Can it find any value? It might not have to, because S-Thug and Raballo are able to find 2, but Raph and Jesus work their way inside the hill for yet another break. 247, 248. The Annihilator pulled out for Kings, and it kept Tribe at bay. Team Mayhem get the job done. They take map number 1.
That's game. What an ending for Mayhem, doing a tremendous job. Both sides took huge value off of their operators, but in here today, the victory is going in favor of Mayhem yet again. Yet again, my friend. Tribe is under fire. They gotta find a way to seize that fire, or else we know what could be coming their way if they're not careful enough on the next one. But here on the first map, Mayhem is looking really, really clean, really smart about how they're pushing and how skilled they are while playing with our R9, both Raph and Jesus.
Yeah, and here we have the replay package from that map number 1, and I urge you all to really look at the flip of the switch. Mayhem had themselves a very slight lead, you saw there, for at least a mere second, but then Tribe's operator usage became so potent, and they were constantly shutting down Team Mayhem. For me, realistically, it was the way that they were able to break inside of P4 in the first set that gave themselves about like a 25 to almost 30-point lead. But it's something hard point, baby. I mean, anything can switch at any point in time. That's exactly what came from Team Mayhem in that final set, just putting themselves in the most winningest position possible, just kind of staggering their operators in different streaks as well, and getting the upper hand on the operators and streaks that were being thrown out there from Tribe. Here is the final scoreboard for you all. Of course, 38 and 30 out of S-Thug. Definitely nothing to bat an eyelash at, but on the other side, a lot of good sharing of the legwork coming through there between Jesus Cartels and Kings.
Yeah, and those 2 minutes 14 seconds for Jesus were really clean. We're really clean. We heard how he's the IGL, but he's not only calling the plays, he is also having an impact inside of those hills, and you have to be right. If you're with a shotgun, of course you can be always rushing for the enemy, but
Sure.
what best would be to just be inside of the hill, constantly focusing on getting those kills from inside of that hill, making value from each and every single time you have an encounter with an opponent. That R9 was fire for him, was fire for the side of Jesus. And there we could take a quick glance onto Blur's history on teams. You know, he was with On Dream Team, moved on to Luminosity, and then we moved on to Seminole, then Simplicity, to end up with none other than Mayhem.
Absolutely insane scenes, how many different teams that Blur has been a part of. Obviously, we talked very heavily at the beginning of this broadcast about what Blur would look like on that LG roster back in Grand Finals of 2022 back in Raleigh. But times have changed. Now we find ourselves up here on this Team Mayhem roster, but we have to shift our focus towards Search and Destroy. Map number 2, specifically between these two teams. I got a funny stat read for you. Here you go. None of these teams have played Slum Search and Destroy, not only just today, but also in the last season of SPS.
Okay, that's gonna be interesting then. Of course, we know that both of them have really good snipers. They have good shotguns that apparently people are beginning to use more and more here on Slums. It's gonna be interesting once again to see how these two face each other on those initial seconds. As I mentioned in the past, Slums, to my opinion, is the second fastest map to play on Search and Destroy right after Express. Right, Express undoubtedly is just the fastest map. Then right behind that is Slums. Mayhem can make it happen, make it rain quite quickly, so Tribe has to be careful. In the past, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Tribe lose 7-1. Not on this map, it was on Summit that they got 7-1 because of how quickly the opponents were playing. So Mayhem could try to capitalize on that same interaction where they are just doing things happen so quickly. that Tribe just doesn't find an answer on time.
I will say this much, that the last time that I saw Tribe play on a Slums S&D, it was a slightly different composition, but it was against LG in the most recent SPS Open Finals. That was not even a few weeks ago. It was also online, so take that as you will. Let's get into this now, shall we? Team Mayhem up on offense first for the opening few rounds. All 10 players very much so still alive until Rehan ends up hearing me talk about it. Takes down Kings for first blood.
That's right, first blood in favor of the side of Tribe. Kings to the ground. Blur with the sniper, and so is Space. Space, oh my god, that man. I always love Space playstyle when it comes down to search and destroy. My man loves those wallbang situations. He's not the only one, but I'd say that's the player that I've seen hit nasty wallbangs the most often in the past, because he's trying that all rounds long. He likes to do that just in case, just for the show, and also because a kill is a kill, man. If he's right in front of you, if he's behind a wall, if he's 1,000 meters away, a kill is a kill, and that's exactly what he looks for every single time. Blur, there it is, through a wall, takes that kill onto Revalo. Rehan immediately answers back by eliminating Jesus.
It's more than just even the kill, too, the information, so that way an SMG can slide around the corner and be able to get that kill. Oh, there's so much value they could have just being an absolute nerd on Search and Destroy. No.
No, right?
Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, through the crevasse of the wood panels? Oh! Timing is everything. Blur takes down Space, now a 3v3 on the map. Cartel still has the bomb, and they're going to take this rotation over towards A or B. But the biggest issue is that you can take a look at the minimap. Triber's still set up for this push.
Blur takes that kill. Estog trying to shut it down, finds the double. Great reaction time there for Estog, but there's Raph, there's a shotgun, there's the opportunity. Takes kill number one, immediately goes for the second. He gets confused for a second. He doubted himself. He thought he had time to take out the gloves, and that's the doom of that round for Mayhem, as Tribe's player Estog closes that one up in their way.
That opening round was exciting for all the wrong reasons. And it's got me feeling some type of way. Tribe, that one round lead, all off the first blood that they were able to find for themselves. The snipes here on Slums might just be everything, but how about a nade coming through from Revalo? Hold back. Cartels taken out of the round. Slide a handful of other teammates, and just before you blink and the nade gets set over the top, first blood was found by Team Mayhem. Keep in mind you, Tribe closed it out in a very quick fashion.
I think I blinked 3 times, and all of a sudden everybody was like,
yeah, everybody's dead.
Can someone explain to me what just happened? Estog yet again with a great round. He took 3 on the first, he takes 2 on the second. Revalo with that double kill with an nade, just out of this world, ladies and gentlemen. The side of Tribe, they know that they are in a difficult spot, but that does not mean that they're out. Now though, there's gonna be an answer for Mayhem as they take down Do and immediately capitalize on it by planting the bomb.
Forcing the issue. Numbers here for Mayhem in a post-plant, solo breaking cameras, taking down Blur, bringing this down to a 3v3. 30 seconds till detonation. Shotgun art, I know, missing a little bit wide there with the pellets, now bringing it down to a 1v3. Kings gets caught lacking. Are you kidding me? The retake is so good. Estog is now up to 7 eliminations. Tribe can do no wrong. They have yet to drop a round.
They gotta take him down. They gotta take Estog down. 3 rounds, 7 kills. This man is on a spree, unstoppable so far in this game of Search and Destroy. Slums, let's see what round 4 brings for us. Cartels picks up that bomb. So far on the side of Mayhem, it's been Blur, the one with the most kills. That's gonna be 4 in total for him. Jesus with a nade, gonna take down Solo. Important player, but now with the one with the most kills so far, so still gotta be cautious, gotta be careful as to how they want to approach this. You have it there. Rehan takes that kill into Kings.
2 goose eggs for Team Mayhem to the goose egg as far as a round count is concerned. You feel like something needs to change here before you find yourself down considerably for this offensive side. Bomb's gonna get carried by Cartels now. 4v4 on the map. Ring control is there for Revalo. Wallbangs at least through the truck. Now back through at least the shop. Not gonna really pick up much of anything. I mean, players are dropping still. Blur gets gunned down. That's not your sniper. Taken out of commission for this round. And you feel like this is just gonna have to be done the hard way. You're in a numbers disadvantage. It might just have to be brute force. If you even have any throwables left, you might need them to be able to create some space. The reach out from Estog comes through. Finally, the raid boss is taken down.
All right, I like that, I like that. 50 seconds left, and S-Dog finally gets taken down. Not before taking a kill, though. That is going to be 8 total for him, averaging 2 so far each round. Let's see what his team has to say. They still have the player lead, and with Rivallo taking down Cartels, that means that Jesus is on his own. Jesus here in a 1v3 will be collapsed from different angles at once. Not much there to be done. 4-0 lead in favor of Tribe, man.
It really does feel like that all of these rounds have been settled in what he honestly feels like the first 10 to 20 seconds, except for the one round that Team Mayhem were able to get the bomb planted very, very quickly. Something needs to give. 4-0. No kills yet for Kings, and the battle through ring is just not favorable as Thug strikes first, but Cartels around the corner. Gonna be able to at least find 2. That is the answer that you needed. That B bomb site is looking pretty darn juicy as it's gonna get planted, and now Team Mayhem can get a very good post plant here to boot.
That's right, bomb is down, but can they defend? Space walking forward, yet to find a kill, will go against Cartels. And there is seemingly going to be something going on here as Space gets knocked out by Raph. They are trying their hardest. Blur is the only one alive. Double kill for Rivallo. Bomb is gonna be defused. And ladies and gentlemen, that's another point going in favor of Tribe. Yes, they took down S-Dog, but he's not the only threat.
It just can't be that easy, can it?
It shouldn't be.
It really shouldn't be. The way that you had Cartel slide around, find himself those 2 kills in response to the first blood that Tribe were able to collect for themselves. And the post plant was mostly around ring. The information trade is so good for Tribe. Last round of this side. Will Team Mayhem be able to convert an offense? The opening duel through the middle of the map was looking pretty good. It will at least go 1 for 1, but Rivallo, before he got taken down, puts a nade into the lap of an enemy player. 3v3.
That's right, 3v3. 5-0 lead for Tribe. Let's see how they make it this time around. S-Dog looking to get onto double-digit numbers in here. Can he do it, though? I'm sure he can, but will he, though? That's the real question now. So far, just getting back, trying to build themselves back up before doing anything. Bomb's gonna be collected by Blur. The 3v3 continues. You know, not much has happened since Ari started talking. Why, you may ask? At this point, I feel like it's because Mayhem just does not want to have to be under more fire than they already been having so far this game.
Blur completely turns back around and looks towards the garage and is assuming maybe somebody's flanking through the cemetery. It's not the case at all. Team Mayhem are scared, but has a nice little nade spot to at least set up the cross. Doesn't find anything whatsoever. Gonna take down a trophy, sure, whatever. Bomb's gonna get planted here. Clock will reset. Up to about 45 seconds here. It starts to detonate soon. And Tribe are now cautious on how they're supposed to break down this setup. They've done it through every single round that the bomb has been planted. Space gets cut down. What feels like in forever, the Team Mayhem actually have themselves a numbers advantage on the map. Taking down Rihan leaves S-Thug in a 1v3. Has been the raid boss this entire time for Tribe. Growl in hand, gonna throw out a couple warning shots, but it's just taking too much time. You don't have enough time to be able to find all 3 of these kills. As great as that one is onto Raph, you would have to start defusing, well, right now, and it's not gonna be the case at all. So at least Team Mayhem, on their offensive side, at least take a round. But now you essentially have to go flawless for your defense, so there's that.
Yeah, I mean, it took him 6 rounds to find a point, which is something, is definitely something, but is it too late, though? That's the biggest question right now. As you mentioned, we're gonna be flipping spawns. Let's see how the side of Tribe tries to continue with a reign of terror. Solo finds first blood. Jesus finds a kill, gets taken down. The answer all over the place. Everything's chaotic. All of a sudden, we got a 2v2 in just a few seconds. It was like 20 seconds, and 6 people die, one after the other. No advantage so far, and luckily enough for the side of Tribe, they still got control over the bomb.
Oh, he saw him cross. Information being traded. The only problem is that nobody knows that Rivallo just works his way over towards Broken and is just somehow already past the A-bomb site. And now you know where Blur's located at. He's gonna get a couple shots, at least over inside the courtyard, but is immediately being chowed over by the cemetery. Snipe misses just a bit outside. And Rivallo's thinking twice about how he wants to go for this challenge, knowing that he's going up against a double weapon setup in the back pocket of Blur. The most important part about all of this is that he does have the bomb, and Blur wanted nothing to do with it at all. He's going to go for the reload, and he's just going to play for the retake.
Smart. Smart, in my opinion. Plants the bomb. Now makes Blur having to be the one to get closer. He can try to position himself as best as he can. He's got the grow. The growl. He also has a sniper, if I'm not mistaken, so he can play those two scenarios at the same time as he sees fit. Well, Blur, yeah, of course, has that pistol that's automatic, but still not enough. At that distance, he should not be winning with that. Yet he somehow is. 4 bullets, tries to reload, does it, goes for like, what's going on? Finally takes that kill. A little bit of body shooting, because why not, man? Why not? Takes that kill, will defuse on time and in style as well.
All right, let's take a quick little breather here if you are Blur, okay? You're still down by 3 rounds.
Right?
Only took 1 offensive round, but I love the calculated body shots and just getting to the bomb in time to be able to get the defuse.
It was risky. It was risky.
There was a lot of risk in for the Biscuits. Won't say that much. Second offensive attempt now for Tribe. A lot of focus towards the middle of the map. I mean, somehow, some way, Solo was just able to lurk his way closer towards that A bomb site. Gets blooded because of it, but not before Kings gets first blooded. Rihan also trying to overextend, coming up with absolutely nothing. Immediately leaves this in a 3v4, but the switch play was the bomb was planted here at B, 3v4.
That's right. Ooh, another nade kill, this time in favor of Blur. Will allow a 4v2. The bomb still not defused. They gotta be careful about that. Less than 30 seconds left, and they are trying to juke them out, trying to make them retrieve. Not gonna be enough. Rob with a kill, Blur with a second. They got plenty of time to defuse this bomb. That's another round, and maybe Blur was on something. He felt like he was good in that scenario, and the team is as well. As they take not 1, not 2, but 3 rounds in a row. Looking a whole lot better than what we started with.
Yeah, 3 rounds on the bounce is no easy feat on Slums. 1 offense, 2 retakes. This really has been the game of defense besides the 1 offense. But it is a game, a map number 2 that is on such thin ice for Team Mayhem. Still trailing by 2. 2 more rounds, and Tribe will have themselves a date with Team Mayhem in a map number 3. So all 10 players alive. Blur holding the cross, though. Solo's going to get gunned inside of Arches. And look at the forward position here for Raph. They know that they have them trapped around Cemetery.
Okay, a minute and 20 and another long nade that could do something. No. Unfortunately enough for Raph, that was barely missing the spot. Does not matter too much. They still got the first blood. They still have the enemies having to push eventually. They still got time. There's a minute left, but it's not the scenario that Tribe wanted to be, right?
No, it's not. We're trapped inside of the garage, trapped around Cemetery as well. Nade cooked up, but not going to be finding much of anything. Blur slides on in, finds the kill on the space. Now it's 3v5. Numbers favoring Blur, feeling himself. Finds himself the 3rd in the round, looking for the ace. The wall bang's not going to come up with much of anything whatsoever as Estug and Raballo forced to run with their tails tucked between their legs, trying to think twice about how they can maybe try to salvage this round.
Okay, I like it. I like it, Mayhem. I like the way it looks so far. 3 in a row, looking for the 4th one. Rep pushing over there onto the enemy's back. Not gonna be enough, though. The surprise factor was not enough to fight off against Ravallo, who's now onto 13 kills in his way. I was about to mention on King's lack of kills. Finally breaks that donut with a double. Kings appearing when the team needed him to be at. Double kill for Kings. Another round for Mayhem. 4 in a row. What a change of pace in favor of Mayhem.
Dude, Blur has found his mojo.
Oh boy, does he?
Up to 15 kills. Nades over the top. Not gonna find anything whatsoever, but damn, is Solo hitting through the middle of the map very fast. Raballo set nade does take down Kings, and Rihan's able to take down Cartels after he finds the initial trade. So now a 4v3. Bomb still being carried by Rihan, currently planting it there at B, as Estug takes down another in return. Blur and Jesus versus the 4 players of Tribe. Where could they be lurking at?
That's the question. That's the question. 30 seconds left. And Mayhem has to do something, has to make it happen. 4v2. An awful situation to be at after 4 consecutive rounds. Are they finally going to drop the ball? It seemingly could be the case with less than 20 seconds left. Jesus finds the kill onto Solo. Immediately Blur tries to capitalize on it. Jesus tries to push forward. Blur gonna get taken down by Rehan. There's no more opportunity, no more second chances. Astog finally finds himself with more kills into his pocket. Another round for Tribe, a 6-4 lead. We're gonna have a few map points going in favor of Tribe.
This is the hardest part about slums. That bomb can get planted, but if you hesitate and you're down in numbers, there's just too many corners and you cannot allow that much time to go the way of the bomb being detonated. So need a good response here. Solo Space though, gonna answer back with 2 of their own. It's starting to look like we got map 3 written all over it. Tribe now up on map point. 4 versus 3 on the map. Cartels, Blur, and Kings against the 4 and the might of Tribe Gaming. Bomb still being carried here by Roballo. And they're just gonna stack up together. Why the hell not? Play for the trade, just don't get lined up and allow Kings just to tear you all down. There's the first, slides on over towards the second, can't get the second kill. But now it's up to Cartels to hit the flank with the Fennec in hand. Finds the first, looks right, but doesn't turn to his left. And it just might spell disaster, 1v1. Blur versus S-Thug. Bomb has been dropped on the B bomb site, but S-Thug knows that he has so much time left to play. He's gonna wrap around entirely, and I think Blur might have this scouted.
I just find it amazing on the side of Team Mayhem. 17 kills for Blur. That's nearly as much as the remaining of the players. Not quite yet there, but it's close to it. Blur doing an amazing, amazing job. The player that Mayhem needed when they needed him the most, but look at S-Thug's positioning. Does he not know? He doesn't with the Deagle, takes out the sniper, misses that shot. Oh my goodness, I don't know how they too got into that position, but Blur manages to survive somehow.
S-Thug makes his way through Junk. He's gonna recover the bomb here at B. Blur off that information, just completely gives it up. He clears the A bomb site. Where can you go in time to the Deagle? Blur takes down S-Thug, adds some more extra to the end of it. It's gonna get Team Mayhem their 5th round on the board, brings us within 1. Tribe still up on map point, but the trades throughout the entirety of that round was everything.
Ah man, Jesus Christ, Blur, he knows what he's doing, right? We sort of questioned him when he was body shooting, but it makes sense when you, at this point, got 18 kills going your way. It can only make sense. 11 rounds, 18 kills out of this world. On the opposite hand, you not only got Esther with 14, but also Revalo with 15 kills. These two have been shredding to pieces their opponents now, as they once again try to close that one up, but this time 7-5.
First blood found again by Tribe. But just because they find the first blood doesn't mean that Team Mayhem are out of it quite yet. Numbers advantage doesn't really matter much of anything for Team Mayhem, as they have been stringing together a handful of rounds and they keep this within 1. Of course, Tribe still up on map point. First to 7, got to win by 2. But look at the forward positioning all the way through ring for Team Mayhem. You have Blur that is watching that A bomb site, players around wing, or around ring, excuse me, and they're just lurking around B, expecting for them to push, because every single offensive take for Tribe so far has just been flooding from the garage archway and trying to get on that B bomb site.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really important for Mayhem to take it one step at a time. There's still plenty of time for them to screw up in somehow, some way. So they're trying not to. They already lost Raph, which is not great, but it's not the end of the world either. So they're just taking it slow, waiting patiently for the right timing, not to push forward because they don't have to, but rather to stop a potential push from the opponents. 40 seconds left. They know that it has to be done soon, or else the time is gonna go against the side of Tribe, as there's only 30 seconds left here.
They're trying to wait for Solo. Maybe try to find something through the middle of the map. Blur takes him down on the cross space. Was able to find Kings, but now you try to push at 24 seconds in the setup. Was that much better for Team Mayhem, trying to force themselves extra rounds? Can Space do it? 1v2, 12 seconds remains, and he doesn't have the bomb. It's not looking too likely. Team Mayhem coming back from the depths. Has the opportunity, maybe try to put them on the spin cycle, is able to get the jump shot onto 1. Trying to plant the bomb, trying to bait out at least the shot, but there's just not enough time on the clock. Team Mayhem gets 6 on the board. It's an all-tied game.
Oh my goodness, that was way closer than it should have been. Quite honestly, it shouldn't have been that close, but it was. Does not matter too much. Mayhem takes the point nonetheless. And ladies and gentlemen, we're taking over time into our hands. In case you have missed it from the past couple of months, that means that one of the two teams has to take 2 rounds in a row, and Mayhem are going at it. Cartels with a kill, Ruff with a double. That is going to be making it now a 1v5. Rihan on his own takes the kill, but it's not going to be enough. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, it is Mayhem, the one with the opportunity to take it home.
That's not just map point here, Gil. That is series point. If Mayhem win this defense, which has looked fantastic for them in the past several, Tribe are eliminated from Worlds 2023. S-Suck's going to be able to find the first blood, immediately answered back. The setup has been broken. Player number 5 in blue has already broken past the line. Solo's going to take down Kings. Now these last 2 players for both Jesus and Blur are kind of pushed all the way back through junk. One player tried to go check over by the A-bomb site, finds absolutely nothing, but the 2v4 has ensued. Now history through this map number 2 has really showcased that Team Mayhem don't clear this very quickly, and just when they try to pounce, Jesus gets cut down space with a nice little timing. This is looking like it's going to at least go to a few more extra rounds, unless Blur can do something magical.
Man, look at Blur trying his hardest. He does get one, but Blur eventually falls to the hands of Solo, I believe. That's gonna even that score once again. Oh man, this is just a lot of emotions that I'm feeling right now. We're moving on to round 15. That's right, 7-7, ladies and gentlemen. This is just not gonna be over soon. Why, you may ask? Because these two are trying to tear apart each other, but there's no clear winner just yet.
Nice nade to open up for Solo. It's gonna take down Blur, 4v5. No trades to speak of. And look at the response coming through off of that first blood. Solo's just gonna be playing over by that full wall, just outside of the graveyard, waiting to see if anybody will try to push all the way through. The same could be said for Raph. Over by that A-bomb site. Warning shots you hear ringing through slums. That's because Space is trying to find some wall bangs information. Not kind of coming up with much of anything at all, but this setup and Tribe have through the middle of the map is a tough one to crack. Need to be able to find at least a pick and try to get that bomb planted, but you have a lot of time to do it.
It's not gonna be easy for Tribe, but they have managed to find the first blood, which has been really, really important so far on the rounds that they do end up winning. And not only was a kill, but also a kill into Blur, right?
Yeah.
The most
Great
valuable player for Mayhem is down on a really important round for them. It's possible, yes, but it's gonna be difficult.
They're struggling to be able to find some information. Tribe just stacked around Ring, knowing at this point it has to damn well be coming over towards B, because Space has not seen anything. He hasn't gotten any information whatsoever with these wall bangs, hasn't seen anybody cross. The same could be said specifically for Rabalo, who's holding the angle outside a graveyard. Now the push needs to start coming through. 20 seconds remain. The smoke has started to blossom out, and the push soon to follow. It's a 2-for-1 trade favoring that of Tribe. Team Mayhem nowhere to be found on the offense. It's Tribe that now take a 1-round lead.
That's right, Tribe once again can take that breath of hopefully going for the third map, but it's not easy, it's not easy. Once again, Mayhem are going to try to defend this time. Yes, they took down Blur quite early, and that was a huge impact as to why they managed to get so clean in here. Solo gonna be pushing, not gonna work out in his way. Raph with the double kill. This monster knows how to defend, does get a few bullets there onto Ravalo, not gonna be enough, but he does know that there's someone to the left gonna be cooking a nade. That's not even necessary, man. Rihan alone, 1v4 proper. This is a non-ending game. Why, you may ask? Because they're just not willing to give up.
Well, Tribe really did think that they were cooking up something with 5 players just trying to rush in towards A-bomb.
But then there's Rihan, right?
Yeah, I'll say.
I mean, Raph, yes.
No stuns whatsoever. Like, just thinking, yeah, we're just going to go against the head glitch of the A-bomb side. And Raph is just like, yeah, thank you. I'm licking my lips, waiting for this the entire time. Even Stevens, once again, first to 10 now. Got to win 2 in a row for the overtime rules. And how about that? Team Mayhem, a flip of a switch. Where was the A defense, Tribe? What are we doing out here? You're going to allow the bomb to get planted here at A scot-free? All 10 players were standing previously. Kings did get first blooded, but the post plant is looking like a damn good one if you are Team Mayhem. They just have to try to stay alive. Already lost 2 along the way.
My God, Blur takes kill number 22 with less than 30 seconds left. It is yet again Mayhem trying to make it happen. More Cartel takes that kill, but gets executed by S-Dog. 3v2, player lead in favor of Try. They try to push forward. Jesus with the kill, tries to go for more. Not gonna be possible. They are gonna defuse that bomb yet again, allowing them to be on the lead. This overtime is still going, but Tribe tries once more. Tribe are in the lead. I just don't know, man. It's been wild out here.
You don't know, I don't know, Lauren doesn't know. I don't even think these two teams know. Like, what are we doing? What are we talking about out here? Offensive attempt now for Tribe. Have the opportunity to try to push it towards a map number 3. It's going to be a full flood over towards B. And now we're just getting goofy. Now, at this point, we're just running at each other. Raph has the read. It was over by the A bomb site in the previous defense. Now it's going on over by the B bomb.
They're done,
It's just space. 1v4. Make it happen. Do it. Force a game number 3. Finds the first on the Cartels in the snap. Crackle, but ain't no pop. Raph's gonna take him down in return. Go a few extra rounds.
I mean, they're so over this game. They are all rushing, like they're running, they're trying, but man, it's just wild out here. It does not even make sense no more. We're on round number, what is this, 19? Yes, round 19, and yet to proclaim a winner of this map, ladies and gentlemen. Through the smoke, look at that aggression coming down from Mayhem. That is going to be quite a surprise for the opponents. As S-Dog completely shuts down that opportunity with a double. There's going to be the answer in favor of Mayhem, who takes the opportunity to also plant that bomb.
Keep in mind, you, we are indoors here, but it's looking a little windy in the middle of the map, let me tell you that much. 3v3, post-plant situation, 35 seconds till the bomb does detonate. And the way that Tribe are very gingerly waiting for any pick to come through from Rihan might just spell disaster. They are slowly encroaching forward. Unbeknownst to them, the way that this post plant is set up is all inside of the garage, just kind of peeking, poking, and prodding, and Blur throws a little bit more than a shoulder. That's like your whole torso coming out the door. Bomb being hopped.
They defuse,
and just defusing. Yeah, you saw Space was just laying prone. He's just inchworm jimming his way over towards the bomb. For the defuse, it works out. Sure, why not? Try to take a one-round lead.
Didn't I say that Mayhem struggles with actually making sure that they don't defuse in their faces? That's the second time now that's happened against them. I don't know, man. It's nothing new, but it still hurts. It hurts to see something like that. Tribe has the lead. Cartels finds the first blood. Immediate aggression coming down from Rob. Not going to be possible. Triple going in favor of Tribe. All of a sudden, once again, they have the opportunity to take it home. Blur executed. The only one alive is going to be Jesus. Saves. Who takes that kill into solo? Refuses to give up. Changes that 1v3 onto a 1 versus 2. The bomb is already down. And Jesus, with everything against them, will try to go for that miracle play.
He has a nade. Throwables to utilize. Double weapon setup to play with. Oh, there's so many different quarters that they could be lurking in. 20 seconds remain until the bomb does detonate. Peeking a little bit longer. No, he gives up the scope and the angle. He knows where one player's located at, but time is on his side. He's waiting for the chow to come through. They're just sprinting at him. No, Jesus, please. Can't land the shots.
Do it.
Whatsoever, he's currently being pinched as well. There's not enough time on the clock. Space takes down Jesus, and it finally is over. Try, take map number 2 in a dramatic and weird fashion. 11-9 is the final scoreline after a 6-1 half, and we're going to a map number 3.
I mean, that took 20 rounds, and finally Tribe takes it. And I'm not too sure, like, of course they're happy, but not as happy as they could be. They were winning 5-0. They were winning 5-0. It shouldn't have been that close, but it was. Unfortunately enough for them, it ended up going their way, no matter what. Which means that we will be going to that game 3, and that also means that they finally, once again, take a map away off of the hands of Mayhem, which they've struggled in the past, but tonight, they have done it once more. Tribe are alive and can attempt to continue to do so as we begin to see the highlights from this game.
It was a long one. Hope everybody had enough water to carry them through all of that crazy loop-de-loop that we had as far as a map number 2 is concerned. You saw right there, before this one highlight, it was 5-1
in all of those rounds in sequence of one another for Team Mayhem, specifically on the defense, was absolutely insane to say the least. It was a long grueler that finally ended in an 11-9 favor. But man, do I tell you, Tribe do not want to go home, not quite early indeed. It was a very long one to say the least. 20 kills for S-Thug, dead even for Raballo, 17-17. Blur, 25-12 for the L is absolutely insane, Gil. I cannot imagine how you have to feel if you are Team Mayhem, bringing that back from the depths and knowing that the job is not done quite yet.
Yes, and as we take a glance onto all of what has going on so far, why don't we take a look also onto the pit alongside with Shift.
It's getting a little empty back here. And that's because we're sending a lot of teams home. Just a moment ago, we did have a handful of updates in the elimination side of things. Again, it's a bit of a pity party down here. But Powerhouse, Loops, squaring up against one another. Really interesting series. It did only last 2 maps, but both maps were relatively close. Powerhouse in particular is starting to live up to their name. Maybe here a little bit later than they would have liked. A really good takeoff performance, 250 to 204, and then they got themselves onto Express, where they were able to take the Surge and destroy 7-3, eliminating Loops from competition. So, Latin America down pretty bad right now. Inco, who finished 3rd last year, gets eliminated, not winning a series. Roster issues, of course, not exactly helping them out. But here as well, Loops, the number 2 seed out of LATAM, also getting eliminated. So it's getting a little empty down here in the pit, but we still have a handful of teams still squaring off. Another small quick update. Kings defeated by their in-region rival of Exclusive. So not only are you guys dealing with some team blood up there on the main stage, we had some down here as well. Still a couple of games still to come, so we'll keep you guys updated as they finish off. But for now, back up to you guys to finish off your series.
Thank you so much, Shift. Greatly appreciate all that you're doing down there. Hope you're not getting too lonely, and there's a couple chairs that you can play musical chairs with by yourself. Regardless of the matter, we have a banger of a main stage matchup in between Tribe versus Team Mayhem. Again, this is a grudge match all the way from the previous season of the Snapdragon Pro series, and honestly speaking, Tribe are looking to try to get this job done in 3. Here is the spray paint of
that,
Loops
man.
getting taken out. This is just like, this adds like an extra level of grit as far as the tournament is concerned. And again, as far as this main stage matchup is concerned, as obviously commiserations towards Loops, thank you so much for showing up and showing out for your region. One of these 2 teams and their beautiful spray painted logo on that wall might get eliminated, well not might, are gonna get eliminated here. It goes to a Crossroads control. And this is where things get extremely interesting. On the day, both of these teams have played it once. Team Mayhem faced off against Inco and went the distance to around 5. And then you and I got to watch that Tribe versus Luminosity Crossroads 4-round grueler. They got put in the absolute spin cycle when it came down to the last round.
That's right. So far, it's not pretty on them when they go there. But one of the 2 is going to break that curse some way or another. Now, game number 3, and this is only the beginning of the end for one of these 2 teams. Space takes the first blood with Nate Blur. Immediately tries to push forward and defend. Not gonna be possible though, as Space takes that kill alongside with Solo, who is now inside of that kill. Tries to take as much time as possible, but that first take I thought was coming through, but not quite there for the side of Tribe.
Standoff is a fickle beast, and it keeps Grandma working overtime, just in case of those spawn traps might occur. Raph with the R90 shotgun, trying to put in that overtime. Not gonna get the better of Space though, so good trade to at least speak of. Half progression over by A. Lives aren't too far gone, keep in mind you, as Tribe are recollecting themselves over by Square and potentially trying to get them more players around Hotel, but it's not really working out in their favor whatsoever. A-Zone not going to be looking pretty good for Tribe. They're back towards their spawns. They do have players around these back building areas closer towards Team Mayhem's spawn, but nobody's realistically moving, just trying to find a couple picks as they do have a player on A.
That's right, 15-13 when it comes down to lives. Ravallo continuously getting time inside of Alpha, holding his ground with the Grow. There's gonna be the push coming down from Cartels, not going to be enough. The space is still being taken, the point is under control for Tribe, who continue to cause trouble on the side of Mayhem. That's working nearly to perfection. That is going to increase the timer. That is going to mean some TDM. You know, they are going after the lives because time no longer should be an issue for the side of Tribe.
It's important to remember, of course, when it comes down to that round 5 defense, should you want that here in standoff control, it is favored towards segments of aggression first. We'll have to see how things pan out, even if we do reach a round number 5. 6 plays up against 9. Not a whole lot of respawns left to be playing with. Battling and dancing around Hotel, our Tribe at this moment of time. Pretty spread out defense if you are looking at it from Mayhem's perspective. Around the bakery, players pushed up past square, looking at Grandma's as well. Now with 5v8, Team Mayhem have to play this perfectly if they want to hold on.
All right, Rivaldo gets yet another kill, this time on 2 Kings. Remember, no more spawns. S-Talk with a kill. There's a bit of a 360 for Space. Not going to be possible. Gets taken down. That's a 2v7. Jesus under fire. 2 players pushing at once. That's more than enough to knock him down. Raph on a 1v7. Not a whole lot he can do over here as they begin to take the objective. And on top of that, they got ready on those operators their way. Here's Raph pushing with the shotgun, goes for the stellar appearance. That's just not enough. It is not enough. Tribe with a really good round 1. Take that point.
Yep, sure will. Big offensive advantage, being able to take any round here on standoff from the offense perspective is a massive deal if you ask me. Very interesting take when it comes down to standoff control is that Team Mayhem all the way through the last season of SBS and even today have yet to play it. So have to have a lot of consideration for the map pick that is here on standoff. Opening break-off, dead even in between these 2 teams, but still favoring that of the defense, not unless Cartels can pick up much of anything through this gas station. And while Solo had an inkling, an idea that there was probably going to be a player lurking back here, albeit he'd be right, not going to be able to get the gunfight in his favor. And at least if you are Tribe, you do have a couple operators to kind of dip your toes in from that last round in all of its efforts. Claw immediately pulled out by Space, then immediately put to rest. Team Mayhem have themselves a decent life advantage as they're 2-prong attacking in on 2 different sides.
Great job done so far there for Mayhem. They are capturing the objectives. They are getting those kills. There's a response there for Rivaldo. Takes a double, goes for more, tries to do it. Solo gets knocked down. Jesus doing a great job at taking that kill and capitalizing on it. Once again, we've talked about this in the past. It's not only about the kills, which are, yes, they are really important, but they are not the only thing. Double there for Solo to clean that space. And as such, the side of Tribe continue to defend. The time is still ticking, but there's 50 seconds left, which means plenty of time for the side of Mayhem to try to figure something out.
And they are at least able to get those 3 segments of progression, albeit not collecting an entire zone, means that those 60 seconds are missing from the clock comparatively to what Tribe had in their last offense. Now working on that 3rd segment over by A. The question comes down to Tribe. Do you call for S-Thug to pull out that operator? On the opposite side, if you are Team Mayhem, do you use one of these 3 operators to at least confirm this offensive attempt? The flank to potentially come through from the gas station to go back bakery isn't amounting much of anything. It's already been put to rest. 60 seconds added on towards the board, and lives are dead even, but Team Mayhem already have themselves a segment at B.
That's right, 10 for each. Bravo being defended by 3 players. Rihan trying to be sneaky there over on gas station. Not going to happen. Cartels immediately shuts that down. Rihan then bounces a nade off of the back of Space, not allowing him to have that much of an impact with it. Space pushing here with the Kilo. Once again playing with that Kilo. This time though, changing the skin. This time is going to be the beautiful Demon song that's going to be used for none other than Space and his Kilo. 9-9, 50 seconds left. Rihan will take that kill onto Rav. And ladies and gentlemen, this is as close as it gets. These 2 teams are trying. We saw it on Search and Destroy, and we get to see it once again as Solo takes that kill on Control.
Cartel's trying to again, once put himself on the flank past the gas station, trying to get himself in a 1v1, what potentially would be up against Space. Rabalo will pull out the War Machine, trying to keep all these players honest, and at bay. Will answer one onto Jesus, but Cartels, he finds not just one, two, also finds three on the flank. He is pulling these defenders back. Now alive advantage there for Team Mayhem, albeit by one. This might just end via the kills or the game clock, depending on if you can even touch the zone if you are Team Mayhem. Down to 6 seconds. S-Thug gonna pull out the Sparrow, takes down two, but not before he takes himself out of commission. 2v2, but they can't get on the zone. Just narrowly missing out on the round. Able to at least get that one segment, but still, woo, by the skin of their teeth. Didn't try to hold on.
That's gonna hurt, that's gonna sting, man. They were so close. They used so many resources there with the nades, of course, but clearly the operators are something that Mayhem will be missing as they lose that round. They have to do something, and they have to do it now. They're losing 2-0. Tribe are trying to come back around on this game number 3. They lost in that hard point. They managed to take it home on Search and Destroy, and here in Control, they are indeed controlling the minds of the opponents, who are now losing heavily. Ladies and gentlemen, Mayhem under fire with things completely out of control in here. They gotta figure something out because they're even capturing both objectives at the same time. What has happened to the Mayhem we previously witnessed?
At least Team Mayhem were able to get them off of those two zones. One saving grace, if you're looking for Team Mayhem, you do have resources at your disposal, or had resources at your disposal. The equalizer gets pulled out for Raph, immediately put to rest. The streak's not also coming up with anything whatsoever, so now there's no operators available for either of these two teams at this moment of time. It's back towards old tried and true Call of Duty. Tribe trying to force their hand all the way through gas station, getting back behind Hotel. Team Mayhem are trying to flip it on the opposite side. You have one player lurking inside a deli. That will be Jesus. You also have a player trying to lurk around Grandma's car, and, well, it's just not going to come up with much of anything at all. Try find themselves now over by the A control zone, currently trying to stack up that second segment. Two players are here, both for Team Mayhem and for Tribe, but the kills come through for Tribe. 12 plays up against 12, and 60 seconds are going to get added to the board.
Sir, that's exactly what happened. Let's see what Mayhem has to say about that. 12-11. A single kill is in favor of Mayhem, and Kings is gonna turn that into a tie at a distance. Space finds the kill, goes for the double, runs out of bullet, takes out the secondary. They're running around that tractor, and there it is. Another kill for Tribe. Another opportunity for success. Annihilator in the hands of Rehan. Immediately we're gonna be using another operator by the hands of that Claw. Space trying to make it happen. Space trying to destroy Cartels with a surprise play. Will be pushing from behind. 3 lives left. Keys with the double. Drive Ahmad to make it happen. Mayhem are falling apart, ladies and gentlemen. Double for Solo gets taken down. Blur is the last hope alive. Rivalo somehow dies to the hands of Blur. I don't know what's going on, but he manages to survive, still defending the inside of this kill. Takes the kill. It's not enough. Drive with the comeback, with a 2-1, with everything against them in multiple stages of this first series. They're gonna survive, and they're gonna knock down yet another team, this time from North America.
It's legitimately just that. Keyword, survived. I mean, the hard point was looking pretty darn convincing when it was from Tribe's perspective. Immediately flipped back on its head, and Team Mayhem were able to win at 250-205. The Search and Destroy should have been the end-all be-all. We somehow go 20 rounds, and Tribe just narrowly escape it when they had a 6-1 lead at the side switch. But then finally, when we got the standoff, when we got some of Grandma's cookies, Tribe show up, they get the revenge onto Mayhem that eliminated them from the previous season of SBS. And unfortunate to say the least that North America's TK comes in the way of this elimination match, but it will be Tribe continuing on with the day. Unfortunate to say that Mayhem will be seeing you.
That's right. What a way to end. And we get to see it once again, but this time is the other way around. Yes, Mayhem have fallen to the hands of Tribe. Man, what a series. What a series. I enjoyed every bit of that. That Search and Destroy, definitely longer than what I anticipated, but Tribe won it nonetheless and continued to ramp onto the opponents when it came down to Control. It was a masterpiece to witness.
reversal there when it came to the bowing down. That was a phenomenal matchup. That was kind of everything I had hoped for and a little bit more. I came out here when I think it was 8-7 on the SCD, and it just didn't stop.
You were watching me lose my mind?
Yeah, I was. That's why I was trying to give
Glad
you
that
some
was entertaining for you.
reassuring pass at some point, because you were like, there's just, I could see in your eyes, there was no way that it was still going.
I mean, like, I want to say that there was no way that it could surely keep going, but I mean, that's just extra round, search and destroy on slums. There's only so many different ways you can run at each other, I suppose. So what I was more surprised with is how Tribe allowed it to happen. Again, 6-1 half is crazy that it then went until around 20 before we finally got the conclusion for Tribe to be able to force it to a map number 3. And then my brain started going in different directions. I was like, Mayhem might just bring this back and just try to close it out, especially when we got to the first round of overtime. But hey, simply not meant to be. It is a long game of Call of Duty being played here in a best of 3 that truly felt like 5 maps were played. And what a better way for things to be highlighted between these two teams. Again, a grand finals-esque level of a matchup between two NA powerhouses, but only one can continue on in the tournament.
That was fun. I had fun watching that one, especially when it comes to matches on the main stage, but that means someone is knocked out, which means it's time to send it to FDOT for some more paint action.
That's right, that's right. We're here on the bomb wall and we are hanging out with Solo. Congratulations on the W. I don't know if it made it to broadcast, but you got this bet with Blur. We saw it in phase 4. For the background, in phase 4, you guys made a bet and whoever lost had to get down and bow to the other. Well, now you won. And so what happened with Blur?
Yeah, he had to get on his knees and bow down to the king, you know?
That's what it is, man. You guys came out and played. You gave us a good 3-game set, a lot of back and forth. All jokes aside, though, Mayhem came out and played real hard. Talk to me a little bit about their performance.
I mean, going into stage 4, it was actually a team we underestimated. So, like, even then, we kind of learned our lesson about the amount of work they were putting in, and they just kept doing so going into stage 5. So we knew they were going to be a really tough competition, but I think we got the best of them.
Yeah, I remember walking into stage 4 and the Mayhem was like, that was almost an upset. This time around, how do you view, is it a 50-50 matchup? How do you view you versus Mayhem?
Well, I think I'm going to win everything. Like, even stage 4, I always think I'm going to win. I definitely wanted to win. I think it was more so like 60-40 in our favor, especially because there's more respawns in a best of 3, and we were stronger in that regard, which is funny, you know, end up losing the hard fight. But yeah, I was definitely confident going into it.
Hell yeah, man. Well, it showed for sure. Tribe win doing it, and that's another knockout. Mayhem is not here, so you knocked him out of the server, knock him out of the wall.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, DHL, and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series, everybody. Live from DreamHack Atlanta, where we are slowly approaching the end of day number 1. Believe it or not, we are 1 match away on the main stage from being done with all of the action, which honestly sounds crazy to me. I need to also see what's going on in the pit, where we're at with some of those matches, but we have eliminated yet another team, this time in a very, not surprising, but like that was a great match to close out on. And we got to talk to Tribe a little bit, is Mayhem, who gets knocked out of the competition. And now we've got another match right around the corner. It's been a great day so far, honestly.
It's funny, when we were watching the flyover there of Atlanta, that's what it looked like when we got here. When we were all sitting here talking about how we have like 16 teams ready to combat it against one another, so we can see who's gonna make it out of Swiss. And now we're just almost down to 8. It feels very surreal. I had to look at my watch almost like 4 different times to actually look at the clock. I'm like, wow, it really has been that long. I can't believe we've already said bye to so many teams.
Yeah.
You know, and that's something we actually haven't touched on that much, Gil. We're now at the end of the day, and there's a very real element. I mentioned it a little bit before the last one, but fatigue starts kicking in, and experience is huge for these players when it comes to starting off the day so early on and then being able to compete so much later on in the day.
Yeah, you gotta keep up that mentality throughout the day, throughout so many hours, so many games. Right now, we got 3 more matches left. Only 1 on different streams, of course. It would be crazy otherwise. But out of those 3 matches, 3 get eliminated, 3 move to the next day. Oh, it's just really spicy now at the very end, isn't it?
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic. And our next match around the corner is going to be between Powerhouse and Exclusive. Exclusive being a team we got to see a little bit earlier on in the day. But now that we're checking back in with them in their match with Powerhouse, we got a chance to sit down with Exclusive before the entire weekend, chat with them about the event, and see how they feel about the whole thing.
Hello, I am Shah.
Hello, I'm Vie.
My name's Creed.
I'm Shishar. My name's Neil. I'm the sniper and main AR for the team.
The reason we were the underdogs going into the tournament.
We lost most of the main games in the Challenger season.
Realistically, in practice, we were not looking good as well. So it kind of just all faded away when the tournament started. And it just occurred that everybody was shooting straight and everything went well.
And we just showed up and proved everyone wrong.
Since adding Caesar and Shark, we got even better in general, and especially in S&Ds.
When me and Cesar joined the team, it was actually really hard. Like 1 month after, I feel a lot of better.
We made Shark our IGL, and he's a beast S&D player.
I think the American team has got a little bit confident because the past years they've been winning.
But I don't know why, it's like a feeling that
teams are motivated to change that and prove them wrong, basically, that they're not the best team in the world. I mean, I want to give a shout out to everyone that watches us and supports us as a team.
And shout out, gang.
I love when we get an opportunity to see some of the personalities of our players. Nice to hear from Exclusive. We saw what they brought to the table last time. This is a very important match for both of these teams. It's all down to the wire. And we haven't gotten a chance to talk about Powerhouse, but give me a little bit of a rundown here.
Look, I mean, when it comes down to Powerhouse as an entire roster, this is one team that comes from the East that is nothing to bat an eyelash at. Let's put it plainly and simple that in 4-0s for Grand Finals, the only team that they lost to as far as groups in the previous stage was Kagendra. But I mean, making it all the way to Grand Finals for your region and finishing 4-0 in that fashion is a statement to have for themselves. And it really does kind of put a beautiful cherry on top that they find themselves here in this situation to either make it to tomorrow or go home. That's how stiff the competition is here.
Yeah. At this point in time, there's either you move or you don't. No in-betweens, no more second chances. You either move or you stay behind. We talked about the fact we started with 16. Well, we only got the last 6 of the night facing each other. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am excited to see what's going to happen. You know, a little bit of a bittersweet because, of course, you get the teams that move forward, but those who get just so close to be able to also be the team to get to day 2.
I know it's a tough part about the competition. When it comes to this matchup, though, talk to me a little bit about your expectations here, Proper.
Well, I mean, I just want to be able to see what Exclusive has to offer, right? You know, we talked about this at the beginning of the show, is that Europe have a lot of explaining to do when it comes down to their unfortunate mishaps. That was 2022. We saw an earlier matchup when we had Europe going up against a further Eastern team there of Wolves, and didn't exactly go too favorable for them. So Powerhouse have an opportunity to do something very, very cool. And that's not only being able to take down Exclusive, but in a potential dominating fashion. Throughout the entirety of the day, they did lose to Tribe. They also lost to Standpoint, two very difficult teams. But look, Shout Up is one of those individuals that I've been seeing a lot of people talk about on these fantasy teams that they've been putting together. It's definitely a breakout performer to watch out for when it comes to Powerhouse. You need all of that plus a bag of chips if you want to try to take this and at least make it to tomorrow.
I'm not gonna lie, these might be one of my favorite kits, uniform-wise as well.
They're clean.
Great.
They look great.
I'll take a Q-sip.
Right? See the players getting ready here on the stage as our map vetoes start to come through as well, starting off with that takeoff hard point. Gail, give me your thoughts.
I mean, I'm intrigued. Of course, we haven't gotten to see a lot of the side of Powerhouse throughout these main stage matches, so I like the way that Exclusive has been playing on hardpoint, and I feel like there's a real possibility for them to move forward and to be finally an European team that proves themselves to the world. And I feel like Takeoff is definitely a map where they can try to do that. After that, they would move on to Search and Destroy. What are your thoughts on that, though, Robert?
I think it's going to be a 2-0 for Powerhouse. Plainly put, you're dealing with a team that was there at CDFI, and I don't know how many times we need to spill this with some very vibrant paint. That entire team that entire region is very good at takeoff, hardpoint, very close proximity, very, very mixy. And then Slum's S&D also plays into their favor as well. So I think it's one of those things that if you are Exclusive, you did your best to be able to get the vetoes out of the way and to maybe try to get yourself a favorable map set, but you actually played right into the hands of Powerhouse.
All right, we see that versus screen coming through, which means it's almost time to get into match number 9, our last match on the main stage here today. Let's get another top team in that top 8.
Let's get it underway. Takeoff to start things off here for hardpoint between these two teams. Exclusive trying to get the job done for, realistically, you feel like the entire region, but Powerhouse don't want to go home quite yet. Would love to represent their region just as well. P1 for Takeoff, scrappy as ever. We'll have to see who might be able to get the better edge ahead of P2.
All right, so far, Powerhouse being there. Things under control inside of the hill was Infant Unfortunately enough, got knocked out. Exclusive back at it. They struggled. They struggled a few seconds, but they are finally fighting. I don't know what to believe among these two. Of course, Powerhouse should, in paper, win these games, but it is what Lauren mentioned as well. The morale alongside with the physical side of things is something to take into consideration. Are they still on their A game, or are they just tired in some sort of sense, either mentally or physically as well?
Stamina is both mental as it is physical to be able to sit here and play Call of Duty at the highest level on your mobile device for as long as these guys have been doing it all day long. 31 points is what Powerhouse were able to get for themselves off of P1. Now we rotate over towards P2. That's where Exclusive were previously located at, getting themselves those close spawns, still finding themselves a abundance of kills. Shark, Neil, able to combine for at least 3. That is a great kill feed to have for yourself, but the spawns were flipped, and there's still a lot of time to fight over here. As Incendio gonna be able to call himself inside the Predator missile. That is now 3 in that life. The breaks soon to follow as Powerhouse build their lead even more.
Yes, sir, that's right. 40-22, and there is once again the breakthrough. It seems like it takes around 30 or so seconds for Exclusive to actually get inside. Just by, I want to say, what, 2-3 seconds? Not gonna be having that big of an impact as Powerhouse continues to try to defend. They got 2 players inside of that hill. That's Bingo, and that's in Irfan J as well. They begin to get more help from his allies, and that is more than enough to control the last few seconds. They begin to rotate, but smart enough on the side of Exclusive. They are going to be there. Let's see for how long, as they are now getting taken down to pieces. They only have 3 more, and the spawns are not helping Exclusive whatsoever.
War Machine popped at the end of P2 for Incendio. lining things up, trying to get them through that window going inside P3. Last shot. Not going to find much of anything whatsoever, but I guess that's what you get if you do start off with 14 kills going through P2. You get that luxury, all right? Free pass if you are Incendio, because now you also had at least one player trying to break inside with an operator of their own, but the equalizer does not find much of anything whatsoever. It's the old-fashioned way. The kills coming through with the gun skill for Powerhouse. Got themselves a 44+ lead coming through P3, about halfway concluded, 20 seconds left to fight over here. In Exclusive, I mean, they're in a really tough spot here, Gil. They're still spawning in effectively for P3. At least a few players have slipped the net and gotten themselves inside of P4, but they can't hold on. Last player alive on this rotation was Caesar, but I mean, that is just, that's not exactly what you want to see.
It isn't whatsoever. Let's see now how good the side of Powerhouse can defend inside of point number 4. They're getting there first. Here from Jay with the opportunity to do a lot of harm onto the opponent's bodies. Beer knocked out. Exclusive suffering once again. Annihilator in the hands of Bingo, ends up with 1, goes for the second, tries to get a triple. Bingo does get knocked out by Caesar, but that's still not enough for the side of Exclusive to get any sort of control whatsoever. Yes, they're getting kills. Yes, they are trying to attempt to make it happen, but so far it's just not there. They're close. They are close time after time after time. But that's not being pointed in the overall standings. That's over 60 points lead already in favor of Powerhouse.
Tough situation to find yourself in as we say sayonara to the first set of hard points here on the opening map of our final series of the day. 121-45. Should be about 127 or so by the end of this first set before P1 pops once again. Powerhouse have themselves a very slight disadvantage when it comes down to their resources, just being able to utilize them at free will when it comes down to their P3 and P4 setups that we saw at the previous set of hard points. So now it comes down to Exclusive. The ball is quite literally in your court to utilize these resources, these operators specifically, to find an abundance of value. However, operators being popped into. Neil has the Annihilator in hand. Will end up finding at least 1 kill. He's looking for a little bit more. Nice little turn of events on a shot up, and then ends up finding his third there onto Incendio. And then at least it's enough to get themselves inside the time for P1, but they need more. They have to be able to turn that into P2 as well.
They need many more seconds if they want to turn it around. There we get Beer to get himself inside, 18 kills, looking to find some more, shooting at a distance, remaining alive. Here's Bingo with a switchblade, attempting to make it happen. Not gonna be possible though. Exclusive with a great job on P1, if I'm being honest with you, which funny enough is hard to defend, but they managed to make it the point that gives them the most seconds that we've seen so far in this game. On top of that, there's 4 operators on each side. I'm intrigued to see who's gonna take the more value off of them, because if you lose your chance of an operator and your opponents capitalize on that mistake, that's gonna hurt, that's gonna sting, as we get to see Beer take out that Purifier, takes that first kill, and immediately go out for more. Beer finds a double with it and tries to get inside. It's not being enough. The claw usage of Scared is there. Sadab ended up killing himself, and as such, Exclusive are once again inside of the hill.
Decent amount of time that Exclusive were able to get for themselves off of P1, and that is continuing on here inside of P2. The question still remains, you're still trailing by about 30 points or so. Powerhouse are looking for a way in. You actually get a spawn to occur in the backside of P2. That's going to be from Incendio, trying to work his way back in, and Equalizer is also being popped here at the end by Earthfan. And honestly speaking, if you're looking at that from Exclusive, you're quite satisfied with that decision. The Hunter Killer Drone's gonna get called in and take down Shut Up, and now all of Powerhouse are quite literally trapped inside P2. The rotation over towards P3 will be there for Exclusive. One player of Skurd, has already found himself inside of these buildings, maybe trying to threaten the rotation towards New, but Exclusive, I mean, you feel like you've played this flawlessly. You have operators to keep them at bay. Hunter Killer Drone by Neil as to opening things up. It's gonna force the hand of Powerhouse to maybe try to brute force their way in. That's gonna be Incendio with the War Machine, finding himself at least 1, but the trades via the Gunny is going to be there for Powerhouse, not while Exclusive is still racking up a lot more time, now cutting the lead down to 10.
I'm gonna say I think that was an awful start of a defense for Exclusive, but the spawns helped them out a lot, and they are saying thank you to that, as they are now finally being able to push back onto the way that Powerhouse was being aggressive against them. Caesar now is there with his Sparrow, gets a few kills with it, and 15 seconds are remaining on point number 4, and Exclusive is like, yes, please. Inside of there was Creed, eventually gets knocked out, does not matter too much. What matters the most here is the fact that they are finally in a fighting situation and even managed to take a small lead going their way. They were struggling like crazy, but they are finally finding their groove in here as we're moving once again onto P4.
150 to 156, Exclusive now have the lead, but it is currently Powerhouse that are locked inside of the hard point at this moment of time. Incendio was trying to play as the cutoff man, and it doesn't really work out in his favor. At least was able to find a decent amount of damage, meant that the Powerhouse individuals inside the hill could try to cut them off where they previously stood. Predator missile got called in by Creed, takes out Incendio. Means that the back door has more or less open, but it allows Powerhouse to actually spawn on the northeast side of P4. Reinforcements aren't too far out of the way, but Veer slides his way in, is able to find at least a handful there with the Purifier. Does get shut down in the end, but it still means that Exclusive can keep this contested.
That's right, they can. Ooh, 2 operators popped at once. Equalizer completely unutilized over there. There's a Sparrow at a distance by Shadaf, who takes a double there. But is it gonna be enough though? I don't think it will. Here Creed gets knocked out. More control in the hands of Powerhouse, pardon me. And ladies and gentlemen, we're moving yet again onto point number 1. Plenty more to come as these two are facing off. The opportunity to move on to day number 2. That's right, Exclusive a single step away, and so is the side of Powerhouse. Inside of the hill, there's gonna be Shadab with 39 kills. Now make it 40 as he sits comfortable in there. Unluckily enough, there's Shark, and we know how fast he likes to play.
Look at the discrepancy as far as the kills are concerned. You have a combined 82 eliminations between Setup and Incendio, and this is still just marginally a 20-point game. Something's got to give. Exclusive, through all the teamwork, able to get themselves an abundance of time. They're battling through P1 once more. They have the close spawns for P2. It's Powerhouse that are again looking from the outside in. Shark for 2. Shut up, at least able to find a trade onto Veer, and then finds a 2-piece there onto Shark. Trying to push through the hill at this point in time. It is an 8-point game. Most importantly, you have to try to get the spawns there for P2. The spawns will now flip. Powerhouse in a powerful position. They'll be over the 200-point mark here as Irfan will pull out the equalizer, finds at least 1-2 before he gets shut down there by Veer. This rotation towards P2 is everything, and I love this call that Neil is able to find for himself. Trying to get behind enemy lines, is blocking the spawns, is forcing Powerhouse to spawn out.
200-point mark has been broken by them, and with 50 seconds left inside of the hill, Exclusive attempts to try to get inside, but is completely shut down. That door is closed, at least on the initial push by them. There's the second wave, and there is the defense by Irfan. Manages to survive, and Powerful with things under control. They still have 2 operators that could be using, but they don't even need them. They're doing an outstanding job. They feel like they can take as many points as they want here with only their own weapons, and in there, finally, Exclusive is gonna get inside. But 15 seconds is all that Powerhouse needs to take this one their way.
Bingo's got an Annihilator, trying to slide on in, but can't find the hip fire kill there with the Annihilator. It is trades galore. 235 to 189 now. It's going to be the rotation over towards P3. Exclusive have to keep P2 contested until the new hill pops. They have numbers on the rotation over towards new. Players actually spawning in for Powerhouse as well, and they have to deal with that in kind, spawning right in front of Exclusive. Free kills to potentially speak of, and that means that Veer has the open land to pull out the Purifier. Neil also pulling out the Annihilator as well, waiting for players to slide on in. It's 3 kills in a row now for Exclusive, keeping them at bay. The Claw also invested here for Skirt, trying to rip them asunder, and it's only able to find at least one. Veer with the Purifier is really the powerhouse for Exclusive, keeping Powerhouse International at bay.
Wonderful job there over for Exclusive, who now capitalizes on those kills with a few score streaks being used as well. 216 now in favor of Exclusive, who continue now to tear a new one for the side of Powerhouse. Look at that, another headshot, this time in favor of Creed. They cannot get inside. There's still 13 seconds left. Powerhouse are giving it all for the next kill. And the side of Exclusive have already settled themselves in for the next kill. Let's see for how long they lose every single member. That was not the way they were expecting it. Beer eventually falls to the ground to the hands of Incendio. 12, 10 seconds. Those are how money they need on each side. And this is going to be the final kill.
Shout up, holding out the Sparrow, blocking down these very tight doorways. Powerhouse, though, looking for more kills. It's all mostly coming through from the front, 243 to 241. Exclusive found their way in, but Powerhouse are fighting the kills inside the hardpoint equalizer here for Irfan. He is just popping off, letting them know what is good, and that is going to be a map 1 win for Powerhouse. They had the operator advantage. All of the resources soon to follow. Probably a lot closer than what they wanted, considering that they had about, what, maybe like a 50-point lead there at the end of the first set, but hey, all good. It is a long day at COD, and Powerhouse are able to get the job done there at the end. They have a 1-0 lead here in this best of 3.
By an inch or a mile, a victory is a victory, and that's exactly what Powerhouse feels in this moment. A great victory at the end. Like you mentioned, maybe not as comfortable as they may have wanted that to be, but a victory nonetheless, as we get to take a look onto the overall highlights of this game.
It is a very interesting set of highlights that we have for ourselves here, Gil, considering the simple fact that Powerhouse, I mean, you saw it right there before we ended up getting in towards the second set. Exclusive got an abundance of time off of P1, like an egregious amount of time off of P1. And then they were able to transition that in towards P2, and I was ready to almost write them off, considering that we were watching just an Incendio and Shadow montage through maybe like the first set and maybe the first 2 hard points, but then Veer just comes alive, man. He just starts finding all these kills on rotation continuously, just putting them in the dirt wherever is possible. You see there 47 and 40 for Veer at the end. Kind of came out of nowhere, but 102 kills between both Irfan and Incendio, the 48 out from Shadop as well, sharing the legwork as far as objective time is concerned across the board besides Neil, who went 31 and 40. A 5-point differential might just be the momentum swing that Powerhouse need to go into the slum search and destroy.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, and we are just moments away from discovering the last few teams moving on to tomorrow's games. Powerhouse takes a huge step, nearly there. They only need a single map in order to do it. Exclusive will try to fight as best as they can. We are going to be moving on to that search and destroy, on which I'm not too sure once again about Exclusive. You said it yourself. This set of maps does not favor the side of Exclusive whatsoever. And in here tonight, Exclusive are playing for their life, just holding on to the very edge, trying to find a way to have some light into their futures. We are about to start with the next map up. What does Exclusive have to be careful of to try to win this map?
I mean, it's again one of those entire circumstances that we continuously talked about for a lot of these different teams, that you better hope that the homework was done, because you only have so many maps that you need to veto against. But when it comes down to this Powerhouse roster, specifically for Search and Destroy, the one benefit that they do have for this entire tournament is how much time they have spent playing against China. And throughout all of CDFI on slums, I don't even think that they dropped a single slum search and destroy, as I frantically try to go back through and take a look at it. Yeah, I mean, at CDFI, they played it twice, and, well, they are quite convincing on that as well. Throughout all of Stage 4, Gil, they were 4-0 on slums. Comparatively to Exclusive, I believe have a losing record, as I frantically try to switch my page here. Yeah, 2-3 throughout all of Stage 4. So not a great showcase for Exclusive, but reps to say the least. The thing that does need to be said is that you just have to have it if you are Exclusive. Search and Destroy hasn't exactly been your breadwinner when it comes down to your game modes. All things considered, Control was definitely the better one for Exclusive. So you just have to try to get to that crossroads by any means necessary. Your slums need to be on point.
It has to. It needs to be on point, that's for sure. You can see it on their faces. They are still with the dream of taking the trophy home. Such a beautiful trophy that we get to see before we start this game of Search and Destroy. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get right into the action. That's right. Let's begin with this game of Search and Destroy on Slums.
First time both Exclusive and Powerhouse are going to be playing a Slum Search and Destroy here at Worlds 23. It's going to be immediate trades. Now a 4v4 on the map. Bomb still being carried by Skurd, so you just trying to do with it. I mean, the B bomb site, unbeknownst to Powerhouse, is relatively open until Creed just slides all the way through Ring and is able to find one. Now crawling his way into a position that maybe he could try to deny that B bomb plant for coming through, but it is being channeled. Skurd's going to be able to find it, and he stays alive.
That's right, bombs planted as well, so that's a plus sign there for Powerhouse. Bingo take that kill onto Beer. Looks for more. Bingo with a double. Scared also took down Shark, and Neil on his own against two players. Let's see what he can do. Finds the head and pops it just like that with a single shot, but so does a Bingo against them. That's a triple for Bingo, if I'm not mistaken. And a round going in favor of Powerhouse.
Really do feel like that Exclusive kind of dropped the ball on that, especially where Creed had such a forward position, was able to find at least one kill over by Ring, and then just kind of gave it up. There was nobody that was in a position to try to overwatch that play. And as you said, Bingo there with the sniper, going to be able to find himself 3. Very slow approach as far as an offense is concerned for Powerhouse here in round number 2. Just maybe trying to catch Exclusive a little off guard and over an extension, but all 10 players are still alive.
Yeah, just not really sure if that's the way to go, but I mean, it worked on the first round. Let's see if it does on round 2 as well. So far, no one dead. 30 seconds have passed, and in here, Powerhouse just waiting, patiently waiting. They do not want to be the ones to lose a player in here. You can see it on the faces. Oh, but they still are through a wall. Seems like Neil manages to get that first blood.
4v5. Does numbers advantage mean anything? And leads at least to map control. There's a lot of pressure for Shadow to be able to find that jump shot, and well, he only gives him a little bit of a warning and allows Veer to properly set himself up with a sniper of his own and wait for Shadow to approach there inside of the arches. Smoke will blossom out over towards Shark, who gets a nice transfer onto Skurd and is going to shut down that push dead in its tracks. A wonderful response for Exclusive there in the second round.
Wonderful response indeed. Perfect round for the European roster. Exclusive, without dropping a single member, will find success on round number 2. And a big part of that is because I feel like Powerhouse just did not get an opening, and they waited and waited and waited for that opening to come. It just never didn't. It just never did, causing them to eventually have to rush some sort of play that just never happened. Exclusive, effectively enough, denies an entrance to the opponents. They're gonna equalize this, at least so far. Powerhouse are trying that again. They do not care about switching things up. Neil with yet another kill at a distance. He's been a key part of those first bloods.
It's just really strange to watch Powerhouse try to expect Exclusive to give themselves up in a situation to find first blood. Exclusive haven't necessarily been pushing to be able to, I don't know, aggressively find first blood, and I mean, by the time that you recognize that Powerhouse are, in fact, the offensive team, they had to start encroaching their way forward. Exclusive has so much map control being on defense because they're not being met by different SMGs, ARs, or nades alike. Creed able to find one on Incendio. Skurd, though, able to show up there with the Fennec, able to find 2, but it's simply not enough. Shark there for the final 2 in the round. Although you are able to find the first, if you are Powerhouse, the pace differential to slow things up and try to catch Exclusive lacking just simply has not been working out.
Not at all, not whatsoever. I mean, on the first one did, but even on that one, it wasn't necessarily like super convincing. Of course, it was around, but maybe not the best way possible. And Nate will be the first blood this time around. Caesar falls to the ground through the smoke there. Shark, being as aggressive as he likes to be, takes kill number 2, goes for the third one, but Incendio was ready for that interaction with the trade in mind. We're on a 2v1. I was about to say 2v2, but Neil takes that kill onto Incendio and leaves Bingo on his own for the side of Powerhouse.
Bomb just dropped on that B site. This is exactly what you need to do if you are Neil and Creed. You got the numbers, stack up together, back to back, watch each other's flank. I mean, realistically, if you are Bingo, you have a sniper, you have so many different corners that you need to try to clear. And to be candid, a lot of time to do it. But if you are Creed and Neil, again, being stacked up with one another, you're just going to play for the retake here. So Bingo's going to collect the bomb. Start working his way past the B bomb site. He just doesn't have any information whatsoever. Neil is just lurking inside this corner, expecting maybe for an overchow to come all the way through. And is patience going to be paying off here sometime soon? Someone start playing the Jaws theme song if he's going to cross here in front of his line of sight. Surely going to happen here just moments away. Nade over the top should give him the information that he is in fact there. Shot not going to connect with much of anything. Stun over towards his side of Garage. Not going to connect with anything at all. Bingo's going to get the bomb planted, but he has negative information where these two players are located at.
He just planted the bomb because he could, but he's lost. He doesn't really know where they could be. That's just gonna hurt in this 1v2. He needs to find a way to get a kill and then move for the other instead of finding them both at the same time here with a Brawl. Finds Creed goes for that kill, but Creed was ready for it. Some more body shooting yet again by the hands of Exclusive. Creed gets the kill, Neil did the defusal. And that's another point going their way. I do like the fact that Powerhouse sort of played that differently, but I'm still like not completely digging it, if I'm being honest.
3 rounds on the balance here for Exclusive. Neil and Shark are up to 6 kills each, total of 12. Shadow is still looking for at least his first in the search. And again, Powerhouse are just going straight back towards this idea that Exclusive, yes, they have the map control, but they're not overextending. You have to be the aggressor. These nades and stuns early for Powerhouse have not been it.
Not at all, not whatsoever. 30 seconds have passed, and Powerhouse continues to seek for a different outcome with the same playstyle. Okay, now they're being aggressive towards blue. Through the smoke, they managed to survive. Creed now knows that they're being aggressive, and he's going to be calling that out for his allies to try to get there to help him. Gets knocked out himself. Beer takes the retake onto Shut Up. Bomb is going to be planted, and Beer now knows that because of the audio cue. Turns around, no one there to be peeking, at least as of yet. 40 seconds left. And Powerhouse finally tried something different.
Getting that bomb planted, though. Player number 5 in blue, Shark, was on the flank and snuffed out immediately. Numbers favoring that in the post plan. It's up to Neil now, a little 1v4, sure, why not? Gets a couple of shots in towards a handful of players, but Powerhouse finally break up the monotony, losing 3 rounds in a row. Bring this within 1, the potential to be even before the side swap is there.
Great job down there for the Powerhouse International. Let's see if they can try to shake things up again, or they attempt for the same. Look at that aggression. They are done with waiting, and Neil will find a collide onto the opponents. Creed with a kill onto Shut Up, just like that. In the snap of a finger, you're gonna have a completely different story for the side of Powerhouse. Exclusive just crushes their dream in a fraction of a second.
2v4, not out of the realms of possibility. Got Bingo with the sniper trying to play for a pick, but you have to check every single corner. Hold on a second. Wait, Incendio, Bingo. I was just kidding. It's not out of the realms of possibility. Quite literally at this point. Now a 2v2. Bomb's going to get planted here at B. But there's a player flanking, and it's going to be Creed. It's going to be watched out. The timing is so rough. Coming through for Bingo, thinking that it's all going to be coming through the front. Warning shots are going to be coming through. He has no idea where he's even being shot from. It's on the back inside of the garage. Creed. He's gonna swing wide, gonna take down Bingo. And Incendio is just playing on the bomb site itself. Creed slides forward, and Incendio cannot even find the kill. Creed adds some extra there at the end. Exclusive gonna have a 4-2 lead going into their offense.
Great job done yet again for Exclusive. I still feel like he came down late for Powerhouse to try something different, but they are attempting it unluckily for them. Nobody got the flip of spawns. We're gonna switch sides. They are now on the defender's side. Are they gonna be playing it as passive? Of that, I'm not sure, but I really hope they don't, because it has not worked out for them so far. Now Exclusive on the completely different scenario as their opponents. They are being aggressive. They are pushing forward. They tried to plant that bomb, but Skird was there just in time to prevent that from happening.
Numbers advantage favoring that of the defense, though. Caesar Picks up the rock. He's gonna lay things down here at B. Admin map control if you are exclusive, and Powerhouse have so many different angles they have to try to cut through. If you try to flank through Broken, Emil's watching that with a sniper no less, so they're just gonna try to brute force their way through the front. Shadap goes for one, but Veer shuts things down with two of his own. And now, a 3v1 situation. Veer lasts alive. Bomb being hopped, and yeah, I mean, you gotta peek it at that point in time. Player's just laying on his belly. Even if you try to get some shots over towards Skirt, you're gonna be walking into an unwinnable situation as you were being looked at by a handful of Powerhouse individuals. Great opening defense coming through from Powerhouse.
Yeah, great retake for them, picking up that first round on the switch of sides. Beer tried, but it was completely out of his hands when you already got 2 kills and there's 3 more for you alone to attempt to get. It is always going to be a difficult task for you to try to attempt, and unluckily enough, he gets taken down now. Bomb yet again going to be quickly planted, and it's a nade now that finds the first blood in favor of the team here of Powerhouse International. Shadap gets kill number 2. Shark tries to push forward, but gotta be careful, buddy. There's plenty of people surrounding you. You're gonna get knocked out. Bingo with a kill onto Creed. Beer is yet again completely alone. 25 seconds left. They already defusing, and he does not even know. There was just no shot, no opportunity, nothing to be done. They did what they had to. That's now 2 in a row going their way, and that's a tie on this search and destroy.
Now you're starting to really see, I mean, this is just how Powerhouse want to play their search and destroy. They want to play for the overextensions for exclusive, and it works out better, obviously, for defense because the offense, who would have thought, need to make the move over towards the bomb site. They're collecting these kills upon exits. Exclusive need to find themselves in a better situation, especially for their post plants. That B bomb site, again, is so open. It is so free, you would feel. The players are starting to push a little bit further through, but they're not coming up with the kills, not whatsoever. Caesar at least is able to find the trade after losing Neil. Veer there onto Bingo, at least giving themselves the numbers. Now a 3v3 as Incendio takes down Caesar. Have only so much time before this bomb does detonate. And the battle through the middle of the map is just won so easily by Incendio. Last player alive will be Creed. Sniper in hand, misses the first shot, comes up with absolutely nothing. A handful of rounds have all been favorable for Powerhouse here after the side swap.
It almost feels like Powerhouse are inviting them to go plant that bomb.
Yeah.
3 bomb plants, 3 defusals. Powerhouse are doing a phenomenal job on the retake interactions. Exclusive, are they gonna try to do the same thing? We were questioning the fact that Powerhouse was doing the same thing. Now, Exclusive is the one doing so, and yet again, is now working for the team who's trying to do the same thing. Exclusive has to try something different, but they won't, as they now begin to yet again plant that bomb.
Powerhouse have been retaking after retaking. Veer's gonna get that bomb planted and actually gets away with his life. Incendio that gets first blooded. Sniper taken out of commission, but just 1 of 2 for Powerhouse. You still have Bingo under immediate pressure. Goes for the reach out, is able to take down Creed, but Shark answers back with 2 of his own. And it's leaving Bingo in a 1v3. And has so many different line of sights he has to try to cut through. A 1v3 with 18 seconds remaining, plus the bomb defuse is what's needed. There's just not enough time to slink your way through the middle of the map to get these 3 kills plus the defuse. Exclusive get themselves on the board for offense, bring this back within 1.
Finally breaking through that streak, that's the most important part. Moving on to round number 11. Who's gonna take the advantage? Who is gonna be the one getting the map point scenario? Exclusive needs it to take this to game 3. Powerhouse wants it to be able to just go home happy with a ticket for the next day. Now, once again, Exclusive will plant that bomb. That's 5 rounds, 5 bomb plants. They just love to do that, it seems like.
Numbers favoring that of the offensive Exclusive. They have broken the mold. They've been able to plant this bomb and get away with their life. Furfan trying to push forward to be able to find the kills, and blink and you missed it. We were looking at 1 gunfight and 3 just transpired. Exclusive, 2 in a row. Now put themselves on map point. That map point will force a map number 3 between Exclusive and Powerhouse.
That's exactly right. Powerhouse now Have to try to know if they want to do something different. Look at that. They're finally pushing towards B, and it seems like Exclusive reads them like a book and actually goes around through that connection side and getting plenty of kills. That's going to be the 2-for-3 trade in favor of Powerhouse as Incendio finds that kill. Creed tries to capitalize on that interaction, does a lot of damage onto two opponents, but doesn't get a single kill. Beer here gets executed. It felt like it was so close for either of these teams, but once again, once again, we're heading towards that overtime interaction.
Overtime on Slums for 2 best-of-3s in a row. Offensive side again for Powerhouse, who have been very gingerly trying to take a lot of these different bomb sites, but how about this as far as the speed differential? All the way through the middle of the map, Caesar lines up 2 to open things up, and you almost feel like just as soon as we got in towards this overtime, it might just conclude. Shot Up at least is able to find 3 somehow, some way. Brings us back to a 2v2 for 4. Go ahead and give him the ace.
Oh boy, he can do it. Beer on his own, 1v2. Set up with the bomb. Bingo trying to defend. Beer there, whips the shot, takes out the deagle, goes for the kill. Barely misses the last one. He still have 3 more bullets. Try to run away, not gonna work out. That's a round, but not an ace. A little bit sad on that part, but yet again, Powerhouse has an opportunity to take it home.
It's an offensive round conversion for Powerhouse. They are now just a single round away from sending Exclusive home and making it to tomorrow. It's gonna be a B offense, but this time around, Powerhouse are here. They're trying to meet them at the gates. It's a 3-for-1 trade, favoring that of Exclusive. Bomb can get planted here reliably as you have more players. Incendio just sprinting towards him. Bingo just completely giving up. We go extra rounds.
Gotta love it, man. Another overtime activated. Round 15, they are both even to the very end. 7 for each team. It's gonna be there on the side of Powerhouse on the offensive side. Smoke's gonna be thrown. Let's see if Exclusive decides to push as per usual, and they do. They will now have to wait to the Powerhouse expectations of what they want to do on this round. It's nearly been the first 30 seconds, and as per usual on the defensive rounds for Exclusive, no one dead until that nade explodes.
4v5 numbers for the offensive team for Powerhouse. There's a lot of focus over towards the A-bomb site. If you are Exclusive, though, in this 4v4, you're kind of forced to kind of split your odds and at least make sure that you're keeping middle of the map at least in the back of your mind. Creed, gonna find a timing to get over on the other side of this box, over by Ring, just waiting for the exit to potentially come through the cemetery. Although, 4v4, Exclusive understand, I'm sure, that Powerhouse are back to their devious ways. Gonna be waiting for that pick to come through with Bingo on that sniper. Shut Up also has one as well. They're not getting much of any information at all. Down to 45 seconds, Gil, and they need to make a move.
They need to do it right now. You said it, only 40 seconds through the smoke, and Shark is in the perfect spot alongside with Caesar, who takes the first. Shark goes for the second and takes it. Makes it only a single player allowed. That Shut Up. Shut Up in here, no control over the bomb, no control. Oh, I was about to say over the bomb. He did that, actually takes that kill onto Creed. They immediately try to go after that kill, but I think they shouldn't in a way. They just had to wait, and that's what helps. Beer take that round 8-7. Exclusive once again with the lead, 8-7 in here. Proper, I don't know, like, it seems like Slums has just been that map today.
It's just always been that map, realistically. I mean, it's a map of adaptations. Defense will have an easy way until offense finally starts to break the mold and start to find themselves any semblance of an advantage. Immediate focus towards the south side of Ring, coming through for Exclusive up on their offense. Numbers were there previously, but now it's all the way down to a 2v2. Around the flank is Creed, 2v1, leaving Skurd alive in a 1v2. The difference, Exclusive, if they can convert this round, it'll force a round number 3. The timing around the bomb, though, breaking the camera. Creed will take them down. It took longer than expected from a 4-2 half, but Exclusive force a map number 3.
They did it. It has been done. That's another victory map in favor of Exclusive, and the first one here on their match number 5 of the night. That's right. They played against 4 different teams so far today. They lose 2, they win 2 as well. And that's the same scenario for the side of Powerhouse. It cannot be any other way. We have to go to that game number 3. Exclusive made it. Exclusive made it in a really, really cool fashion. Here we get to see some of the best replays out of this game. I'm not too sure if we had a view onto that collab that Neil did. No, you can see it there on the feed. Unfortunately enough, we don't get to see it on camera. But it was a different approach by the side of Exclusive. While Powerhouse just were trying to do the same and hoping that it worked. It definitely did in a lot of these rounds, but it was still a little bit confusing to me, you know?
I wasn't necessarily a big fan of Powerhouse's take as far as the Slums offense is concerned. I mean, there comes to a certain point in time where if it doesn't work the first or the second time on trying to wait for the overextension to come through, you have to be the aggressor. Your nades and stuns can only miss so many times until you start to understand that you just need to be checking these tight corners where Exclusive were lurking at continuously for defense. You saw right there on your screen, pretty big kill differentials between the two teams, but it means that Exclusive, with that map number 2 win, they're gonna force it to a crossroad strike control. And this continues on the same conversation that we've had throughout the entirety of the day for this map mode combination, throughout the entirety of Crossroad Strike's history in Call of Duty Mobile for Control. It is slay heavy, and that's putting it lightly. Powerhouse had all of that in the map number 1, albeit only winning the map number 1 by 7 points.
That's right, that's right. They have an opportunity to take advantage of the fact that, at least when it came down to slaying, they had an upper hand over the opponents, and we can see now their faces on all these players, on both these teams. They are so focused on what's coming. They know the importance of it. They want it. They are fighting for it. We in here tonight will get an answer soon about who will get a chance to cross yet another team on that beautiful wall of graffitis that we've seen so many times today.
Potential of 5 rounds, but it has to end here in the best of 3. Who will make it to top 8? The team from Powerhouse or Europe's representation of Exclusive? Only time will tell as players are getting ready to load on in towards Crossroads control. And as a map mode combination, you have to feel like that you probably have played a handful of times today. I feel like everybody has been playing a certain amount of Crossroads, but for Exclusive, well, this is actually the first time that they're going to a map 3, Gil, so that's also very interesting within its own. It's also the first, not to mention Crossroads control, but the first time they're playing control period on the day. For Powerhouse on the other side, the only time that they have gone to control, it was a 3-0 on Crossroads versus Inco.
Which they won, okay, okay.
So not a whole lot of information, honestly. The sample pool is just way too small. Again, that is the nature as far as best of 3 is concerned. A lot of things heading in 2-0 fashion today. Not this one, though. Crossroads Strike to settle things out. See who is going to be making it to top 8 tomorrow for the chance to compete for the lion's share of $1 million in that ever so beautiful trophy. Let's get it on.
Let's get right into the action, ladies and gentlemen. The last map between Powerhouse and Exclusive has just begun, and Powerhouse are hitting hard onto the opponents, already getting 6 kills their way, immediately going forward with that aggression. Exclusive has to find a way to stop that. So far, finally, they begin to get a few kills, but immediately that 5-kill gap for Powerhouse was really great done. That was a really solid job interaction as they continue to defend the side of Alpha. That's gonna be another double kill there for Bingo in your fight. Oof, the damage is quite heavy here.
22 plays up against 15. Powerhouse have only lost 8 lives compared to the 15 for Exclusive. This is my biggest worry when it comes down to control, not to mention for Crossroads going up against Powerhouse of what we had on our screens for that takeoff hardpoint map number 1. The kills, the opening breakoff, just a little bit too potent. 5 advantage as far as lives are concerned. Now for Powerhouse, and you already have 1 player already on the flank, number 1 in blue, able to at least go 1 for 1 in that cause and effect. It's going to force all of Exclusive to realistically try to touch both zones at the same time, but Gil, they're running out of lives to be able to do it.
That's the main issue. Running out of lives, and there's another double kill in favor of the Powerhouse, this time in the hands of Shadab, taking now the possibility of a respawn on the side of Exclusive. Not too far away though, that's 7-5, now 7-4, as Irfan gets that kill onto Creed using that shotgun, if I'm not mistaken. That's another kill for the side of Powerhouse. Shadab takes that kill. Only 3 remain for the European roster. That begins to sweat and sweat heavily, as they are mere seconds away of potentially losing that round. That just doesn't seemingly going to come back in their favor.
1 versus 7. I was going to say winnable, but he gets punched in the jaw. Neil stood no chance whatsoever. So a single segment has been captured by Exclusive, as per usual when it comes down to Crossroads strike control. Not a whole lot of segments of progression are going to get well captured unless you just spawn trap the enemy. So very definitive defense coming from Powerhouse International by way of the kills. Incendio is going to take himself down as far as this opening breakoff is concerned. It's going to leave Exclusive with some semblance of map control. Player number 5 specifically for Exclusive trying to at least get himself in a position maybe behind enemy lines, but Shark can't find much of anything once he gets past that tank. Powerhouse International are just quite literally sprinting through the middle of the map trying to find more kills onto Exclusive.
Yeah, for a second I thought that Exclusive was seeking for payback at the beginning of that round, but that quickly shifts as Bingo, there you have it, double. Went for the triple and nearly gets it, but begins going a little bit too much to the right and doesn't adjust on time. That is going to be a 3 lives gap in favor of the Powerhouse team. Bingo with the Annihilator at distance, and his ally Irfan J with the Equalizer as well are going to be really, really important in here. Caesar takes that operator down, but Bingo still alive, managed to get that kill onto Shark. 20-13, and there's now Incendio with the War Machine at a distance. They want to take this round. They want to take this game. The team of Powerhouse International are just going over the side of Exclusive yet again proper.
War Machine doesn't really find much of anything besides just these scaring screams of Exclusive as they head towards the snowy hills here on Crossroads Strike. A-Zone has been captured. 60 seconds added on towards the board, and well, I reckon you probably didn't need it, did you, Powerhouse? It's now 14 versus 3. Good luck, have fun. And Caesar, Veered, they both have operators at their disposal, but why would you even want to try to utilize it? 1 versus 11 now for Veer. And they are looking for the punch out. Trying to get the final kill with the boxing gloves. Dip, dive, duck, and dodge it. Just gonna get it done with the gun. Yeah, sure, why not? Powerhouse International looking like a dominant display as far as Respawn is concerned.
They had to try. They had to try. But he was like, you know what? I'm just done with running around. Let me just get that kill. Let me get that round. Powerhouse nearly having it in the bag. Let's see if they can close it up in 3. You said it yourself earlier. They got a 3-0 when they played here. They're seeking to repeat story once again now as Shadab finds a double kill. There's the Purifier on the hands of Beer that ends in absolutely nothing. Shark is now onto enemy spawn. Is that it? Let's see if he decides to do that claw, but I don't know, man. They're just falling behind every single round.
Oh, it's looking pretty damn chalked. I mean, the kills just aren't even there. Skirt's getting closer towards 20 himself. Predator missiles also going to get invested here by Incendio. Just going to completely keep all of Exclusive trapped inside of their warehouse building. In Powerhouse, they have the life lead. Just to quite literally disrespect the map that is Crossroads Strike and just quite literally push into the enemy spawn. Shut up again, able to find himself yet another double kill. You have to utilize all of your operators because you are down 2-0 in this Crossroads Strike to be able to stay alive, not only in this control, but also in the tournament. Equalizer, Claw, being invested by both Creed and Shark respectfully, trying to get themselves further map positioning, but most importantly, the kills to be able to bring this back. The issue is that we're down to 25 seconds. You have to try to stay alive on one of these 2 zones if you are Exclusive, not only to stall out the clock, but to potentially add more, so that way you can have a better chance to be able to win this round offensively.
Because you have to win it. If you don't, there's no more. There's no more continuity to this storyline. It would be the bad end for the European team that continues to get some sort of control in here. Shadab gonna shut that down rather quickly. 11-8, 20 seconds left. They are trying to push forward. We're gonna get the action there by the War Machine from Incendio. Gets a kill onto Shark. tries to go for more. Not gonna be that easy as he thought. The A capture continues by the hands of Creed. They're trying to increase that timer, and that could barely happen, but the lives are gonna be a struggle, a double kill for Fran, and the usage of the operators. This is over.
I wonder how much Powerhouse probably just conceded the A control zone just so they can make it a definitive point to end this via the kills. 5v3 on the map. Annihilator for Bingo. What the hell was that shot on Navir? He has been eliminated. Potentially his last life here in Worlds 2023. Shout out with the sun. Trying to clear where some of these players are located at. It's Neil and Caesar versus the 4 left alive for Powerhouse. Has to invest the Sparrow. Can't come up with anything whatsoever. It is Earthfan to be able to find the last 2 kills. The nail in the coffin as we have a wave away for Powerhouse, taking down Exclusive and continuing on into Saturday.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Powerhouse International are going to be the next team to move onto the top 8. They struggled, and they struggled big time, but it doesn't matter. Look at those happy faces. They are proud of themselves, as they should be, and go shake hands with the opponents that they have defeated. It was not an easy path on Hardpoint or on Search and Destroy, but on Control, definitely had it in the bag.
Yeah, I'll say. I mean, look, 7-point differential in between the takeoff Hardpoint. The Slays were so heavily in the favor for Powerhouse, you'd be questioning yourself if you just looked at the score line that it had to have been relatively close. But the Search and Destroy, Exclusive, you feel like probably should have been able to close that out a whole lot earlier, much like how we were talking about with Tribe and Mayhem. But hey, that's just Search and Destroy. That is why we are talking about it at the highest levels. But Crossroads was definitive, to say the least. Lauren? I feel like it's been a couple hours since I've seen you last. That matchup was very long between the Hardpoint and the Search and Destroy. Welcome back. How are we doing?
It actually wasn't a couple hours, though.
Time is relative.
It was just that we ended on an OT, you know. Again, it was a long S&D. We saw a pretty good back and forth between these two crews, and Powerhouse pulling it out. I mean, that's got to feel good. You saw how excited they were to close it out.
Oh, yeah. There was a lot of emotion being poured out there from Powerhouse. Again, throughout all of the trials that they were facing, throughout all of the decisions for Search and Destroy, the pop-off after map number 1, and then the waves goodbye there at the end of map number 3. That's what I live for. I love that.
A little sass, Gil. You know, just a little see you later.
No, yeah, they were vibing at the end. They earned that, right? They were the winners, and look at that. 25-10. Specifically about Irfan, we were talking about him all game long, but the entirety of the squad just having really, really good numbers in here tonight. It was a blast. It has been a blast all over the place. Super happy for the side of Powerhouse, and excellent job, an excellent attempt on the side of Exclusive, who are now defeated. But let's go onto the bright side. Let's go into a quick interview alongside with F-Dot.
Here we are. I'm standing here next to the man Skurd, and really enjoyed what you guys were doing up there. Congratulations on the win. I like the way you guys play together. Who would you say was the strongest player on your team tonight?
For me, it's probably Skurd, because he's so consistent today, and he's the one who boosts our team morale.
Heck yeah, I wanted to grab him for the interview, but he ran off, and they wanted you to do this, which we'll get to. But you've made it now into the next 2 days. You're in the top 8. What does that mean to you, man?
Yeah, it means a lot to me, because we did not do well last year, and we this time we made it to top 8.
Well, my bad for getting your name wrong, but you got the win right. So now it's time to knock him out.
I'm not gonna lie, this might be my favorite part of the entire. I know it's like kind of sad, but at the same time, it's just like that. Do you know how satisfying that has to be, to be the person knocking out some of these top teams in the entire world?
And it's in red too, so it's like you literally just like cross it out with like the blood of your enemies after getting the job done in a best of 3. Like that's disgusting the way I just drew that up, but that's kind of the way that I see it. I'm not gonna lie, because we just went to war throughout the entirety of today. That has to be so satisfying.
I love everything about it, and that means maybe one more team, or we might have gotten those results already. I'm not sure. everything, okay, just kidding. I'm being told everything is done, which means we have our top 8. It is settled. We know who's moving through onto tomorrow. That was a day of Call of Duty Mobile. I can't wait to see the final Swiss bracket so we know what those results are. This is it right here. Gil, talk me through it.
Well, we got a little bit of a spoiler while we were looking at the graffiti. You may have noticed that TLE's logo was crossed. That's right. Unfortunately enough, everybody on LATAM has been eliminated. That's a huge surprise for me. Kajidra was able to go through with it all, taking home the opportunity to continue, while TLE, has had to give up, unfortunately.
I mean, there were definitely some journeys ended here, but like we've stated a few times, just to make it to the top 16 in the world at all, just to be competing in this competition is already such an amazing feat for these teams, so they should be proud of the journey that they've already had. They are going home with some cash in their pockets as well, and they kind of get to hang out and watch the rest of the competition now, so that's pretty cool. We have the bracket set up to see how day 2 is now going to work. So we'll be able to take a peek at that as well now that we have the top 8 set proper. Tell me about it.
Luminosity versus Kajendra first, Standpoint versus Godlike. I mean, talk about representation across the globe. I was ready to sit there and talk about continuously as like you have representation both from East as well as the West, but you also got Godlike as well, making it the top 8 as well. I mean, India is out to play, baby. Come on.
We talked about that too, right? We said that the possibility of those other regions popping off, it was getting better as the day was going on.
That is the beauty of Swiss at the end of the day, as you will constantly fight the competition that finds himself in a similar situation to you. Obviously, I'm sure that North America probably wanted all 3 teams to be across this entirety of the bracket, but the one thing that gets me more giddy than anything, you look from top to bottom, Tribe's down there at the bottom. Luminosity's towards the top. Wolves is down towards the bottom. Luminosity's towards the top. The odds is endless as far as what the grand finals can be. Woo, man, I'm ready to hibernate and get into this bracket tomorrow.
Gotta love it, gotta love it. Look at all those names. I find it really, really interesting what's coming for us tomorrow. And that's all because of the great games we've had so far. Hope you guys have enjoyed that, because I certainly have. It's been a pure blast to be here at, look at those numbers, East 12,
dang,
West 5.
I'm not gonna lie, one number's bigger than the other.
It sure is.
Just saying.
Is it what you expected though, number-wise?
I don't remember anymore. It's been
Honestly,
such a
that's fair.
I had a number in my mind, but it's probably not what I expected.
We'll check with Shift's predictions as well, because he had said earlier in the day that he was like almost perfect on those calls. So we'll have to see how he did by the end of it all. But it's almost time for us to say goodbye to everybody. So before we do that, give me some final thoughts on the day, your experience so far, day 1 World Championship.
There has been a lot of upsets across the board. There were some teams that I didn't necessarily have in my top 8 that ended up making it in towards the top 8 as well. Some of these different matchups that we had. The TKs obviously sucked when we were watching Team Mayhem versus Tribe. At least Tribe got their bounce back after Seattle, but I'm not gonna lie, I'm just about ready to get on in towards this single elimination bracket. It's gonna be a good weekend.
I'm so ready for all that has happened. You said it yourself, Tribe, in order to get to day 2, they also eliminated Japan, unfortunately. Bolt has to say goodbye, but a valiant effort for this year's team from Japan, alongside with many others who had to say goodbye. But like you said, now they get to relax in a sense, not getting the outcome that they wanted, but still get the opportunity to grow and to get more opportunities for potential future encounters for themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that means that our day 1 here has now come to a close, and our top 8 teams are set for day 2 of the competition. And that means tomorrow 4 more teams will be eliminated as they then move in to day number 3. It's just going to get even crazier from here, so make sure you're tuning back in tomorrow so you don't miss a single second of any of the action. If you can't make it, check out the social media, because that will give you all of the updates that you are looking for as well. As always, a huge thank you to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy, Monster Energy, DHL, and the US Air Force for making this whole thing possible. And thank you to everyone both here at DreamHack and watching along at home for hanging out with us. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Good night, everybody.